Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 40:32 to Chapter 41:17. 2 hours later, Xianxia withdrew his palm. Xia Yunping's face was flushed. He did not wake up immediately. His entire body seemed to have entered a certain state of cultivation. Although Xia Yunping had not woken up, Zhang Shun and the others had very good eyesight. With their eyesight, they could see that Xia Yunping's qi and blood were extremely vigorous at this moment. His entire aura was different. This made them breathe a big sigh of relief. "Teacher, how is my father?" Xia Ting asked with great anticipation. "Don't worry. The damage to his origin has been healed. He is now digesting what he has gained this time. He will probably be in seclusion for half a month. Let the city lord continue his seclusion here. Don't disturb him," Jiangchen said. "Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Within half a month, seal this place. No one from the city lord's mansion is allowed to enter," Xia Ting said. Xia Ting said. This matter was related to his father's cultivation, so how could he be negligent? "Well, now that the matter of the city lord's mansion has been resolved, I'll leave now," Jiangchen said and strode out of the main hall. "I'll also go do what I need to do. I'll send the demon fox's corpse to the Skyfeather Mountain. This time, it's all thanks to teacher Jiangchen. Without Jiangchen, my elder brother and the entire city lord's mansion would have been kept in the dark. If this demon fox had been given another half a year, his plot would have completely succeeded. We must settle this score with Zhao Lingxiao. We'll send the demon fox's corpse to show off first." Zhang Shun's aura shook, and his eyes fell on the demon fox's corpse. His eyes were full of coldness. The city lord's mansion will never forget teacher Jiangchen's great kindness to the city lord's mansion. If teacher needs any help from the city lord's mansion in the future, the city lord's mansion will definitely not decline. Another expert at the ninth heaven of the Earth Source realm said righteously. "Well said." Jiangchen nodded and strode out of the city lord's mansion. Xia Ting and the others sent him off. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. At that moment, 3 figures rushed in a panic. It was Fang Tianhua and the other 2. Behind them were 2 other people. They were Yin Xinan and Chen Yiren. Jiangchen could not help but be a little surprised when he saw Fang Tianhua and the other 2. These 3 old fellows should be refining the dragon energy pill at this time. With their abilities, it was impossible for them to refine a peak 3rd grade 100% dragon energy pill in such a short time. Why would they come here? Moreover, looking at their anxious expressions, it seemed that something was going to happen. Master, something bad has happened," Fang Tianhua quickly said when he saw Jiangchen. "Why are you panicking? Is the sky falling down?" Jiangchen frowned. This old fellow had lived for so long, but his temperament was actually so bad. "The Harpies have issued a declaration of war," Fang Tianhua said. "What challenge?" Jiangchen asked. "The 5th young master of the Harpies has issued a declaration of war to you. He wants you to fight him to the death on Chilling Mountain in 3 days, Fang Tianhua said. Then, he handed over a piece of paper and handed it to Jiangchen. "Absolutely not," Yun Xinan, who had just walked over from behind, said loudly. He then walked over to Jiangchen in a few steps. Yun Xinan had brought Chen Yiren to invite Jiangchen to the Yun residence as a guest. Logically speaking, it was a little inappropriate for them to directly come to the city lord's mansion to invite him. After all, Jiangchen was a distinguished guest of the city lord's mansion. However, Yun Xinan did not care about this, especially when he knew that his 2 precious daughters had once offended Jiangchen. He could not wait to invite him. If he waited until Jiangchen returned to the martial pavilion before inviting Jiangchen, it would be very troublesome for Jiangchen. "Uncle Yun, why are you here?" Xia Ting was a little surprised to see Yun Xinan. "I originally came to invite brother Jiangchen to the Yun residence as a guest, but I did not expect to encounter a declaration of war from the Harpies," Yun Xinan said. He directly stated his purpose of coming. He was a frank person. At the very least, he did not play any tricks in front of Jiangchen. "Why did clan leader Yun say that we absolutely cannot do this?" Jiangchen looked at Yun Xinan. He had met Yun Xinan once before on Chilling Mountain, so he still had some impression of him. As for Yun Xinan's invitation to be a guest, Xianxia could understand it. The purpose of this declaration was the same as Xie Yunping's. Definitely not. The harpies are now scheming to get rid of you. Even Zhao Lingxiao personally attacked you. Now, you are the biggest threat to the harpies. The harpies want to get rid of you quickly. In my opinion, the decisive battle on Chilling Mountain must be another conspiracy. Zhao Lingxiao is a cunning guy, so he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Have you forgotten about the Star Lord's relics? Yun Xinan said. Hearing this, although Xianxia did not take it seriously, he still looked at Yun Xinan with gratitude. At least Yun Xinan was really thinking about his safety. Moreover, as far as I know, the fifth young master of the harpies, Zhao Ganqing, has already reached the third heaven of the Earth Source realm. He is very difficult to deal with. The third heaven of the Earth Source realm? That's interesting. Jiangchen's lips curled into a smile. If the fifth young master was not powerful, he would not be interested. If Zhao Ganqing was an expert of the third heaven of the Earth Source realm, Jiangchen would feel a little pressure. His current cultivation was infinitely close to the ninth heaven of the Unity Source realm. All he needed was an opportunity, and the battle with Zhao Ganqing was an opportunity. Jiangchen was almost certain that he could reach the ninth heaven of the Unity Source realm during the battle with the fifth young master. If he reached the ninth heaven of the Unity Source realm, coupled with the merging dragon transformation, the fifth young master would be. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, brother Jiangchen, you cannot accept this battle. Yun Xinan said. Jiangchen did not answer. Instead, he opened the letter of challenge, which read, Jiangchen, I, Zhao Ganqing, will avenge my 3 younger brothers and the 2,000 geniuses of the harpies. They are buried in the Chilling Mountain, so I will kill you there. The battle will take place in 3 days. I will announce this letter to the world tomorrow. I will wait for you at the Chilling Mountain in 3 days. After reading the contents of the letter of challenge, Jiangchen could not help but laugh. It seems that I have no choice but to accept the challenge. Brother Jiangchen, don't be reckless. Yun Xinan frowned. Patriarch Yun, why don't you take a look at the contents of the letter of challenge? Jiangchen handed the letter of challenge to Yun Xinan. Yun Xinan opened the letter of challenge. After reading the contents, his face could not help but be filled with endless anger. Treacherous guy. Yun Xinan threw the letter of challenge to the ground. What's wrong? That's right. This is a ruthless move. Master has no choice but to accept the challenge. If he doesn't accept the challenge, he will admit defeat. Once he does, not only will the morale of the human clan be affected, but it will also increase the morale of the Feather clan. In the Star Lord's ruins, the Feather clan lost not only their talented disciples, but also their morale. Zhao Qianqing wants to take advantage of this opportunity to restore the morale of the Feather clan. Xie Ting said. That's why I have to participate in this battle. Jiangchen smiled. In fact, even if the fifth young master did not use this kind of provocation, he would still accept the challenge. Regardless of other factors or the morale of the human clan, Jiangchen was not afraid at all. He had no reason to be afraid of the fifth young master. In fact, Jiangchen had no reason to be afraid of the Feather clan. From the beginning to the end, the Feather clan of the Crimson East region. Jiangchen had never taken them seriously. If you want to go, we can all go with you. If the Feather clan has any tricks up their sleeves, we can help them. Yun Xinan said. That's good. Jiangchen said. He did not refuse Yun Xinan's kindness. The fifth young master would definitely announce the battle in 3 days. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Feather clan might be there. If the human clan did not go, they would definitely suffer. More importantly, once the battle was publicized, it would cause a commotion in the entire Crimson East region. At that time, there would be a sea of people on Mount Chilling. In that case, I won't invite Brother Jiangchen to my residence of Yun as a guest. Go back and prepare for the battle. When you kill the fifth young master, I will hold a celebration banquet for you. Yun Xinan said in a heroic manner. You're too polite, Patriarch Yun. Jiangchen smiled. Yun Xinan intended to make friends with him, so Jiangchen had to give him face. By the way, brother Jiangchen, I have to apologize to you for something. Yun Sinan suddenly said. What do you mean, patriarch? Xianxia was puzzled. I've heard from Iran that my two good-for-nothing daughters had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai in the martial pavilion and offended you. I hope that brother Xianxia will be magnanimous enough to forgive the wrongs of lowly people and not stoop to their level. Yun Sinan cupped his fists to Xianxia and said sincerely. Xianxia was stunned. He immediately thought of the two barbaric little girls, the so-called Yun Manor's proud pair, Yunxia and Yuning. Patriarch must be joking. I have long forgotten about this matter. Besides, the children don't know any better. I've already taught them a lesson. There's no need to bring up the past anymore. Xianxia smiled. If Yun Sinan didn't mention it, he would have forgotten about it. He didn't care about those two little girls at all. You're right. You're right. It's a good lesson. Those two little girls are too lawless. I'm afraid that brother Xianxia will need to discipline them in the future. Yun Sinan quickly said. It seemed that he wanted to take the opportunity to build a relationship with his two women. If the two little girls could receive guidance from Xianxia in the future, their future would be boundless. By the way, Iran, you offended brother Xianxia in the martial pavilion. Apologize to brother Xianxia. He is the teacher of the nation. Yun Sinan looked at Chen Iran and deliberately raised his voice. Chen Iran rolled her eyes. It was too obvious that her adoptive father was fawning on Xianxia. Xia Ting, Zhang Shun, and the others also wanted to laugh, but they understood that Yun Sinan wanted to fawn on Xianxia. Even if they were in his shoes, they would also fawn on a person like Xianxia. Moreover, wasn't the city lord's mansion trying to fawn on him? Teacher, please don't blame me. That day, Iran failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Chen Iran took 2 steps forward and clasped her fists at Xianxia. She was very shocked by Xianxia's fame. Because she had gone into closed-door cultivation, she had not been able to participate in the Scarlet Ridge Mountain Star Lord's ruins, which was a pity for her. However, she admired Xianxia from the bottom of her heart. She could not help but admire him. During this period of time, Xianxia's name was what she had heard the most. She could not neglect the reincarnation of a great expert. Little girl, you were quite powerful in the past, De Huang Dog could not help but say. Big Yellow couldn't help but ask. He didn't forget that he didn't gain any advantage from Chen Iran. It's a pity that my current strength is far too inferior to yours. Chen Iran shook her head helplessly. After such a long period of hard work, her cultivation had reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Source realm. Her progress was already very fast, but compared to Xianxia and De Huang Dog, it was still incomparable. Brother Xianxia, I don't think there's a rush to return to the martial pavilion. Let's see if you can give Iran some pointers. Yun Sinan said embarrassedly. If I'm not wrong, Miss Iran should be cultivating the unfettered movement technique. I've seen your movement technique before. It's unique, and you use softness to overcome hardness. It's a pity that your movement technique lacks the true unfettered movement technique. Although it's fast, it's extremely difficult to improve further. Xianxia looked at Chen Iran and said. He had fought with Chen Iran before, and he had also seen De Huang Dog and Chen Iran fight. Therefore, he had some understanding of Chen Iran's techniques. Please give me some pointers, teacher. Chen Iran's expression changed slightly. As the saying went, hearing about someone was not as good as seeing them in person. Her fear of Xianxia had always stemmed from rumors, but Xianxia's words had clearly explained her situation. How could Chen Iran not be shocked? There's no limit to heaven and earth. There's yin and yang and the 4 divisions. As the saying goes, using softness to overcome hardness, using 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies, Xianxia's words about Chen Iran's situation stunned Chen Iran. Her expression changed a few times, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep shock. Xianxia's words had enlightened her too much, allowing her to break through the shackles and bottlenecks that had existed for a long time. Once one broke through the shackles of cultivation, one's progress would be immeasurable. Just like Chen Iran right now, after receiving Xianxia's pointers, and just like Xia Ting before, her future progress would definitely be rapid. Thank you for your pointers, teacher. Chen Iran cupped her fists at Xianxia. This time, she was sincerely convinced. Go back and cultivate well. Your talent is no less than Xia Ting's. Jiangchen smiled at Chen Yiren, then looked at Yun Xinan. Clan leader Yun, I'll take my leave now. I'm afraid that there will be some unrest in the Crimson East region in the next few days. The Yun clan is the backbone of the human clan, so clan leader Yun will have to worry about it. Brother Jiangchen, don't worry. The Yun clan will not shirk its duty for the human clan. As long as we fight against the Feather clan, I, Yun Xinan, will definitely be the first to stand up. Yun Xinan patted his chest. Brother Jiangchen, go back and rest well. Prepare for the battle with Zhao Gongqing in 3 days. This fifth young master is not easy to deal with. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog returned to the martial pavilion and chose to go into seclusion. They did not step out of the door at all, which was a rare moment of leisure. Looks like the Feather race is doing everything they can to get rid of you. I feel that there must be a conspiracy in the battle in 3 days. De Huang Dog said. Hee, their conspiracy is non-existent in my eyes. Why would I be afraid of them? Jiangchen chuckled. That's true. How can their tricks escape our eyes? In my opinion, the Feather race only has 2 methods. If the fifth young master can kill you with his own strength, that would be the best. But if he can't, he will definitely have a backup plan. De Huang Dog said. It's only interesting that way. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very boring? Jiangchen shrugged. If the Feather race did not make a move, Jiangchen would take the initiative to attack. His body would rest sooner or later if he stayed in the martial pavilion. At this moment, in the central hall of the Feather race, a group of Heavenly Source experts gathered together. There was also a burly young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He had an imposing appearance and thought highly of himself. He was the only earthly source expert in the hall. Needless to say, he was the fifth young master of the Feather race, Zhao Gongqing. Is the altar ready? Zhao Lingxiao asked. Rest assured, Patriarch. The Netherworld platform is already hidden under the river. There's no sign of it at all. It's absolutely flawless. When the time comes, we'll directly send Jiangchen to the land of exile. No matter how powerful he is, he'll definitely die. A Heavenly Source expert said with a sinister smile. The Netherworld platform can break through the spatial barrier of the land of exile. Humph. As long as he enters the land of exile, even if he's the reincarnation of a powerful expert, he'll still die there. The land of exile is a unique place in the Crimson Afterglow star boundary. There are all kinds of people there, including demons, ghosts, and bloodthirsty maniacs. Not to mention a Unity origin realm like Jiangchen, even a peak Earth Source realm cultivator wouldn't be able to walk out alive. There are a total of 3 places of exile in the Crimson Afterglow astral plane. Unfortunately, the level of our Netherworld platform is limited, so we can only exile Jiangchen to the most basic place of exile. If we can exile him to the deeper place of exile, I'm afraid he will die. As far as I know, there are even heinous astral lords in the deeper place of exile. That's fine. You should know that it's easy to enter the land of exiles, but it's hard to get out. Even the lowest level of the land of exiles has peak Earth Source experts. They're more than enough to take Jiangchen's life. The higher-ups of the Feather race spoke with reverence for the land of exile. Just as Yun Xinan had said, Zhao Lingxiao was sinister and cunning. The battle at Crimson Ridge Mountain must have been another big plot. Last time in the Astral Lord's ruins, the Feather race had devised a shocking plot to deal with the geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. This time, it was another big plot to deal with Jiangchen. When the time comes, the fifth young master and Jiangchen will fight on the river. As long as the Netherworld platform opens, Jiangchen will be immediately exiled. Even if Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng are there, they won't be able to help in time. Jiangchen is too terrifying. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Someone said. We have to kill this man. He ruined our plan and killed so many of our geniuses. Even the 3 sons of the Patriarch were killed by him. We can only repay this deep hatred with Jiangchen's life. That's right. An elder gnashed his teeth. Let alone him, the entire Feather race hated Jiangchen to the core. They wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Moreover, Jiangchen was too great of a threat. If they did not get rid of him, once Xianxia grew up, it would be a disaster for the feather race. Even if Xianxia did not grow up, the overall strength of the human race would continue to grow with him, the teacher of the entire nation. This is unnecessary, Zhao Gan said angrily. He threw the cup on the table to the ground and glared at the higher-ups of the feather race with bloodshot eyes. A young earthly source disciple dared to be so rude in front of so many heavenly source experts. Only he, the fifth young master, would dare to do such a thing. If it had been an ordinary disciple of the feather race, he would have been slapped across the face. Qing don't be rude, Zhao Lingxiao scolded. Father, it's just a mere Jiangchen. I can definitely kill him myself. Why are you still doing this? You don't trust me, Zhao Gan said angrily. Zhao Gan said angrily. Young geniuses like him were extremely prideful. It was already extremely embarrassing for him to fight a unity origin human youth with his cultivation at the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Yet, the feather race still wanted to plot such a huge scheme behind the scenes. They clearly didn't trust Zhao Gan. How could Zhao Gan not feel depressed? Fifth young master, it's not that we don't trust you, but that Jiangchen is not as easy to deal with as he seems. Don't be fooled by his weak cultivation, he has many tricks up his sleeves. I believe you've heard that he managed to dodge the patriarch's attack. That's right. Jiangchen is far too great of a threat to our feather race. We must eliminate him at all costs. Of course, it would be best if fifth young master could kill him in a direct confrontation. We wouldn't have to waste the netherworld platform then. The two heavenly source elders spoke. They could understand Zhao Qianqing's current emotions, but they still had to do what they had to do. Compared to getting rid of Jiangchen, Zhao Qianqing's personal dignity was nothing. Qing this concerns the survival of the feather race. I have no choice but to do this. You must understand, Zhao Lingxiao said, patting Zhao Gan's shoulder. I have a condition, Zhao Gan said. What condition? Zhao Lingxiao frowned. In the feather race, the only ones who dared to negotiate with him were probably his sons. You can continue with your schemes. I will have a direct confrontation with Jiangchen. I believe that with my abilities, I will definitely be able to kill him and avenge my brother. Before I kill him, you are not allowed to activate the netherworld platform. I want to kill Jiangchen head-on, fair and square, Zhao Gan said, his tone filled with confidence. Of course, Zhao Gan had his reasons for being confident, and he also had the strength to do so. He had reached the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage at such a young age. Such a genius naturally had his own pride. He firmly believed that with his abilities, he would definitely be able to kill Jiangchen head-on. In Zhao Gan's heart, the feather race's grand scheme for the netherworld platform was completely unnecessary. It was a waste of energy and time. He alone was enough. Alright, I promise you. I'll give you the chance to kill Jiangchen head-on. After obtaining Zhao Lingxiao's permission, Zhao Ganqing coldly swung his arm and left the conference hall. The next day, the news of the fifth young master challenging Jiangchen began to spread like wildfire throughout the Crimson East region. The news spread like wildfire, and in just half a day, it had reached the ears of everyone in the Crimson East region. The feather race can't hold on any longer. A peerless genius has appeared in the human race, and the feather race feels greatly threatened. It's mainly because Jiangchen is too terrifying. Jiangchen single-handedly reversed the situation in the Star Lord's ruins, causing the feather race to suffer heavy losses. 3 of their young masters have died, and I've heard that the 9th young master has already died at Jiangchen's hands. With such a deep hatred, the feather race will naturally not let it go. How is it? Has Jiangchen accepted the challenge of the 5th young master? Of course he has. Jiangchen is now the representative of our human race. If he doesn't accept, wouldn't it seem like we're afraid of him? We can't afford to lose face like this. If Jiangchen really doesn't accept the challenge, the morale of the human race will suffer an incomparably heavy blow. It'll be a huge blow. On the side of the human race, there were discussions everywhere. Some people had already begun to hurry towards the Crimson Ridge Mountain, preparing to watch the representative battle between the human race and the feather race. I've heard that the 5th young master has already reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, while Xianxia is only at the Unity Origin realm. He hasn't reached the Earth Source realm yet. With such a huge gap, can he win? There will definitely be pressure, but since Xianxia dared to accept, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. I'm afraid you guys still don't know how powerful Xianxia is. He has been doing well in the Martial Pavilion for a long time. I have a good relationship with some people in the Martial Pavilion. In the Martial Pavilion, Xianxia once easily killed a three-eyed divine leopard, who was 3 levels above him. Moreover, Xianxia has a pair of wings on his back, and his speed is unparalleled. That's right. It's said that this Xianxia is the reincarnation of an almighty being, and he already has the title of Teacher of the Nation. There are many people in the Martial Pavilion who have received guidance from Xianxia, and those who have received guidance from Xianxia have all improved by leaps and bounds. The reincarnation of a mighty figure. I'm so envious. If Xianxia could give me some pointers, that would be such a blissful thing. Xianxia had long been famous in the Crimson East domain. He had a great reputation among the human race. Now that Xianxia and the 5th young master of the Feather Clan had arranged a battle, it directly affected the hearts of all the human race. In an instant, a large number of people began to head in the direction of the Crimson Ridge Mountain. No one was willing to miss out on this battle. The Martial Pavilion had also become restless. Wu Changtian had gathered all the upper echelons of the Heavenly Source stage and held an emergency meeting. The Feather Clan must still be plotting something. Dan Qingzi said. It doesn't matter if they're plotting something or not. Xianxia has already accepted the battle. We have to go together. I want to see what kind of tricks Zhao Lingxiao has up his sleeves. Wu Changtian's aura fluctuated. Let's not talk about schemes. Just this 5th young master doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. His cultivation has already reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage, and Xianxia's cultivation is a little lacking. Zhen Yang frowned. I'm not worried about that. Since Xianxia dared to accept the battle, he naturally has his own abilities. Don't forget that Xianxia has always killed enemies above his cultivation level, Wu Changtian said. Wu Changtian said. He was very confident in Xianxia's abilities. In my opinion, when the time comes, we just need to keep a close eye on him and not let Zhao Lingxiao and the other experts have the chance to make a move against Xianxia. We just need to ensure that this battle is fair and just. That's right. With us old guys here, it won't be easy for the Feather Clan to play tricks in front of us. This battle will definitely attract a lot of attention. If Xianxia wins, the morale of the human race will greatly increase. Coupled with the fact that Xianxia has been guiding most of the people of the Martial Pavilion, it won't be long before the overall strength of the Martial Pavilion rises to a new level. In my opinion, in 1 or 2 years at most, we will be able to fight to the death with the Feather Clan. The upper echelons of the Martial Pavilion were all filled with fighting spirit. Ever since the battle on Mount Chileing, the morale of the human race had soared. Now, the people of the Martial Pavilion, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, were all improving. At this rate of improvement, the gap between the human race and the Feather Clan had already widened, and the time for the death battle with the Feather Clan would not be long. However, everyone was clear that Xianxia's current status and weight in the human race was supreme and unique. He was the spiritual pillar of the human race, and as long as Xianxia was there, the spirit of the human race would not collapse. Therefore, the group of Heavenly Source experts had one thing to do, and that was to protect Xianxia's safety at all costs. As long as Xianxia was there, the human race was destined to prosper. 2 days passed very quickly. When Xianxia pushed open the door, he saw Wu Changtian, Xinyan, Dan Qingzi, and the others waiting outside. Greetings, Sect Master, Pavilion Master. Xianxia clasped his fists. Since they were waiting here again, Xianxia was not surprised at all. If they did not appear here, Xianxia would be truly surprised. Xianxia, what's your current cultivation? Wu Changtian asked. Even he felt his face turning red when he asked this question. After all, with his cultivation, he was actually unable to see through the cultivation of a disciple of the Martial Pavilion. This was somewhat embarrassing. However, this was the reality. Wu Changtian could not see through Xianxia at all. With Xianxia standing there, unless he released his own aura, he would not be able to see through his true cultivation. Xianxia, Dan Qingzi, and the others did not have any intention of mocking Wu Changtian, because they were the same. They could not see through Jiangchen at all. They were very clear that this did not mean that they were incapable, but that Jiangchen was too powerful. Peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Only when Jiangchen released his aura did everyone see Jiangchen's true strength. Jiangchen's rapid progress shocked Wu Changtian and the others. When they had returned from the Scarlet Mountain, Jiangchen's cultivation had only been at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Realm. In such a short time, he had advanced a level and reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. They believed that none of them could make such progress. Although they were shocked, Jiangchen's cultivation still made them worry. Don't worry, Sect Master. Zhao Ganqing has challenged me, so he will definitely die. Jiangchen said nonchalantly. The confidence that came from his bones made it impossible for anyone to doubt him at all. Hearing Jiangchen's words, Wu Changtian and the others calmed down. They believed that Jiangchen's words were not baseless. They were even filled with anticipation. They wanted to see just what made Jiangchen so confident that he could kill Zhao Ganqing with his cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Realm. The day of the battle had arrived. Without wasting any time, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog followed Wu Changtian and the others. They rose into the air and flew towards the Chilean Mountain. Although the Chilean Mountain was quite far from the Martial Pavilion, it was a piece of cake for them to go anywhere in the Crimson East region with their speed. At this moment, the Chilean Mountain, which had been quiet for a short while, was bustling with activity once again. The valley at the heart of the mountain was filled with people. Many people had rushed here immediately after hearing the news of the battle, afraid that they would miss it. Many disciples of the Martial Pavilion had come as well. They were all admirers of Jiangchen and wanted to witness Jiangchen's abilities with their own eyes. Especially those who had not participated in the Star Lord's ruins and had not witnessed Jiangchen's terrifying battle strength, they were even more excited about this battle. The Feather Race had already sent someone over. Zhao Ganqing, who was dressed in a golden battle robe, stood above the river with his eyes closed, waiting for his opponent to appear. Behind him, the higher-ups of the Feather Race, including Zhao Lingxiao and the others, watched quietly. Their gazes would fall on the river from time to time. The seemingly calm surface of the river hid a great conspiracy of the Feather Race. The Feather Race had already set up 2 conspiracies here. The first time was against the genius disciples of the entire human race, and this time, it was against Jiangchen. That damned Jiangchen. He has made our Feather Race suffer heavy losses. This time, the 5th young master will definitely tear him to pieces. That's right. The 5th young master's strength has already reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. How can a Unity Origin realm be compared to him? However, I also want to see what this Jiangchen looks like to make us suffer such heavy losses. I also want to see if this person really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Out of the 9 young masters of the Feather Race, 4 have died. 3 of them were killed by him, and the other 1 died because of him. The 5th young master is not only fighting to regain the popularity of the Feather Race, but also to avenge the death of his younger brother. Many young disciples of the Feather Race also ran over. They were very confident in the 5th young master. After all, the 5th young master's strength was clear for all to see. They didn't believe that the 5th young master couldn't defeat a Unity Origin realm expert. Xia Ting, Chen Yiren, Feng Wei, and Zhang Qing had also arrived ahead of time. They had chosen a spot in the valley to watch the battle. More than a dozen powerful auras appeared in the distance, approaching from afar. Soon, they appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Look, Jiangchen is here. He's so handsome. This is the first time I've seen this national teacher. I didn't expect him to be so young. Look at that pair of beautiful wings on his back. How domineering. The winged race's advantage in speed is probably non-existent against Jiangchen. As soon as Jiangchen appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Whether it was the human clan or the feather clan, almost everyone's eyes fell on Jiangchen. After all, Jiangchen's reputation in the Red East territory was too great. It's quite lively here. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was a restless person who loved crowds the most. The livelier it was, the more excited he was. Whoosh, as soon as Xianxia appeared, he felt an incomparably sharp gaze directed at him. Xianxia followed the gaze and saw that the owner of that cold gaze was the fifth young master, Zhao Ganqing. "You're Xianxia?" Zhao Ganqing said, not concealing his murderous intent. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. With a flap of his dragon wings, he appeared on the river and stood opposite Zhao Ganqing. "That's right. I killed your brothers. So many talented disciples of the feather race died because of me. If you want revenge, you should look for me," Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. He did not put Zhao Gan in his eyes at all. Boom, as soon as Xianxia said this, endless anger was unleashed from Zhao Ganqing's body. His eyes were burning with anger. If looks could kill, Xianxia would have died a horrible death by now. "Get ready," Zhao Lingxiao said softly from afar. "Don't worry. The netherworld platform has already been set up. As long as the fifth young master doesn't kill Xianxia, the netherworld platform will immediately activate. We won't give Xianxia any chance to escape." A heavenly origin expert of the feather race, Lung Lung, said. He was already fully prepared. He would not let Xianxia live today. Even if the fifth young master couldn't kill Xianxia, the netherworld platform would send Xianxia to the land of exile. "Xianxia, you're only at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. What makes you think you can fight me?" Zhao Ganqing snorted disdainfully after seeing Xianxia's strength. He had no idea what made Xianxia so powerful. He could not believe that the person who destroyed the feather race's grand plan was a Unity Origin realm disciple of the Martial Pavilion. "You'll know why in a moment. If you want to avenge your brother, I'll be a good person and send you down there to reunite with your brothers. That way, the relationship between you two brothers won't be in vain," Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. "Shameless boasting. Since you've come to die today, I'll fulfill your wish." Blue Sky Palm. Zhao Ganqing could not be bothered to talk with Xianxia anymore. He had to kill Xianxia with his own hands. He could not let Xianxia be sent to the land of exile by the netherworld platform. If that happened, he would seem too useless. Boom, a powerful airwave swept across the area. The falling blue palm struck out, unleashing thousands of silky threads. A powerful palm print blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth as it struck down towards Xianxia's head. This attack was extremely powerful and lethal. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. There was still a gap between his strength and Zhao Ganqing's, so he immediately used his draconic transformation. Zhao Ganqing was no ordinary third heavenly layer of the Earth Origin realm. His true battle prowess was enough to kill ordinary fourth heavenly layer Earth Origin experts. Even if Xianxia used his draconic transformation, he would still not be his opponent. He needed to reach the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm before he could fight Zhao Ganqing to the death. Of course, this was also the reason why Xianxia had agreed to fight Zhao Ganqing. Advancing through battle had always been Xianxia's forte and what he looked forward to the most. Zhao Ganqing was powerful, so he was a good candidate for Xianxia's advancement. Boom, a dreadful desolation force rippled out from Xianxia's body. Under the effect of the dragon transformation, Xianxia's appearance became somewhat ferocious. Xianxia's reaction was extremely fast. In an instant, the powerful true dragon palm was launched towards Zhao Ganqing's blue sky palm. Boom, the air was violent. The entire sky above the river was filled with a violent aura. Waves of air surged and colorful energy surged. Xianxia, who was knocked back by a single move, had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Ganqing, who had an unparalleled aura. This Zhao Ganqing was indeed powerful, far more powerful than ordinary cultivators. However, Xianxia did not show any fear in his eyes after being defeated in a single move. Instead, he became even more excited and bloodthirsty. "Very good. You did not disappoint me." A smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The stronger this fifth young master was, the more excited Xianxia was. If his opponent was a weakling, this battle would be meaningless, let alone challenging. "Look, Xianxia is injured. He is not the fifth young master's opponent at all. Sigh, it's already amazing that he could survive the fifth young master's blue sky palm with his cultivation at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. What a pity. The difference in cultivation cannot be made up for. The difference is just too great. He was defeated in a single move. How is he going to fight this battle? I wonder how Xianxia will deal with the next battle. This Zhao Ganqing has probably not used his trump card yet. On the side of the human race, many people's facial expression turned ugly. As a matter of fact, such an outcome was within their expectations. From the moment they saw the huge gap between Xianxia and Zhao Qianqing's cultivation base, the result seemed to have been determined. However, what they did not understand was why Xianxia agreed to fight Zhao Ganqing to the death when there was such a huge difference in cultivation. Was it for the sake of his dignity? However, it was somewhat unwise to use his own life to show off. Teacher has already transformed, but he is still not Zhao Ganqing's opponent. It seems that the outcome of this battle will not be optimistic. Feng Wei said with a frown. His tone was filled with worry. Feng Wei, why are you saying such words to diminish teacher's prestige? Others might not know, but you should be clear about teacher's ability. In the martial pavilion, how many times have I been counterattacked by teacher? Xie Ting glared at Feng Wei and said snappily. He had 100% confidence in Xianxia, and this confidence came from Xianxia's domineering aura that could do anything. That's right. Don't forget how the twin hell pangolin and three-eyed panther died. Do you think that master will fight a battle that he has no confidence in winning? Look, Zhao Ganqing still has a long way to go before he can kill master. Zhang Qing also said. Feng Wei stopped talking, but his eyes were filled with passion. He naturally hoped that Xianxia would win. The reason why he said those discouraging words was actually because he cared about Xianxia. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. Look, even though teacher was defeated in a single move, the injuries he suffered from the blue sky palm seemed to have completely recovered in an instant. His aura hasn't weakened at all. This means that Zhao Ganqing's move didn't hurt teacher at all. Chen Yiren said. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration for Xianxia. She was not the only one. Everyone was filled with admiration for Xianxia. This admiration had reached an extreme. As geniuses of the younger generation, they had never admired someone so much before. Who was Zhao Ganqing? He was a peerless genius of the Feather Clan. There was no need to mention how strong he was. The blue sky palm was his unique skill. Even with his cultivation of the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he was unable to cause any fatal injuries to Xianxia. This in itself was shocking. In other words, even though Zhao Ganqing was powerful, if he was unable to harm Xianxia, this battle would really be interesting. Zhao Ganqing's proud gaze landed on Xianxia, but he could not help but frown. Even though he had gained the upper hand in a single move, the outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. The difference was just too great. Zhao Gan couldn't believe it. With such a huge gap between their cultivation bases, his falling blue palm only pushed Xianxia back, not to mention taking his life. The injuries he received did not affect Xianxia's aura at all. Just what kind of monstrous existence is this guy? Zhao Gan was speechless. One had to know that with his strength, he could even kill a cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm with a single palm strike, let alone a Unity Origin realm cultivator. However, Xianxia had blocked his powerful attack with a cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. This kind of cross-cultivation challenge had exceeded his imagination and understanding. Crack crack, Zhao Lingxiao, who was watching the battle from afar, clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He looked at Xianxia with undisguised killing intent. This person must be killed. Otherwise, the feather race will be destroyed by his hand sooner or later. Zhao Lingxiao's voice was low. The other experts of the feather race could also see how terrifying Xianxia was. They had never seen or heard of such a monstrous genius. Even in the entire Crimson Cloud star boundary or even the entire Heavenly Awakening star field, there was probably no other person like Xianxia, let alone in the small Crimson East region. Xianxia, you are indeed powerful. You can be proud to be able to survive my blue sky palm. However, you are not my opponent at all. Today, I must kill you to avenge my brothers, Zhao Ganqing said loudly. Zhao Ganqing said loudly. His tone was filled with respect towards Xianxia. He no longer looked down on Xianxia. He, Zhao Ganqing, had no right to look down on someone with such monstrous talent. Revenge with your mouth? Let's see if you're injured, Divine Qilin arm, Xianxia shouted. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to attack. The Qilin divine arm was transformed into a giant Qilin. A lifelike Qilin was punched towards Zhao Gan fiercely. What a powerful combat skill. If I were to learn this combat skill, my combat strength would at least double. Zhao Ganqing's eyes shone with greed. However, he also knew that his main task today was to kill Xianxia, so he naturally could not be distracted. Up to the blue sky, down to the yellow springs, dream of the yellow springs. Zhao Ganqing attacked once again. His entire body was ferocious to the extreme. He had unleashed the falling blue palm to the maximum, which was why he didn't cause any real damage to Xianxia. This time, Zhao Ganqing didn't hold back. Dream of the Yellow Springs was the most powerful killing move of the Blue Sky Palm. Zhao Ganqing had once used this move to defeat a fourth heavenly layer Earth Source Realm Elder of the Feather Race, making him famous throughout the entire Feather Race. Just in time. Xianxia felt an unparalleled pressure. His entire body seemed to be pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. Crack crack, cracking sounds could be heard from Xianxia's body. Under the absolute pressure, his powerful true dragon physique started to retaliate. It was the resistance of his origin. Under this resistance, his origin potential was stimulated once again. The ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm was just a step away from him. Rumble, the terrifying falling blue palm pressed down once again, bringing with it the smell of the yellow springs. The Qilin conjured by the Qilin arm became an existence that couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was completely destroyed in an instant. Rumble, without any surprise, Xianxia was once again sent flying away. This time, it was much more miserable than the last time. Xianxia's body fell down from the sky and heavily smashed onto the surrounding stone walls of the valley, creating a huge hole in the wall. Smoke filled the air. Xianxia couldn't be seen in the wall at all. Only a series of violent coughs could be heard. Too powerful. In the eyes of the spectators, Xianxia couldn't even withstand a single blow. The fight between Xianxia and Zhao Gan didn't seem to be on the same level at all. Genius of the human race? Humph. Nothing more than that. You can't even withstand a single blow from my falling blue palm. Zhao Gan's aura was unparalleled. He wore an evil smile as he looked at the huge hole in the mountain with black smoke rising from it. The fifth young master is mighty. The geniuses of the younger generation of the Feather Race started to become restless. They all cheered loudly and their morale was high. This move was really satisfying. Haha, the geniuses of the human race can't take it anymore. Even the teachers of the nation are only SOSO. That's right. He was beaten up like a dead dog. He couldn't even fight back. It's all because of the human race. I thought he was powerful. He's probably dead now. Even if he's not dead, he won't be able to fight anymore. Kill him and take revenge for our dead brothers and sisters. The geniuses of the Feather Race became restless and cheered loudly. The strength of the fifth young master had made them extremely excited. On the other hand, the morale of the human race was completely low. Many people came here to see Xianxia's heroic and domineering appearance. They didn't expect that he would be beaten like a dead dog. It was too disappointing. When he saw the harpies howling in anger, he felt like he shouldn't have come in the first place. This Zhao Ganqing is indeed powerful. It seems that Xianxia is no match for him at all. Wu Changtian sighed. He was already starting to regret not stopping Xianxia from accepting the challenge. If something had happened to Xianxia, the human race would have suffered a huge loss. Don't jump to conclusions yet. I don't think Brother Xianxia is that weak. Let's continue watching. I can already sense a powerful ripple overflowing from the mountain. Yun Sinan stared unblinkingly at the mountain below. He had been paying attention to Xianxia. He had seen Xianxia's ability to guide Cheniren. Such a person was born with the aura of a king. He was the reincarnation of an unparalleled mighty figure. How could he be defeated so easily, high up in the sky, the high-spirited Zhao Ganqing suddenly felt a powerful ripple coming from the mountain. His expression instantly changed. He's not dead yet. Zhao Ganqing suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. Light flashed in his hand and suddenly, an extremely sharp spear appeared. The spear emitted a 7-colored radiance. In Zhao Ganqing's hand, it looked like a poisonous dragon. Jiangchen, go to hell. Zhao Ganqing held the spear in his hand and stabbed at the big hole in the mountain below with lightning speed. He wanted to stab Jiangchen directly into the stone wall and not give him any chance to escape. Whoosh, however, when Zhao Ganqing's spear had just reached the big hole, a sword light shot out from the cave like a ray of light from the 9 heavens. The sword light was like a dragon, emitting a series of whistling sounds. Zhao Ganqing's spear pierced the sword light precisely. Something terrible happened. The power of the sword light was simply unfathomable. Although Zhao Ganqing had pierced through the sword light, he had also suffered a strong recoil. His body shook violently, and the arm that held the spear could not help but feel numb. Rumble, the next moment, the mountain collapsed, and countless stones flew wildly in the sky. A domineering figure jumped out of the rubble. With a deafening dragon roar, Jiangchen's body was covered with infinite golden light. He held the true dragon sword in his hand and stood proudly in the void. Zhao Ganqing, if you want to kill me, go back and cultivate for another 100 years. Jiangchen's voice rumbled. He was like a god of war that had descended. His dragon eyes looked down on the world. Jiangchen's cultivation had already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was not someone who had just reached the 9th heavenly layer, but someone who had already stabilized his cultivation. Whoosh, many people were dumbfounded by this scene. The excited members of the feather race did not even have time to smile before their expressions turned to shock. This is impossible. Zhao Ganqing's emotions were in a mess. He couldn't believe that this was real. His dream of the netherworld was his ultimate attack. In his mind, it was already a miracle that Jiangchen could survive this attack. Zhao Ganqing was shocked. But now, not only did Jiangchen survive, but he had also advanced in the battle. This was just too absurd. He could not imagine how Jiangchen had done it. Look, Jiangchen isn't dead. My God, he's still alive even with those injuries. That's just too powerful. Not only is he not dead, his cultivation seems to have increased. It's a miracle that he can still advance in such a battle. Now that Jiangchen has reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, his life force is just too tenacious. That's amazing. Zhao Ganqing is probably in a daze right now. He couldn't even kill Jiangchen when he was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Now that Jiangchen has reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, Zhao Ganqing has even less of a chance. Do you guys think it's possible for Jiangchen to counterattack and kill Zhao Ganqing? It's really hard to say. As expected of the nation's teacher, the reincarnation of a great expert. I'm starting to look forward to this battle. The humans who had already lost their morale suddenly cheered. If Jiangchen at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm could not bring them hope, then the current Jiangchen was completely different. Did you see that? I knew it would end like this. I only admire teacher for advancing in the battle. Xia smiled proudly. His face was filled with pride, as if the person who had achieved such a heaven-defying feat was not Jiangchen, but him. Do you still remember the three-eyed leopard? Remember it and wait for teacher to counterattack. The situation had changed and the entire battle seemed to be about to be reversed. Everyone was very clear that regardless of whether Jiangchen had the strength to defeat the 5th young master, there was one thing that was certain. That was, the 5th young master couldn't kill Jiangchen when he was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Now that Jiangchen had advanced to the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, it was even more impossible for the 5th young master to kill Jiangchen. Everyone, pay attention to the movements of Zhao Lingxiao and the others at all times. We can't give them a chance to secretly attack Jiangchen. Wu Changtian reminded everyone. Okay. Yun Xinan responded. They naturally understood what Wu Changtian meant. Zhao Ganqing had no chance to kill Jiangchen now. With Jiangchen's ability, it was not a problem for him to protect himself. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about Jiangchen's safety anymore. What they needed to do now was to pay close attention to the movements of Zhao Lingxiao and the others. They couldn't let Zhao Lingxiao have a chance to attack Jiangchen like last time. Although Jiangchen was able to avoid Zhao Lingxiao's attack last time, Jiangchen's strength was too weak compared to Zhao Lingxiao's. Who knew if it was an accident last time? If he couldn't avoid it this time, wouldn't it be a great loss? On the other side, the faces of Zhao Lingxiao and the others were extremely ugly. Jiangchen's strength had exceeded all of their expectations. He was simply a huge variable. In such an overwhelming battle, he actually had a chance to turn the tables. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it at all. It seems that the Patriarch has foresight. The preparation of the Netherworld platform is too good. The fifth young master no longer has the strength to kill Jiangchen. He can only exile Jiangchen to the land of exile and let him fend for himself. A heavenly source expert of the Feather Clan said. That's impossible. How did you do it? Zhao Gan glanced at Jiangchen. His mind was in a mess. Although he was still powerful, his state of mind had begun to change. Jiangchen's godly behavior had completely shocked him. Just as the others had said, Zhao Ganqing no longer had the strength to kill Jiangchen. Zhao Ganqing himself had lost all confidence. However, Zhao Qianqing refused to accept it. Even if Jiangchen had advanced to the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, he still refused to accept it. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He didn't even dream that he would have a life-or-death battle with a Unity Origin Realm expert because it was a humiliation to him. There are still many things I can do. For example, I'm going to take your life. Jiangchen said casually. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand constantly roared and was filled with battle intent. It seemed like it wanted to jump out of Jiangchen's hand and fight alone. Ha ha ha, Jiangchen, I admit that you're very outstanding and powerful. But don't you think it's a little childish for you to take my life? Zhao Gan chuckled as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Although he didn't have the confidence to kill Jiangchen, saying that he would die in the hands of a 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm was looking down on him too much. Then you can try. Sword 22. Jiangchen didn't want to waste time with Zhao Gan. The heavenly dragon sword rippled and he immediately used Sword 22. This unrivaled sword art could be called the ancestor of the sword art. With a single strike, the wind and clouds changed color. It was invincible. What a powerful sword art. Zhao Gan's expression changed slightly. This sword art of Jiangchen displayed the demeanor of a master. Perhaps only a true master of the sword could display it. Roaring flame spear. Zhao Gan didn't dare to be careless. The spear in his hand was covered with flames. Gorgeous wings bloomed on his back. It turned out that he was a 6-winged man. This bloodline was considered noble in the Feather Clan. For a time, the sky was filled with sword shadows and spear shadows, intertwining and entangling. Sword 23. Jiangchen casted out the 23 swords and fought with Zhao Ganqing relentlessly. One had to admit that Zhao Ganqing wasn't an easy opponent. He was able to fight on par with Jiangchen, who was in his dragon form and using the limitless sword. Sword 24. Jiangchen's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. When he displayed the 24 moves of sword, Zhao Ganqing had gradually fallen into a disadvantageous position. He was being suppressed by Jiangchen and his every move seemed to be inferior to Jiangchen. What a powerful sword art. Wu Changtian's eyes were shining. Jiangchen's sword art even shocked him, the head of the sect. This sword art is so profound. Every move carries supreme meaning. Any one of them is enough for me to study for a lifetime. No wonder he is the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Yun Xinan said in shock. He also practiced swordsmanship and was even a sword fanatic, so he was particularly sensitive to swordsmanship. At this moment, when he saw Jiangchen's sword art, he felt that a new world had been opened to him. This sword art was so attractive. If it were not for the situation, Yun Xinan would have rushed out to worship Jiangchen as his master. Sword 25. Jiangchen's sword art was endless, like waves, one higher than the other. His sword art could always shock people's minds. Take Yun Xinan for example. Every time he thought that this was the best sword art of Jiangchen, but the next moment, Xianxia was able to display a profound sword art that made his eyes light up again. One move after another, constantly refreshing Yunxinan's senses. The endless meaning of the sword made Yunxinan really fascinated. With sword 25, the fifth young master was no match for Xianxia at all. In addition, his mind was in a mess, so his fighting spirit was not as strong as at the beginning. When he fought against Xianxia, he was always on the losing end. He could only defend passively and didn't even have the chance to take the initiative to attack. Under the 25th sword, Zhao Gan was forced to retreat step by step. His body was already covered with wounds. Sword 26, Dragon Incarnation, Dragon and Sword Unite. Sword 26 came out. This was the first time that Xianxia had used Sword 26 since he came to the Eternal World. It could be seen that Zhao Gan was quite a good opponent. At least, he had forced Xianxia to use all his strength. At this moment, Xianxia had completely turned into a green dragon. He was no longer half human and half dragon. He had turned into a giant war dragon, like the ancestor of the dragon, shocking the world and proud of the heavens and earth. The next moment, the real dragon and the sword were completely integrated. The sword was surrounded by camps, and the real dragon was completely integrated into the body of the sword. It was the real dragon and sword unite. This was a fatal move. It was incomparable, and it was a kind of sword art, which had surpassed the Great Way. Everyone was shocked. Yunxinan opened his mouth in horror and could not believe his eyes. Even Zhao Lingxiao and the others were attracted by Xianxia's sword 26. At this moment, Zhao Gan was seriously injured. In the face of Xianxia's fatal attack, he quickly used his wings and wanted to escape. Die for me! Xianxia shouted loudly. His voice was like the voice of an emperor that came from the 9 heavens, shaking everyone's soul. The domineering aura that came from above the heavens and earth made everyone want to submit and worship him. Father, save me! Zhao Qianqing cried for help. He was currently enveloped by Xianxia's aura and sword qi, and there was no way for him to escape. Moreover, there was a certain gap between his speed and Xianxia's. Xianxia's shout and Zhao Qianqing's cry for help woke Zhao Lingxiao and the others from their shock. Seeing that his son was about to die under Xianxia's sword, Zhao Lingxiao's expression instantly changed. Brat, don't you dare hurt my son. Zhao Lingxiao's aura fluctuated and he was about to rush out, but he was instantly enveloped by another aura. Zhao Lingxiao, this is a fair battle. If you dare to attack, I will not stand by and watch. The one who spoke was naturally Wu Changtian. All his attention was on Zhao Lingxiao. If Zhao Lingxiao dared to act rashly, Wu Changtian would immediately attack, not giving Wu Changtian any chance to hurt Xianxia. Open the Netherworld platform. Zhao Lingxiao clenched his fists. If the Netherworld platform did not open, Zhao Qianqing would die at the hands of Xianxia. With Wu Changtian present, Zhao Lingxiao knew that he had no way of interfering with the battle between Xianxia and Zhao Qianqing. Wu Changtian and the others would definitely not sit by and watch. The great elder of the feather race did not dare to be careless. He had never imagined that Xianxia would be so powerful. In their expectations, even if Zhao Qianqing could not kill Xianxia, at least Zhao Qianqing would not be defeated, and his life would not be in danger. The great elder of the feather race finally saw the true strength of Xianxia. Reality proved that they had all underestimated Xianxia, and from this, they could see how terrifying and threatening Xianxia was. They were even more grateful that the Netherworld platform was prepared well. A black talisman suddenly appeared in the hands of the head elder of the feather race. The talisman was instantly crushed. For a moment, the river in the valley began to rage. A black pillar of light shot out from the river. It was extremely fast and instantly enveloped Xianxia. An unparalleled spatial pulling force, like a huge black hole, was about to suck Xianxia in. The power of spatial teleportation, good, this Yu clan is indeed scheming. Unfortunately, I have the sky ascending stairway in my hands, trying to use this against me is too stupid. I'll kill this fifth young master first. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. There was not the slightest trace of panic on his face. Sword 26 launched a terrifying attack, and his speed increased by more than 3 times. At the moment when he was about to be pulled into the black light column, the battle sword pierced through Zhao Ganqing's head. Ah! A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the sky. Under countless shocked gazes, the arrogant fifth young master of the Feather clan died under Xianxia's sword. No! Zhao Lingxiao roared. He could only watch his son being killed. That kind of feeling made him feel like his eyes were about to pop out. This was the fifth son that had died in Xianxia's hands. Although the sixth young master Zhao Qianquan wasn't killed by Xianxian, Zhao Qianquan wouldn't have died in the remains of the Star Lord without Xianxian's help. Zhao Lingxiao's heart was filled with grief and hatred towards Xianxian. If Xianxian wasn't controlled by the Netherworld platform and couldn't escape, he would have already attacked Xianxian. Seeing that the fifth young master was killed, the human clan began to cheer. However, as soon as the cheering began, everyone realized that something was wrong. Because the appearance of the black light column was too strange. Xianxian was trapped in the black light column, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not get out. Xianxian, who was in the black light column, felt the power of another space. That space was full of violent aura, killing intent, and evil. Such an aura made Xianxian's eyes light up. Xianxian moved his mind, and the sky-climbing ladder immediately moved. In other words, if Xianxian wanted to, he could use the sky-climbing ladder to get rid of the control of the black light column at any time. This made Xianxian feel a lot more at ease. The sky-climbing ladder was indeed extraordinary, and its level was probably much more terrifying than Xianxian had expected. According to Xianxian's fear, the sky-climbing ladder in his hand could help him return to the Qidong territory no matter where he was. Of course, the space he was in must have a certain connection with the Qidong territory. Based on Xianxian's understanding of space management, the place that the black light column was trying to draw him to was connected to the Qidong territory by a spatial barrier. Therefore, Xianxian was not worried at all. He did not use the sky-climbing ladder. He wanted to go take a look at that evil space. In any case, he had the sky-climbing ladder with him. If he wanted to leave, he could come back at any time. Xianxian needed to continuously increase his cultivation. Now that he had killed the fifth prince, the relationship between the human race and the feather race had worsened. With Xianxian's current cultivation, besides becoming a thorn in the feather race's side, he would not be able to increase his strength if he continued to stay in the Qidong territory. Xianxian was a restless person. His restless heart would not allow him to stay calm. The feather race's plot was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. It was a good place to train. Since that was the case, Xianxian would do as Zhao Lingxiao wished and go take a look. Otherwise, if he killed Zhao Ganqing today, Zhao Lingxiao would be enraged and start a war with the human race. Swish, the black light beam disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The surface of the river returned to its original calmness, as if nothing had happened. The only thing missing was Xianxian. That's right, Xianxian had disappeared. Not a single trace of his qi was left behind. What's going on? Dan Qingzi's aura fluctuated as he circled around the river twice. He immediately sensed the aura of the Netherworld platform, and his expression fell. Before the Netherworld platform had opened, it had been hidden too well and not a single trace of its aura had leaked out. Therefore, no one had sensed it at all. Now that the Netherworld platform had opened, with Dan Qingzi's soul energy, he was naturally the first to sense it. Zhao Lingxiao was the first to act. He grabbed out with his hand, pulling Xianxian's massive Netherworld platform out of the river and putting it away with a wave of his sleeve. What's that? Zhen Yang frowned. Ha ha ha, Wu Changtian, you probably never would have thought that the Netherworld platform could connect to the land of exiles, Zhao Lingxiao loudly laughed. Zhao Lingxiao laughed heartily. However, because of his son's death, his smile, which should have been one of complacency, was replaced by one of gnashing his teeth. What? The land of exile. Damn it. Zhao Lingxiao, that bastard, actually sent Xianxian to the land of exile. It's over. It's completely over. Yun Xinan's face was extremely gloomy. Although he had never seen the land of exile, he had heard of it. Once you entered that kind of place, you would never be able to come out again. That's right. I have already exiled Xianxian to the land of exile. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will be extremely difficult for him to survive. Xianxian killed several of our sons and caused our Yu clan to lose more than 2,000 geniuses. The Yu clan is already being merciful by not killing him directly. Zhao Lingxiao said loudly. A big stone in his heart had finally been lifted. For him, Jiang Chen was too big of a threat. Only when Jiang Chen was gone could he truly feel at ease. In the following time, Zhao Lingxiao would focus all his attention on improving the strength of the Yu clan. Since the appearance of Jiang Chen, so many things had happened. The Yu clan and the human clan were not far from a real decisive battle. For a moment, the human clan mourned. Countless people could not help but curse. The Yu clan was too shameless. It was supposed to be a fair battle, but now it seemed that there was no fairness at all. Just like the Star Lord's ruins, this itself was another big conspiracy against Jiang Chen. It's over. The land of exile. I've heard of such a place. It's full of unpardonable evildoers. There are no rules at all. Even the lowest level of the land of exile will be extremely difficult to come out after entering. It's really a pity. Jiang Chen is a peerless genius of our human clan. He is almost the hope of our entire human clan. Sigh. The Yu clan is too despicable. It seems that our war with the Yu clan is not far away. Although Jiang Chen has only existed for a short time, his contributions to the human clan are indelible. The human clan gritted their teeth. Although they had killed the fifth young master, they had lost Jiang Chen. This was an irreparable loss for the human clan. Even if they had 105th young masters, they would not be able to exchange for one Jiang Chen. Let's go. Zhao Lingxiao waved his hand and left with the harpies. There was no victor or loser in this battle. Both sides had suffered losses, but the humans had suffered more. From this point of view, the feather race had won. Brother Wu, are we going to let them go just like that? Yun Xinan was furious. What else can we do? If the 2-second heavenly layer heavenly origin experts of the feather race fight, we won't be able to gain any advantage. Brother Xia is currently in secluded cultivation and hasn't appeared yet. Moreover, there are many humans spectating the battle, so we'll be caught in the crossfire if we really fight. We can't just ignore everything else. Wu Changtian clenched his fists tightly. Jiang Chen's loss made him feel bitter. I don't believe that master is gone just like that. The land of exile might not be able to trap him. Xia Ting said. Child, I'm afraid you don't know how powerful the land of exile is. Wu Changtian patted Xia Ting's shoulder. He understood how Xia Ting was feeling at the moment, but reality was reality. As a heavenly source expert, he knew better than anyone just how terrifying the land of exile was. The sect master of the martial pavilion was. You're all worrying for nothing. You've probably forgotten that Jiang Chen brought many humans out of the broken flight stream zone. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully and said persistently. There were so many people present, but only Jiang Chen's brother, De Huang Dog, was not worried at all. No one knew Jiang Chen better than him, and only he knew Jiang Chen's true identity. Jiang Chen was someone who had comprehended the true Great Way. He was the master of a world and the ancestor of the Great Way. He had comprehended the law of space a long time ago, and the only reason he could not travel through space here was because his cultivation was not high enough. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the stairway to heaven with him. He could come and go as he pleased in the tiny land of exile. Before Jiang Chen disappeared, he even used his telepathy to leave a message for De Huang Dog. I'll go in and take a look, then I'll come back to get you. Perhaps the land of exile was a place of certain death in the eyes of outsiders, making them tremble in fear and helpless. However, to Jiang Chen, it was merely a place where he could come and go as he pleased. As soon as De Huang Dog said this, everyone's eyes could not help but light up again. They naturally knew about the broken flight stream zone. The fact that he could walk out of the broken flight stream zone was enough to prove how amazing Jiang Chen was. More importantly, De Huang Dog was not worried at all. They were very clear about the relationship between De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen. They were really like brothers. If Jiang Chen's life was really in danger, the first person to go berserk would be De Huang Dog. This dog was not to be trifled with. Everyone knew this. He was the master who had once caused chaos in the Wuji Pavilion. If Jiang Chen was done for today, De Huang Dog would probably be the first to rush over and fight with the Feather Clan. That's right. I've heard about what happened in Broken Fly Stream, so I believe that teacher will definitely be fine. With his abilities, he will probably be able to do well in the land of exiles. The feather race probably shot themselves in the foot by sending teacher there. They're just providing teacher with a place to train, that's all. Xiating said confidently. If that's the case, then that's great. Wu Chongtian's mood suddenly became relaxed, as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. Yun Xinan, Xingyang, and the rest nodded in agreement. That's right. Thinking back to what Jiang Chen had done in the past, it would not be easy to kill Jiang Chen. How could a reincarnated expert die so easily? After the humans left, the Chilling Mountain became quiet again. It had completely turned into a barren mountain range. Since the last beast died, the demonic beasts had been chased out of the Chilling Mountain. Until now, a large number of demonic beasts had not returned. The land of exile was a self-proclaimed world. The territory here was incomparably vast, and the good and bad mixed together. It was similar to the sinful city in the immortal realm that Jiang Chen had been in. It was a place full of sin and slaughter. There were no rules here, and there were no grudges between the humans and the Feather Clan. Here, the humans and the Feather Clan could coexist. The only thing that mattered was who was stronger. It did not matter if you were a human or a Feather Clan. Whoever was stronger would have the final say. The people here were unpardonably evil. Slaughter pervaded the air, and the smell of blood in the air had never disappeared. Burning, killing, and looting were common here. The people here did not care about the dignity of their race. They did not care about such things. To put it bluntly, the people here only cared about themselves. The Netherworld platform had opened the spatial door to the land of exile, and Jiang Chen had been exiled here. That figure was none other than Jiang Chen, who had just been exiled. Dozens of men in black clothes discovered Jiang Chen, and they immediately surrounded him. Jiang Chen steadied himself and glanced at them. He discovered that there were humans, feather race, and demonic beasts among them. They all radiated a different aura. Their faces were cold and ruthless, and their eyes were filled with evil. In other words, none of them were good, and none of them were kind. There were a total of 12 people. One was at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, 2 were at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, and the rest were at the Unity Origin realm. A group like this posed no threat to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen did not understand the land of exile, he was certain of one thing. Here, he had to act ruthlessly and without any scruples. Here comes another newcomer. 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Not bad. The group of people looked at Jiang Chen from head to toe as if they were looking at their prey. Everyone, what can I do for you? Jiang Chen said with an indifferent expression. He hoped that these people would not provoke him. Otherwise, this day next year would be their death anniversary. Kid, do you know where this is? Someone asked. I don't. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. He really did not know. He did not even know that this was the land of exile. Looks like another ignorant person has entered. This is the legendary land of exile. This area is controlled by our city of evils. Since you came from here, it can be considered fate. Join our city of evils and you'll be one of us in the future. Someone said. The land of exile? Jiang Chen's expression remained calm. It was the first time he had heard of the land of exile. Kid, you're lucky. After entering the land of exile, you must join a certain force. It's equivalent to obtaining a shelter. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to move an inch in the land of exile. Our city of evils is one of the top forces in the land of exile. Of course, you have to pay a price to join the city of evils. The two said. Oh? What price? Jiang Chen asked with interest. It's very simple. There are 2 conditions. First, you have to pay a certain amount of origin stones as a protection fee. Second, when you come to the land of exile, you must not worry about your dignity and live an ignoble life. I don't think I need to explain to you what an ignoble life is. Crawl between our captain's legs and bark like a dog 3 times. After that, you will be a citizen of the city of 10,000 evils. Ha 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 ha, everyone roared with laughter. They were guarding this cliff, and the thing they liked to see the most was probably watching the newcomers crawl into their crotches. Especially those who had some status outside and thought highly of themselves. They would suddenly give up their dignity here and endure the humiliation of having their crotches humiliated. That kind of pleasure was really unimaginable. Kid, don't waste time. Hurry up and drill. Someone patted Xianxia's shoulder. The captain of the second heavenly layer Earth Source realm had already spread his legs and was looking at Xianxia with interest. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but laugh. What an absurd rule. As expected of the land of exile, as expected of a heinous existence. A place like this was similar to the city of sin. It made Xianxia feel inexplicably excited. He liked the feeling of having no worries. Here, no matter what you did, it would be right. As long as you were strong enough, no one would dare to question you. I'd like to ask, what will happen if I don't want to pay the origin stones and don't want to crawl between my legs? Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Humph. Kid, don't be so shameless. Don't think that you're a genius just because you're awesome outside. Here, you have to coil up even if you're a dragon and lie down even if you're a tiger. Only by obediently completing these two conditions can you live. Otherwise, this cliff will be your grave. Don't think that we're joking with you. People die every day in the land of exile, someone snorted. It was a winged person who was extremely arrogant. His cultivation was the same as Xianxia's, at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Very good. I'm relieved to see how arrogant you guys are. Xianxia shrugged. Relieved about what? I'll kill you without worry. However, I'll give you a chance right now. If you hand over all the origin stones on you and crawl between my legs, I'll let you live. Xianxia swept his gaze across the crowd and said arrogantly. Everyone was stunned by what he said. They all doubted their ears. They had seen arrogant people before, but it was the first time they had seen someone as arrogant as Xianxia. Brothers, it looks like this newcomer doesn't know what the land of exile is. We need to teach him a lesson, someone said. Bastard. You don't know what's good for you. I've given you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, you can go die. The winged person was enraged. He extended his hand and grabbed at Xianxia's neck. He was extremely fast, extremely vicious, and merciless. If he were to be grabbed, Xianxia's neck would be snapped immediately. Unfortunately, not only did he not run into a pushover this time, but he had kicked an iron plate instead. Crack, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A pair of hands had already landed on the winged person's neck. The neck of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm had already drooped to the side. His widened eyes were still filled with the fear of death. Blood began to flow from his mouth, extremely red. The winged person's hand stopped 3 inches away from Xianxia's neck, unable to move any further. While the remaining people were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the white-clothed newcomer in disbelief, especially the 2 Earth Source experts. Even with their eyesight, they had not been able to see how Xianxia had moved from beginning to end. Fast, he was just too fast. He had truly acted later but arrived first, killing someone with his bare hands. More importantly, his opponent was courageous. Even if he possessed a certain level of strength, very few people would kill in the land of exile. This was because the first thought of anyone who entered this place was to survive, and if they wanted to survive, they would obviously seek the protection of a powerful organization. Brat, you even dare to kill someone from the city of myriad evils. You've really eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Captain Lingling said. The killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. You don't know what's good for you. Let me kill him. A burly man at the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm made his move. His aura fluctuated, producing a tiger's roar. The silhouette of a ferocious tiger appeared behind him. It was a tiger demon. The man's demon chi soared into the sky. His steel-like fist smashed towards Xianxia in an incomparable manner. Bang, Xianxia did not hold back at all. He suddenly threw a punch, colliding with the 1st heavenly layer Earth Source cultivator. There was a cracking sound, followed by a miserable shriek. One of the man's arms had been shattered by Xianxia's punch, turning into a bloody mess. The man clutched his broken arm and held in pain, instantly losing all ability to fight. Swish, with a flash of cold light, a sword appeared in Xianxia's hand like a magic trick. With a flash of cold light, the man's shriek stopped. His head had already been chopped off by Xianxia's sword. Once the heavenly dragon sword appeared, it was not so easy to put it away. Xianxia wielded the sword, swinging it like rain. He moved extremely quickly, flashing back and forth on the battlefield. Ah! Miserable shrieks constantly rang out, shaking the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, all 10 people had died to Xianxia's sword. The ground was littered with corpses, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Buzz buzz, the sword whistled through the air, producing a buzzing sound. The silhouette of a dragon seemed to flicker on it, and a powerful true dragon chi filled the air. Thump thump thump, the captain, who was the only one who was still alive, couldn't control his legs. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back. His mouth was dry as he looked at Xianxia, who was like a god of death, as if he was looking at a ghost. This level of killing was too decisive. Disregarding everything else, just this level of killing alone was something that even many of the great evildoers in the land of exile could not achieve. Just this method alone made the white-robed youth in front of them qualified to establish a foothold in the land of exile. You, the captain seemed to have forgotten that he was an expert at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, 2 whole levels higher than Xianxia. He was scared out of his wits. His followers had been wiped out in the blink of an eye, completely wiped out. The captain was not an idiot. He knew that Xianxia was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Although Xianxia's cultivation was not as high as his battle prowess was just too terrifying. The captain was almost certain that he was not Xianxia's opponent. Even if he took action, he would only die because he had personally witnessed Xianxia's abilities. He was just too fast. A first heavenly layer Earth Source expert did not even have a chance to react before being killed. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to use such a powerful technique. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me everything about the land of exile. Xianxia sheathed his heavenly dragon sword and stared coldly at the captain. This guy was a human and could be considered to be of the same race as Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia needed to understand this place, so it was most suitable for him to stay behind. All right. The captain nodded. He did not dare to defy Xianxia's words at all. He had personally witnessed Xianxia's methods of killing. Xianxia would really start killing at the slightest disagreement. He was even more vicious than the villains in the land of exile. The best way to deal with someone like that was to do whatever he was told to do. The captain obviously knew how to do that, or he would not have been able to survive in the land of exile for so long. I'm Xianxia, a member of the City of 10,000 Evils. This land of exile has a circumference of 50,000 kilometers. Although it's nothing compared to the outside world, it's still large enough for the land of exile, said Xianxia. He did not wait for Xianxia to ask and immediately began to explain. He was prepared to tell him everything about the land of exile. He knew that it was better for him to be a little smarter at a time like this. If he angered Xianxia, what awaited him would probably be a sword of death. I'm Xianxia, a member of the City of Exile. The land of exiles is a mix of fish and dragons. There are humans, feather race, demons, and a few unranked races. There are no rules here, and only the strong are respected. However, because it's the most basic land of exiles in the eternal world, the strongest cultivators are only at the peak of the earthly source realm. There haven't been any heavenly source experts here yet, which seems to be due to the invisible laws of the land of exiles. If it's a heavenly source expert, they'll probably be exiled to a higher level land of exiles. Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing. There are a total of 10 cities in the land of exile, and each city is guarded by a great villain, which is why they're called the 10 villains. The city of 10 Evil is only one of the 10 cities, and there are many experts in it. Those who enter the land of exile will usually join a city and seek protection. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for them to move an inch in the land of exile. Xianxia's words allowed Xianxia to gain a better understanding of the land of exiles. The primary level of the land of exiles piqued Xianxia's interest. Without a heavenly source realm cultivation, the pressure on him had lessened slightly. This was definitely a good place to train. There were no rules in this place, and Xianxia loved it the most. With his ability, he would definitely turn this land of exiles upside down. Xianxia was confident that he could turn this land of exiles upside down. Of course, although there were no heavenly source experts, the environment here was 100 times more dangerous than the Crimson East region. Anyone who entered here could face death at any time. Not to mention the battles between cities, even those who you called brothers on the surface could stab you in the back in the next second. There were no emotions to speak of here. Most of the people here had committed heinous crimes. They were evil people in the outside world and had been exiled to this place. Of course, there were some who had entered here innocently, just like the people who had entered the broken flight stream in the past. The space between the heavens and the earth was crisscrossed, and you would never know when a spatial crack would suddenly appear. There were plenty of unlucky people who had been sucked into a spatial crack and transported to the land of exile, but they could only resign themselves to their fate. However, the truly terrifying fact about the land of exile was that once one entered this place, they would never be able to leave for the rest of their lives. This was a completely enclosed space, just like Duan Fei Lu back then. Only a Star-Lord expert who had mastered the law of space could use the law of space to walk out. However, there wasn't even a single heavenly source expert in this elementary land of exile, let alone a Star-Lord. Therefore, Xianxia had an unparalleled advantage. With the stairway to heaven, he could leave this place whenever he wanted to. With just a thought, he could leave this place at any time. To put it bluntly, the land of exile would become Xianxia's backyard in the future. He could come and go as he pleased. Even if he turned the city of evils upside down, he could use the stairway to heaven and disappear, making it impossible for those seeking revenge to find him. It was easy to understand why Zhao Lingxiao didn't teleport him to a higher-level land of exile. With the Feather Race's ability, the Netherworld platform didn't have the ability to communicate with a higher-level land of exile. Is the city lord of the city of evils a human, a feather, or a monster? Xianxia continued to ask. Our city lord is called Zhao Ba, one of the 10 great evildoers of the land of exile. He is at the peak of the earthly source stage, and he is from the Feather Race. Someone from the Yu clan, and his surname is Zhao? Hee, what a coincidence. Looks like I'll have to go to the city of myriad evil first. A smile appeared on Xianxia's lips. Someone from the Yu clan, and his surname was Zhao. Perhaps he was from the Yu clan of the Scarlet East region. Due to his hostile relationship with the Yu clan, Xianxia naturally did not have a good impression of the city of myriad evil. If he wanted to continue causing trouble in the land of exiles, the city of myriad evil would definitely be his first choice. Let's go. Take me to the city of myriad evil. Xianxia said. What? Xianxia was stunned. He doubted his ears. This guy had killed so many people in the city of myriad evil, and now he wanted to go there? Wasn't he looking to die? What? Do you want me to repeat myself? Xianxia glared at him, and Xianxia immediately shivered. In his opinion, Xianxia's gaze was too terrifying. A single glance was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. It was a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. This person was definitely not simple. He must be a genius from some large organization. It was just that he did not know why he had appeared in the land of exiles. Unfortunately, no matter how much of a genius he was, it was useless in the land of exiles. No matter how great his talent was, it would be buried if he could not leave this place. Xianxia was glad that he did not act on impulse and attack Xianxia. If he had overestimated himself with his cultivation of the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would have been truly tragic. Alright, I'll take you there. Xianxia did not dare to tarry. He turned around and led the way. The moment he turned around, a cunning look flashed across his eyes. Since Xianxia wanted to go to the city of myriad evil, it was his chance. There were countless experts in the city of myriad evil, and Xianxia would not be able to do anything. He would find a way to get rid of Xianxia and escape. Unfortunately, his cunning thoughts could not be hidden from Xianxia. Xianxia's lips curled into a sneer. He did not care at all. A mere Xianxia was not worthy of his attention. If he wanted to kill Xianxia, he could do so at any time. The city of 10,000 evils was one of the 10 evils of the land of exile. There were at least 10,000 people living in the entire city. Because the land of exile had existed for a long time, many people had gotten married and had children there. It was like a world of its own. Of course, even if they married and had children, it wouldn't change the evil environment in the land of exile. What kind of environment raised what kind of people? If the parents were all evil people, the children they gave birth to wouldn't be much better off in such an environment. Therefore, regarding this, Xianxia did not have any psychological burden at all. The gate of the city of 10,000 evil was very imposing. It was an ancient city, and the city walls were black. There were mottled marks on them, and it was obvious that they had been polished by the passage of time. At this moment, outside the city of 10,000 evil, there were a dozen guards standing guard on both sides of the gate. Anyone who wanted to enter the city of 10,000 evil had to pay a certain amount of origin stones. Although these guards were Unity Origin Realm cultivators, they were the guards of the City Lord's mansion. Therefore, even Earth Source Realm experts would not dare to provoke them. Provoking them was equivalent to provoking the City Lord's mansion. Provoking the heinous Xiao Ba was no different from courting death. Once the 10 evils were angered, there would be no place for them in the entire land of exile. Xianxia and Xianxia arrived outside the city gate. When the guards saw Xianxia, they hurriedly bowed and welcomed them. "Captain, aren't you guys guarding the cliff? How come you have the time to come back?" An 8th-layer Unity Origin Realm man with a scar chuckled. "Do I have to report to you that I'm back? Guard your city gate properly." Xianxia berated, and the guard immediately retreated, opening up a path for Xianxia. As for Xianxia, since he had come with Xianxia, they naturally did not dare to neglect him. At the very least, they would not be so blind as to collect Xianxia's origin stones. After entering the territory of the city of 10,000 evil, the first thing Xianxia had to do was to get rid of Xianxia. However, in order to do so, he had to encounter the experts of the City Lord's mansion. The guards were absolutely out of the question. In front of Xianxia, they were all noobs. If he had exposed his identity as Xianxia, Xianxia would definitely have killed him first. At that time, the City Lord's mansion would definitely be alerted, but he would also have lost his life. Being able to live in the land of exiles was an extremely fortunate and extravagant thing. Sometimes, the more one lived here, the more they feared death. They knew how precious life was. As a result, no one would joke around with their lives, especially someone like Xianxia. Cultivating to the Earth Source realm was not an easy task. Now that he was a captain in the city of 10,000 evil, his days were not bad. He also had the protection of a backer, so he did not want to die. After entering the city of 10,000 evil, there was an extremely spacious street. People walked to and fro, and there were people doing business on both sides of the street. It seemed peaceful, similar to the outside world. However, the sky above the entire city was filled with an evil aura. Xianxia was extremely sensitive to this aura, so he knew that the people here were not kind. Even the people doing business on both sides of the street gave off a ferocious aura. "Get out of the way. The young master has left the city. Get out of the way." At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly rang out. A dozen or so ferocious horses whizzed over. The people on the horses were all dressed in black, and they gave off a ferocious aura. They held leather whips in their hands and constantly swung them. Some people could not dodge in time and were struck by the whips. Their skin immediately split open, and miserable cries filled the air. There was an old man in the front, an expert at the 6th layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was holding the hand of a boy who seemed to be 6 or 7 years old. The boy's face was still immature. Facing the sudden galloping of the horses, his face was filled with fear. "Old bastard, how dare you block our young master's path? You're courting death." At least the people were too fast. The first one, an iron-blooded man, directly swung the whip in his hand at the child. "Xiaolong, be careful." The old man was greatly alarmed. He tried to block the whip with his bare hands, but unfortunately, he was too weak. The hand that he blocked was directly broken by the whip, causing blood to spurt out. The power of the whip did not decrease at all. With a swoosh, it landed on the child's face. The child cried out loudly, and a bloody wound appeared on his face. It looked extremely frightening. Fortunately, the old man had blocked it with his hand. Otherwise, the whip would have crushed the child's head. Whoosh, the ferocious whip whizzed through the air and arrived above the old man and the child in the blink of an eye. Xiao Long. The old man was shocked and immediately held the child in his arms. It was too late to dodge now, so the old man could only use his own body to block the attack so that the child would not suffer any more injuries. This was a kind of instinct. In the land of exile, to be able to see this kind of protective instinct, this kind of display of true feelings, was also a touching scene. Unfortunately, there were many pairs of cold eyes in the surroundings. Everyone was watching this scene as if they were watching a show. It could be seen that they were completely numb to this. This kind of massacre happened every day in the city of 10,000 evil. No one would sympathize with others. It was already good enough that they were still alive. If they were numb in such an environment, they would soon be labeled as heartless people. Stop! Xianxia yelled. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the old man and the child like a bolt of lightning. He caught the whip that swung over like a poisonous dragon. Putting aside the others, the old man and the child were definitely not evil people. Xianxia could tell with a single glance that they definitely did not know why they had been sent to the land of exile. The old man's face was still filled with unfamiliarity and fear. The child's eyes were still young and clear. They were the beasts of the land of exile. They should not be killed like trash. They should not be treated as entertainment for these heinous people. Ignorant fool, how dare you meddle in our young master's business? The burly man was still extremely arrogant. Seeing that someone actually stood up for him at this time and held his whip with one hand, the burly man was immediately enraged and filled with killing intent. He suddenly pulled the whip, and his expression changed. He realized that his whip had not been moved at all in the other party's hand. What a lunatic. You won't even let a child go. Xianxia was even more furious. He moved his arm and pulled the burly man off the horse, causing him to fall flat on his face. The burly man was also at the 9th layer of the Unity Origin realm, but he was nothing compared to Xianxia. Xianxia had never thought of himself as a good person. He had killed countless people in his life, and the number of people who had died in his hands was uncountable. However, Xianxia knew that all the people he had killed were people who deserved to be killed. They were either evil cultivators or his enemies. Xianxia had never thought of himself as a good person. However, they still wanted to kill these defenseless old and young people. How could Xianxia not be angry? Today, he must teach them how to behave. Who are you? The burly man crawled up from the ground, pointed at Xianxia and shouted. The one who wants your life. Xianxia wasn't going to let him open it. Xianxia twisted the whip in his hand, grabbed the head of the whip, and suddenly flung it out. The whip was like a poisonous dragon, whistling out. The burly man was unable to dodge. The speed was too fast, and the long whip split the burly man into two halves with the force of a thunderbolt. Whoosh, this scene was seen by many people, and it immediately caused an uproar. For a moment, Xianxia became the focus of attention. Who is this person? He's in trouble now. The people he killed are people from the city lord's estate, the followers of the third young master. He doesn't know what's good for him. He still wants to pretend to be merciful in the land of exiles, and now he's throwing his life away. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just watch. This kid won't even know how he died. Who do you think the third young master is? He's a cold-blooded murderer. Everyone sighed. They believed that Xianxia had made a huge mistake. He was the first person who dared to kill the third young master's followers in the city of Vile. Next, a group of horses surged over, filling the entire street. The one in the lead was at the peak of the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He was handsome and extremely arrogant. It went without saying that he was the third young master of the city lord's estate. Behind him were two experts at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the same cultivation as Xianxia. Another three were at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, while the rest were at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Tell me your name. I want to know your name. In the city of Vile, you're the first person who dared to kill this young master's followers. The third young master pointed the fan in his hand at Xianxia as he spoke in disdain. Xianxia could not be bothered with him. He turned around and helped the old man and the child to the side. He took out 2 pills and fed them to the old man and the child. However, when Xianxia looked at the child, his eyes could not help but light up. It was a light of extreme shock. After all, there were far too few things in the world that could shock Xianxia. The child looked at Xianxia with an extremely grateful and serious gaze. He took the pill from Xianxia's hand in a daze. However, the injuries on his face had already recovered by more than half. This was too miraculous. Xianxia had clearly seen the injury just now. Even the bones were exposed. An injury like that would leave a scar on his face even if he was given a miraculous pill. In less than a minute, the injuries on the child's face had already recovered by more than half. Xianxia was certain that the child did not consume any pills. This was a terrifying self-healing ability. This self-healing ability was much more powerful than the wood spiritual qi and the myriad qi in Xianxia's body. It could be described as world-shaking. Moreover, Xianxia discovered that the wounds on the child's face were still recovering at a visible rate. It could be considered a miracle. Good fella. I didn't expect him to be a treasure boy. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Looking at this ignorant child in front of him, he felt as if he had just found a treasure. This little guy was definitely not an ordinary person, he must be an extraordinary being. If he was given proper training, he would definitely become a world-shaking figure in the future. Thank you for saving my life. However, this third young master cannot be provoked. He is the precious son of the city lord. Sigh. The old man took the pill from Xianxia with trembling hands. He was grateful to Xianxia, but he could not help but sigh and feel pity. Because the third young master would definitely not let them go. At that time, not only would they lose their lives, but they would also lose the life of the young man in front of them. It was not worth it. It's okay. You should recover now. Xianxia patted the old man's shoulder and told him to take the pill. One of the old man's hands had been cut off. His injury was not light. Third young master, it's him. He killed everyone in the cliff and even threatened me to bring him to the city of 10,000 evils. This fella is new. He has just entered the land of exile. He doesn't know how strong he is. He dared to kill people from the city lord's mansion. Now, he has offended the third young master. We must kill him. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. While Xianxia was not paying attention, he ran to the third young master. Boom, waves of anger immediately erupted from the third young master and the others, especially the third young master. He could only be described as enraged out of humiliation. He glared fiercely at Xianxia. He was so angry that he could not help but laugh. Haha, what an arrogant brat. Looks like you're still not used to the environment of the land of exiles. Even if you had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to kill someone from the city of 10,000 evils. The third young master let out a loud laugh. No matter if it was this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth blocking his way, killing his followers, or killing the dozens of guards sent by the mayor's mansion, any one of these facts was enough for him to take Xianxia's life. I only have one life. It's a pity that you don't have the ability to take it away. Xianxia shrugged. He did not place the third young master in his eyes at all. The killing intent on his body was extremely dense. The third young master wanted to kill Xianxia. Coincidentally, Xianxia did not plan on being polite to the third young master either. Third young master, this person is very strong. You can't underestimate him. I personally saw him kill a first heavenly layer earth source expert. In my opinion, we should hurry up and inform the experts of the city lord's estate, Xianxia hurriedly said. He had personally witnessed Xianxia's strength. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying, or it could be said that he had long been scared out of his wits by Xianxia. Against Xianxia, he could not muster up the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Pa. Unexpectedly, the third young master flipped off his horse and slapped Xianxia across the face, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. Xianxia, you've been scared silly by him. You're actually trying to boost his morale and diminish this young master's prestige. The third young master was extremely arrogant. He did not believe that the person in front of him was that strong. Even more so, he did not believe that someone would dare to attack him in the city of 10,000 evils. This was the city of 10,000 Vile, and who was he? He was the third young master of the city of 10,000 Vile, the local tyrant of this place. Anyone who dared to disrespect him was simply courting death. That's right. From the brat's aura, he's only at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. What's there to be afraid of? Xianxia, I'm starting to doubt what you said before. How could someone like that kill a first heavenly layer Earth Source expert and scare a second heavenly layer Earth Source expert like you silly? You're still standing here trying to pull the third young master down. A second heavenly layer Earth Source expert snarled at Xianxia. As a follower of the third young master, his status was much higher than ordinary guards. Moreover, Xianxia's status in the city lord's estate was clearly not very high. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to guard the cliff. You guys, Xianxia was so angry that he was speechless. He simply flicked his sleeves and stopped talking. Since you want to suffer, then go ahead. You will know how powerful this white-clothed young man is in a while. I don't believe that he can kill a first heavenly layer Earth Source expert. Let me try him. A first heavenly layer Earth Source guard stepped forward. With a movement of his body, he dismounted from his horse. This person was extremely arrogant, completely looking down on Xianxia. In his eyes, there was an insurmountable gap between the Unity Origin realm and the Earth Source realm. The difference was self-evident. The guard moved as soon as he dismounted. He was eager to show off in front of the third young master, so his fist whistled towards Xianxia's face. Xianxia could not help but shake his head when he saw this. This bastard was looking to die. Don't blame me for not warning him. Arg, as expected, a miserable shriek rang out. The guard's fist had disappeared before it could even reach Xianxia. No one saw how Xianxia did it. One of the guard's arms had been chopped off from the shoulder. The severed arm fell onto the ground, and blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. You're right. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The guard's chest was not smooth, clearly not cut by a sword or saber. The whip in Xianxia's hand was dripping with blood. The guard's arm had clearly been chopped off by Xianxia's whip. Everyone, including the third young master, could not help but be moved. They had been so close, yet they had failed to see how Xianxia had moved. Fast. It was just too fast. It was unbelievably fast. It looked like Xianxia was not speaking without thinking. The white-clothed young man did indeed have the strength to kill a first heavenly layer Earth Source expert. Swish, the whip in Xianxia's hand whistled once again. The first heavenly layer Earth Source guard's shriek immediately stopped, because he no longer had the chance to do so. He had followed in the footsteps of the previous guard, split in half by Xianxia's whip. Voila! The crowd was thrown into an uproar. The people on both sides of the street crowded over. Someone from the city lord's estate had been killed right in front of the third young master's eyes. This was like a dream. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? No one would dare to do such a thing even if they had eaten a tiger's gall. That's too badass, but this young man probably doesn't know what he's doing. He probably doesn't know what kind of person he's offended. What a pity. To be able to kill a first heavenly layer Earth Source expert so casually with a cultivation of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, a genius like that must be an elite of some large organization. It's a pity that he's going to die in the city of myriad evils. Yeah, he's killed 2 of the third young master's subordinates. With how vicious the third young master is, how could he possibly give him a chance to live? The city lord's estate is filled with experts. As long as the third young master summons them, a large number of Earth Source experts will come. Everyone was shocked. They had seen vicious people before, but they had never seen someone this vicious. There was a saying that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. In their eyes, this was probably how the young man before them was described. He had just entered the land of exiles, so he had no idea how terrifying it was, which was why he dared to make a move. Anyone who had even the slightest understanding of the land of exiles and knew that this was the city of myriad evils would probably not dare to do something like this. Kill him for me. The third young master roared. All of his subordinates charged forward. The 2-second heavenly layer earth source experts surrounded Xianxia from the front and back. Viciousness appeared on their faces. Even though they had personally witnessed Xianxia kill a first heavenly layer earth source expert, they were experts of a higher realm after all. They did not believe that Xianxia could fight someone 2 levels higher than him, let alone a major realm higher. Xianxia, what are you doing? Hurry up. The third young master could not help but fly into a rage when he saw Xianxia trembling, not daring to move. God damn it, Xianxia could not help but curse inside. He did not have the slightest bit of courage to fight against Xianxia. He had originally thought that he had escaped from Xianxia's clutches, but who would have thought that the third young master would not listen to his advice and would push him into the fray? Swish, a sword appeared in Xianxia's hand as he joined the fray. 3-second heavenly layer earth origin experts surrounded Xianxia from 3 sides, while the others formed another circle behind him. It seemed like they did not plan on giving Xianxia any chance to escape. Grandpa, will Big Brother die? The little boy saw all of this and asked his grandfather worriedly. This was a concern that came from the heart of a child. Although the child was still young, he already had his own wisdom, and he knew who was a good person. Xianxia had just saved their lives, and this was something that the little boy had seen with his own eyes. Naturally, his heart would side with Xianxia. If Xianxia turned his head, he would definitely discover in shock that the scars on the boy's face had completely recovered. They were completely healed. His skin was smooth, no different from when he had not been injured. That won't happen. The old man smiled, but the worry in his eyes was even greater than Xiaolong's. However, the old man still had some confidence in Xianxia. This confidence originated from the pill that Xianxia had given him. Only after consuming it did the old man realize that it was a miraculous pill. In such a short amount of time, his wounds had mostly recovered. Aside from his broken hand that could not grow back, his current state was no worse than before. A person who could take out such a powerful pill was definitely not an ordinary person. The old man was even more confident that the white-clothed young man before him was not a reckless person. He definitely knew what he was doing. However, the old man really did not know how Xianxia could fight against the entire city lord's estate with a mere 9th heavenly layer unity origin cultivator. Killing intent soared into the sky and a smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Killing happened every day in the city of myriad evils. The people did not care about it, and most of them had developed a good habit of watching a show. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't want it. Then I'll kill you first. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said Lung Lung. A single sentence and a single gaze actually made Xianxia take 2 steps back in fear. Shua, however, Xianxia did not care whether he retreated or not. The long whip in his hand once again lashed out. The long whip was like a poisonous dragon. The angle of attack was extremely tricky, making people feel that it was impossible to defend against it. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to be negligent at this moment. He quickly swung the sword in his hand, wanting to break Xianxia's whip. However, in the next moment, something terrifying happened. The long whip dodged Xianxia's sword in an extremely strange manner. The long whip changed its angle again, and in an instant it was behind Xianxia's head. Poochie, with a poochie sound, the long whip came out from the back of Xianxia's head and came out from his forehead under everyone's shocked gazes. Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was numb and soon, he lost all signs of life. At the last moment of his life, Xianxia was filled with regret. He rejoiced that he had correctly judged how terrifying Xianxia was and that he was no match for him. However, he also regretted that he had taken the initiative to step forward and throw away his life for nothing. What? The other 2-second heavenly layer earth source experts were completely frightened. This time, they were truly frightened. Xianxia's movements were just too fast, like a bolt of lightning. He had killed Xianxia at such a close distance. The two of them did not even have the chance to help during the entire process. It's your turn. Xianxia pulled out the long whip from Xianxia's head, leaving behind a trail of blood. Afterwards, something tragic happened. Xianxia was like a demon, turning into a blur. The long whip in his hand danced back and forth, and wherever he passed, there would be miserable cries. At this moment, second heavenly layer Earth source experts and fusion origin experts were completely useless before Xianxia. They were both weaklings, both ants that he could crush and kill at will. Ahhhhhh, earth-shaking cries rang out on the streets of the city of 10,000 evils. It was not that such cries had never been heard before, but the ones crying out now were usually the executioners. Now, their roles had changed. My God, he's so fierce. Awesome. I admire his courage. Those are the people of the city lord's estate. Sigh, he's a peerless expert. I wonder how he'll deal with the experts of the city lord's estate. I think the third young master has already started calling for help. Everyone was stunned. This white-clothed young man who had appeared out of nowhere was just too amazing. He was so fierce that it was a complete mess. Although the third young master was born in the city of 10,000 evils and was an extremely vicious person, he had never seen something like this before. He had always been the one killing others. No one had ever dared to show off in front of him. Fortunately, the third young master was not an easy person to deal with. He was not completely scared out of his wits. He immediately took out a talisman and crushed it on the spot. The third young master was a smart person. After witnessing Xianxia's abilities, he was very sure that even if he took action, he would not be Xianxia's opponent. After all, Xianxia could easily kill a second heavenly layer Earth source expert, let alone a first heavenly layer Earth source expert. Even if his talent was slightly better, it would be useless against Xianxia. The cries quickly disappeared. The entire street was filled with broken corpses, and the smell of blood in the air became even thicker and more pungent. Xianxia was like a king that had descended from the heavens, staring at the third young master with eyes filled with killing intent. Hiss, the third young master gasped. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He was so scared that his mouth went dry. What do you want? The third young master subconsciously retreated. He had always thought that he was the devil of the city of 10,000 evils. Anyone who saw him would retreat. However, he had finally seen what a true devil was when he saw Xianxia today. Terrifying. It was a terrifying aura. With the rules of the land of exiles, what do you think I'll do to you? Xianxia could not help but laugh. You can't kill me. The third young master kept quiet out of fear. He knew the rules of the land of exiles too well. There was only killing here. He had wanted to kill Xianxia before, but now Xianxia had reversed the situation. It seemed like Xianxia wanted to kill him. Why can't I kill you? Is it because you're the third young master of the city lord's estate? I don't care about such a shitty status. As Xianxia spoke, he had already lashed out with the whip in his hand. With a swish, the whip chopped off one of the third young master's arms. The blood-curdling screams that had just disappeared were heard again. The third young master would never have imagined that one day, he would be screaming in the city of 10,000 evil, that he would lose his arm, and that his life would end in the city of 10,000 evil. This was simply a mockery. Damn it, you chopped off my arm. If you dare kill me, my father won't let you go. The city lord's estate will tear you to pieces. The third young master roared, issuing a fatal threat. Stop. The 8 of them were all at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. The leader wore black robes and seemed to be in his 40s. He looked somewhat similar to the third young master, so it was obvious that he was the city lord of the City of Evil, one of the 10 great villains of the land of exiles, Zhao Ba. Father, save me. The third young master immediately grasped at straws when he saw that his father had arrived and screamed at the top of his lungs. Xianxia reacted quickly and grabbed the third young master's shoulder, firmly restraining him, not giving him any chance to break free. A pair of wings appeared on the third young master's back. He wanted to escape, but it was too difficult for him to do so now that he was in Xianxia's hands. You bastard, let go of my son. Zhao Ba looked at Xianxia and shouted furiously. You think I'll let him go just because you say so? Humph. I'm going to kill him today. Xianxia snorted coldly. The third young master's fate was currently in his hands. His life or death was not up to him. Father, save me. The third young master's arm was in pain. Now that death was upon him, he no longer had any of his usual prestige. He had completely turned into a stray dog. His current appearance made many people cry out in delight. After all, the third young master was used to acting like a tyrant. He had killed many people in the city of evil for the slightest disagreement. "Brat, I don't care who you are. You've already angered me, but I'll still give you a chance to live. Let go of my son, and I'll let you go," said Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba said. Although he was one of the 10 great evildoers, he still loved his son dearly. Xianxia sneered as if he had heard a great joke. Could the words of the 10 great villains be trusted? As long as he let go of the third young master, Zhao Ba would immediately kill him. All that talk about keeping one's word and keeping one's word was a joke here. There was only one truth here, and that was the difference between life and death. Trust was nonsense. "Xiaolong, stand behind me with grandfather." Xianxia ignored Zhao Ba. Instead, he looked at Xiaolong and his grandfather. This name, Xiaolong, was something he had heard from the old man, so he couldn't be mistaken. Xianxia had a new plan. He planned to use the ascending heaven stairway to leave the land of exile and send Xiaolong out. If it were not for Xiaolong, Xianxia would not have wanted to leave the land of exile so quickly. After all, he had just arrived. However, Xiaolong was definitely different from ordinary people and was not suitable to stay in the land of exile. He would first send Xiaolong to the martial pavilion to be nurtured and then find time to come to the land of exile. In any case, he had already found the spatial coordinates of the land of exile, so he could enter the stairway to heaven at any time. Moreover, Xianxia had promised to bring De Huang Dog over to play. It was a good opportunity for him to go out first. Not only could he do these two things, but he could also alleviate the crisis at hand. Zhao Ba would definitely not let him go. He would go out and lie low for a while. When he came back, the initiative would be in his hands. All right. Xiaolong was very courageous. He ran to the back of Xianxia. The elder was trembling. The pressure from those experts above the void was just too great. If he stood out now, he would certainly become their target. Perhaps, he might even die. However, the old man had to listen to Xianxia. This was their benefactor. Moreover, the old man had a feeling that he could only truly survive by following Xianxia, although he did not know how Xianxia would face the scene before him. Whoosh, the dragon wings on Xianxia's back flapped, and he took the old man and Xiaolong into the sky with a whoosh. He stood opposite Zhao Ba with the third young master in his hand. He has such an ability? Zhao Ba was stunned. He was indeed a little surprised that Xianxia could fly, but that was all. What could a mere Unity Origin realm do even if he had a few more pairs of wings? In front of him, he was still like an ant. Do you think you can carry him away just because you have wings? How naive. Why don't you try? Zhao Ba sneered. The other experts of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm had already surrounded them. Xianxia would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not rely on his wings, but the even more mysterious stairway to heaven. I'll say it one last time. I'll give you one last chance. Let go of my son, and I'll let you go. Zhao Ba said. What a joke. I can come and go as I please. Do you think you can threaten me? I'll kill your son right now. Let's see how you're going to stop me from leaving. Xianxia sneered. Then, under everyone's gaze, he killed the third young master with a single palm strike. Holy shit, he's crazy. Lunatic, he's a lunatic. He's deranged. He actually dared to kill the third young master under such circumstances. He's a classic example of someone who doesn't care about his life. He's crazy, he's crazy. Zhao Ba's going crazy. He's done for. The streets of the entire myriad evil city became restless. No one had thought that the white-clothed young man who had appeared out of nowhere would be so ferocious. He dared to kill Zhao Ba's son right in front of him, and while he was surrounded by so many 9th heavenly layer Earth Source realm experts. This could no longer be described as awesome. It had completely overturned the situation. No one knew where this person got his courage from. Perhaps he did not want to live anymore and wanted to drag a few people down with him before he died. Otherwise, how else could he explain it? Did he want to escape after killing someone? The ninth heavenly layer Earth Source Realm experts had already surrounded the area. With Xianxia's Unity Origin Realm cultivation, it would be useless even if he had wings. There was no way he could survive after killing the third young master. Bastard, how dare you kill my son? Die. Zhao Ba was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. He didn't dare to believe that someone would dare to kill his son in front of him. Moreover, it was in the city of 10,000 evil. This was simply too outrageous. However, since this had already happened, his son's life could no longer be saved. The only thing he could do now was to avenge his son. Asterisk rumble, asterisk Zhao Ba's aura surged. A giant hand was conjured by him, enveloping Jiangchen. The hand covered the sky like a mountain. If he was struck by it, he would immediately be smashed to pieces, dying on the spot. However, Jiangchen did not seem nervous at all. With the stairway to heaven, he had nothing to fear. Even Zhao Lingxiao could not kill him with a sneak attack, let alone Zhao Ba, who was merely at the peak of the Earth Source realm. I've already said that I'll come and go as I please. You can't do anything to me. Jiangchen left these words behind. The void trembled, and he disappeared without a trace, along with the old man and the child. Asterisk rumble, asterisk Zhao Ba's violent attack landed on empty air, creating a huge wave in the sky above the city of myriad evil. Unfortunately, the attack did nothing. It did not even leave a scratch on the enemy. Where is he? What's going on? Where's that guy? He's gone. Did he escape? How did he manage to escape under such circumstances? That's ridiculous. That guy seems to only be at the Unity Origin realm. How could he escape under such circumstances? The streets became restless once again. Everyone couldn't help looking around, trying to find Jiangchen's figure again. However, they were extremely disappointed. Jiangchen had really disappeared. There wasn't even the slightest trace of his aura left. This was too miraculous. Other than miraculous, there was no other word to describe it. This had exceeded everyone's imagination and understanding. How could a Unity Origin Realm expert possess such a powerful technique? This was extremely similar to what Star Lords could do when they controlled Space Force, vanishing into nothingness. However, that white-clothed youth was clearly not a Star Lord. If he was a Star Lord, Zhao Ba wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Moreover, this was only the lowest level of the Land of Exiles. Even Heavenly Source experts couldn't enter this place, let alone Star Lords. City Lord, that brat has disappeared. A ninth Heavenly Layer Earth Source expert said. They had already scanned the entire city of evil with their divine sense, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiangchen's aura. Impossible. It must be a smokescreen. How could a puny fusion origin realm cultivator vanish before so many of us? He can't have gone far. Search for him. Chase him in all directions. How dare he kill my son? Dig him out even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I want to tear him to pieces. Zhao Ba's anger soared to the heavens. In the city of myriad evil, such a thing had never happened before. In this place, he was the emperor, and his words were the imperial edict. Now, it was equivalent to someone killing his crown prince in the city of myriad evil, and it was done in front of him. This caused Zhao Ba to be incomparably furious, and he also felt that he had lost all face. The city of evil was in an uproar. All the experts of the city lord's mansion were mobilized. With the city of evil as the center, everything within a radius of several thousand kilometers became their target. However, no matter how big the scene was, it would all be for naught in the end. It was completely useless. This was because not only was Jiangchen not in the city of evil, he wasn't even in the Land of Exiles. Apart from being used to escape, the stairway to heaven had another powerful use, which was to memorize coordinates. The so-called memory coordinates were the places where he had appeared before, and he could return to them at any time. Jiangchen had entered the Land of Exile through the Netherworld platform from the center of the Chilean mountain. Before entering the Land of Exile, Jiangchen had used the stairway to heaven to record his position. Therefore, at this moment, Jiangchen used the Sky Ascension stairway and easily returned to the great river of Mount Chilean. Jiangchen descended from the sky above the valley with the old man and the child. We're not dead? The old man was still in a state of shock as he looked around. He didn't know where he was, but he was sure that he wasn't dead, and the experts of the city of evil hadn't come after him. The old man was overjoyed. There was no way he wouldn't be overjoyed. Look at the situation in the city of 10,000 evil. It was a situation of certain death. There was no way he could escape. For the old man, this was like a second life. This is no longer the land of exile. This is the Crimson Afterglow Astral's Crimson East region. Xianxia said. What? We've left the land of exile? The old man's body trembled. He couldn't believe his ears. He quickly looked around again and found that the environment here was indeed different from the land of exile. Moreover, there was no special oppressive and ferocious aura in the void. For a moment, the old man was in tears. He felt like he was dreaming. When he first entered the sinful region, he had given up hope. He never dreamed that he would have a chance to walk out of the land of exile in this lifetime. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. Xiaolong, hurry up and kowtow to our benefactor. The old man was so emotional that he took Xiaolong's hand. Both grandfather and grandson were about to kneel. The old man didn't know what method Xianxia had used to set up the land of exile so easily and escape Xiaoba's pursuit. However, this was no longer important. What was important was that they had walked out of the land of exile. With quick reflexes, Xianxia caught the old man and the dragon in a single move. There's no need for that. It's nothing. Xianxia said. Thank you, big brother. Xiaolong's big eyes were lively as he stared at Xianxia. His ignorant look was very cute. A child's eyes were the purest. He knew that this handsome big brother in front of him had saved his and his grandfather's lives. In his heart, Xianxia's great image had been completely established. Xiaolong, be good. Xianxia patted Xiaolong's head. He was even more surprised. The injury on this little guy's face had actually recovered without a trace. My name is Fu. May I know your name, benefactor? Fu asked. Just call me Xianxia. Xianxia said, Uncle Fu, where are you from? Why did you enter the land of exile? Normally, Xianxia wasn't interested in the identity of Fu and his grandfather. However, because of Xiaolong's shocking recovery ability, it was hard for Xianxia not to be interested. We are also from the Qixia astral realm. However, we are from the Qinan region, not the Qidong region. As for why we entered the land of exile, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Fu sighed heavily, as if he had something he couldn't say. Xianxia couldn't help but frown as well. It looked like the reason behind this was different from what he'd imagined. There must be a reason for the grandfather and grandson to enter the land of exiles. However, since Fu was unwilling to talk about it, Xianxia naturally wouldn't ask too much. In this world, everyone had their own secrets, and everyone had the right to keep them. Little Chinzi, Lord Dog is here. At that moment, a gust of wind blew in the distance. De Huang Dog rushed over in a hurry. Before he even arrived, he was already shouting. Xianxia and De Huang Dog cherished each other's hearts. He had long known that Xianxia would definitely return, so he had stayed near Chilean Mountain. As soon as Xianxia walked out of the land of exile, De Huang Dog sensed it. How was it? Was the land of exile fun? De Huang Dog came to Xianxia's side and shook his head. What a cute dog. Xiaolong looked at De Huang Dog, and his eyes immediately lit up. F***ck, you're cute too. Your whole family is cute. Where did this baby come from? He doesn't know how to talk. De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. How could the word cute be used to describe his incomparably powerful image? It was a great humiliation. Kid, who is this child? You've only been in the land of exile for a while, and you already have a child? De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia. This child is not simple. Take a look and see if you can see anything. Is it really so magical? De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He looked at the little dragon and began to size it up again. However, after a while, De Huang Dog could not see anything special about it. I can't see it clearly, but this kid is definitely not simple. Maybe he has an extremely special physique in the eternal world. With some training, he will definitely become a great person. De Huang Dog said. Xianxia nodded. Even with his and De Huang Dog's eyesight, they could not see through the little dragon. In fact, this was normal. After all, the eternal world was at the top of the universe. It was much higher than the world that Xianxia and the others were originally in. There would definitely be some things that did not exist in the original world. Therefore, even if Xianxia had become the master of a world, he was still not the master of a universe. The difference between the master of a world and the master of a universe was like night and day. There would definitely be some magical people and things in the eternal world that exceeded their knowledge. This was normal. They could not see through the little dragon's physique, which meant that this physique did not appear in the original world that Xianxia came from. However, with their eyesight, although they could not see through the little dragon's physique, they were sure that this little guy was definitely not ordinary. Xianxia told De Huang Dog everything that happened in the land of exile from beginning to end. In fact, there was not much to tell. He had only been in the land of exile for a short while. How many big things could have happened? Speaking of which, you're really awesome. You've only been here for a short while, and you've already provoked a city. It's a pity that I wasn't there. Otherwise, you'd definitely be awe-inspiring. De Huang Dog sighed. Your bragging skills are getting better and better. Xianxia slapped De Huang Dog's head. De Huang, take off Fu and the little dragon to the martial pavilion to settle down first. Let the little dragon cultivate in the martial pavilion. Xianxia said. Where are you going? De Huang Dog immediately opened his mouth and bit the leg of Xianxia's pants, afraid that this guy would leave him behind again. F***ck, I'm not running. I'm going to the Skyfeather Mountain. Xianxia said. Skyfeather Mountain? Harpy territory. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. That's right. The feather race has been plotting to kill me and even sent me to the land of exile. If I don't teach them a lesson, wouldn't that make me, Xianxia, seem useless? Bring them to the martial pavilion first, then look for me at the Skyfeather Mountain. Let's have a hunt. Xianxia said. Damn it, he's causing trouble in the Harpies' territory. Just thinking about it makes me excited. De Huang Dog jumped up and down excitedly, then brought off Fu and Xiaolong towards the martial pavilion. Xianxia's body swayed and disappeared from the Red Ridge Mountain. Since he was back, he could not return to the land of exile for nothing. After all, the city of evil was trying to kill him, so he might as well let them work for a while. Xianxia wanted to teach the Harpies a lesson. Zhao Lingxiao was bent on framing him and taking his life. How could Xianxia be polite? Before returning to the land of exile, he would first cause trouble for the Harpies. Even if he could not completely destroy the Harpies, he would at least make their lives uneasy. Xianxia had already made the following arrangements. Using the stairway to heaven, he would go back and forth in the land of exile. He had completely turned the land of exile into his backyard, a place to train. Now, Xianxia had to thank the feather race and Zhao Lingxiao. If it wasn't for Zhao Lingxiao, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to find such a good training ground like the land of exiles. The Skyfeather Mountain was the hinterland of the Harpies in the Red East region. With the Skyfeather Mountain as the center, there were 4 cities within a radius of 100,000 miles that belonged to the Harpies. The 4 cities were connected to the Skyfeather Mountain and were directly under the jurisdiction of the Skyfeather Mountain. In the Red East region, the Harpies were the largest tribe apart from the human tribe. However, compared to the human tribe, their numbers were still far behind. However, the Harpies had their own advantages. Ordinary humans were completely vulnerable in front of the Harpies. This time, Xianxia's target was not these 4 cities, but the Skyfeather Mountain. The center of the Harpies was the Skyfeather Mountain. Basically, all the Harpies with noble bloodlines lived there. Xianxia arrived at the foot of the Skyfeather Mountain. He found a random place and sat down. He chewed on a straw in his mouth, relaxed for once. Hunting. That's right, hunting. Xianxia had already locked onto an area at the foot of the Skyfeather Mountain. He had already investigated this area. This was basically the place that the Harpies had to pass through to come out of the Skyfeather Mountain. Birdman, if you come out, I'll kill you. I'll kill you until you don't dare to come out of the mountain. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a sneer. His eyes shone with a cold light. The heavenly dragon sword was right beside him. The real hunt had begun. Not long after, 3 to 5 harpies flew out of the Sky Feather Mountain slowly. There were 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman. One was at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, while the other 2 were at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With such cultivation, they could be considered as rare geniuses in the harpies. We finally dealt with Jiang Chen and sent him into the land of exiles. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to walk out of there in this lifetime. Humph. We let him off too lightly by not killing him directly. It's a pity that the peerless genius of the 5th young master died in the hands of that bastard. I heard that he's the reincarnation of a powerful person. He's very powerful. Our patriarch once personally went after him, but he still managed to escape. Fortunately, he was exiled this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be a fatal threat to our harpies in the future. The 3 of them spoke one after another, all of them discussing Jiang Chen. Of course, it was normal for them to talk about Jiang Chen. After all, the battle between him and the 5th young master on the Chilling Mountain had just happened not too long ago. They had only just returned to the Chilling Mountain after watching the battle. This was because Jiang Chen did not stop after entering the land of exiles. He came out after killing the 3rd young master of the City of Evils. The geniuses of the harpies would never have imagined that the exiled Jiang Chen was like a ferocious tiger, staring at them fiercely. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure blocked their way. The 3 of them were stunned. Someone actually dared to block their way on the rising Sky Feather Mountain. The 3 of them looked at the figure in front of them almost at the same time. They saw a young man with dragon wings on his back. He held a sword in his hand and looked at them with malicious intent. Jiang Chen. The 3 of them exclaimed almost at the same time. The 3 of them had gone to the Chilling Mountain to watch the battle and were all too familiar with Jiang Chen. Even if they had never seen Jiang Chen before, they could recognize Jiang Chen at a glance. The 3 of you, don't you feel a sense of closeness when you see me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Closeness? Closeness your head. There was no sense of closeness, not even the slightest sense of closeness. It was impossible for them to have a sense of closeness to Jiang Chen in their lifetime. However, at this moment, they were incomparably shocked. You, weren't you exiled? How could you appear here? Impossible. You're not Jiang Chen. Who are you? We saw Jiang Chen being exiled to the land of exile by the Netherworld stage. How long has it been? It's impossible. Deliberately mystifying. Someone must be using a trick to impersonate Jiang Chen. No matter who it is, he's courting death by coming to the Sky Feather Mountain. Kill him. At this moment, the 3 of them were extremely restless. A moment ago, they were still discussing about Jiang Chen, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had appeared in front of them like a ghost. It didn't feel real at all. They saw Jiang Chen being exiled by the Netherworld stage with their own eyes. So when they saw Jiang Chen again, they could not help but be shocked. But the 3 of them also knew that whether they were willing to believe it or not, they already had the answer in their hearts. The one in front of them was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. They could not imagine how this guy came out of the land of exile. Or it could be said that the Netherworld stage failed and did not send Jiang Chen away at all. But they were even more impressed by Jiang Chen's courage. Even if he did not die, he still dared to come to the Sky Feather Mountain alone. This courage was truly admirable. I don't have time to waste with you guys. Jiang Chen took the lead and did not give them a chance to attack. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand was swung back and forth. The 3 of them could only let out 3 screams before they were completely killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had come to kill. He wanted to kill as many as he could without alerting the higher-ups of the feather race. He wanted to show the feather race his power and make them fear him like he was the king of hell. Jiang Chen was just too powerful right now. A second heavenly layer earthly source realm expert was not his match at all. Once he reached the earthly source realm, he would become even more terrifying. Jiang Chen's actions were very clean and efficient. After killing the people, he directly disappeared and hid. Although the killing was quick, The final screams of the three feather disciples alerted some of the people outside Sky Feather Mountain. Not long after Xianxia disappeared, a dozen guards from the Sky Plume mountain range appeared. They were much weaker, and none of them were at the Earth Source realm. They were probably the guards of the mountain. When the feather men saw the three corpses, their expressions changed greatly. This is the corpse of an Earth Source realm genius of the feather race. He was just killed. Quick, inform the higher-ups. An enemy has invaded. Everyone, be alert. This person is too bold. He dares to come to the Sky Plume mountain range and commit murder. The group of guards became nervous. There was no way they could not be. The enemy had already killed his way to their doorstep. This was a typical demonstration of power. He did not put the feather race in his eyes at all. 3 Earth Source realm experts of the feather race had died just like that. If this news spread, the feather race would lose face. Whoosh, as he spoke, a sword net whizzed out from the void and completely enveloped the dozen or so guards. Ah! Miserable screams rang out once again. The net of swords turned into streaks of sharp sword chi, piercing through all the guards. In the blink of an eye, all of them fell down, forming a river of blood. The poor guards did not even have the chance to report before they were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. Xianxia appeared like a god of death. He then continued to hide. Half an hour later, another person walked out from the feather race. This time, it was an old man, an elder at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. As the elder flew through the air, he could smell the stench of blood in the air. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. An earthly source realm expert had very sharp senses. The elder immediately stopped and lowered his head. It was very rare for the smell of blood to appear in the center of the Sky Plume mountain range. What? The elder's body shook violently as he flew down. Seeing the corpses of the feather race at the foot of the mountain, a wave of anger surged out from his body. Who is it? How dare you come to the Sky Plume mountain range and kill people? The elder shouted as he looked around. A battle spear had already appeared in his hand. It was the first time that someone had come to the Sky Plume mountain range to kill people. It's me? A voice rang out. Xianxia had already appeared behind the elder like a ghost. The elder sensed a trace of danger. He quickly turned around and looked at Xianxia. A human? You're only at the Syntagma realm. You're Xianxia? The elder recognized Xianxia with a single glance. His expression changed drastically just like the people before. Currently, everyone in the feather race, even the entire Red East region, knew that Xianxia had been exiled to the land of exile by the Netherworld platform. What kind of place was the land of exile? Once you entered, you could forget about leaving. Not even a day had passed since the battle between the 5 young masters at the Crimson Mountain Range. Xianxia, who should have been in the land of exile, had actually appeared in the Sky Plume mountain range unscathed. No one would be able to understand the reason behind this. Let alone this elder of the feather race, even if the patriarch of the feather race, Zhao Lingxiao, personally came out, he would also widen his eyes in shock. He had personally witnessed Xianxia being sucked in by the Netherworld platform. He knew all too well how powerful the Netherworld platform was. It was impossible for him to escape. Unfortunately, no one knew where the stairway to heaven was. The stairway to heaven was a cheating device on Xianxia, especially in a place like the Red East region that did not even have a Star Lord. A stairway to heaven that could connect to space at will was basically the foundation for survival. To put it bluntly, Xianxia could survive in the entire Crimson Glow astral boundary just by relying on the stairway to heaven. Unless a Star Lord personally acted, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill him. To kill Xianxia, one would first have to steal the stairway to heaven. However, the stairway to heaven had a spirit. Once it recognized a master, it would become one with the master. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to steal it. Yes, it's me. Xianxia shrugged, not hiding his identity at all. So, you're saying that these people were all killed by you? The elder of the feather race was enraged. A powerful aura immediately soared and drifted around the entire Sky Plume mountain range. At the same time, the elder crushed a talisman in his hand. The talisman turned into a beam of light that soared into the sky and exploded. It was incomparably beautiful. At the same time, a voice came out from the elder's mouth, "Someone has come to invade the Skyplume mountain range." Although they were both at the third heaven of the Earth Source realm, the elder's battle prowess was not on the same level as the fifth son, Zhao Ganqing. Although Jiangchen was only at the ninth heaven of the Unity Source realm, his battle prowess was so terrifying that it could not be estimated with common sense. The elder knew very well that if he were to fight with Jiangchen face to face, Jiangchen would not even need to use his dragon transformation to kill him. Seeing the elder's signal, Jiangchen was not worried at all. He had the sky ascending stairway with him, so he was not afraid at all. He did not plan to hide his identity this time. His goal was very simple. He wanted to show his strength to the Yu clan and make them fear for the rest of their lives. "Old man, go to hell." The heavenly dragon sword in Jiangchen's hand rippled as he attacked with sword 22. The elder was an expert at the third heaven of the Earth Source realm after all. Without using the dragon transformation, Jiangchen still had to use a powerful technique to kill him. So fast. The elder was shocked. If he did not fight with Jiangchen face to face, he would never understand how terrifying Jiangchen was. For example, Jiangchen's swordsmanship was utterly shocking in the elder's eyes. He had never seen such a sharp swordsmanship in his entire life. The elder did not hesitate and subconsciously raised the spear in his hand to block it. Unfortunately, the spear in the elder's hand paled in comparison to sword 22. Clang, the sword art was exquisite. The heavenly dragon sword contained the great way of the heaven and earth. Coupled with the elder's panic, he did not have the courage to fight with Jiangchen face to face. Therefore, the moment the spear came into contact with Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword, the spear had already flown out of his hand. Sword 23. Jiangchen's attack didn't slow down at all. After the 22 sword strikes, he followed up with the 23 sword strikes. The extremely sharp sword energy was like the killing intent of the heavens and earth. The old man only saw a cold light flash, and then there was nothing else. The harpy elder's eyes widened, and his gaze began to glaze over, losing all color. Pucci, following that, the heads of the elders of the Feather tribe fell to the ground. With just 2 strikes, the Feather race's third heavenly layer Earth Source Realm elder died under Jiangchen's sword. He did not even have the chance to resist. This was terror, this was terror, this was what a true monster was like. This kind of earth-shattering method, no matter who it was, they would have to retreat. Again, it was never fun to be enemies with Jiangchen. Shua, after killing the elder, Jiangchen disappeared once again. As long as he wanted to hide, even Zhao Lingxiao would not be able to find any traces of him. Not long after Jiangchen disappeared, a large group of feather race experts rushed out of the rising sky feather mountain. The people who came out all had imposing presences. Some of them had wings on their backs, making them look gorgeous. The person at the front was handsome and seemed to be in his 30s. His cultivation was extremely strong, having reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Beside him was a young man who looked similar to him, also at the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With such cultivation at such a young age, he was definitely a true elite of the feather race. Behind them were quite a few earthly origin experts. There were even 8th heavenly layer earthly origin experts among them. This lineup was not small at all. "Third brother, look." The young man at the 4th heavenly layer looked at the scene of the massacre. Everyone looked over as well. When they saw clearly what was happening, a sliver of anger and graveness appeared on their faces. "Third master, 4th master, be careful," an elder said. He quickly circled around the rising sky feather mountain, but he found nothing. The 2 young experts at the 4th and 5th heavenly layer were the 3rd and 4th master of the feather race. Jiangchen hid in the shadows and saw everything. He could not help but praise Zhao Lingxiao's prodigy. Each of his sons was stronger than the last. None of them were easy to deal with. Zhao Lingxiao has already lost 5 of his 9 sons. There are only 4 left. Very good, I'll let you brothers reunite one by one. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The feeling of hunting and killing was too wonderful. Who dares to commit murder in my rising skyfeather mountain? Get out here. The 3rd master's aura surged as his voice spread far and wide. Jiangchen sneered inwardly. He obviously would not go out at this time. He was here to hunt. Xianxia wanted to play the role of an assassin, a true assassin hidden in the shadows. To put it bluntly, if Xianxia wanted to be an assassin, then all the assassins in the world would lose their jobs. He was the true king of assassins. He would only choose the most appropriate time to strike. Once he struck, he would definitely take his enemy's life. Not only did Xianxia want to be an assassin, but he also wanted to cast a shadow over the hearts of the feather race. Someone had come to their doorstep to kill, but they could not even see what the enemy looked like. This kind of invisible fear was the most terrifying. The days of fear for the feather race had arrived. Looks like he's already escaped? The fourth master said. It must be a human. The third master gritted his teeth. This person is a little too bold. He actually dared to come to the rising sky feather mountain to kill people. He's going too far. Chase him. He can't have gone far. If he managed to kill so many people at the rising sky feather mountain, where would they put their face in the future? Pass down the order. Immediately seal off the rising sky feather mountain. Everyone split up and chase after him. Once you find him, contact him using talismans. The third master gave the order. This matter concerned the pride of the feather race. They could not let it go so easily. Alright, split up. He can't have gone far. The human speed can't be faster than ours. The fourth young master said. Then, he casually brought the two of them and flew off in a certain direction. The third master led a few people and the elders gave chase as well. They split up in different directions. It seemed that the feather race was determined to catch the human. The feather race was naturally arrogant. Their bloodline was naturally noble. Apart from themselves, all other races were lowly in their eyes. Now that someone had come to their doorstep to kill people, it was undoubtedly an affront to the pride of the feather race. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find the human. The group of people quickly dispersed. Xianxia appeared again like a ghost. He appeared at the foot of the rising sky feather mountain. He had concealed his aura just now, so the third master and the others did not sense him at all. At this time, De Huang Dog had also arrived quietly, running to Xianxia's side. For God's sake, didn't you say you would wait for Lord Dog? Why did you make the first move? I haven't even warmed up yet, and you've already lured out the experts of the feather race. What do you know? I'm luring the snake out of its hole. On the surface, it looks like they're chasing after me, but I'm actually choosing to kill them. Xianxia slapped De Huang Dog's head. So you're saying that our game has only just begun? With how sharp De Huang Dog was, his eyes immediately lit up. He and Xianxia were just too well coordinated. They could understand each other's intentions with a single sentence or a single glance. That's right. It's impossible to kill anyone at the foot of the rising feather mountains, but it's even better now. Do you see those people chasing after me? Which one do you think we should start with? Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog and asked. In my opinion, the fourth master is more suitable, but that bastard is a fourth heavenly layer earth source expert. He's much stronger than the fifth master. If you don't reach the earth source realm, it'll be very difficult for you to be his opponent. Plus, he has 2 fourth heavenly layer earth source experts with him. They're nothing to be afraid of. I've just reached the 2nd heavenly layer, so killing them will be very easy. De Huang Dog said. Then that's it. Have you forgotten what I'm best at? The fourth master is strong, but I can borrow his strength to increase my own strength. Even if I can't reach the earth source realm, we can still kill him if we work together. Xianxia chuckled. He did not take the fourth master seriously at all. It was exactly because the fourth master was stronger that Xianxia was so interested in him. If the fourth master was a weakling, Xianxia would not even bother with him. Moreover, with De Huang around, killing a 4th heavenly layer earth source 4th master would be a piece of cake if the two of them worked together. Zhao Lingxiao had schemed against him time and time again. Since he could not win against the old, he would naturally vent his anger on the young. Don't you have a lot of sons? I'll kill every single one of them for you. Kill him. De Huang Dog shook his head from side to side. He was a guy who loved to see the world in chaos, and he loved excitement. Now that he and Xianxia had come to the heart of the harpies to stir up trouble, there was nothing more exciting than this. Right now, De Huang Dog's blood was boiling from head to toe. He couldn't wait to get rid of the fourth young master. Two streaks of light flew out from the foot of the Skyfeather Mountain, flying in the direction that the fourth young master and the others had disappeared in. These two figures were extremely fast, like lightning, and were soundless. They came and went without a trace, making it impossible for anyone to catch a trace of them. 1,000 miles away from the Skyfeather Mountain was a wasteland. Three figures were wandering back and forth in the wasteland. The void was filled with invisible divine wills. The three figures were none other than the fourth prince and the two fourth heavenly layer feather clan elders who had come to hunt down Xianxia. The three of them swept through the area and finally gathered together. "Fourth young master, do we still need to continue chasing?" asked one of them. "There's no need. With our speed, that person can only escape this area at most if he ran in this direction. Since we can't find him, it means that he didn't run in this direction." "Let's go back," said the fourth young master. The fourth young master's eyes were sparkling, and he seemed extremely wise and farsighted. "Fourth young master, wouldn't it be a pity if we just go back like this?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Who is it?" The three of them hurriedly turned around in shock. Their expressions were rather grim, as they had not sensed anyone appear behind them at all despite their cultivation. More importantly, they had just scanned the entire area with their divine wills, but they had not found a single person. Now that someone had suddenly appeared, it could only mean that the newcomer was not ordinary. Their gazes met. The fourth young master's eyes blazed with fury the moment he saw Xianxia. "Xianxia? You're Xianxia?" said the fourth young master loudly. He had not seen Xianxia before, nor had he been present when the fifth young master and Xianxia had fought on Chilling Mountain. However, the feather race had described Xianxia too much, especially his pair of dragon wings, which were extremely eye-catching. Moreover, this guy had a dog with him, and his cultivation was only at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. In the entire Crimson East region, there was probably no other person with such a cultivation who dared to appear before him, apart from Xianxia. "That's right, it's me. You've already chased me for thousands of kilometers. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity if you just go back like this?" In order not to let the fourth young master feel too much regret, "I'm prepared to stand out and give you a chance for revenge," Xianxia said indifferently. "Impossible. Haven't you already entered the land of exile?" An elder of the feather race was filled with disbelief. A person who should have been in the land of exile had suddenly appeared before them. It was all like a dream. "Humph. Whether I go to the land of exile or not is up to me, not you. You think you're scheming against me, but you don't know that your schemes are child's play in my eyes." Xianxia snorted coldly. "Since you feather race have tried to frame me time and time again, there's nothing more to say. I've come today to kill. I'll kill every single one of you feather race, and I'll kill a group of them." Xianxia was extremely arrogant. His words were extremely arrogant. Probably only Xianxia would dare to say something like that outside the rising Skyfeather Mountain. "I saw him being sucked in by the Netherworld platform with my own eyes. How could he appear here unharmed?" The other elder was also dumbfounded. There was no way he wouldn't be surprised to see Xianxia here. "Very well, Xianxia. It's best that you didn't enter the land of exile. You gave me a chance to kill you and avenge my brothers. If you had really entered the land of exile, it would have been a pity. However, you really shouldn't have come to the rising Skyfeather Mountain to kill people. Insulting the dignity of the feather race is the stupidest thing you've ever done in your life." The fourth young master was filled with fighting spirit and murderous intent. In reality, when he heard that Xianxia had killed the fifth young master and had entered the land of exile, the fourth young master had regretted not being able to kill Xianxia with his own hands to avenge his brothers. Therefore, when the fourth young master saw Xianxia here, other than feeling shocked, he was more excited. He wanted to see if this monster of the human race really had 3 heads and 6 arms. "Fourth young master, we can't be careless with this person. Let's call for help," an elder said as a spirit talisman appeared in his hand. "Take it back." The fourth young master's conceit was exactly as Xianxia had imagined. It was exactly because of this conceit that Xianxia and De Huang Dog had chased after him fearlessly. He believed that the fourth young master would not let go of the chance to kill him alone, as his reputation in the Crimson East region was just too great. He was famous both among the humans and the winged race. Not only would killing him avenge his brothers, but he would also truly become famous and become an existence that the winged race truly believed in. Alright. The two elders released their auras, locking onto De Huang Dog. Although they knew that Xianxia was powerful, Xianxia was still at the ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm after all. He had not reached the earthly source realm yet. He could kill the fifth young master, but the fourth young master was not someone the fifth young master could compare to. On the other hand, it would be a piece of cake for the two of them to deal with a second heavenly layer earthly source dog. In other words, the two elders had their own selfish motives. If the two of them killed Xianxia and his dog with the fourth young master, they would also become famous in the winged race. They would definitely receive some decent rewards from the upper echelons of the race. No one was willing to miss out on such a great opportunity, and the two of them were no exception. Cut the crap. Damn it, hurry up and come at me together, you two old farts. De Huang Dog could not wait any longer. He made his move before the two elders had even moved. With a sway of his body, De Huang Dog grew to 30 meters tall. He shone with a violent golden light, like an ancient beast. He was unstoppable. Kill him. One of the elders bellowed and charged at De Huang Dog, but he was stopped by the other elder. There's no need for the two of us to work together against a dog. Let me do it. The elder was extremely arrogant. He did not take De Huang Dog seriously at all. This was the truth. On the surface, De Huang Dog only seemed to be at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, which was 2 whole levels lower than them. In the eyes of those who had never truly witnessed De Huang Dog's terror, anyone would look down on him. F***CKU. Seeing that the other party actually dared to look down on him, De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. He roared and charged forward. Damn dog, die. The elder waved his hand and unleashed a giant handprint. A towering giant hand descended from the sky like a barrier between heaven and earth. Its aura was extremely powerful, and it shrouded De Huang Dog's head. Trash, I'll let you know how powerful Lord Dog is. Golden light flickered above De Huang Dog's head. Facing the fourth heavenly layer Feather Race Elder's attack, De Huang Dog did not dodge. Instead, he faced it head-on. Stupid. Seeing this, the Feather Race Elder could not help but sneer. This was the stupidest defense he had ever seen. He knew very well how terrifying his palm was, yet this dog had actually used its head to block it. What was the difference between that and seeking death? The Feather Race Elder sneered, as if he could already see the scene of De Huang Dog's head being crushed by his palm. However, what happened next was worlds apart from what the Feather Race Elder had imagined. Asterisk rumble, asterisk with a rumble, the air trembled and the sound shook the surroundings. The scene of De Huang Dog's head being crushed did not happen. What was more frightening was that the palm that he had conjured was completely unable to withstand a single blow from De Huang Dog's head. It was crushed by his opponent's head. What? The Feather Race Elder could not help but cry out in surprise. He looked at De Huang Dog as if he had seen a ghost. What was this thing? How could a dog's head be so hard? This was too ridiculous. I say, you're a piece of trash. What else do you have? Bring it on. This little bit of ability is only enough to tickle this grandpa dog. De Huang Dog's arrogance could not be suppressed at all. This dog is not ordinary. Let's attack together and get rid of him first, in case there are more complications. The other elder said. All right. The Feather Race Elder who had attacked earlier was no longer arrogant and prideful. After personally witnessing the terror of De Huang Dog, although he was not afraid, he no longer had the confidence to kill this dog. The two Feather Race Elders moved left and right, directly attacking De Huang Dog. A smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. He did not care about the battle between De Huang Dog and the two Feather Race Elders at all. He was very clear about De Huang's abilities, and his battle experience was just too rich. Two ordinary elders at the fourth heaven of the Earth Source realm were not a match for De Huang Dog at all. Be it battle strength or speed, they were not on the same level. The feather race's greatest advantage was their speed. When they lost their advantage in speed, they had no advantage at all. On the other side, the dragon wings on Xianxia's back flapped, and he arrived in front of the fourth young master. His aura fluctuated, and a terrifying force instantly rippled out from his body. At the same time, an earth-shaking dragon roar resounded, and Xianxia instantly transformed into a dragon. If he wanted to fight the fourth young master with his current strength, he would have to use the dragon transformation. Even if he used the dragon transformation, he would not be a match for the fourth young master. After all, the gap between them was not small. What a great transformation! Your battle strength can actually increase by 10 times in a short period of time, which is equivalent to crossing a level. However, even if you use this forbidden technique again, it's useless before me. The gap between our cultivations is just too great. I'd like to see just how you killed my fifth brother, the fourth young master Linling said. He had not been present when Xianxia fought Zhao Ganqing on Chilean Mountain, so he had always been doubtful about how his fifth brother had lost to Xianxia, who was only at the Unity Source realm. He did not even have the chance to escape, and in the end, he was killed by Xianxia. Facing the guy who had killed 5 of his brothers and countless clansmen, the fourth young master could not hide his killing intent at all. This was why the fourth young master had felt very regretful when he heard that Xianxia had entered the land of exile. This regret was because he had not been able to kill Xianxia with his own hands and avenge his brothers and clansmen. Now, not only had Xianxia not entered the land of exile, but he had also come to the rising Skyfeather Mountain. In the fourth young master's opinion, this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. He had to grasp this opportunity. No matter what, he had to kill Xianxia today to make up for the regret in his heart and also to avenge his brothers. You'll find out soon enough. As Xianxia's aura fluctuated wildly, he waved his hand and struck out with the 5 elements combat dragon seal. True dragons were struck out one after another, all of them vivid and lifelike. Every dragon's shadow seemed like a true dragon that had come to life. As the dragons roared, every single battle skill that Xianxia used was earth-shaking. In particular, when he used them in his draconified form, his battle prowess would multiply. What a powerful battle skill. It's a pity that your cultivation is still a little too weak. You can't pose any threat to me. The fourth young master was surprised. He was shocked by Xianxia's strength. Even as an enemy, he could not help but admit that the terrifying battle prowess that Xianxia displayed with his cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer could only be described as shocking. Putting aside the others, the fourth young master knew that it was impossible for him to do what Xianxia had done when he was at that level of cultivation. The fourth young master moved. He formed a seal with both hands and conjured an invisible mountain. The surrounding space trembled as violent energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. With the fourth young master's roar, the invisible mountain of energy pressed down, colliding with the 5 berserk dragons in the most violent and barbaric manner. Rumble, the surroundings shook as the energy rippled outwards, creating a huge hole in the wilderness below. Black smoke billowed out, appearing extremely frightening. The berserk dragons conjured from the 5 elements battle dragon seal were no match for the fourth young master's invisible mountain in the end, so they were forcefully crushed to pieces. As expected, Xianxia was also sent flying dozens of meters away. However, even though he had gained the upper hand in a single move, the fourth young master did not feel happy at all, as the result was far too different from what he had expected. In his opinion, even if his attack could not kill Xianxia, it should at least heavily injure him. However, he had never thought that such a violent attack would only push Xianxia back. Xianxia's presence did not change at all. Let alone being injured, he did not even suffer any serious injuries. Just what the hell is this guy? The fourth young master ground his teeth. His gaze towards Xianxia could not help but change. He did not feel proud at all that he had defeated Xianxia, as the difference in their cultivation was just too great. Xianxia was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm and had relied on some kind of forbidden technique to barely reach the earthly source realm. On the other hand, he was a true 4th heavenly layer earthly source expert. The difference between them was like night and day. If it were anyone else, the fourth young master's attack would have been enough to crush them to pieces. However, he was unable to do anything to Xianxia. Not bad, but if this is all you've got, then you're far too disappointing. Xianxia shook his head. With a wave of his left hand, the Qilin arm appeared and he attacked once again. Fighting against an expert like the fourth young master was what Xianxia truly wanted. Only in a battle like this could he constantly improve himself and force his cultivation to increase. This was also the reason why he had chased after the fourth young master. Humph. I want to see just how capable you are. The fourth young master coldly snorted and suddenly punched out. This punch contained the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. It felt like the universe was about to collapse. The dazzling golden fist was like a small mountain. It was extremely fast as it charged toward Xianxia. Roar, the Qilin divine arm was also extremely powerful. When Xianxia punched out, a fire Qilin appeared in front of him. It was steaming with raging flames. The incomparably powerful fire Qilin shadow collided with the golden fist of the fourth young master in the most violent and barbaric way. Boom, once again, it felt like the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The entire wilderness was shaking. The shockwaves from the battle here could be felt for at least 100 miles. However, this place was desolate and uninhabited. Even within 100 miles, there was not a single person. Xianxia fought wantonly and was not worried that someone would come. Crack, it was undeniable that the fourth young master was really powerful. That dazzling fist really had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Xianxia's Qilin divine arm was directly destroyed and a cracking sound could be heard from his arm. If it was not for the fact that Xianxia's body was incomparably strong, his arm would have been crippled. However, this injury was nothing to Xianxia. He had the wood spiritual qi and the myriad qi to protect his body. As long as it was not a fatal injury, he could recover in the shortest time possible. It was a miracle. To put it bluntly, Xianxia had fallen into an invincible position in the battle just by recovering his injuries. Let me see how tough you are. The fourth young master shouted. After making Xianxia retreat with one punch, he threw out another punch. He had already made up his mind to go all out in one go and not give Xianxia any chance to breathe. Just in time. Xianxia was naturally not afraid. This was the kind of battle he wanted. The more the fourth young master pressured Xianxia, the happier he was. Under this kind of intense pressure, the source dragon in Xianxia's body also began to become restless. Once the source dragon became restless, it meant that Xianxia's potential would be stimulated and his cultivation would be forced to improve again. This was also the reason why Xianxia liked to fight with experts of a higher cultivation level after coming to the eternal world. This was also proven to be the case. This was not the first time that Xianxia had advanced in battle. He improved himself in battle and turned defeat into victory after advancing. This had happened several times and it had been tried and tested. Rumble, Xianxia and the fourth young master were in a stalemate. Xianxia was constantly being suppressed by the fourth young master and it seemed that he did not even have a chance to breathe. However, if one took a closer look, they would see that it was not Xianxia who looked anxious, but the fourth young master. Although the fourth young master had the upper hand, he was still unable to kill Xianxia despite using all his skills. Xianxia was like a cockroach with a tenacious vitality. No matter how the fourth young master tried to suppress him, Xianxia would always be able to fight back. What was even more frightening was that the injuries he inflicted on Xianxia were completely useless against Xianxia. The injuries he suffered in 1 second were completely healed in the next. This was too infuriating. Even if the fourth young master wanted to use a battle of attrition to slowly exhaust Xianxia, it would still be impossible. Xianxia seemed to be in peak condition all the time. Arg, just as the battle between Xianxia and the fourth young master was getting heated, a miserable scream suddenly rang out not far away. Xianxia and the fourth young master looked over at the same time. They saw the Dehuang dog biting a head in its mouth. The head obviously belonged to one of the elders of the Feather clan. Deep fear and unwillingness appeared on the elder's face even as he died. The other elder was scared out of his wits. They were originally extremely confident. After all, 2 fourth heavenly layer Earth Source experts working together to deal with a second heavenly layer Earth Source monster. No matter how powerful the monster was, there was no reason for it to be their opponent. Unfortunately, the two of them only understood how terrifying the Dehuang dog was after fighting it for real. It was simply abnormal, super abnormal. It could no longer be described with just the word terrifying. It was just too ferocious. Whether it was battle strength, physique or speed, they were not on the same level as the Dehuang dog. More importantly, the dog's battle experience was just too abundant. The two elders of the Feather clan could not even catch up to it. Tui the Dehuang dog spat out the head, before looking at the other Feather clan elder who was as silent as a cicada in winter with a strange gaze. "Old man, it's your turn." Seeing Dehuang dog charging at him, the Feather clan elder was so scared that he screamed and ran away. As he ran, he took out a spiritual talisman. It was too ferocious, too scary. The Feather clan elder clearly saw how this dog bit off his comrade's head. Now that he was facing Dehuang dog alone, the Feather clan elder didn't have any fighting spirit left. He didn't even have the intention to fight. It really took a lot of courage to face this dog head-on. At this time, he didn't care about making contributions or making a name for himself. It was obvious that he couldn't rely on the fourth young master alone. After such a long time, the fourth young master still hadn't taken down Xianxia. Reality also proved that it was impossible for the fourth young master to kill Xianxia alone. Not only was Xianxia a formidable opponent, there was also a dog that was extremely ferocious. It had killed an elder, and if they didn't call for reinforcements soon, not only would the fourth young master die, he would also be killed by Big Yellow. Whoosh, however, although the Feather clan elder was fast, Dehuang dog was even faster. Almost as soon as the Feather clan elder took out the spiritual talisman, Dehuang dog had already caught up with him and opened its mouth. Before the spiritual talisman could be crushed, it was taken away by Dehuang dog. Ah, a shrill scream was heard again. The scream was naturally from the Feather clan elder, because Dehuang dog not only took away the spiritual talisman, but also bit off his wrist. Dehuang dog's teeth were so sharp that it could easily bite through solid rocks and demonic spirits, let alone an ordinary person's wrist. Die for Master Dog. Dehuang dog was extremely arrogant. Its sharp dog claws were aimed at the Feather clan elder's head. At this moment, how could the elder still have any will to fight? His mentality had already collapsed. In addition, his wrist had been bitten off, and he was no different from an arrow at the end of its flight. Dehuang dog's attack was too ferocious and fast. The harpy elder couldn't even block it. He could only watch as Dehuang dog's sharp claws descended on his head. No, the elder of the Feather tribe let out one last agonized cry before his head was pierced through by the Dehuang dog. He died on the spot. Wakaka. Lord Dog is invincible. After killing 2 fourth heavenly layer Feather race elders in a row, Big Yellow was extremely proud of himself. He laughed out loud in midair, feeling extremely carefree. Damn it, what kind of dog is this? The fourth young master was so furious that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who would have taken this dog seriously in the beginning? He only had eyes for Xianxia. He never thought that he would neglect such a terrifying existence. Now, it seemed that this dog's strength was not any weaker than Xianxia's. The fourth young master could not help but feel depressed. Xianxia was already monstrous enough. Even a dog by his side was so ferocious. This was a little too ridiculous. Grandpa is more powerful than you can imagine. Dehuang dog was extremely narcissistic. He held his head high and his arrogant eyes were about to float to the sky. Xianxia could not help but touch his slightly swollen forehead. Stop being so narcissistic. Let's get down to business. Xianxia yelled at Dehuang dog. I'm coming. What's the rush? Dehuang dog said in annoyance. With a flash, he flew behind the fourth young master and formed a pincer attack with Xianxia, trapping the fourth young master in the middle. Working together to deal with me? Humph. I'm not an ordinary fourth heavenly layer earth source expert. Even if the two of you work together, you won't be my opponent. The fourth young master was still confident and arrogant. This was normal. It would be abnormal if someone like him did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Fourth young master, you still have a chance if you call for help now. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to call for help. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Are you kidding me? Do I need to call for help? You two want to fight me? Fine, I'll have a good fight today and show you how powerful I am. The fourth young master was furious. Sure enough, he couldn't take any provocation. In fact, for a split second just now, the fourth young master had the thought of calling for help, but Xianxia's words made him give up on the idea. His dignity and face did not allow the fourth young master to call for help. He had to rely on his own strength to kill Xianxia and a Huang dog with his own hands. Even if he could not kill them, it was far from enough for him to call for help. Not bad, not bad. The fourth young master of the Feather Clan is indeed a hero. Unfortunately, he's just a brainless person. Xianxia said, not forgetting to mock him. Xianxia, shut up. I'll definitely kill you today. The fourth young master's aura fluctuated. With a wave of his arm, a dazzling spear appeared in his hand. The spear seemed to be the standard weapon of the Feather Clan. At least, most of the Feather Clan that Xianxia had encountered so far used spears. It had to be said that the Feather Clan did have a certain level of mastery in spear techniques. In their hands, the spear's power far surpassed that of other weapons. Of course, it did not matter to Xianxia what weapon the fourth young master used. You think this kind of trash is worthy? Have a taste of my purple gold divine spear. A spear also appeared above the Huang dog's head. His spear was infused with the real Great Tao. The weapon in the fourth young master's hand could not be compared to it at all. Good spear. If I can get my hands on this spear, my combat strength will definitely increase a lot. It's a pity that such a perfect spear is in the hands of a dog. The fourth young master was a knowledgeable man. When he saw Big Yellow's spear, his eyes lit up, and a greedy look emerged in his eyes. De Huang, attack! Xianxia shouted. His heavenly dragon sword rippled and he immediately used the 23 swords. On the other side, De Huang dog also attacked decisively. The glorious godly spear swept across the sky, emitting an unparalleled might and lethality. In an instant, the entire void was filled with sword chi and spear shadows. They covered the sky and covered the earth, shrouding the fourth young master. So strong. The fourth young master's facial expression finally changed. The man and the dog's cooperation was too tacit. When they attacked, it was as if they were attacking at the same time. They were using their strongest energy to the fullest. Spear manipulation art. The fourth young master did not dare to be careless. He displayed his powerful spear manipulation art, which was extremely powerful. For a moment, he was evenly matched with Xianxia and De Huang dog's joint attack. The fourth young master could not help but worry about such a situation. Previously, when he was fighting against Xianxia, he was always suppressing him. Now that De Huang dog had joined the battle, his advantage was gone. Both sides were on par with each other. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to kill Xianxia and De Huang dog. The white-hot battle continued. De Huang dog's glorious divine spear was unstoppable. With Xianxia's seamless cooperation, their battle prowess was at its peak. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, infinitely close to the earthly origin realm. De Huang, try to divert the fourth prince's pressure towards me. You'll be in charge of keeping him busy. I feel like I'm about to reach the earthly origin realm. Xianxia communicated to De Huang dog. He had already touched the doorway to the earthly origin realm. To him, reaching the earthly origin realm was just a matter of time. There were no bottlenecks to speak of. Xianxia and De Huang dog had already comprehended everything they needed to comprehend in cultivation. Furthermore, the pill that Xianxia had taken earlier still had some medicinal strength left in his body. Not only had the potential within his body been stimulated during the intense battle with the fourth young master, but the remaining medicinal strength had also been perfectly absorbed. Xianxia originally did not plan on using the pressure from the fourth prince to reach the earthly origin realm. He thought that it would be great if he could reach a state infinitely close to the earthly origin realm. He never thought that the battle would have such a great effect. The source dragon in his body was extremely restless, giving Xianxia hope of directly reaching the earthly origin realm. According to Xianxia's plan, he and De Huang dog would be able to exhaust the fourth prince to death even if they worked together. Of course, it would be even better if he could reach the earthly origin realm himself. Killing the fourth prince would be a piece of cake. All right. De Huang Dog replied and stowed the violet gold divine spear away. He simply diverted all the pressure from the fourth prince onto Xianxia. The two brothers were just too well coordinated. De Huang Dog knew what Xianxia needed the most right now. Moreover, once Xianxia reached the earthly origin realm, the fourth prince would be able to kill him as he pleased. Spear manipulation art, kill. Xianxia, I'll kill you first. The fourth young master locked onto Xianxia and launched a fierce attack with the imperial spear technique. In his opinion, that dog must have consumed too much energy and could no longer sustain such a fierce battle. This was definitely a great opportunity for him. For a moment, the fourth young master's confidence soared as if he could see the dawn of victory. What a pity! What a pity! All of this was just an illusion. De Huang Dog didn't make a move because he didn't want to, and it wasn't because his strength didn't allow him to. 26 swords. Xianxia roared and the heavenly dragon sword rippled. He transformed into a real dragon and merged with the heavenly dragon sword. When the 26th sword was unleashed, Xianxia's swordsmanship had reached its peak. The limitless sword was invincible. The union of dragon and sword was invincible. Rumble, the fiercest collision occurred between the sword 26 and the spear commanding skill. The fourth young master exerted the spear commanding skill to the extreme. Even though it was the sword 26, it was blocked by him. It even knocked Xianxia and the sky dragon sword apart. Barf, Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood, but his face was filled with unprecedented excitement. The source dragon in his body was restless, jumping in his limbs and bones. Crack crack, cracking sounds began to be heard from Xianxia's body. It was the sound of a breakthrough. A large number of source stones were refined and absorbed by Xianxia as if they were worthless. At this moment, Xianxia's cultivation had successfully broken through to the first heavenly layer of the earth source realm. Impossible. The fourth young master's expression finally changed completely. He stared at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. He originally thought that he had already won. De Huang Dog no longer had the strength to fight, and his spear commanding skill had also reached the peak. He was about to injure Xianxia heavily and victory was right in front of him. But now, Xianxia had actually broken through and reached the earth source realm. This was just too ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that it changed the fourth young master's understanding of cultivation. From the fourth young master's point of view, this was simply impossible. Breaking through could only happen when one was in peak condition. When a person was injured, it would be difficult for them to recover from their injuries, so how could they possibly break through? Even if they had such thoughts, their bodies wouldn't allow them to do so. However, this seemingly impossible thing had actually happened right in front of the fourth young master. Xianxia was like a demon, accomplishing what he thought was impossible. He had broken through even after being heavily injured by the fourth young master's spear commanding skill. Rumble, while the fourth young master was still in a daze, a violent energy was released from Xianxia's body. The fourth young master's expression changed once again. He had originally planned on using the spear commanding skill again while Xianxia was breaking through, hoping that he would be able to take Xianxia's life. However, he never thought that Xianxia would be able to break through so quickly and so ferociously, not giving the fourth young master any chance or time at all. Fourth young master, it's your turn now. Xianxia, who had broken through to the first heavenly layer of the earth source realm, was extremely ferocious with his dragon transformation body. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a streak of light and charged towards the fourth young master. Damn it. The fourth young master did not dare to be careless at this moment. He did not even have the intention to fight anymore. He had absolute reason to believe that he was definitely not Xianxia's opponent after breaking through. If he did not escape now, his fate would be the same as his fifth brother, dying miserably in the hands of Xianxia. He did not expect Xianxia to be merciful towards him. As he escaped, the fourth young master did not forget to take out the communication talisman and crushed it on the spot. This was a communication talisman used by the Feather Clan. Once it was crushed, the people who had chased after him would sense it immediately. The third young master and the others would rush over immediately. The fourth young master was a smart person. He needed to be prepared. If he could not escape from Xianxia, the reinforcements from the communication talisman might very well save his life. It was not that the fourth young master did not have the confidence to escape from Xianxia. It was just that Xianxia was too terrifying. Furthermore, his fifth brother had died to Xianxia in the same way on Chilean Mountain. The fourth young master's cultivation was a level higher than the fifth young master's, and the current Xianxia happened to be a level higher than when he had killed the fifth young master. If Xianxia could kill the fifth young master, he naturally had the strength to kill the fourth young master. Moreover, the current Xianxia was already a true Earth Source expert. The increase in battle strength from the Unity Origin realm to the Earth Source realm was extremely great. In other words, it would be easier for Xianxia to kill him at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm than at the ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Whoosh, the heavenly dragon sword soared through the air recklessly like a sword dragon. It was extremely powerful and murderous. The fourth young master used his wings to escape while using his spear kinesis technique to defend himself. Its fourth brother, he must be in danger. Let's go. In the same wilderness, the third young master, who was searching for news of Xianxia, immediately rushed towards the fourth young master after receiving the message from the spiritual talisman. Third young master, you are worrying too much. The fourth young master is very strong and ordinary people are no match for him. An elder said. You don't understand. Fourth brother is very arrogant. If he is not in danger, he will not use the spiritual talisman. The third young master said. He knew his brother very well. If there was an enemy that he could defeat, he would do it himself and run to the clan to claim credit. Since the fourth young master had used the spiritual talisman, it could only mean one thing. He was in danger. The experts of the Yu clan rushed towards the fourth young master from all directions. Their powerful auras and waves of chi swept across the area. On the other side, the fourth young master was being suppressed by Xianxia. One of his arms was gone and the wound was bleeding profusely. The spear in his hand was gone too. At this moment, the fourth young master was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He could not fight back at all. He was a genius of the Yu clan. For the first time in his life, his fate was in someone else's hands. He could not do anything. It seemed that if his brother did not appear soon, the fourth young master could only wait for death. Little Xianxia, kill him quickly. The experts of the Yu clan are coming. De Huang Dog reminded. What are you afraid of? I am not afraid even if Zhao Lingxiao comes personally. No one can save the fourth young master from my hands. Xianxia snorted. He did not need to hide. He came to the Yu clan this time to show them his strength. With the sky ascending stairs, no matter how many experts the Yu clan sent, Xianxia would not be afraid. He would kill them and leave. No one could stop him. Ah, a shrill scream sounded again. Xianxia did not panic and cut off the fourth young master's other arm with the sharp heavenly dragon sword. Bastard, Xianxia, if you dare to kill me, you won't be able to walk out of the Skyfeather Mountain. The fourth young master howled. Having lost 2 arms, he was filled with despair. This was a huge blow to him. Even if he didn't die today, he would be a cripple. His future was bleak. I can come and go as I please. Even if Zhao Lingxiao comes, he won't be able to stop me. Xianxia was extremely arrogant. His huge dragon claw grabbed the fourth young master's head like an eagle grabbing a chick. No matter how hard the fourth young master struggled, it was useless. Xianxia's dragon claw was like a cage, firmly holding the fourth young master in place. Stop, let go of the fourth young master. Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the distant sky. Several tyrannical auras rippled out, engulfing the entire sky above the wilderness. A few of the Harpy elders charged over at high speed, emanating an incredibly oppressive aura. Let go of my brother. Another shout rang out. The third young master had also arrived. Almost at the same time, people came from several directions. In an instant, the experts of the Harpy surrounded the entire sky above the wilderness. There was no need for a formation in such a situation. It was an inescapable net. Once trapped by such a formation, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape. It had to be said that the Harpy's reaction was really fast. From the moment the fourth young master exploded the talisman to the moment all the experts appeared, there was almost no delay. Third brother, save me, third brother. Seeing the third young master and the others arrive, the fourth young master acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw and hurriedly cried out. Fourth brother. The third young master's expression changed drastically. Seeing that the fourth young master's arms had been cut off and blood was spurting out wildly, the third young master's anger soared to the sky. What kind of place was this? This was outside the Skyfeather Mountain, the heart of the Harpy. Now, someone had actually come to the Skyfeather Mountain to commit murder and kill his own brother. This was a great humiliation to the Harpy. It's Xianxia. It's actually Xianxia. Some people recognized Xianxia, especially the elders of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. They had personally been to the Scarlet Ridge Mountain, and some of them had even seen Xianxia's true appearance twice, so they recognized Xianxia immediately. It was because they recognized Xianxia that they were even more shocked. They all looked at Xianxia as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible, how can it be Xianxia? Didn't that bastard enter the land of exile? Damn it, there must be something wrong with the Netherworld platform. That guy didn't go to the land of exile. The Patriarch's plan has failed. This person is really lucky. In order to send him to the land of exile, we even sacrificed the 5th young master's life, but who would have thought that he would appear here in one piece? He even came to the Harpy to show off and kill so many of our clansmen. Now, even the 4th young master is about to die at his hands. Xianxia, but he didn't enter the land of exile, so he didn't cherish his life. He actually came to the Skyfeather Mountain alone to cause trouble. Since that's the case, we can't let him go today. He must die here. The elders of the Harpy were all furious. They had been caught off guard when they saw Xianxia again, but they reacted very quickly. They knew that this was the best time to kill Xianxia. Xianxia was alone now, without the support of any human experts. If they could not kill Xianxia today, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. Now that the 4th young master is in my hands, are you going to ignore the 4th young master's life and attack me? Xianxia said calmly. The dragon claw on the 4th young master's head casually exerted force, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Several streams of blood spurted out of the 4th young master's head. No, save me, third brother. The 4th young master was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His whole body was trembling, and he felt the real threat of death. In his opinion, Xianxia was a murderous demon. Now that he was completely under Xianxia's control, killing him would only take a thought. The 4th young master was really scared. He didn't dare to bet on Xianxia's courage. If it was someone else, the 4th young master might think that the other party wouldn't dare to kill him when he was surrounded. But now, his fate was in the hands of Xianxia. Xianxia, let my 4th brother go. The 3rd young master shouted. Let him go? Now that I've been surrounded by you, it seems that I can't escape. If I'm going to die, I naturally have to drag someone down with me. Don't tell me that you'll let me go if I let the 4th young master go. I don't believe that. What do you want? The 3rd young master stared at Xianxia with eyes that were about to shoot out flames. He clenched his fists tightly and swore to himself that he would tear Xianxia into a million pieces today. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Give me 10 million grade 3 origin stones, and I'll let 4th prince go. Xianxia said in a serious tone. Pfft, De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh, secretly giving Xianxia a thumbs up. What a sinister guy. He didn't forget to extort the Harpies even at a time like this. What? 10 million grade 3 origin stones? Why don't you just rob someone? An elder at the 8th layer of the earthly source realm stumbled and almost fell from the sky. 10 million grade 3 origin stones? How dare he ask for such an exorbitant price? One had to know that grade 3 origin stones were indispensable for earthly source realm cultivators. 10 million grade 3 origin stones was a huge sum. As an expert of the 8th heavenly layer of the earth source realm and an elder of the feather race, it was already quite good for him to have a million grade 3 origin stones in his possession. This bastard asked for 10 million right off the bat. Damn it, I've never had that many origin stones in my entire life. I'm robbing you. So what? If you don't give it to me, I'll kill fourth prince. Xianxia didn't seem to be afraid of anything. 10 million, not a single one less. It seemed like there was no room for negotiation. The harpies all gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to eat Xianxia alive. They were irreconcilable enemies in the first place, and the enemy was weak while they were strong. They could have killed Xianxia directly, but they had no choice but to negotiate with Xianxia. Xianxia, don't go too far. We don't have that many origin stones on us. Third prince said. If you don't have enough on you, you can always go back and get more. The harpies are extremely wealthy, so there's no way they wouldn't be able to take out 10 million grade 3 origin stones. I'll just wait here, but I need to remind you that you should hurry up and get the origin stones. If I'm late, fourth prince's blood will run dry. Xianxia said. It seemed like he wouldn't rest until he got his hands on the 10 million third-grade origin stones. Xianxia, do you think you'll still be able to enjoy the fame after getting the origin stone? Third young master said. You don't have to worry about that. Just bring it over. Xianxia snorted, unconcerned at all. Damn it. This is so frustrating. This guy is messing with us. If not for the fact that the fourth young master is in his hands, I would have killed him directly. Why would I be standing here listening to his conditions? What do we do now? Inform the clan leader to bring the origin stones and save fourth young master first. The harpy experts were about to go mad with rage. They had never felt so stifled before. Don't alarm my father. If he's alarmed over such a small matter, what use do we have? Third young master waved his hand. Just like fourth young master, he was filled with pride. Now that something big had happened on Heavenly Feather Mountain, Xianxia had come alone to kill people, and now he was using fourth young master's life to threaten them. Third young master had brought so many experts to surround them. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, and had to alarm the clan leader, he could forget about being third young master. Then what should we do? Third young master, we'll listen to you. An Earth Source Realm 8th Heaven expert said. Take out all the origin stones you have and see how many you have. Third young master said. Everyone was starting to feel awkward. The harpy cultivation was the same as the human race. Origin stones were indispensable to cultivation. They didn't have much wealth, so they were naturally unwilling to take them out. Don't worry. Xianxia can't take these origin stones away. They'll belong to you sooner or later. Even if you don't have them in the end, the origin stones will be returned to you from the clan. Don't waste time. Take them out quickly. Third young master said. Alright, I have 1 million here. That's all I have. I have 1 million as well. I have 500,000. Even though the group of Earth Source Realm Feather Race experts were unwilling, they had no choice but to take out all their belongings at this time. Third young master was the richest. He had more than 4 million. Even so, everyone's combined wealth was only 9 million. Xianxia, we only have 9 million. Don't push your luck. Third young master said. No way. 10 million it is. Not a single one less. Xianxia didn't give up. He didn't budge an inch. F*CK, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. Someone was infuriated. This was too much. He wanted 10 million, but now he was offering 9 million, and he still wasn't satisfied. Alright, I have a drop of mysterious yellow saliva here. It's worth more than 1 million third-grade origin stones. I'll give it to you. Third young master gritted his teeth. He took out a jade bottle with a wave of his hand. The jade bottle was transparent, and a drop of faint yellow saliva could be seen through it. Even through the screen, one could feel the pure energy emanating from the saliva. This is good stuff. Mysterious yellow saliva, a natural treasure. It's not bad at all. You wouldn't exchange it for 2 million third-grade origin stones. Kid, you've struck it big. You didn't come here for nothing. After eating this mysterious yellow saliva, your cultivation base will directly break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. This third young master is really rich. He even has a treasure like mysterious yellow saliva. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. He had originally wanted to use fourth young master to trick the harpy race, but he hadn't expected to reap such unexpected rewards. Mysterious yellow saliva. The group of harpy experts couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw the jade bottle. Third young master had even taken out mysterious yellow saliva. It was clear how close he was with fourth young master. "Alright, give it to me." Xianxia waved his hand. Third young master didn't hesitate. With a wave of his arm, he tossed the universe ring with 9 million third-grade origin stones and the jade bottle with a drop of mysterious yellow saliva to Xianxia. Third young master didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache because he knew that even if Xianxia obtained these items, he wouldn't be able to take them away safely. It wasn't just third young master. All of the harpy experts had the same thought. They wanted to see how Xianxia was going to fight them. Under these circumstances, even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, where could he run to? "Release him." Third young master yelled at Xianxia. "Alright, I'm in a good mood today. I'll give it to you." Xianxia grabbed fourth young master's head and tossed it to third young master. He had originally planned to kill fourth young master, but he was in a good mood now. He might as well spare fourth young master's life. Fourth young master wouldn't pose any threat to him anyway. Fourth young master, who had lost 2 arms, was already a cripple. There was no point in killing him, so he might as well be a bit more generous. "Fourth brother, how is it?" The third young master supported the fourth young master and hurriedly fed the fourth young master a pill. "Brother, kill him. Kill Xianxia and avenge me." The fourth young master was gnashing his teeth in anger. His eyes had turned red, and his eyeballs were about to pop out from their sockets. He shouted at Xianxia in a heart-wrenching manner. "Kill Xianxia." Without the fourth young master's reminder, a spear appeared in the third young master's hand and he stabbed at Xianxia. At the same time, the other experts of the Feather Clan also attacked. All of their attacks were directed at Xianxia. Violent energy swept across the sky above the wasteland. The place where Xianxia was turned into a whirlpool of energy. Even a 7th heavenly layer earth source expert would be smashed to pieces, let alone a 1st heavenly layer earth source expert. Stairway to heaven. Xianxia had already taken out the stairway to heaven and escaped with De Huang Dog as soon as he could. They disappeared without a trace, causing all the attacks from the Feather Clan to miss. Xianxia dared to be so unscrupulous because of the stairway to heaven. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have come to the Sky Feather Mountain foolishly to commit murder. It was no different from courting death. If it wasn't for the stairway to heaven, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to dodge the attack no matter how strong he was. He would have died right here, right now. Rumble, the violent attacks wreaked havoc, messing up the airflow above the wasteland. Dust billowed and rippled everywhere. After a while, the thick smoke dispersed. The third young master and all the experts of the Feather Clan looked around, but they found nothing. There was no sign of Xianxia. "Where is he?" The third young master was exasperated. "Don't tell me he's been smashed to pieces?" Someone said. "Impossible. Xianxia has the strength to defeat the fourth young master. Even if we attacked him together, it would be impossible for us to completely destroy him. Now, there is not even a trace of his aura. It seems that the bastard escaped again." "Impossible. How did he escape? All of us are here, and we've sealed off the entire wilderness. How can he escape?" "Sigh, it seems that we've all underestimated this guy. This person must have some sort of trump card to escape." I suddenly recalled that back at Mount Qiling, he was still able to escape even when the clan chief personally took action. Someone said. At that moment, everyone recalled that Zhao Lingxiao had personally attacked Xianxia before. Not only had she failed to kill Xianxia, she had not even touched a single hair on Xianxia's body. "Keep chasing. I don't believe he can get far." The third prince howled, the veins on his neck bulging. He was the most sullen of them all. 9 million grade 3 origin stones, as well as the mysterious yellow saliva that he viewed as a precious treasure, were gone just like that. If he couldn't get it back, the third prince would definitely be depressed when he returned. The group of men spread out in all directions and started chasing after Xianxia once again. However, all of them knew that it would be difficult to find Xianxia again. All of them were holding back their anger. If today's incident were to be spread out, they would lose all their face. The Yu clan had sent so many experts to deal with Xianxia, but not only did they fail to kill him, they were also tricked by him. At this moment, Xianxia had already escaped far away using the stairway to heaven. He was thousands of miles away, out of the control of Skyfeather Mountain. Ha ha ha, Xianxia and De Huang Dog looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is so King satisfying. These Yu clan people must be going crazy, especially that third prince. He lost so many origin stones and even the mysterious yellow saliva. De Huang Dog was extremely complacent. This man and dog seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Saint Origin world and the immortal world. The mysterious yellow saliva is a good thing. If I refine it, my cultivation base can directly advance to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. However, if I refine it alone, it will be too wasteful. I can use the mysterious yellow saliva to refine 2 mysterious yellow pills. A mysterious yellow pill can achieve the same effect as a drop of mysterious yellow saliva. And a drop of mysterious yellow saliva can be used together with the herbs I have on me to refine 2 mysterious yellow pills. Xianxia said that he would not let go of any chance to improve his cultivation base. In the vast eternal world, nothing was more important than strength. Not only him, De Huang Dog was the same. Although they had a natural advantage that surpassed ordinary people, their cultivation base had always been their weakness. They must constantly improve their cultivation base to gradually establish themselves in the eternal world. Beautiful. De Huang Dog praised fiercely at Xianxia, praising Xianxia's loyalty for not forgetting his brother at such a time. Now that we're out of the range of Skyfeather Mountain, let's find a place to refine the mysterious yellow pills first. Xianxia said. A man and a dog found a secluded valley and landed there. As for the third young master and the other experts of the feather race, Xianxia didn't need to worry about them. They had been tricked by him, so they were probably bursting with anger. Thinking of the third young master's furious expression, Xianxia and De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh heartily again. Outside Skyfeather Mountain, the third young master and the others searched for a long time. They had almost searched the area within a few thousand miles of Skyfeather Mountain, but they couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. They couldn't even find a trace of Xianxia's aura. In the end, they had no choice but to return with regret. *CK, the third young master cursed and punched himself twice in the chest. The people around him didn't say anything. They didn't know why the third young master would suddenly hit himself. It was probably because of the 9 million third-grade origin stones and the mysterious yellow saliva. But then again, it made sense. That was the mysterious yellow saliva, and it was gone just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. The others were also extremely depressed. The third young master had naturally lost the mysterious yellow saliva, but they had also lost all their origin stones. The third young master had said that they would be given back their origin stones. But seeing the third young master's current state, who would dare to ask for origin stones, they could forget about getting their origin stones back. They could only suffer in silence when faced with such a situation. But even though they were depressed, the feather race had also seen the true threat of Xianxia. This human was too abnormal. He had been able to escape under such circumstances. It was as if he could come and go as he pleased. This kind of person was too frightening. Next, they would probably have to get rid of Xianxia at all costs. Xianxia had already become the feather race's nightmare. If they didn't get rid of him soon, the entire feather race would probably perish at his hands. Xianxia must have some kind of heaven-defying trump card. Maybe it's a treasure that can travel through space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared just like that. A Feather Clan elder said. If that's the case, it won't be easy for our Feather Clan to kill him. Even the Patriarch couldn't kill him last time. Yes, but a treasure that can travel through space is too rare. Moreover, if one doesn't understand the power of space, it would be difficult to use such a treasure. You can't have forgotten that Xianxia is probably the reincarnation of a powerful figure. If he really is, it's not impossible for him to use a treasure that can travel through space. Threat. This is the greatest threat to our Feather Clan. A fatal threat. In my opinion, we should hurry back and report this matter to the patriarch. We need to come up with a very detailed plan to kill Xianxia. Everyone felt a strong sense of threat and unease. The Feather Clan, the leader of the Qidong region, had never thought that one day they would be threatened by a single person. This fatal threat didn't come from the entire human race, but from a young man of the human race. Let's go back and report to father. Xianxia didn't enter the land of exile, the third young master said. The third young master said. His heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. Xianxia had disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been here. At least, with the third young master's ability, he could not find Xianxia at all. In the Sky Feather Hall. What? Xianxia smashed a table with his palm. His face was distorted. The other Heavenly Source experts were also shocked. They had been talking and laughing about the future of the Feather Clan, but when they heard about Xianxia, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. Father, it is indeed Xianxia. This B***star didn't enter the land of exile at all. Just now, he brought a dog to the rising Sky Feather Mountain to cause trouble and killed many of our clansmen. Even fourth brother was severely injured by him and became a cripple. The third young master gritted his teeth and said. His words made him blush. He felt embarrassed, but the truth was the truth. He didn't have the ability to eliminate Xianxia. That's impossible. I was the one who opened the Netherworld platform back then. It definitely opened a passage to the land of exile. Xianxia has clearly entered the land of exile. The first elder of the Feather race said. He was the other expert at the second heavenly layer of the Feather race besides Xianxia. We suspect that Xianxia possesses a treasure that allows him to travel through space. That's why he was able to escape our encirclement. You must know that even when the clan chief personally attacked him, he was still able to escape. An elder said. So you're saying that Xianxia can rely on that treasure to directly escape the land of exile? If that's really the case, then it's terrifying. With such a treasure, killing Xianxia will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of a true almighty. His rate of growth is just too fast. He's like a rocket, constantly advancing. If we allow him to continue growing, our Feather race won't even need to go to war with the human race. We won't even be able to deal with Xianxia. We need to think of a real plan to trap Xianxia and prevent him from using the treasure. That way, not only will we be able to take Xianxia's life, but we'll also be able to obtain a supreme treasure. Easier said than done. The upper echelons of the Feather race were all aware of the severity of the situation. Xianxia had already become their greatest threat. He had to be eliminated. Every day that he was allowed to grow, the Feather race would be even more of a threat. From now on, all Heavenly Source experts will work together to modify the Netherworld platform. It seems that if we want to eliminate Xianxia, only the Netherworld platform can restrain the treasure in Xianxia's hands, Xianxia said. Xianxia said. At this time, as the clan leader, he had to make a real decision. The other Heavenly Source experts all had solemn expressions on their faces. The cost of modifying the Netherworld platform was not small, but the Feather race had no other choice. They had already been forced into a dead end, and they had to fight back. If they started a war with the human race now, it would not benefit the Feather race at all. Recently, the human race's morale had been high. If they started a war now, they would not be able to gain any advantage. The only thing they could do now was to eliminate Xianxia. They had to eliminate Xianxia. Only by eliminating this fatal threat could the Feather race continue to exist. Only then could they continue to stand on equal footing with the human race in the Crimson East region. On the other side, in a quiet valley, Xianxia and a Huang dog had already consumed the black-yellow pill that had just been refined. As expected, both of them had advanced at the same time. Xianxia's cultivation had successfully reached the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage, while the Huang dog's cultivation had directly reached the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage. He was only a step away from the fourth heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage. Little Xianxia, what are we going to do now? Should we go to the rising Sky Feather Mountain again? The Huang dog was extremely excited. Clearly, the previous battle had not satisfied him yet. No, the rising sky feather mountain must be heavily guarded right now. We won't be able to gain anything even if we go there. Let's go to the land of exile, Xianxia said. Let's go to the land of exile. The land of exile? Wonderful. I like it. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. The land of exile was a truly fearless place. If he had the chance to go there, wouldn't it be even more enjoyable? With the stairway to heaven, the land of exile is my backyard. I can go and go as I please. A smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The city lord of the city of 10,000 evils, Zhao Ba, was most likely looking for him everywhere. However, Xianxia was not afraid at all. The stairway to heaven is indeed a good thing. Have you studied it? It should have more than one section, said De Huang Dog. The stairway to heaven that he had obtained in the broken feather stream was simply wondrous. From the looks of it now, it had become Xianxia's greatest help in the eternal world. It definitely has more than one section. There's definitely more than one. If my guess is correct, this should be a peerless treasure from the eternal world. It's just a pity that it was interrupted for some reason. The stairway to heaven in my hand is only a small part of it. That's because every time I use it, the distance it can teleport me is extremely limited. From this, it can be seen that its true might has been greatly reduced. If I could collect all of the stairway to heaven, it would be amazing. Martial Pavilion, the news that Xianxia didn't enter the land of exiles and that he had killed people in Skyfeather Mountain spread like wildfire. The news spread like wildfire across the entire human race at the fastest speed possible, stirring up a tornado in the human race. Haha, I knew it. Teacher wouldn't be exiled so easily. Teacher is the reincarnation of a powerful being. He has many tricks up his sleeves. That's amazing. Not only did Teacher not enter the land of exile, he even went to the heart of the feather race alone to kill people. He has greatly destroyed the spirit of the feather race. I really admire him. Disregarding other things, just this courage alone is something that not many people in the Martial Pavilion can do. Teacher is Teacher. With Teacher around, the feather race will be finished sooner or later. The feather race set up the Netherworld platform and wanted to exile Teacher. They did not expect Teacher's abilities to be far beyond their imagination. Their strength does not allow them to exile Teacher. I wonder where Teacher is now. If I see him, I must worship him. Forget it. Teacher naturally has his own things to do. Right now, he is a god in our hearts. We just need to focus on our cultivation and use Teacher as a role model. If there is a day when we go to war with the feather race, I still want to fight alongside Teacher. I really miss the passion of fighting alongside Teacher in the Starlord's ruins. I'm so envious that you guys actually have the opportunity to fight alongside Teacher. Xianxia's current position in the human race was completely entrenched. He was now the symbol of a god, an omnipotent god. All the people in the Martial Pavilion, be it disciples or elders, regarded Xianxia as their idol. Especially those young people, they practically treated Xianxia as their lifelong goal. Countless female disciples were infatuated with Xianxia, treating him as the lover of their dreams, an idol that they worshipped endlessly. Xiaolong was settled down. Upon Xianxia's request, the Martial Pavilion leader, Wu Changtian, personally accepted Xiaolong as a disciple and was prepared to teach him carefully. Wu Changtian naturally did not know about Xiaolong's special constitution, but he knew one thing: the person chosen by Xianxia could not be wrong. With proper training, he would definitely become a talent of the human race. The Crimson East region seemed peaceful on the surface, but in reality, undercurrents were surging. The human race was constantly cultivating to improve their strength, and Xianxia had brought a cultivation frenzy. The Yu clan's side began to feel threatened. During this period of time, the Yu clan's losses were immeasurable. Not to mention the genius disciples who died tragically in the Scarlet Ridge Mountain, just the 9 young masters that Zhao Lingxiao was so proud of had died in the Martial Pavilion, and one had been crippled. Currently, all of the Heavenly Source experts of the Yu race were in seclusion to modify the Netherworld platform. For the Yu race, nothing was more important than killing Xianxia. Killing Xianxia had become their top priority. At this time, the rising star of the Crimson East region was using the stairway to heaven to bring De Huang Dog to the land of exile. Xianxia wanted to enter the land of exile, but the stairway to heaven only remembered two coordinates. One was the cliff where he had first entered, and the other was the city of 10,000 evils where he had disappeared. In other words, if Xianxia wanted to return to the land of exile, he had to enter from these two places. Needless to say, Xianxia would definitely choose the cliff to enter the land of exile. The city of 10,000 evils had probably been completely sealed by Xiao Ba, so entering the city of 10,000 evils at this time was not a wise choice. It was best to enter from the cliff. It had been less than a day since Xianxia had left the land of exile and returned. At this moment, a dozen guards were standing guard on the cliff outside the city of 10,000 evils. Xianxia and the others had been killed by the public prosecutor, but the order of the city of 10,000 evils had to be maintained. Since one batch had died, another batch had to be replaced. Has the person who killed the third young master been found? Someone asked. Found my **s. We've been busy for an entire day, but we haven't even found a shadow. The city lord is furious now. He's just short of tearing down the city of 10,000 evils. Sigh, I have to say that person is really awesome. He even dared to kill the third young master, and he did it in the city of 10,000 evils. His courage is simply amazing. What I admire more is not his courage, but his ability. I heard that he is only at the Unity Origin realm, but not only does he have the ability to kill the third young master, but he was also able to escape from the city of 10,000 evils without a trace. This ability is amazing. Let's go. Don't appear again. I don't want to meet that guy. Xianxia and the others were killed by him here. Obviously, although Xianxia had only been in the land of exile for a short while, he had already become famous in the city of 10,000 evils. Xianxia was probably the only person who could become famous quickly wherever he went. As everyone was talking, the void trembled. Two figures fell from the void and landed on the cliff. We've got business. Everyone was immediately interested. They immediately surrounded Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Welcome to the land of exile, both of you. One of the guards said in a sloppy manner. What? You want some source stones so that I can crawl under your captain's crotch, right? Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. They all stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. How do you know? Someone asked. Because I just arrived not long ago, and they treated me the same way. By the way, your captain is called Xianxia, right? Xianxia said with a smile. You're that person? It's you. You killed our third young master. How is that possible? How can someone who came in a second time? The expressions of all the guards changed in an instant. They recalled the description of the person who had seen Xianxia in the city of evil. It was a young man in white. This is just the land of exile. I can come and go as I please. Now, do you still want to rob me? Xianxia crossed his arms and looked at these people mockingly. No, we wouldn't dare. Big brother, just leave. We didn't see anything. The Earth Source Realm captain was obviously a smart person. He hurriedly nodded and bowed. The others did the same. What a joke. This was a jinx. How would they dare to rob him? Wouldn't that be a joke with their lives? Not only could they not rob him, but they also had to pretend that they had not seen Xianxia. This was to prevent Xianxia from silencing them. After all, the city of evil was currently looking for Xianxia everywhere. Let me ask you. What's the situation in the city of evil now? Xianxia asked. He was not interested in killing these people. He had killed Xianxia and the others because they had provoked him. These people were smart, so there was no need for him to kill them. The city of evil has been locked down. All the experts from the city lord's mansion have come out, including the first young master and the second young master. They are looking for you everywhere, the captain said truthfully, not daring to hide anything. Xianxia nodded. This was within his expectations. After all, this was the land of exile. Based on Xiao Ba's character, it would be abnormal if he did not do anything after his son was killed. But don't worry, young master. In another 2 days, the city lord should have no time to trouble you. The captain said. Why? Xianxia looked at the captain with interest. Because the mysterious dragon palace has been restless recently. Judging by the situation, in 3 days, a treasure will definitely appear. The city lord will definitely go there. When that time comes, many experts in the land of exile will go. He won't have time to care about young master. The captain said. Mysterious dragon palace? What kind of place is that? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was immediately curious. Seeing that Xianxia was interested, the captain was delighted. He knew that it was time for him to claim credit. As long as the young man in white was happy, he might not kill them. It was normal for people who had just come to the land of exile not to know about the existence of the mysterious dragon palace. In the extreme north of the land of exile, there is a 9-story palace. No one knows how long the palace has been in the land of exile. There are often dragon shadows flashing, and every 30 days, there will be dragon roars. That's why people call it the Dragon Palace, the captain said. At the mention of the mysterious Dragon Palace, his eyes could not help but shine with a strange light. There is such a mysterious place in the land of exile? Looks like we came to the right place. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up. He was immediately interested. Has no one entered the Dragon Palace to explore? Xianxia asked curiously. No. Too many people want to go in. Unfortunately, the door of the Dragon Palace is closed, and no one can enter. However, the Dragon Palace will be restless every once in a while. Every time it's restless, treasures will fly out, and the treasures that fly out are extraordinary. Basically, every time the Dragon Palace is restless, there will be a massacre in the land of exile, the captain said. This time, the Dragon Palace is restless again. According to the time, there will be treasures flying out in 3 days. Our city lord is one of the 10 evildoers of the land of exile. He is very concerned about the treasures in the Dragon Palace. When the time comes, he will go and snatch the treasures. He will not have time to care about you. The extreme north. Looks like we've come at the right time. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. This mysterious Dragon Palace must have an extraordinary origin. It might even be something like the stairway to heaven. Since he was already here, he naturally could not miss out on this banquet. Not to mention the Dragon Palace, just the treasures that flew out from the Dragon Palace were enough to tempt Xianxia. After all, even the 10 evildoers would fight over these treasures. Young master, I advise you not to go. The captain said. Why? Xianxia asked. Because you are not strong enough. Basically, every time the treasures are obtained by the 10 evildoers. Although many people go, most of them are just there to watch the show. Unless there are many treasures flying out from the Dragon Palace, they will have a chance to get some of them. The captain kindly reminded him. Although this young man in front of him was powerful, there was still a huge gap between him and the 10 evildoers. If he wanted to go to the mysterious Dragon Palace to snatch the treasures from the 10 evildoers, he would be snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. In addition, Zhao Ba was bent on killing Xianxia. If Xianxia went to the mysterious Dragon Palace, he would be courting death. I got it. Xianxia nodded and patted the captain's shoulder. Then, he left leisurely with De Huang Dog. He definitely had to go to the mysterious Dragon Palace. However, there was no need to say it out loud. The people in front of him were already trembling in fear. The captain had even told him the secret of the mysterious Dragon Palace. Xianxia was in a good mood, so he naturally spared their lives. Seeing that Xianxia and De Huang Dog had gone far away, the group of guards heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them had been in a nervous state because of their high concentration. Now that they had relaxed, they actually sat on the ground. They knew very well that everyone had basically taken a trip to the gates of hell. After all, this guy had even dared to kill the 3rd young master. They were nothing to him. This was the land of exiles, a place where killing was commonplace. If Xianxia had attacked them just now, it would have been perfectly normal. They were already extremely lucky to be able to stay alive. It feels like we have a new lease of life after a disaster. It seems that our luck is not bad. The captain wiped his sweat. He was the closest to Xianxia just now, so he could feel the invisible pressure from this young man. This pressure was so oppressive that even his soul was in a cold state. "Captain, this person has appeared again. Should we inform the eldest young master and the rest?" A guard asked as he came to the captain's side. "Don't look for trouble. Don't look for trouble. Everyone, listen up. We didn't see anything today. This person is too powerful, and we can't afford to offend him. Last time, even the city lord couldn't kill him. Furthermore, he was able to walk out of the land of exile. If he wants to kill us, even if we hide, it'll be useless. We all came to the land of exile to stay alive, and that's why we joined the city of 10,000 evils. We just need to live a safe and stable life. Why bring unnecessary trouble upon ourselves? Why do we need to look for unnecessary trouble?" The captain said solemnly. This was a truly smart person. In a place like the land of exile, only smart people could live long. Captain is right. Reporting to the eldest young master won't do us any good. The eldest young master won't reward us for providing information. Moreover, the eldest young master has a cruel personality. We don't know where that person went. If we can't provide specific information, the eldest young master might kill us in a fit of anger. That's right. It's better to avoid trouble. Anyway, I think that person is going to the extreme north. When that time comes, he will definitely encounter the experts from the city lord's office. His life or death has nothing to do with us. Let's stay here and guard the cliff. Don't provoke people we can't afford to provoke. In a place like the land of exile, only smart people can live long. These guards were not fools. They had been in the city lord's office for a long time and understood the temperament of the eldest young master and his family very well. They knew that even if they ran over to provide information, they might not be appreciated. Moreover, that person just now hadn't killed them. He had truly spared their lives. After Xianxia left, he went directly to the extreme north. He didn't know where the extreme north was, but he was definitely going north. In fact, it was very easy to find the extreme north. Because the mysterious dragon palace was about to appear, there would definitely be a large number of cultivators going there. If he flew north and encountered many people going to the extreme north, it would definitely be the extreme north. As for the city of 10,000 evils, Xianxia wasn't interested at all. In the past, he had killed the third young master of the city of 10,000 evils because the third young master had been blind and provoked him. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have had the time to kill an insignificant young master. Xianxia only had two things to do in the Red East region. One was to increase his strength, and the other was to deal with the Feather clan. Choosing to enter the land of exile again was also a kind of experience to find an opportunity to increase his cultivation. Reality didn't disappoint him. As soon as he entered, he heard about the mysterious dragon palace. This was definitely an opportunity. Xianxia was very interested in this mysterious dragon palace. His bloodline was that of a dragon. If the dragon palace was related to the Eternal World's cosmic dragon clan, it would be great. Xianxia believed that once he came into contact with the dragon palace, the golden origin dragon in his body would definitely react. Now that Xianxia and De Huang Dog had both advanced to the Earth Source realm, they could control the airflow of heaven and earth. When they flew, they no longer needed to summon their dragon wings. Traveling in the land of exile was much more low-key. The land of exile was a space of its own. The northernmost land was barren, and the temperature was cold. The mountains were covered in frost. However, for a cultivator with a strong physique, this bit of cold was nothing. The mysterious dragon palace was stirring again. This was a big deal for the land of exile. Those who had stayed in the land of exile for more than 2 months knew that once the mysterious dragon palace was stirred, treasures would fly out from within. The dragon palace, which had appeared in the land of exile at an unknown time, had long become a treasure trove in the land of exile. Countless cultivators yearned for it. The 10 evildoers alone had obtained many treasures from the dragon palace over the years. Dawnstones, elixirs, combat weapons, talismans, everything was there. Roar, a world-shaking roar of a dragon rang out. The roar possessed a great penetrative power, seemingly piercing through the entire land of exiles. Every cultivator within the land of exiles could hear it clearly. It shook their souls and it felt as though the might of heaven had descended upon them. So, this dragon roar seemed to have a certain demonic quality. No matter how far away one was, the sound waves that could be heard were exactly the same. It was as if the sound came from the bottom of one's heart, causing one to involuntarily feel the urge to worship it. "Look, the shadow of a dragon has appeared," someone shouted. In the void, there were cultivators hurrying towards the northernmost land. They immediately stopped and looked into the distance. At the end of the endless void, there was an illusory dragon's shadow dancing in the sky. What a spectacular sight! Do you think there are real dragons in the Dragon Palace? I don't know. The Cosmic Dragon Clan is the highest existence in the eternal world. They have a noble bloodline. We don't usually have the chance to see them. Some people say that this is the treasure of the Dragon Clan that ended up here. I wonder if it's true. For us, it doesn't matter if it belongs to the Dragon Clan or not. It's fine as long as we can get some benefits from it. Many people sighed. The Cosmic Dragon Clan was the spirit of heaven and earth, at the highest level of the world. For ordinary people, the Cosmic Dragon Clan was a legendary existence. Xianxia and a Huang dog also looked at the void. It was the peak of the sky, and its position gave off a feeling of superiority. The golden origin dragon became restless. It jumped out of Jiangchen's dantian and hovered above Jiangchen's head, cheering at the dragon silhouette in the sky. That dragon's shadow seemed to have sensed something. Its pupils suddenly congealed, and it looked over, letting out another dragon roar. The little Yuan dragon was not afraid at all. It stretched its neck and roared, but Jiangchen suppressed its voice. Otherwise, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. "Little Chinzi, your little source dragon looks very magical. He's not afraid of the cosmic dragon's pressure at all," the Huang dog said. There was a hint of shock in his tone. The dragons that they had encountered before were completely different from the dragons here. The difference between an ordinary divine dragon and a cosmic dragon was fundamental. The cosmic dragon was the highest existence. Dragons from low-level planes were bound to tremble and worship when they encountered a cosmic dragon. However, the little Yuan dragon was not afraid at all. This was enough to explain one thing: Jiangchen's dragon vein had completely changed when he entered the cosmic tide dragon transformation skill. To put it bluntly, the true dragon bloodline in Jiangchen's body was the bloodline of the cosmic dragon. In terms of nobility, it was not inferior to the Cosmic Dragon Clan. The little Yuan dragon is indeed restless. I wonder if I have a chance to explore this mysterious dragon palace. Jiangchen sighed. The cosmic dragon was the existence that truly tempted him. Because of his bloodline, Jiangchen would come into contact with the cosmic dragon sooner or later. The relationship between him and the Dragon Clan was impossible to break. The Cosmic Dragon Clan was too high-end for Jiangchen to come into contact with for the time being. His relationship with the Cosmic Dragon would probably start from this mysterious dragon palace. This trip to the land of exile was really worth it for Jiangchen. If he had known about the existence of the mysterious dragon palace in the land of exile, he would have come a long time ago. It seemed that he still had to thank Zhao Lingxiao for framing him. If Zhao Lingxiao hadn't framed him and sent him to the land of exile, Jiangchen wouldn't have had the opportunity to encounter such a good thing. To Jiangchen, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and one that truly stemmed from his fate. After a while, the dragon's shadow in the sky disappeared, and the little Yuan dragon returned to his body under Jiangchen's summon. Cosmic Dragon, I wonder when we can go to the center of the real eternal world. That is the real gorgeous stage. De Huang dog sighed. What's the hurry? We have to take things one bite at a time, and we have to take things one step at a time. Our journey in the eternal world has just begun. With our current strength, even if we go to the real eternal world stage, we will only be stepping stones. Jiangchen's eyes lit up, and a lofty feeling uncontrollably rippled in his chest. It was the endless desire for cultivation and the hot-bloodedness for the road ahead. It appeared once again. Jiangchen liked this feeling, which was far more hot-blooded and passionate than the lonely feeling of being high up in a lower plane. There were many times when one cared more about the process than the outcome. For example, Jiangchen and a Huang dog didn't know what would happen to them in the eternal world, nor did they know where to find Jiang Feng. However, this process was wonderful and truly fascinating. The person in front, stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Xianxia didn't need to turn around to know that the voice was directed at him. Xianxia and a Huang dog couldn't help but turn around and look behind them. A mere 5 or 6 experts had caught up to them. The one in front was extraordinarily handsome and gave off the aura of a winged person. His cultivation was also extremely powerful, and he was already an Earth Source 5th Heavenly Layer expert at such a young age. Beside him were 2 Earth Source 6th Heavenly Layer experts, and the others were all Earth Source 5th Heavenly Layer experts. Such a battle force was powerful enough even in the land of exiles. No matter where they went, it was enough to make people retreat. What's the matter? Xianxia frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if something came to provoke him, he definitely wouldn't be afraid. The people in front of him clearly didn't come with good intentions. The leading young man shook his arm, and with a whoosh, 2 portraits appeared. The person in the portrait was Xianxia. One was Xianxia's appearance after transforming, while the other was Xianxia's current appearance. People from the city of myriad evils. De Huang dog chuckled. He already knew what Xianxia had done in the city of myriad evils. The fact that this person had a portrait of Xianxia was already very obvious. Looks like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Xianxia sighed and shook his head helplessly. Xianxia didn't doubt that the other party would have a portrait of him at all. Back in the city of myriad evils, there were just too many people who had seen his true appearance. With the city lord's mansion's strength, it wouldn't be difficult at all for them to find someone to draw his portrait. It's you. You killed my 3rd brother. The leading young man said, not concealing his killing intent at all. Rumble, look, there's a commotion over there. Isn't that the 2nd young master of the city of 10,000 evil? I heard that someone killed the 3rd young master of the city of 10,000 evil yesterday. Right now, the experts of the city of 10,000 evil are searching for the murderer. Don't tell me it's this young man? No way, isn't this person a little too daring? He even dared to kill the 3rd young master of the city of 10,000 evil, and in the city of 10,000 evil at that. Isn't he just seeking death? Come on, let's go and take a look. No matter where it was, there would always be people watching if there was a commotion, and those who were watching would never complain about things getting out of hand. For a moment, a large number of bored cultivators surrounded them. There were still 2 or 3 days before the treasures from the mysterious dragon palace flew out, so they were not in a hurry. Moreover, for most people, even if there were treasures flying out of the dragon palace, they would only be there to watch the commotion. The truly good treasures would never fall into their hands. That's right, I killed him. Xianxia said indifferently. He did not care about the city of 10,000 evil at all. It would be fine if these people did not provoke him, but if they did, Xianxia did not mind killing them. Xianxia did not feel guilty at all for killing people in the land of exile. Moreover, if it was before, Xianxia would definitely choose to run away if he encountered a 6th Heavenly Layer Earth Source expert, but it was different now. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd Heavenly Layer, and a Huang dog's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd Heavenly Layer. With their strength, killing these people before them would be a piece of cake. Fuck, who is this person? He's so strong that he dares to kill the 3rd young master of the city of 10,000 evil. No matter who he is, he's probably done for today. Look at his cultivation, he's only at the 2nd Heavenly Layer. Now that he's been blocked by the 2nd young master of the city of 10,000 evil, there's no way he'll be able to survive. Yeah, this person ran away after killing someone. Instead of hiding properly, he came out to join in the commotion. Great, he's become the focus of the commotion. He's dead for sure. The 2nd young master is very cruel, and he has so many experts with him. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape death. Xianxia immediately became the center of attention. News of what had happened in the city of 10,000 evils had already spread, and no one had expected to see him here. This was a major event in the land of exile. After all, the 10 evildoers were existences that no one dared to provoke. Now that Xianxia was trapped by the 2nd young master and the others, there was no doubt that he would die. People could almost imagine what was going to happen next. It's best if you admit it. I'm really curious who gave you the courage to kill my younger brother in the city of 10,000 evil. The second young master looked at Xianxia fiercely as he asked with great interest. It seemed that he had no intention of killing Xianxia so quickly. In his opinion, Xianxia was already a bird in a cage, a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could escape from the palm of his hand. It's just a piece of trash. If I want to kill him, I'll kill him. It's all up to my liking, and it's the same for you guys. I can give you a chance now. If you leave now, you can live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Xianxia boasted shamelessly. Of course, in the eyes of others, this kind of boasting was just boasting shamelessly. In the hearts of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, this was giving them a chance to live. However, it seemed that they wouldn't cherish it. All along, Xianxia had given many chances to others, but there didn't seem to be anyone who truly cherished them. F***ck, where did this boorish fellow come from? He actually dares to boast so shamelessly. He's awesome. Putting everything else aside, I admire his courage. These words are so domineering. He's probably an idiot. He can't see the situation clearly. It seems like he has no choice but to throw caution to the wind. That's right. He knows that he's going to die, so he might as well be a bit more stubborn. The surrounding spectators couldn't take it anymore. Quite a few of them couldn't help but mock him. Even the second young master and the others were stunned. They looked at Xianxia as if he was an idiot. He had originally thought that Xianxia would kneel down and beg for mercy in such a situation. He never thought that he would flaunt his prowess instead. F***ck, I've never seen such an arrogant person. What right does a second heavenly layer earth source have? A burly man beside the second young master couldn't take it anymore. Brat, tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. The second young master's aura fluctuated as he spoke. Xianxia. Xianxia indifferently stated his name, before his body shook and he immediately used dragon transformation. Today would definitely be a fierce battle. Against a sixth heavenly layer earth source expert, Xianxia still had to use dragon transformation. Seeing Xianxia's mighty half-human half-dragon appearance, the surrounding people could not help but be stunned. What ability is this? His aura seems to have grown stronger. It's at least 10 times stronger. He's in the third heavenly layer of the earth source realm. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he has such a trump card. But this trump card doesn't seem to be enough. Even if he's in the third heavenly layer, he still won't be his opponent. The difference is too great. It should be a taboo technique. However, this person is too arrogant. He doesn't know that there is always someone better out there. Furthermore, using this kind of taboo technique is very harmful to himself. Normally, this kind of taboo technique will bring about a certain amount of backlash to his body. Dragon transformation was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it would be extremely difficult to change the outcome. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. On the other hand, the second young master and the others were not surprised at all. They clearly knew about Xianxia's technique. One of the portraits that the second young master had taken out was a portrait of Xianxia in his dragon transformation state. Seeing this transformation technique, the second young master was even more certain of Xianxia's identity. He was undoubtedly the one who killed his brother. Let's do it. Xianxia said. The heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. It flickered with a cold light and the silhouette of a dragon rippled. Let me kill him. I'd like to see just how capable this overconfident guy is. A bulky man in the fifth heavenly layer of the earth source realm took the initiative to step forward. He held a mace in his hand and his body glowed with a black light, radiating with an evil aura. You're not my opponent. Xianxia shook his finger at the bulky man. His disdain was not reserved at all. Bang, the bulky man was enraged. A third heavenly layer of the earth source realm dared to say that he was not his opponent. This was a huge insult to him. How could he take it? Moreover, the bulky man was eager to show off in front of the second young master, so he naturally had to take the lead. The muscular man let out a roar. The mace in his hand looked extraordinary. He raised it up high and arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. The mace was extremely fierce, and it seemed like he was going to smash Xianxia to death with a single strike. The second young master's lips curled into a sneer. The other experts of the myriad evil city also sneered, waiting to watch a good show. Swish, suddenly, there was a flash of light. Everyone's eyes lit up. The bulky man maintained his posture of raising the mace high, but he could no longer bring it down. His entire body seemed to have frozen. The scene became extremely strange. In the next moment, blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. The bulky man was split in half. He did not even have the chance to cry out before falling from the sky along with the rankings. What? Everyone, including the second young master and the spectators, could not help but cry out. They all looked at Xianxia as if they had seen a ghost. One strike. It was a simple strike. Many people did not even see how Xianxia had struck out despite being so close. Fast. It was just too fast. A fifth heavenly layer earth source expert had been killed just like that. He did not even have the chance to cry out. Voila, the smiles on the faces of the experts from the city of 10,000 evils immediately vanished. They could not help but take Xianxia seriously. This person looks like he'll be hard to deal with. A sixth heavenly layer earth source expert said. He no longer dared to underestimate Yichen like before. The spectators could not help but retreat. The people who had mocked Xianxia earlier all shut their mouths. Let alone everything else, just the fact that Xianxia had casually killed a fifth heavenly layer earth source expert with a single strike was not something an ordinary person could do. Everyone knew that there would be a true bloodbath coming up. The people from the city of 10,000 evils would definitely not let Xianxia go. However, with Xianxia's abilities, it would not be easy for them to kill Xianxia. Let's attack together. Don't give him the chance to escape. The second young master, Lung Lung, said. Killing intent had already begun to radiate from him. The other experts from the city of 10,000 evils had already made their preparations. They had originally planned on killing Xianxia by themselves so that they could perform a meritorious deed in front of the second young master. However, none of them had such thoughts after seeing what had happened to Xianxia. Even the sixth heavenly layer earth source experts no longer had such thoughts. It was not that they did not have confidence in their own strength, but it was precisely because they understood their own strength too well that they did not have the courage to do so. With their strength, it was not easy for them to kill a fifth heavenly layer earth source expert so cleanly. However, Xianxia had done it. This was enough to show that the young man's true battle prowess was not any weaker than theirs. De Huang, don't hold back when you attack later. Xianxia gave De Huang Dog a look. De Huang Dog's body shook, and his body instantly grew 10 times larger. His aura surged. Hold back? This word had never existed in De Huang Dog's mind. If he held back against his enemies, he would not be De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had long since run out of patience. In a place like the Land of Exiles, he was even more unrestrained when it came to killing. The people before him were all heinous criminals. I'll leave the 2 sixth heavenly layer earth source experts and the second young master to you. Leave the others to me. De Huang Dog shook his head. His words were extremely arrogant. It could be said that he was extremely arrogant. After all, there were still 7 people present. Even if they took away the 2 sixth heavenly layer earth source experts and the second young master, there were still 4 fifth heavenly layer earth source experts. Although De Huang Dog's aura was ferocious, he only seemed to be at the 3rd heavenly layer. Even if he was at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer, his opponents were still 2 heavenly layer earth source experts higher than him, and it was 4 against 1. No matter how he looked at it, he had no chance of winning. However, Xianxia did not doubt him. He knew De Huang Dog's strength the best. Back at the Skyfeather Mountain, he had easily killed 2 elders who were 2 heavenly layers above him. Moreover, to monsters like Xianxia and De Huang Dog, the advantage of numbers was almost non-existent at times. They always had a way to defeat their opponents one by one. Let alone the 4 fifth heavenly layer earth source experts, even if there were 4 more, they would still be defeated by De Huang Dog in the end. They would die a horrible death under De Huang Dog's iron head and sharp teeth. Oh woo, De Huang Dog let out an earth-shattering howl as a scarlet gold light blossomed from his head. He took the initiative to attack, charging straight at his opponents. Fuck, even a dog dares to be so arrogant. I'll skin him alive. A fifth heavenly layer earth source expert was the first to lose it. He swung his pitch-black machete at De Huang Dog. Clang, under everyone's shocked gazes, the unstoppable machete landed on De Huang Dog's head with a clang. Everyone could not help but shiver. Some of them rubbed their eyes. Not only did the machete not hurt the dog's head no matter how they looked at it, it even caused the machete to hum. Sparks flew in all directions. The ferocious attack from a fifth heavenly layer earth source expert did not even leave a mark on De Huang Dog's head. F***ck the person who had attacked almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had encountered something so ridiculous. He knew very well just how powerful his attack was. It could even shatter the hardest rock, but it had failed to cut open a dog's head. What the hell was this? F***ck, what the hell is this? Is this a head? Isn't it too hard? It's basically indestructible. I never thought that this young man would be so strong that even his dog is so powerful. If I'm not wrong, this dog's cultivation should only be at the third heavenly layer of the earth source realm. Freaks, they're all freaks. Looks like it wasn't easy for the City of Evils to get rid of this man and dog duo with just these people, the spectators sighed once again. The fact that Xianxia had killed a fifth heavenly layer earth source expert with a single strike was already shocking enough. As a result, everyone's attention was focused on Xianxia, completely ignoring the dog. They had never thought that the dog would be so monstrous as well. Although it only seemed to be at the third heavenly layer, the aura it gave off was no weaker than a fifth heavenly layer earth source expert. This battle was going to be interesting. You three, let's attack together and eliminate that dog. The second young master was also stunned. He turned to the other three fifth heavenly layer earth source experts and said, "Yes, second young master." The three of them replied and charged forward. The four of them worked together, surrounding De Huang Dog tightly. After personally witnessing how terrifying De Huang Dog was, no one dared to underestimate him, just like how they had with Xianxia. Although it was a little embarrassing for four fifth heavenly layer earth source experts to deal with a third heavenly layer earth source dog, they could not care about their pride at a time like this. Their goal was to kill their opponent. Not to mention that this was the land of exiles. What did they care about their pride here? The most worthless things here were their pride and dignity. Kaka, you four idiots can come at me together. I'll send you all to heaven one by one. De Huang Dog cackled. He was extremely arrogant. His muscular body was like a metal tower as he charged forward. Even though he was facing four people at once, he still seemed to have the upper hand. On the other side, the second young master and the two sixth heavenly layer earth source experts locked onto Xianxia. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to kill Xianxia no matter what. If they could not kill Xianxia today, the City of Evils would lose all face. Let's do it. Second young master, I'll test him first. An old man who seemed to be in his 60s took a step forward. In his hand was also a battle sword that shone with a cold light. The old man's eyes were filled with malice. Even though he knew that Xianxia was difficult to deal with, as an expert at the sixth heavenly layer of the earth source realm, he still wanted to test him out by himself. He wanted to see just how powerful this young man was. Be careful. The second young master reminded. Kid, I'll take your life. The old man roared. The battle sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc. With endless killing intent, it arrived before Xianxia in the blink of an eye. It could be seen that the old man was also a sword cultivator. He had a certain level of understanding towards sword arts. His attacks were clearly exquisite. Unfortunately, the sword art that the old man was so proud of was not worth mentioning in Xianxia's eyes. The sword art was full of flaws. Although it seemed fast on the surface, it seemed to be moving in slow motion in Xianxia's eyes. 24th Sword. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword surged as he used the 24th sword. Although the old man's sword art was nothing special, he was still an expert at the sixth heavenly layer of the earth source realm. With Xianxia's current strength, he would need to use his full strength to kill an expert at the sixth heavenly layer of the earth source realm. Whoosh, as soon as the 24th sword was used, the sky changed color. There was only a single sword in the entire sky. It was so dazzling that the sword became the only thing. Under the might of the sword, the old man's sword art immediately lost its luster. What sword art is this? The old man was stunned as his eyes widened. As a sword cultivator, he had focused his entire life on sword arts. Every sword cultivator was a sword fanatic. They were obsessed with the profound and unfathomable sword techniques. The old man in front of him was no exception. Although he was an unforgivable evil person, when it came to cultivation, how could there be good and evil? For a moment, the old man was completely stunned. In his eyes, there was only one image. It was the sword that hung in the sky, the sword that contained endless mysteries. The old man was shocked and moved. He knew that this sword was enough for him to comprehend for the rest of his life. He also knew that if he could comprehend this sword, he would definitely reach the Supreme Grandmaster level. Unfortunately, because he was attracted by the sword, the old man made another fatal mistake. He forgot that he was in the middle of a battle. For two experts who were on par with each other, being absent-minded in battle was fatal, not to mention this kind of infatuation that bordered on idiocy. By the time the old man reacted, his opponent's sword had already chopped off one of his arms. It was the arm that held the sword. The arm and the sword floated in the air. The old man came out of his infatuation, but it was too late. He didn't even have the chance to feel the sharp pain from his broken arm because the aura of death had completely enveloped him. Xianxia's sword was already slashing towards his neck. No, the old man let out the last unwilling shout of his life, and then there was no more. His head flew high into the air. The face of the head was still filled with infatuation, fear, unwillingness, and regret. However, it was all too late. There were many things in this world that could be reversed, but there was only one that could not be reversed, and that was life. Once lost, there would be no second chance. Damn it. Seeing this, the second young master could not help but stomp his foot and curse. The second young master clearly saw how the old man died. Xianxia shook his head as well. Clearly, even he did not think that it would be so easy for him to kill an expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm. The old man did not put up any effective resistance at all. It was as if he was just standing there, waiting for Xianxia to kill him. Was an expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm so weak? Obviously not. The old man obviously had his own abilities, especially as a sword cultivator. His mastery of the sword was usually extremely terrifying. It was precisely because of his cultivation that he was drawn in by Xianxia's profound sword technique to the point where he instantly forgot himself. If that were not the case, Xianxia would have to use Sword 26 at the very least and use Sword Fusion to kill him. Of course, Xianxia's limitless sword was just too powerful. It had basically reached the peak of sword techniques, a height that ordinary people could not surpass. Let alone the old man, even a Star Lord would be drawn in by Xianxia's limitless sword as long as they were sword cultivators. It's your turn. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword surged once again as he swept it towards the second young master and the other expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm. Universal Reversal Spear. The second young master was already prepared. When he saw Xianxia attack, the spear in his hand immediately rippled. Although the second young master's cultivation was only at the 5th layer of the Earth Source realm, he was extremely talented. His battle prowess was comparable to regular 6th layer Earth Source realm experts. He could not be judged by the standards of a normal 5th layer Earth Source realm expert. Of course, to Xianxia, there was no difference between 5th and 6th layer Earth Source realm experts. There would only be one outcome for those who encountered him, and that was death. Chains of Samsara. The expert from the City of Evil moved as well. The dazzling golden chain in his hand was like a poisonous dragon as it drew a vicious arc in the air, attacking Xianxia's back. Sword Fusion, Sword 26. Xianxia was not afraid at all in a 1 versus 2 situation. He directly used his peak sword technique and swept through everything. Asterisk rumble, asterisk for a moment, a world-shaking rumble rang out in the spatial battlefield. A terrifying aura of battle drifted everywhere. Everyone who was close to the battlefield felt a sense of suffocation and could not help but back off. 7 colored waves of energy had already covered the entire battlefield. The people outside could no longer see the situation inside, nor could they see the people inside. After a while, the scene inside was revealed. Xianxia was still like a king as the sword in his hand let out a dragon's roar. On the other side, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the second young master's mouth. The expert from the City of Evil had half of his chain broken as his chest heaved up and down. He had clearly suffered a certain degree of shock. Heavens, how is this Xianxia so powerful? Looks like he has the upper hand. Terrifying, this is just too terrifying. There's such a huge difference in cultivation between them, and he's even fighting 1 against 2. Is he still human? This battle is just too exciting. It's hard to imagine. If it wasn't 1 versus 2, the 2 from the City of Evil would probably be at the same level already. Of course, the second young master and the people around him were the most shocked. They were unable to accept such an outcome. They had never expected Xianxia to be so terrifyingly strong. He was so strong that it was a little ridiculous. What the hell is going on? How did someone like him come to the land of exiles? The experts from the City of Myriad Evils could not hold it in any longer. Their hearts were on the verge of collapsing. A genius like Xianxia would be a genius among geniuses outside of the land of exiles, a top-notch existence. Such a genius would be treated like an ancestor no matter where he went. How could they allow him to enter the land of exiles? Arg, at this moment, a miserable shriek rang out in the distance. The second young master and the other expert looked over and saw one of their subordinates being bitten off by De Huang Dog, dying on the spot. De Huang Dog was too arrogant. He only chased after 1 person to kill him. With his speed, it was extremely difficult for the other 3 to harm him while he was chasing after 1 person. This was what it meant to take them down 1 by 1. After killing 1 person, not only would he be able to reduce the pressure on himself, he would also be able to frighten his opponents and cast a shadow over their hearts. Their battle prowess would decrease and their teamwork would become disorderly. The surrounding people began to sigh. The situation had been completely reversed. Xianxia had gained the upper hand. A 5th heavenly layer earthly source expert was clearly not De Huang Dog's opponent. If they continued to fight, the people from the City of Myriad Evils would most likely be wiped out. Second young master, we can't defeat this person. In my opinion, we should retreat first and kill him later. The 6th heavenly layer earthly source expert said in a low voice. The second young master's pupils shrank as he gritted his teeth. His face was filled with hatred. Although he was extremely unwilling, it was obvious that the second young master's heart had been shaken. The second young master was no fool. On the contrary, he was an extremely shrewd person. How could he not tell that it was impossible for them to kill Xianxia today? Let alone kill Xianxia, if they continued to fight, they would already be lucky if they were not killed by Xianxia. Do you want to leave now? Isn't it too late? Xianxia sneered. How could the 2 of them hide their thoughts from him? Humph. Xianxia, there will be plenty of time in the land of exile. I'll settle the score with you and the City of Evil later. I'll spare your life for now. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. The second young master snorted coldly. He admitted that he might not be a match for Xianxia, but as a winged person, he was best at speed and escaping. If he wanted to leave, he believed that Xianxia would not even be able to see his shadow. Then leave the truth and see if I'll give you a chance. Xianxia's body flashed and the sword in his hand shot out once again, heading straight for the second young master. It was so fast that no one would have the chance to blink. Second young master, I'll block him. You go first. The expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm was actually quite loyal. He swung the chain in his hand at Xianxia. The second young master flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Die. Xianxia swung the 26th sword again. How could the guy, who was already injured and had his weapon broken, block the 26th sword again? With a miserable scream, the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm expert's chest was pierced by Xianxia, and he was killed on the spot. After killing 1 person, the second young master of the City of Evil had already fled far away. At this distance and with the natural speed of the winged person, it was almost impossible to catch up. However, this impossibility didn't apply to Xianxia. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. It was a disdainful smile. The meaning of this smile was, I'll let you run a little longer. If I want to catch up to you, I'll still be able to do it effortlessly. Azure Dragon's 5 Steps. Taking a step forward, Xianxia shrunk the ground to an inch and soared through the void. The Azure Dragon's 5 Steps was a true dragon battle skill that combined speed and attack power. It had been a long time since Xianxia used it. Now that he had entered the everlasting world, all his skills had been upgraded. The Azure Dragon's 5 Steps was far more powerful than before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when Xianxia took the 3rd step, he had already caught up with the 2nd young master. He arrived above the 2nd young master, and an endless whirlpool was formed under his feet. The mighty Azure Dragon's 5 Steps was so powerful that it almost shattered the void. Impossible. The 2nd young master turned his head to take a look. Instantly, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. This was too ridiculous. His opponent's speed was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Xianxia did not care about the 2nd young master's shock. He took the 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 Steps and stomped on the 2nd young master's back. The 2nd young master was already panicking. How could he resist the attack of the Azure Dragon's 5 Steps? This time, he was stomped on until he was dizzy, and the wings on his back were broken. Wah! The 2nd young master spat out blood continuously. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Under Xianxia's feet, he no longer had any strength to resist. Xianxia's eyes were emotionless. He took the 5th step, and the endless vortex landed on the 2nd young master's head. Xianxia, you dare to kill me? The 2nd young master threatened. This was his last struggle before he died. I'll kill you like a dog. Xianxia was not someone who would be threatened. The 5th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 Steps landed ruthlessly on the 2nd young master's head. This time, the 2nd young master was trampled into pieces. Not even his remains were left. At the same time, on the other side, De Huang Dog had already killed the 2nd person. The remaining 2 were scared out of their wits. Moreover, when they saw that even the 2nd young master was killed, they did not have any intention to continue fighting. They immediately ran for their lives without saying a word. For God's sake, you still want to leave? Stay behind for Lord Dog. De Huang Dog's body was like an iron tower. With a pair of wings on his back, his speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with one of them. His invincible iron head hit that person's skull without any deviation. There was only one outcome for colliding with De Huang Dog's head. As for the other person, when Xianxia saw him escaping, he had no intention of helping De Huang Dog to chase after him. He knew De Huang Dog's personality too well. If he were to chase after him and kill him now, De Huang Dog would definitely come after him. In terms of speed, it would be too easy for De Huang Dog to catch up to him even if he let that person run for a while longer. Sure enough, after De Huang Dog knocked one person to death, he turned his body and chased after the other person. As expected, with a miserable scream, the last expert of the City of 10,000 Evils died tragically under the De Huang Dog's iron head. The air was filled with the stench of blood. The battle had attracted too many people. However, at that moment, it was completely silent. No one said a word. Everyone felt their mouths go dry. They seemed to have witnessed a miracle. That's right, it was a miracle, but it did not seem possible on the surface. A man and a dog, one at the 2nd heavenly layer and the other at the 3rd heavenly layer, had killed off so many experts at the 5th and 6th heavenly layer. This battle had surpassed everyone's imagination, even their understanding of cultivation and battle. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it at all. By the time everyone had reacted, the domineering man and dog had already disappeared. They had come and gone without a trace, leaving not even a trace of their presence behind. Impressive. They're really ruthless. The City of 10,000 Evils has suffered a great loss this time. This battle has really broadened my horizons. To think that there are such abnormal people in the world. However, Xianxia has completely offended the City of 10,000 Evils. Zhao Ba is one of the 10 great evils. In the land of exiled, none of the 10 great evils are easy to provoke. Anyone who offends one of the 10 great evils will not have a good ending. Yeah, it's a pity that after entering the land of exiled, he can't leave even if he wants to. Here, it's too easy to find someone with the influence of the 10 great evils. Just watch. Zhao Ba definitely won't let the matter rest. Xianxia will not be able to escape his fate. This Xianxia is truly an incredible man. If a man like him can continue to grow, sooner or later, he will have a place of his own in the land of exiles. He might even become an existence like the top 10 villains. Everyone sighed emotionally. The battle today had been extremely spectacular. It had a great impact on many people's hearts, and it had made Xianxia's name resound throughout the land of exiled. While they were shocked, they could not help but feel a trace of pity. Xianxia had obtained a complete victory today, killing off the second young master of the city of 10,000 evils and so many experts. However, he had also completely offended one of the 10 great evils, Zhao Ba. With the personalities and savagery of the 10 great evils, there was no way they would give Xianxia any chance to continue living in the land of exiled. Who? Who killed my son? A furious roar suddenly rang out from the distance. Waves of chi rolled and a middle-aged man with a majestic body walked through the air. The man's eyes were blood-red as flames of fury swept through the sky. The powerful presence of a peak earthly source expert exploded in the sky, causing countless people to tremble in fear as they felt an unprecedented pressure. It's Zhao Ba, one of the 10 great evils. Zhao Ba is here, but he's too late. That's right. Xianxia has already escaped. I'm afraid he's already very far away. Even if Zhao Ba comes, it will be very difficult for him to catch Xianxia. Countless people trembled in fear. The reputation of the 10 evildoers in the land of exile was too resounding. In the entire land of exile, aside from the 10 evildoers, there were probably very few people who were not afraid of Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba, who had just appeared, smelled the stench of blood lingering in the air and looked at the mangled corpses that had fallen to the ground. Boundless rage surged within him once again. Shua, Zhao Ba's body flickered as he arrived beside one of them. He grabbed the man by the neck like he was grabbing a little chick and pulled him over. City Lord, it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The person was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His body trembled and he wet his pants on the spot. What a joke. If it was anyone else, being grabbed by one of the 10 evildoers would also cause their souls to scatter, not to mention that Zhao Ba was currently in a state of endless rage. It was all too normal for him to kill someone without saying a word. Most importantly, this was the land of exile. Dying would be a pointless death. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. There was no place for reason. Let me ask you, who killed my son? Zhao Ba barked. It's Xianxia. It's Xianxia. The man was so scared that his legs kept trembling, and his voice was already stuttering out of shape. Who's Xianxia? Which Xianxia? Zhao Ba's rage was still rising. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. He had just lost a son the day before. Today, another one had died. To think that someone would dare to kill his son in the land of exile. This was a great provocation to him, one of the 10 evildoers. It's the person who killed third young master in the city of 10,000 evils yesterday. The cultivator replied hurriedly, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Then, he recounted everything that had happened that day. The asterisk starred, it's that guy again. Where is he? Zhao Ba clenched his teeth. He had lost 2 sons in a row. The outstanding geniuses that he had spent a lot of money to nurture had died just like that. How could he accept this? I don't know. He's already running away. Which direction did he run to? That way. Zhao Ba tossed the person's neck aside and disappeared in a flash. He flew in the direction that Xianxia had disappeared to. The name Xianxia was deeply engraved in his mind. The cultivator who had been tossed aside by Zhao Ba was in a daze. He had a blank expression on his face. After a while, he came back to his senses. He felt that he had taken a stroll through the gates of hell and gotten his life back. The gazes of the people around him were filled with admiration. In that kind of situation, when one of the 10 evildoers was on the verge of losing control, he had actually managed to survive. This was simply unprecedented. Xianxia and a Huang dog had long since escaped. Zhao Ba had chased after them for a long time, but he hadn't even caught a glimpse of them. Unable to quell his anger, Zhao Ba used the name of the city of 10,000 evildoers and his own 10 evildoers to put Xianxia on the wanted list throughout the land of exile. Anyone who could provide information on Xianxia's whereabouts would be rewarded handsomely. Zhao Ba was truly enraged. In all his years in the land of exile, no one had ever dared to step on his head. If he didn't kill Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to quell his anger. Who was he? He was the city lord of the city of 10,000 evildoers and one of the 10 evildoers of the land of exile. Now that his 2 sons had been killed, he had completely lost face. If he couldn't kill Xianxia, how could he vent his anger? For a moment, the entire land of exile was in an uproar. Everyone was looking for Xianxia. Portraits of Xianxia were floating everywhere in the land of exile. There were just too many crazy people. As long as they found Xianxia and provided any information about Xianxia, they would be able to obtain benefits from Zhao Ba. This was the first time something like this had happened in the land of exile. It had never happened before. Aside from that, a large number of experts from the city of 10,000 evildoers had been mobilized. There was no lack of 7th or 8th heavenly layer earth source experts among them. To them, Xianxia was prey and a cash cow. As long as they could capture Xianxia and deliver Xianxia to Zhao Ba, they would receive unimaginable rewards. While everyone was looking for Xianxia, Xianxia appeared in a place that no one would expect, the city of Vile. Outside the city of Vile, a man and a dog stared at the huge city in front of them with a sly smile. Hee, the whole world is looking for us now. I'm afraid that even Zhao Ba wouldn't expect us to appear in the city of Vile. The Huang dog chuckled. Xianxia placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently, I'm afraid the experts of the city of Vile have already left. A few groups have already left. Apart from hunting you, there's also the matter of the mysterious dragon palace in the northernmost area. The northernmost area is the most lively place right now. This city of Vile is at its most empty. I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, De Huang Dog's body disappeared in a flash. His originally majestic body became like a mouse, turning into a golden light and entering the city of Vile. Zhao Ba probably didn't expect that while he was looking for Xianxia everywhere in the northernmost area, his own backyard would be on fire. Before long, the big yellow dog returned with an excited look on its face. Hee, the city of 10,000 evils really is at its weakest right now, especially the city lord's mansion. There are only 2 6th heavenly layer earth source experts guarding it. The remaining people aren't even worth mentioning. All the other experts have left the city. De Huang Dog said. This situation was within Xianxia and De Huang Dog's expectations. Now that such a big thing had happened, the experts of the city of Vile would definitely try their best to find Xianxia. Who would let go of such a great opportunity? Apart from Xianxia, there was also the matter of the mysterious dragon palace, which attracted some people. The two events overlapped and directly caused the city of Vile to be empty. This kind of emptiness was normal. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be so daring to come to the city of Vile at this time? If it was someone else, they would definitely stay away from the city of Vile. Unfortunately, Xianxia always liked to do the opposite. Since Zhao Ba and the people of the city of 10,000 evils are bent on taking my life, I'll show them what I'm made of. I'll let them know that if they offend me, let alone the city of 10,000 evils, I'll turn the entire land of exile upside down. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a cold smile. How could he show mercy to the city of 10,000 Vile? Disregarding everything else, he would set fire to the city first. Haha, this is exciting. Let's go to the city of 10,000 evils and set it on fire first. After that, we will go to the northernmost land. The mysterious dragon palace is about to open soon. Let's not waste time. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. He was someone who craved for the world to be in chaos. He had come to the land of exile to stir up trouble, and that was indeed the case. Ever since he had arrived at the land of exile, De Huang Dog had not been idle. Let's go. With a sway of his body, Xianxia soared into the sky with De Huang Dog, flying toward the city of myriad evils. In the blink of an eye, they had flown past the city gate. Who is it? When the guards at the gate saw someone flying over, they immediately shouted. What? Is there anyone in the city of myriad evils who doesn't recognize me? Xianxia halted his steps and lowered his head to look at the guards. Xianxia, it's Xianxia. Someone recognized Xianxia at first glance, and his expression changed drastically. Just as Xianxia had said, Xianxia's portrait could be seen everywhere in the land of exile, not to mention the city of myriad evils, which was the land of origin. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Some people were dumbfounded. Xianxia was being hunted everywhere, but Xianxia had come to the city of myriad evils. This was illogical. That's right. It's your grandpa Xianxia and Lord Dog. Today, they raised the city of myriad evils to the ground. De Huang Dog was extremely arrogant. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge golden energy ball. That energy ball fell from the sky like a meteorite, directly smashing the city gate of the city of myriad evils. Rumble, arg, arg, the powerful explosion was accompanied by the miserable screams of the guards. These guards were all at the Unity Origin realm. Some of them weren't even at the Unity Origin realm. How could they resist such a terrifying attack from De Huang Dog? The huge city gate of the city of myriad evils was directly smashed into pieces. More than a dozen guards were pierced by the energy ball and died on the spot. In the land of exile, destroying a city and killing a few people was too easy. Killing them wouldn't make one feel guilty at all. Little Xianxia, from today onwards, the city of myriad evils will be turned into ruins. It will be completely removed from the land of exile. From today onwards, the name City of Myriad Evils will no longer exist in the land of exile. De Huang Dog's aura soared. He opened his mouth and spat out dazzling energy balls one after another, bombarding the city of myriad evils. For a moment, starting from the city gate, the streets and buildings of the city of myriad evils began to collapse on a large scale. Energy wreaked havoc and surged everywhere. The originally peaceful city instantly became like the end of the world. Some people fled in all directions on the streets in extreme fear. Irrelevant people, leave the city of myriad evils immediately. Otherwise, die. De Huang Dog's voice echoed in the sky above the city of myriad evils. Some of the cultivators living in the city of myriad evils were scared out of their wits and began to flee in all directions. Xianxia didn't kill anyone he saw. He knew that there were indeed some innocent people in the cities of the land of exile. This was the grudge between Xianxia and Zhao Ba, and between him and the city of myriad evils. It had nothing to do with irrelevant people. Soon, the irrelevant people fled. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else. Their lives were more important. The man and dog floating in the sky above the city of myriad evils were obviously here to destroy the city of myriad evils. If they didn't run now, they would only be waiting for death. Xianxia kept waving his hand. Every time he waved his hand, raging flames would fill the air. The terrifying flames descended on the city of myriad evils. Half of the city was engulfed in an endless sea of fire. It's over. The city of myriad evils is finished. It's that Xianxia. He's so ruthless. He killed 2 of the city lord's sons. Now, people are hunting him everywhere, but he still came to the city of myriad evils. He's really bold. The city of myriad evils is completely finished. There are only a few experts left in the city lord's mansion. Even if they come out, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop Xianxia. The people who fled couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the city of myriad evils that was engulfed in a sea of fire, the fire was spreading extremely fast. In such a short time, half of the city of myriad evils had already been engulfed in a sea of fire. The city lord's mansion is right ahead. De Huang Dog said. Then why are you still so polite? Xianxia chuckled. A fire dragon was shot out by him and landed on the building of the city lord's mansion. Almost instantly, the city lord's mansion was engulfed in a sea of fire. Swoosh, 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 powerful figures rushed out from the city lord's mansion. There were a total of 20 to 30 earthly source realm experts. However, these experts were probably all the earthly source realm experts left behind by the city lord's mansion to protect the city lord's mansion. There were 2 6th heavenly layer earthly source realm experts and a few 5th heavenly layer earthly source realm experts. The rest were not worth mentioning. Stop. Asterisk rumble, asterisk another fiery dragon responded to the experts of the city lord's estate. Xianxia didn't pay any attention to him. The purpose of his visit today was to make sure that Zhao Ba had no home to return to. The flames he unleashed must burn everything, or else, no amount of water would be able to extinguish it. It's Xianxia and that dog. How bold. He's too bold. He actually dares to cause trouble in the city of 10,000 evil at this time. What's he thinking? What's he thinking? Don't you understand? He's putting the blame on us. Now that all the experts of the city lord's estate have gone to hunt him down, the city is empty. How can we resist Xianxia coming to deal with the city of 10,000 evil at this time? Damn it, what should we do? I heard that Xianxia even killed the second young master and the others. We're probably not his match. Don't panic, everyone. We can't run away. If we run away, we'll have to bear the wrath of the city lord. Don't forget that there's a hidden formation in the city lord's estate. Activate the formation and we might be able to kill Xianxia and that dog together. If we can kill them, we'll have made a great contribution. The remaining people of the city lord's estate fell into panic. There was no way for them to not panic. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. If it was before, they would definitely not be afraid of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, whose cultivation was so much lower than theirs. However, it was different now. Everyone knew that Xianxia had killed the second young master and the others. There was no need to mention how strong the second young master was. There were even 2/6 heavenly layer earth source experts by his side. Xianxia had annihilated such a group, causing them to lose all their fighting spirit. That's right, Xianxia. Facing Xianxia, who was like a god of death, their best choice was to run away and leave the city of 10,000 evil. Staying alive was more important. However, no one dared to run away. Zhao Ba had asked them to stay here to guard the city. If they ran away in the face of danger, it would definitely incur another wave of Zhao Ba's wrath. That was not something they could bear. Activate the grand formation. Also, send a message. Even if the city of Vile is in danger. Someone said. Someone immediately crushed the talisman, wanting to spread the news of the city of 10,000 evil. Xianxia and De Huang Dog didn't panic at all. They didn't put these people in their eyes at all. As for their message, they could just casually send it. Right now, most of the experts of the city of 10,000 evil were in the extreme north. Even if Zhao Ba came back personally, it would still take some time. After all, he wasn't a Star Lord who had comprehended the spatial force. By the time Zhao Ba returned, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were already done. The entire city of 10,000 evil was no more. Rumble, Xianxia and De Huang Dog didn't care about these people. They only cared about bombarding the city madly. The city lord's mansion was about to be completely turned into ruins. Xianxia, how dare you? Prepare to pay with your life. One of them shouted. A layer of light suddenly appeared in the air. A grand formation that was capable of both offense and defense was activated by them. They were prepared to have a great battle with Xianxia. Playing with formations? Xianxia sneered. Damn it. How dare you take out such a shoddy formation? It's simply full of loopholes. Since you dare to show off in front of Master Dog will show you what a real formation is. Little Chinzi, you break the formation. I will seal them. None of them will be able to escape. De Huang Dog laughed. He was completely amused by this formation. After all, in the eyes of formation masters like De Huang Dog and Xianxia, this formation in front of them was too lousy. It didn't have any logic. All right. Xianxia waved his hand and shot out layers of seals. These seals instantly formed a light shield and fiercely pressed against the grand formation in front of him. Rumble, another earth-shattering explosion. The grand formation that these people were so proud of was shattered by Xianxia's seals. It didn't even have the slightest resistance. Arg, a series of panicked cries rang out. The experts of the city lord's estate were forced back. Some of them suffered from the backlash of the formation, causing a sliver of blood to flow from the corner of their mouths. Even the 2/6 heavenly layer earth source experts immediately withered. As a result, not only were the people of the city lord's estate unable to increase their battle prowess through the formation, Their battle prowess had also decreased due to the backlash of the formation. This was the drawback of a joint formation. A high-grade formation would naturally be able to produce an unexpected effect. However, once the formation was broken, the person within the formation would suffer a certain backlash. The less one understood the formation, the greater the backlash. It was obvious that the people in front of them did not have much understanding of arrays. Now that the array had been broken, all of them immediately panicked. God damn it, how did the formation get broken so quickly? He understands formations. It was a mistake for us to use formations right from the start. What do we do now? We've all suffered from the backlash of the formation. We're definitely not Xianxia's opponent. Let's go. Staying alive is more important. We've already done our best. I believe the city lord will understand. That's right. It's not that we're running away without fighting. We really can't beat him. After a brief discussion, they all chose to run away. No one would joke around with their lives. Only idiots would stay and fight when they knew they were no match for Xianxia. Ha ha ha, it's too late for you to run now. I'll let you witness Master Dog's formations and increase your knowledge. De Huang Dog laughed aloud. In an extremely short amount of time, he had cast down a formation above the city lord's estate, trapping everyone inside and sealing off the entire estate. It would definitely take some effort for them to escape. However, Xianxia and De Huang Dog probably wouldn't even give them the opportunity to do so. God damn it, we can't escape. God damn it, this dog is also a formation master. We're trapped. We're done for. Let's fight it out with them. I refuse to believe we can't beat the two of them if we work together. The people of the city lord's estate were in despair. Some shouted that they would fight it out with their lives, but most of their faces were filled with fear and uneasiness. They didn't have the courage to fight it out with their lives. Roar, De Huang Dog didn't care about that. He raised his head and let out a roar. The golden light above his head charged straight at the camp of the city lord's estate. On the other side, Xianxia didn't waste any time. He directly displayed his dragon transformation. A terrifying true dragon palm was unleashed and shrouded one of them. For a moment, screams filled the air. The city lord's estate instantly turned into a Shura hell. The cultivators of the city lord's estate who had lost their will to fight had no strength to resist under the slaughter of Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Naturally, they weren't so weak. If these people had chosen to join forces and fight against Xianxia, it would have taken Xianxia a lot of effort to kill them. It wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. After a short while, the 20 to 30 people from the city lord's mansion were all killed by Xianxia and De Huang Dog. The entire city lord's mansion, no, the entire city of evil, was engulfed in a sea of flames. This was the destruction of a city. From today onwards, the city of evil would be reduced to ruins and ashes. From now on, there would no longer be a city of evil in the land of exiles. As one of the 10 evildoers, Zhao Ba was going to become a homeless man. For a 10 evildoer, this was undoubtedly a great mockery. When some of the experts from the city lord's mansion received the distress signal and returned, they were all stunned. Zhao Ba was the first to return. When the group of people looked at the city that was still burning with flames, their faces turned green. Put out the fire. Hurry up and put out the fire. The young master of the city of evil shouted loudly. There's no need for that. Zhao Ba said in a low voice. The others had no intention of putting out the fire. The city had already been burnt to such a state, and there was nothing left. What was the point of putting out the fire now? It's Xianxia. It must be Xianxia. That damned be ****. How dare he attack the city of evil? The young master was flustered and exasperated. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with boundless rage. It seemed like he could not wait to eat Xianxia alive. City Lord, the city of evil is gone. What should we do? Someone asked. Zhao Ba's face was ashen, and he was extremely troubled. His chest was burning with rage. At this moment, Zhao Ba was unable to calm down. As one of the 10 evildoers, ever since he came to the land of exiles, this was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. I, Zhao Ba, swear that I will tear Xianxia into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Ba's voice grew louder and louder. The last word was almost like a roar, shaking the entire sky above the city of evil, causing the void to ripple and the echo of his voice. Anger, uncontrollable anger. He, Zhao Ba, felt like he was being played like a monkey. Xianxia was that monkey. Ever since Xianxia first killed his third son in the city of 10,000 evils, he had been led by the nose by Xianxia. He had issued an arrest warrant and offered a huge reward. In the end, not only did he fail to kill Xianxia, but he was also used by Xianxia to attack the root of the problem and destroy his nest, making him homeless and alone. This loss was truly too great. Today, the city of 10,000 evils had been burned. He, Zhao Ba, would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire land of exile. The next time they met, he would definitely be mocked and ridiculed by the other 9 evils. Zhao Ba had lived for so many years, but he had never wanted to kill someone so badly. Now, this kind of eagerness appeared in Xianxia. Father, this person is too arrogant. He is completely toying with us. The eldest young master clenched his fists tightly. Right now, he felt the same as his father. He could not wait to kill Xianxia. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. City Lord, the mysterious dragon palace is about to open. In my opinion, Xianxia will definitely appear in the extreme north. Let's go there and stand guard. In any case, the city of 10,000 evils no longer exists, so we have nothing to worry about. As long as Xianxia dares to appear in the extreme north, we will definitely make sure he does not return, someone said. Let's go. Let's go to the extreme north. Zhao Ba's body flickered as he turned around and headed for the extreme north. The city of 10,000 evils was no longer there, so he no longer had any worries. As one of the 10 evils, he had to find a new territory as soon as possible. However, before that, the trip to the extreme north was a must. How could the mysterious dragon palace not open without Zhao Ba? If the territory was gone, he could just think of another way to snatch it. With Zhao Ba's ability, it was too easy for him to snatch a territory in the land of exile, where there were no rules or reason to speak of. He might not be able to snatch a large city like the city of 10,000 evils in a short period of time, but it would not be a problem for him to snatch 1 or 2 places to rest. The group of people returned quickly and left quickly. They did not think about where to go to pursue and kill Xianxia. Reality had proven that it was too difficult to kill Xianxia. He was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. 2 days later, the extreme north was filled with a sea of people. Under the cold waves, there were people everywhere. In the extreme north, there was an ocean. The seawater was ferocious and whistled endlessly. The seawater here was very special. The environment outside was very cold. Under such circumstances, the seawater would definitely freeze. Here, even the surrounding mountains were covered in white frost. However, the seawater showed no signs of freezing. In the center of the ocean, there was a huge palace floating there. The palace had a total of 9 floors, and the shadows of dragons lingered above it. On both sides of the top of the palace, there were carvings of 2 lifelike golden dragons. The golden dragons raised their heads to the sky, looking extremely domineering. It was because of this domineering appearance that everyone called it the Dragon Palace. At this moment, there were shadows of real dragons circling and dancing at the top of the Dragon Palace. The dragons roared, bringing with them an endless might. Every dragon roar caused great pressure to the hearts of those who heard it. Every time the Dragon Palace shook, it would set off waves. The waves surged into the sky, forming dragon waves that did not subside even after a long time. Zhao Ba led the people of the city of 10,000 evils to stand on the coast. That was the position closest to the Dragon Palace, so it was very eye-catching. Look, aren't those the people of the city of 10,000 evils? How tragic. Even the city of 10,000 evils was burned down. That's right. That Xianxia is really something. I really admire him for doing something like this. As one of the 10 evils, I wonder how angry Zhao Ba is right now. He must be furious. Even his lair has been burned down by someone. Now, the entire land of exiles is looking for Xianxia, but he seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. There's no trace of him. I wonder if he will appear in the extreme north. Given Xianxia's temperament, I'm afraid he won't miss out on this grand event in the land of exile. Once he appears, the experts of the City of 10,000 Evils will definitely not let this matter rest. Zhao Ba and the other experts of the City of 10,000 Evils became the focus of everyone's discussion. There was no way they could not talk about it. The burning of the City of 10,000 Evils was a major event in the land of exile. The land of exile had existed for many years, but this was the first time something like this had happened. People could guess Zhao Ba's anger without even thinking about it. It was no exaggeration to say that if Xianxia appeared at this time, Zhao Ba would give up the treasures in the mysterious dragon palace and kill Xianxia first. Right now, Xianxia was also in the extreme north. He and a Huang dog restrained their auras and closely observed the movements of the mysterious dragon palace. They were very interested in the mysterious dragon palace, especially Xianxia. The golden origin dragon in his body had already formed some kind of resonance with the dragon palace. Little Qinzi, this dragon palace looks extraordinary. It's filled with an ancient aura. It must have existed for a long time. De Huang dog stared at the restless dragon palace in front of him as he spoke. Maybe it's the ultimate treasure of the cosmic dragon clan. I just don't know how such a treasure ended up in a place like the land of exile. Xianxia said that he had the bloodline of a real dragon. He had once comprehended the great path of heaven and was an achiever of the world. In particular, after the complete transformation of the dragonization skill, Xianxia's bloodline was no weaker than that of the cosmic dragon clan. Moreover, Xianxia's bloodline contained Tao. The existence of the source dragon was enough to prove everything. Bloodlines were alive. To put it bluntly, Xianxia's bloodline was not inferior to that of the cosmic dragon clan. In fact, it was even superior. It was precisely because of the bloodline that Xianxia viewed the dragon palace differently from others. He might not be able to see through the dragon palace directly, but he could tell that the origin of the dragon palace was definitely related to the cosmic dragon clan. Xianxia would definitely be most interested in anything related to the cosmic dragon clan. Legends about the mysterious dragon palace had spread throughout the land of exile. Xianxia wanted to see what kind of treasure would appear from the dragon palace. I wonder if there's a chance to enter the dragon palace. If there's a chance, I'll be able to find out more about it. De Huang dog's eyes lit up. Obviously, he was very interested in entering the mysterious dragon palace. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to enter. If it was possible, the 10 evildoers would have entered long ago. Would they have waited until now? Xianxia said with a smile. Just because they couldn't, doesn't mean that you can't. Your bloodline is not inferior to that of the cosmic dragon clan. If the dragon palace recognizes your bloodline, it will definitely recognize you. De Huang dog said. What you said makes sense. However, let's observe the situation first. Let's see what kind of treasure will appear from the dragon palace. The scene will be very chaotic. Even if we try to enter, we'll have to take advantage of the chaos. If we appear now, Zhao Ba and the others will probably eat us up. Xianxia said. The faces of Zhao Ba and the other experts of the City of 10,000 Evils turned ghastly pale. Just like what Xianxia had said, if he and a Huang dog showed up at this time, they would be torn to shreds on the spot. Although Xianxia did not fear them, there was no need for him to look for trouble at this moment. It would be better to sit back and reap the benefits. The other 9 evildoers had not appeared yet. When the 10 evildoers arrived and treasures flew out of the dragon palace, the situation would become chaotic even if Xianxia did not appear. As soon as Xianxia finished his sentence, he saw many powerful figures coming from different directions. Soon, they appeared on the shore of the ocean and stood closest to the dragon palace. The powerful aura and the position that the newcomer stood in clearly indicated the identity of the newcomer. Without a doubt, he was one of the other 9 great evils. Look, the 9 great evils are here. This time, the 10 evils have gathered again. Sigh, even if some good treasures fly out, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, with the 10 evils here, it'll be good enough if we can get a little soup. The only treasure I've obtained from the Dragon Palace was the last time the Dragon Palace exploded. A large number of origin stones were spewed out, and they were everywhere. That's why we were able to snatch some. That's right. I hope there'll be a origin stone explosion this time. We'll be able to obtain some origin stones. If there's any combat soldier power, it'll basically have no fate with us. It won't be enough for the 10 evils to snatch. Everyone was discussing. For the majority of them, the opening of the mysterious dragon palace was just to join in the fun. It was basically impossible for them to obtain any great benefits. With the 10 evils standing in front of them, what could they possibly do, unless it was something that the 10 evils did not fancy? It would not be able to flow down. However, there were still a large number of earthly source experts waiting in line for something that the 10 evils did not fancy. Zhao Ba, I heard that your city of 10,000 evils was burned to the ground. You're homeless now. Do you want me to take you in? A black-robed, middle-aged man with inscriptions on his face looked at Zhao Ba and mocked him. Humph. Yi Hui, stop being so sarcastic. I'll kill that brat sooner or later. As for taking me in, do you have the guts to do so? Zhao Ba snorted coldly. You don't say. I really don't have the guts to take you in. If I take you in, I won't even be able to sleep well. Who knows when you'll take over my home? Yi Hui laughed. What he said was true. There was probably no one among the 9 great evils who would dare to take Zhao Ba in. In the land of exiles, don't expect others to be grateful to you, especially existences like the 10 evils. They were basically all wicked beyond redemption. It would already be good enough if they did not stab you in the back. How could you expect them to take you in and truly serve you? Dream on. TSK, but Zhao Ba, you're really a good for nothing. You've been played like a monkey by a little brat, and you've even run circles around him. You've really disgraced the name of the 10 evils. If I were you, I'd just dive into the sea and drown myself. An extremely sinister voice rang out. The speaker was an old man. His face was extremely sinister and frightening. On one side of his face was a poisonous snake, while the other side was a blood centipede. This was Old Man Mia Poison, the leader of the 10 evils. To the other 9 evils, if there was anyone in the land of exiles that they truly feared, it would probably be Old Man Mia Poison. This person specialized in using poison, making it impossible to guard against him. Once they were ambushed or poisoned, the consequences would be unthinkable. Old Man Mia Poison, don't make sarcastic remarks here. If that bastard appears in the extreme north again, I'll definitely crush his bones and scatter his ashes. I'll let him know the consequences of offending me, Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba Lingling said. However, the tone of her voice was clearly not as tough as it had been when she was arguing with Yi Hui. This Old Man Mia Poison was the existence that he wanted to provoke the most in the land of exiles. Offending Old Man Mia Poison was no laughing matter. Rumble, as they spoke, the mysterious dragon palace once again caused a huge commotion. It was extremely agitated, and the huge dragon palace seemed to have come to life. The powerful commotion set off layers of huge waves, and the atmosphere was extremely frightening. The mysterious dragon palace is moving again. Everyone, get ready. Treasures are about to fly out from inside, someone shouted. In an instant, everyone's gazes turned over. The mysterious dragon palace immediately attracted everyone's attention and became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone, the commotion in the dragon palace this time seems to be bigger than any other time. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear this time. That's right. This is definitely the biggest commotion in the mysterious dragon palace that I've ever experienced. I don't think it will disappoint us. Everyone, the treasure this time belongs to me. Next time, it will belong to you. I definitely won't fight for it. What do you think? Do you want to give me some face? One of the evildoers said. His shameless words immediately attracted the hostility of the other evildoers. Ugly, are you daydreaming? When the treasure appears, whoever is capable can get it. No one will go easy on you. I'm afraid you won't give me that much face even if I give you some face. Other than being ugly, you have nothing else. Looking at the commotion, even a fool can tell that the treasure is definitely extraordinary. I think we should do the same as before. Whoever is more capable will get it. It just so happens that we, the 10 evildoers, haven't competed in a while. That's right. My cultivation has improved a lot recently. My combat power is unparalleled. In my opinion, it's time for us to give the 10 evildoers a ranking. The 10 evildoers were all proud and arrogant. They refused to submit to anyone. Seeing that the treasure was about to appear, it would be harder to get them to give it up than to kill them. None of the 10 evildoers were easy to deal with. There were experts from the human race, the fiend race, the feather race, and the elf race. Everyone had their own unique skills. Some people had been holding a grudge against the 10 evildoers and wanted to give the 10 evildoers a real ranking. One could imagine that once the treasure appeared, the 10 evildoers would inevitably engage in a fierce battle to snatch the treasure. Rumble, the mysterious dragon palace shook again. The 10 evildoers were ready. According to previous situations, the treasure would fly out of the dragon palace at this time. However, this time, nothing flew out of the dragon palace. The part of the dragon palace that had been submerged in the water suddenly started to rise. The part that was submerged in the water completely floated up until it was more than 3 meters above the water before it stopped. People started to sigh. This was the first time that the people of the land of exile had seen the true appearance of the mysterious dragon palace. In the past, although the mysterious dragon palace had been restless, this had never happened. Look, the entire dragon palace is revealed. This is the first time. Yeah, look at that gate. It's so mighty. This is the first time I've seen the gate of the dragon palace. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear this time. Could it be that the gate of the dragon palace will open this time? It can't be. Many experts have tried to enter the dragon palace but failed. There seems to be a layer of restriction outside the dragon palace that prevents outsiders from entering. Something different happened to the dragon palace. In the past, at this time, many treasures had started to fly out of the dragon palace. But this time, the treasures didn't come out, but the entire dragon palace did. An ancient gate appeared in front of them. On the gate, 2 dragons were carved on the left and right sides. They were extremely lifelike, and their eyes were filled with a divine light. It seemed like they could come to life at any time. These were the cosmic dragons. Even though they were just 2 carvings, no one dared to look at those eyes. It was as if their souls would be sucked in if they looked at them. It could only be described as terrifying. What's going on? One of the 10 evildoers, Yi Hui, said. The others were dumbfounded. Old man Miadu shook his head. Obviously, he didn't understand what was going on. They had experienced many incidents of the dragon palace, but this time, it was different from the past. Why do I have an uneasy feeling? Old man Miadu frowned. His hazy eyes stared at the gate of the dragon palace. His nose twitched as he smelled a dangerous aura. As soon as old man Miadu finished his words, everyone heard a loud rumble. The gate of the dragon palace, which was originally closed, suddenly opened. Countless golden rays of light rippled out from the inside. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Roar, then, a terrifying roar resounded endlessly, causing the entire sea to ripple. The surrounding mountains collapsed and rocks tumbled. Walala, in the next moment, a ferocious aura rushed out from the dragon palace. Like a tide of beasts, they rushed out along the golden light. They were densely packed and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed out from the dragon palace. The most frightening thing was that even the weakest of the demonic beasts that rushed out were at the Unity Origin realm. Xianxia glanced at them from afar and found that there wasn't a single 6th-layer Unity Origin realm demonic beast among the many demonic beasts. In other words, the 6th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm was the weakest among the beasts. A large number of peak Unity Origin realm beasts and Earth Origin realm beasts rushed out with bloodshot eyes. As soon as they saw people, they would pounce on them. These beasts were extremely ferocious. They seemed to have lost their minds. Even the powerful Earth Origin realm beasts did not transform. And these hundreds of demonic beasts were only the first batch that rushed out from inside. Soon after, more demonic beasts flew out from inside. What the fuck, what's going on? Why are there so many beasts? What kind of existence is inside the dragon palace? The treasures are gone. They're all beasts. What should we do? What else can we do? Let's kill them. We can't just sit here and wait for death. These beasts don't care about their lives. They won't show any mercy to us. Almost in an instant, the people of the extreme north fell into endless panic. Countless people who had been thinking of getting their hands on the treasures no longer had any thoughts. Many of them didn't even have the time to think and directly rushed out of their combat weapons, ready to fight. There was no time to hesitate, because the beasts that rushed out of the dragon palace had already reached them. Roar, wild roars shook the sky. The cold land of extreme north immediately became hot. An unprecedented battle in the land of exile broke out in an instant. Almost half of the living beings in the land of exile participated in it. Many people had yet to figure out what was going on. The dragon palace had existed in the land of exile for a long time, and it was not the first or second time that it had appeared. Every time, there would be treasures appearing. Why was there such a huge change this time? The endless horde of demonic beasts seemed to have lost their spiritual intelligence. It was as if they had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years and had finally managed to escape. Each of them was more ferocious than the last, and they started killing as soon as they appeared. This is crazy. Where did so many demonic beasts come from? What kind of existence is this dragon palace? Why are there so many demonic beasts locked inside? Don't be shocked. Although the demonic beasts inside are ferocious, they don't seem to be of high levels. We should be able to handle them. Anyway, there's no way out. These demonic beasts are bloodthirsty and will definitely chase after us. Since that's the case, let's have a bloody battle with them. Even if the treasures are gone, these demonic spirits are good stuff. That's right. I haven't had a fierce battle for a long time. Even my hands are itching. Come on, beasts. I'll show you how powerful I am. The people from the land of exile became restless. They charged forward and started a bloody battle with these demonic beasts. There was no way to retreat. The land of exile was only so big. Once the demonic beasts rushed out, they would run to different places in the land of exile. They would encounter them sooner or later. It was better to unite and kill these demonic beasts while there were many of them. None of the people from the land of exile were easy to deal with, especially those who came to the northernmost land. Their hands were stained with blood. They were not afraid of a life-and-death battle. Some people were more open-minded. Instead of treating this as a disaster for the land of exile, they would rather treat it as an opportunity. Since there were no treasures flying out of the mysterious dragon palace, they could only treat these demonic beasts as treasures. The demonic spirits of these demonic beasts were good stuff. It would be very beneficial to obtain them. Especially since there were many people from the demon clan who were originally demonic beasts, a powerful demonic spirit would be more beneficial to them. Take Da Huang Dog for example. This guy ate demonic spirits as if they were eating jelly beans. From afar, Xianxia and Big Yellow were dumbfounded as well. Obviously, they didn't expect such a sudden scene to happen. Both of them were prepared to be the fishermen who would benefit from the fight and snatch the treasures. What's going on? Da Huang Dog was dumbfounded. It seems that this dragon palace is not simple. Although these demonic beasts don't have high cultivation, it seems that they have been imprisoned for a long time. Their consciousness has been eroded by time and has completely disappeared. Now, they only know how to kill. Xianxia said. Who cares? I love this kind of beast tied the most. This Lord Dog is going to start harvesting now. Da Huang Dog's body trembled, and his eyes burned with passion. Beside him, Xianxia was the same, his face filled with excitement. In their eyes, these demon beasts were all prey. Perhaps it would be extremely difficult for others to rely on their demon spirits to advance, but these two monsters did not have the slightest concern in this aspect. As long as they have a sufficient number of demon spirits, these two fellows can advance without limit. Da Huang Dog's cultivation was already at the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. After a battle, it wouldn't be a problem for him to raise his cultivation to the fourth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Xianxia had no problem raising his cultivation to the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. As their cultivation continued to rise, Xianxia and Da Huang Dog would gradually gain a foothold in the Crimson East region. The strongest cultivators in the Crimson East region were Wu Changtian and Zhao Lingxiao, who were at the second heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. With Xianxia's ability, as long as he reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he would be able to dominate the Crimson East region. At that time, it would be the destruction of the Yu clan. Going from the 2nd heavenly layer to the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm seemed like an extremely long distance, but it was nothing to Xianxia, because he had too many ways to advance. In reality, this was the case. When Xianxia walked out of the Star-Lord space, his cultivation was still at the Earth Source realm. Not much time had passed, but he had already reached the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. The Beast Tide today was an opportunity for him to advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. It would be extremely easy and effortless. This kind of advancement speed was undoubtedly terrifying. If Xianxia continued to advance at this speed, he would reach the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in less than half a year. At that time, dominating the Crimson East region would be a piece of cake. Of course, this was not what Xianxia was thinking about right now. Xianxia was a person who lived in the present. He had to deal with the intense battle in front of him first. Roar, as he spoke with De Huang Dog, a large group of demonic beasts had already charged over. One of them was a ferocious-looking lion. When it saw Xianxia and De Huang Dog, it opened its bloody mouth and bit them on the spot. Xianxia clenched his fist and punched the lion's head, causing it to explode on the spot. De Huang Dog opened its mouth and swallowed the demonic spirit that had jumped out. Let's be careful. Don't be too far away from each other. If anything happens, I'll use the stairway to heaven to bring you along. Xianxia patted De Huang Dog's head and said. Understood. De Huang Dog nodded. He understood Xianxia's concerns very well. There were too many people who wanted their lives in the entire land of exile. Not to mention the people from the City of Myriad Evils. If others discovered them, they would probably want to kill them and then run to Xiaoba to claim their reward. Of course, with the demonic beasts running amok, it would be good if most people could care about them. Even if they discovered Xianxia, they would most likely not have the intention to target him. However, it was better to be careful. Others might not attack them, but once the people from the City of Myriad Evils discovered them, they would definitely attack them regardless of the consequences. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, there were many experts from the City of Myriad Evils, and they were all difficult to deal with. Needless to say, Xiao Ba and the others were all experts among experts. With the current strength of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, it would be very difficult to deal with them. It was only because of the stairway to heaven that Xianxia was fearless. Otherwise, with Xiao Ba and the others present, Xianxia would have escaped long ago. Why would he take the risk here? De Huang Dog and Xianxia began to attack. They did not reject anyone and began to slaughter the demonic beasts. Fortunately, they were quite far from the shore of the ocean. In addition, the current situation was too chaotic. Everyone was busy taking care of themselves, so very few people would notice Xianxia and the others. The 10 evildoers had yet to make their move, but every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on the opening gate of the Dragon Palace. A large number of demonic beasts were still rushing out. It seemed like there was no end to them, which was a little scary. Fortunately, no extremely powerful demonic beasts had appeared yet. However, the closer they got to the end, the stronger the demonic beasts that came out became. Peak 7th Heavenly Layer Earth Source demonic beasts had already appeared, and their numbers continued to increase. Everyone, it looks like 9th Heavenly Layer Earth Source demonic beasts will definitely appear. We need to be prepared. They should be able to deal with 9th Layer Earthly Source demonic beasts, but they could see how many there were. As for the higher level Heavenly Source demonic beasts, they would not even consider them. The lowest level of the Land of Exiles could not contain Heavenly Source experts, because no Heavenly Source experts had ever appeared here. Old Man Destruction and the others had been at the peak of the Earthly Source realm for so many years, yet they had never been able to reach Heavenly Source. This could only mean one thing: the laws here did not allow Heavenly Source experts to exist. If they wanted to reach Heavenly Source, they would have to leave this place. Of course, it was impossible for them to leave either, because not everyone had a powerful existence like the stairway to heaven. Moreover, they were used to being the overlords here, living like masters. Even if they were allowed to leave, they would not. Once they left the land of exiles, they would become street rats that everyone would curse and beat up for their sins. How could they live a carefree life here? In other words, even if they were given a heavenly source expert, they would not be willing to trade for it. This was also why they were certain that no matter how many demonic beasts came from the mysterious dragon palace, even if there were thousands of them, there would not be a single heavenly source expert. They believed that the laws here would not be broken. In fact, once a heavenly source expert arrived, they would be directly sent out by the laws here, to a deeper and higher level of the land of exiles. Roar, there were tens of thousands of demonic beasts, and they were densely packed together. They were like an endless tide, and everyone's expressions began to change. There were too many of them, and if they were to appear endlessly, the entire land of exile would fall. When that happened, the land of exile would truly become a sure hell, and there was even the possibility of destruction. Miserable screams began to ring out from different directions. Cultivators began to be killed by the powerful and savage demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were extremely savage and bloodthirsty. Some of the demonic beasts became even more berserk when they saw the fresh blood and smelled it. After killing someone, they even ate the person, not even spitting out the bones. On the other side, Xianxia and a Huang dog were slaughtering wantonly. They were not as easy to deal with as ordinary cultivators. These two freaks were the nemesis of demon beasts. They had become the demon beast harvesters on the battlefield. No matter how many demon beasts came, they would be killed. What was even more frightening was that no matter if it was Xianxia or the Huang dog, after killing the demon beasts, they didn't care about the rank of the demon beasts. Once they got their hands on the demon beasts, they would directly eat them raw. Such a scene was really too frightening. Due to Xianxia and de Huang dog's tyrannical strength, they soon attracted the attention of others, and many pairs of eyes began to look in their direction. Look, that man and dog over there. Why do they look so familiar? It's Xianxia, right? Xianxia has appeared. He really dares to come. They're too fierce. Look at them, killing demonic beasts is as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. What are they doing? Are they eating the demon beasts raw? How did they do that? Don't tell me they can directly refine and absorb the energy within the demon beasts? That's impossible. For a moment, Xianxia and de Huang dog became the focus of the battlefield. Xianxia's portrait was everywhere in the land of exile, so it was really too easy to recognize Xianxia. Xianxia didn't care about this. He fought back and forth with de Huang dog, killing demonic beasts, collecting their demon beasts, refining and absorbing their energy to increase his strength. The cooperation between the man and the dog was too tacit. Moreover, the distance between them was never too far. Within this range, once an extremely powerful danger appeared, Xianxia could instantly escape with de Huang dog using the stairway to heaven. Roar, a sixth heavenly layer earth source demonic beast charged over. It was actually a winged soaring centipede. Its entire body was as black as ink, and it looked extremely ferocious. The soaring centipede let out a roar. Its body was extremely poisonous. Ever since the soaring centipede appeared, many cultivators had died at its hands. Now, the soaring centipede had locked onto Xianxia. Its bloodshot eyes were emotionless as it swiped at Xianxia with its sharp claws. If an ordinary person were to be scratched by it, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Needless to say, they would be injured. The poison on its claws was extremely ferocious. There weren't many people present who could resist it. Little Xianxia, this centipede looks really fat. It's here to deliver food to you. If you refine the soaring centipede's demon spirit, you'll probably be able to directly advance to the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Big Yellow burst into laughter. He was the only one who dared to treat a poisonous flying centipede as a dish. Perhaps he was the only one who could say something like that. Dragon transformation. Xianxia roared. A surge of desolation energy was unleashed from his body, immediately transforming into his dragon transformation. The true dragon palm slammed towards the soaring centipede's head. Others might be afraid of the soaring centipede's poison, but Xianxia didn't care at all. His body had long since become immune to poison. Not to mention a mere soaring centipede, even the most ferocious poison was nothing more than nourishment to Xianxia. Rumble, the true dragon palm ruthlessly smashed into the soaring centipede's body, causing it to wail miserably. Awoo, the soaring centipede let out a roar and spat out a green arrow. This was the soaring centipede's poison. The consequences would be unthinkable if one came into contact with it. However, when this poison, which was feared by countless people, rushed towards Xianxia, Xianxia didn't even bother to dodge. He grabbed the poison with his bare hands. Seeing this, a look of disdain and excitement flashed across the soaring centipede's eyes. It was obvious that it was very confident in its poison. This was the first time someone had the guts to grab its poison directly. From the soaring centipede's point of view, this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth was about to rot to death. Unfortunately, the outcome was destined to disappoint the soaring centipede. The poison entered Xianxia's body directly, but the expected scene of Xianxia's body rotting did not happen. Xianxia looked completely fine. To Xianxia, this incomparably venomous poison had completely turned into nourishment. F***ck. What did I just see? Someone's jaw dropped in shock when they saw this. They could not help but rub their eyes. I just saw the soaring centipede poison a 6th heavenly layer earth source expert to death, but Xianxia directly absorbed its poison without any problems. That's just too ridiculous. Amazing. I thought only the old man of destruction poison could deal with the soaring centipede. After all, he's also a poison expert. Just what kind of monster is this Xianxia? Is he really immune to all poisons? Impressive. This Xianxia is only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the earth source realm. He's only at the 3rd heavenly layer after using a transformation technique, but he's actually able to suppress a 6th heavenly layer soaring centipede. That's nothing. I saw him kill the 2nd young master and a 6th heavenly layer earth source expert of the city of 10,000 evil with my own eyes. Many people were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Xianxia, so their eyes were filled with admiration for Xianxia. Asterisk roar, asterisk as everyone conversed, another earth-shaking roar rang out. A fire qilin appeared in a lifelike manner. Xianxia used his qilin arm and smashed it down heavily on the soaring centipede's head. The soaring centipede's battle prowess had already been damaged. Coupled with the fact that its poison was ineffective against Xianxia, it was already greatly shaken. How could it endure the powerful qilin arm's attack? A huge hole immediately appeared in its head. Xianxia took a step forward and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, stepping on the soaring centipede's head. The soaring centipede let out a final shriek as its huge head was crushed by Xianxia's foot. A pitch-black demon spirit appeared in Xianxia's hand. The spirit of the 6th heavenly layer of the earth source realm was filled with poison, but in Xianxia's eyes, it was a treasure. His cultivation was originally at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the earth source realm. In the chaotic battle earlier, he had devoured at least a few dozen spirits. His cultivation had already reached a critical point, and he could advance to the 3rd heavenly layer at any time. Just as De Huang Dog had said, as long as he ate the soaring centipede's demon spirit, Xianxia's cultivation would immediately break through to the 3rd heavenly layer. It would be extremely easy. Xianxia, hand over your life. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A young man with a face full of evil qi appeared not far from Xianxia. He was wearing a black robe and was holding a dazzling spear in his hand. Tell me your name. Xianxia looked at the youth. The youth's cultivation was at the 6th heavenly layer of the earth source realm, but he was much stronger than ordinary 6th heavenly layer earth source realm experts. He was almost on par with ordinary 7th heavenly layer earth source realm experts. If it was before, Xianxia would definitely not be his opponent. He could only avoid such an expert, but now that he had the soaring centipede's demon spirit in his hand, Xianxia did not need to worry about him at all. As long as he devoured the demon spirit, his cultivation would immediately reach the 3rd heavenly layer. With his draconic transformation, it would be a piece of cake for Xianxia, who was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the earth source. You killed my 2 brothers and burned my city of 10,000 evil. Do I still need to tell you my name? The young man, Lung Lung, said. His killing intent had already locked onto Xianxia. He seemed to hate Xianxia to the bone. He wanted to tear Xianxia to vent his hatred. Oh. I was wondering who it was. So it's the eldest young master of the city of 10,000 evil. Since you two have such a deep brotherhood, I'll have to trouble you two to reunite. Since you two are so close, I'll have to trouble you to reunite with your brothers, Xianxia replied. If he still could not guess the other party's identity, he would seem a little stupid. Without any hesitation, Xianxia swallowed the demon spirit in his hand. Xianxia was very interested in killing the young masters of the feather race. Outside, he had killed many young masters of the feather race. Out of the 9 young masters of the Yu family, 6 of them had died in his hands. It was the same in the land of exiles. Out of the 3 young masters of the myriad evil city, 2 of them had died. Now, Xianxia was going to kill the 3rd one as well, to complete their mission. It had to be said that the first young master's luck was really bad. He was also too conceited. After learning that Xianxia had appeared, he had charged over alone without bringing any helpers. What was even more unfortunate was that the first young master just happened to run into Xianxia devouring the soaring centipede's demon spirit. Xianxia was about to advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the earth source realm, which meant that the first young master had no chance at all. How boastful. I'll definitely kill you personally to avenge my brother. I'll make you accompany the city of evil to the grave. I'd like to see just how powerful you are, the first young master snorted coldly. He would definitely kill Xianxia with his own hands to prove himself. His personality was exactly the same as the 4 young masters of the feather race. It was this confidence that had completely ruined them. If the first young master brought a few experts of the 7th or 8th heavenly layer to surround Xianxia, or if Zhao Ba appeared in person, Xianxia could only use the heaven ascension stairs and escape with De Huang Dog. Rumble. Without any hesitation or politeness, the first young master brandished his spear and stabbed at Xianxia. The dragon wings on Xianxia's back flapped, and he dodged with an excellent movement skill, causing the first young master's attack to miss. Do you only know how to dodge? The first young master sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. He originally thought that Jian Wushuang was an extremely daring person who killed his 2 brothers and burned the city of evil to the ground. He never thought that Jian Wushuang would be a coward who only knew how to dodge and did not even have the courage to fight him head-on. This made the first young master somewhat disappointed. Xianxia had a smile on his face. He paid no attention to the young master's disdain and only focused on dodging with his excellent movement skill. Boom, in the next moment, violent energy began to wreak havoc from Xianxia's body. The soaring centipede's demon spirit had taken effect. Xianxia's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the earth source realm. First young master, it's my turn now. Xianxia yelled. The heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand, and the might of the dragon transformation was on full display. He swung his sword and used the 26th sword. Screech, the sword let out an ear-piercing screech. As the sword soared into the sky changed color. A terrifying sword chi directly sealed the surroundings. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the young master's body and quickly spread throughout his body. The aura of death. It was the first time the young master had felt the aura of death. It was extremely unfamiliar, but it was real. Even those who had never experienced death knew that it was the aura of death. After reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the earth source realm, Xianxia could easily kill a 6th heavenly layer earth source realm cultivator. Even a genius like the young master would end up the same way. The 26th sword contained the endless essence of the sword Tao. Once the sword was swung, even ghosts and gods would not be able to survive. As Xianxia's cultivation increased, the heavenly dragon sword became more and more powerful. The young master raised his spear to block, but the spear in his hand could not withstand the sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword. It was immediately knocked out of his hand. The heavenly dragon sword's power did not decrease at all. It continued to slash down towards the young master's head. No. Father, save me. The young master let out an unwilling cry. He used the last of his strength to ask his father for help. Unfortunately, Zhao Ba was still watching the opening gate of the dragon palace from the shore. Even if Zhao Ba was too late, he would not be able to save his son from Xianxia's attack. Xianxia's sword was too fast. It was like a gust of wind. Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia's sword cut off the young master's head. The young master let out a final scream and no longer moved. He died a horrible death. My son. Xianxia, give me back my son's life. Zhao Ba had gone mad. The 10 great evildoers of the land of exiles had completely gone mad. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and a violent energy rippled out from his body, sweeping towards Xianxia. At this moment, Zhao Ba was furious to the extreme. Even his heart was bleeding. His 3 sons had all died in the short span of a few days. They had all died at the hands of a single person. This had become the pain of Zhao Ba's life, a pain that pierced through his heart. Now that his enemy was right in front of him, if he did not kill him with his own hands, how could he be considered a man? Evildoers also had feelings. Even if Zhao Ba had a heart of stone, he was on the verge of collapsing after losing 3 sons in a row. He, a peak earthly source expert who was known as one of the 10 great evildoers, suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for. At that moment, Zhao Ba only had one thought, and that was to kill Xianxia. He had to kill Xianxia at all costs. He could not let his 3 sons die in vain. Only by killing Xianxia would he be able to appease the hatred in his heart. 26th Sword. Xianxia's desire to win was ignited. The 26th sword rippled out once again, slashing towards Zhao Ba's incoming wave of qi. Asterisk rumble, asterisk that wave of qi was earth-shattering, carrying Zhao Ba's boundless anger. The force of impact could only be described as earth-shattering. All of the sword qi that Xianxia casted out was instantly destroyed by this wave of qi. Xianxia's sword qi was so fragile that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Ugh! Xianxia retreated several dozen meters and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face also began to pale. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Reality had proven that in the face of absolute strength, any tricks were useless. Even if his sword technique was world-shaking, even if he was the ancestor of the ways, he could only lose. Look, Zhao Ba has gone mad. Xianxia is finished. Sigh, this Xianxia is simply too arrogant. He doesn't know how to restrain himself at all. He killed 3 of Zhao Ba's sons in a row and even destroyed the city of 10,000 evil. Forget Zhao Ba, anyone would go crazy over this. This is bad. Xianxia dared to challenge Zhao Ba just because he thought he had some skills. Today, he will definitely fall at Zhao Ba's hands. I heard that Xianxia escaped from Zhao Ba's hands in the city of myriad evil. Today, we meet again here. Xianxia and Zhao Ba are clearly not on the same level. I really want to see how Xianxia was able to escape from Zhao Ba. Even though there were demon beasts everywhere, the huge commotion still attracted a lot of attention. Almost no one thought that Xianxia was dead for sure. Under the absolute difference in strength, Xianxia couldn't even put up the most basic resistance against the demon beasts with his cultivation base. However, because Xianxia had escaped from Zhao Ba's hands in the city of 10,000 evil, many people wanted to see if Xianxia could escape again. But looking at the current situation, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. It was practically impossible. Zhao Ba would definitely not give Xianxia a chance. Everyone knew that Zhao Ba was a winged man. What was the strongest thing about a winged man? Naturally, it was their speed. Once they used it, the speed of a winged man would definitely be unparalleled in the world. Xianxia, you brat, you killed 3 of my sons and destroyed my city. Today, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Zhao Ba's anger soared to the sky and his voice rumbled. He completely unleashed the aura of one of the 10 great evildoers. He grabbed with his hand, and a terrifying energy shot out from his hand, heading straight for Xianxia. Da Huang, let's go. Xianxia knew that he was no match for Zhao Ba. With a sway of his body, he arrived beside Da Huang Dog and executed the heaven-ascending stairway. In the blink of an eye, 1 man and 1 dog disappeared without a trace, as if they were never there in the first place. What? Zhao Ba's eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly released his divine sense, which covered the sky and covered the earth, searching in all directions. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not leave any trace of his aura, as if he had never been here. He had disappeared into thin air just like that. Impossible. Everyone in the city of 10,000 evil, listen up. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and dig that little bastard out for me. Zhao Ba went berserk. His voice reverberated through the sky of the extreme north. His anger was currently suppressed in his body, and he did not even have the chance to release it. This was already the second time. Last time was the same in the city of 10,000 evil. He had completely sealed off the surroundings, but Xianxia had still escaped easily. It was the same again today. Zhao Ba could not help but suspect that Xianxia definitely had some kind of unique treasure on him that he could use to escape. It wasn't just Zhao Ba. Even those who were watching the show were dumbfounded. Many of them looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. What's going on? How did Xianxia escape? I didn't see it. He suddenly disappeared. Could it be that a puny Earth Source expert like him can control spatial force? Ridiculous. This is too ridiculous. It's unbelievable. I finally understand why Xianxia dared to make an enemy of the city of 10,000 evil so openly. So he had such a terrifying technique. If he had such a life-saving technique, he would be basically invincible. Zhao Ba is probably furious. He lost 3 sons and a city. The enemy was right in front of him, but he managed to escape. No one had thought that Xianxia would be able to escape under such a situation. This was supposed to be a death trap. It was a miracle that he was able to escape. Roar, more and more demonic beasts appeared. Finally, a 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beast charged out. It was a ferocious, pitch-black tiger the size of a small mountain. Its eyes were completely red, and it gave off a cold and bloodthirsty aura. As soon as the tiger appeared, it kicked up a huge wave in the ocean. With a single step, it arrived on the shore. This tiger demon is mine. Don't fight with me over it. One of the 10 great evildoers, Evil Hui, was the first to rush out. He was very interested in his own strength. This black tiger was emitting a strange beast's aura. Such a strange beast's demon spirit was incomparably precious. It could be described as priceless. Evil Hui was the first to charge out. He clearly wanted to take the black tiger's demon spirit for himself. Unfortunately, Evil Hui charged out quickly and returned just as quickly. In just a single exchange, he was sent flying by the black tiger. Haha, Evil Hui, looks like the black tiger's demon spirit won't be so easy to take. Someone mocked. Cut the crap. Everyone, let's attack together. This black tiger is a powerful beast. It's impossible to fight it alone. If it defeats us one by one, we'll all be finished. Evil Hui's words finally caught the attention of the others. Old Man Miadu was the first to speak. Let's attack together and get rid of this black tiger. More powerful demonic beasts might appear soon. We need to work together, or these demonic beasts will be enough to kill us all. The others could not help but nod inwardly when they heard Old Man Miadu's words. They felt that what he said made a lot of sense. This was indeed the case. A single black tiger might not be enough to catch their attention, but it could not be forgotten that the black tiger was the first 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beast to emerge from the Dragon Palace. From the looks of it, it was almost certain that more 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beasts would appear. Let alone the possibility of demonic beasts even more powerful than the black tiger. Even if a few more of these black tigers appeared, even if the 10 great villains worked together, they would not be their opponent. The 9 evildoers worked together and surrounded the black tiger almost instantly. They had not done anything earlier because they were waiting for the 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beasts to appear. The black tiger immediately fell into a disadvantage when 9 of the 10 evildoers attacked. After all, the 10 evildoers all had their own tricks up their sleeves. Ordinary 9th heavenly layer Earth Source experts could not compare to them, or they would not have been able to gain a foothold in the land of exiles. As for Zhao Ba, all his attention was on Xianxia, so he had no time to care about the black tiger. His only son had died, so if he did not capture Xianxia, he would really go crazy. He would probably not even be able to sleep. The northernmost land had completely sunk into an unprecedented war. Everyone was entangled with the demon beasts, and blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood mist surged, and everywhere was filled with the pungent smell of blood. This originally incomparably clean northernmost land had directly turned into an azure hell. The seawater was dyed red. This sudden battle was destined to become a famous battle in the Land of Exiles, one that would be recorded in the annals of the Land of Exiles. At this moment, Xianxia and Big Yellow were hiding at the edge of the extreme north, paying close attention to the movements in the extreme north. They could see the Dragon Palace clearly from where they were. As long as there was any movement in the Dragon Palace, they would be able to detect it immediately. For example, they could see Black Tiger very clearly right now. Kaka, Xiao Ba is probably about to explode from anger. He can't understand how we suddenly disappeared without any warning. De Huang Dog barked excitedly, feeling extremely carefree. There must be something wrong with the Dragon Palace. Why have so many demonic beasts suddenly appeared? Just what is the Dragon Palace? Are these demonic beasts imprisoned there? Xianxia frowned. He was extremely confused. Who cares? The more chaotic the better. This master dog likes it the most. Oh right, help me keep an eye on things. I'm about to reach the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Big Yellow said. All right. Xianxia's eyes lit up with joy. De Huang Dog breaking through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm at this time was the best thing that could happen. As for De Huang Dog breaking through, Xianxia was not surprised at all. This guy had eaten so many demonic spirits in the battle earlier, many of which were 5th heavenly layer demonic beasts. If he still could not break through, he would not be De Huang. A terrifying power was released from De Huang Dog's body. De Huang Dog leveled up just like that. There was no sign at all, but the commotion was not small. Xianxia paid close attention to his surroundings. In the past, there was no need for him to be so careful, but the situation was different now. They were still within the boundaries of the extreme north. The terrifying power De Huang Dog had released was very likely to attract Xiao Ba's attention. Once Xiao Ba discovered him, Xianxia could use the Sky Ascension Stairs to escape immediately. Apart from Xiao Ba, the monstrous beasts that had come out of the Dragon Palace were the same. Many of them had already started to go on a rampage outside of the extreme north. It would not be long before the entire Land of Exile was filled with monstrous beasts that slaughtered wantonly. Once De Huang Dog's aura attracted those demonic beasts, they would definitely go on a rampage. There was no doubt about that. Roar, as expected, the energy De Huang Dog had released had successfully attracted several demonic beasts, causing them to go on a rampage. Fortunately, the cultivation of these demonic beasts was not very high. The most powerful one was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With Xianxia's current cultivation, he could easily deal with them even without using dragon transformation. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand rippled out like rain. Countless strands of sword chi pierced through the sky, causing miserable shrieks to fill the air. With just a single strike, he had killed all the demonic beasts that had come to attack him. It was extremely powerful. The demon spirits flew up automatically and were caught by Xianxia, stowing them away. Even if he did not need to refine them now, these treasures were still quite a fortune. Roar, an earth-shattering roar rang out from De Huang Dog's mouth. De Huang Dog's cultivation had completely advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. His bloodline had also skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the 4th heavenly layer in an instant before stopping. Wakaka, Big Yellow let out a loud laugh. From head to toe, he was filled with an arrogant and wild aura. Let's go. Xianxia grabbed De Huang Dog's ear, and the two of them quickly disappeared. In reality, even if they did not climb the stairway to heaven, with Xianxia and De Huang Dog's speed, there were not many people in the Land of Exiles who could catch up to them if they wanted to escape. Speaking of speed, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were extremely confident. The commotion caused by De Huang Dog's advancement and his arrogant roar would definitely attract Xiao Ba's attention. At this moment, Xiao Ba was searching for them in the extreme north. As expected, not long after Xianxia and De Huang Dog disappeared, a group of experts from the City of 10,000 Evils chased after them. The person leading them was Xiao Ba. Behind Xiao Ba, there were 4 9th heavenly layer Earth Source experts, not to mention the 8th heavenly layer Earth Source experts. City Lord, Xianxia must have appeared here. It was that dog's roar just now. Someone said. He's running away again. Someone was flustered and exasperated. He threw a punch, directly destroying a mountain below. Keep chasing. If I don't kill Xianxia, I, Zhao Ba, am not a man. Zhao Ba did not think about anything right now. In his heart, nothing was more important than killing Xianxia. His 3 sons were already dead. Life was almost meaningless to him. Xianxia and De Huangdog were engaged in guerrilla warfare with the experts from the City of Evil. They did not leave the northernmost region, but circled around the northernmost region. The experts from the City of Evil followed their aura, but they could not catch up. Every time they chased after them, they found that Xianxia and De Huangdog had disappeared. Damn it! How can these 2 fellows be so fast? Some people could not stand it anymore. They had killed many people in their lives, but this was the first time they had encountered such a difficult opponent. They were like loaches that they could not catch no matter how hard they tried. Xianxia and De Huangdog naturally could not leave. They still had to pay close attention to the movements of the Dragon Palace. According to Xianxia's prediction, the Dragon Palace was definitely not simple. Something big must have happened, and it was not as simple as the appearance of so many demonic beasts. In the entire land of exiles, only the Dragon Palace had always affected Xianxia's heart. Otherwise, Xianxia would have directly left the land of exiles with De Huangdog and returned to the Red East region. The chaos in the land of exiles had nothing to do with Xianxia. On the other side, on the shore, the 9 great evildoers worked together and finally managed to kill Black Tiger. However, Black Tiger was simply too ferocious. Even though he was killed, he managed to severely injure one of the evildoers before he died, nearly killing him. At the moment when Black Tiger was killed, the hall of the Dragon Palace, which had been extremely violent and had demonic beasts flying out continuously, suddenly became quiet. The endless golden light also disappeared, and a pitch-black door appeared. The door was open. The door of the Dragon Palace was open. This was the first time this had happened in the land of exiles. Look, the door of the Dragon Palace is open. After Black Tiger was killed, no demonic beasts came out. It seems that Black Tiger is the most powerful existence inside, Evil Hui said. Look, the door of the Dragon Palace is open. We tried to enter the Dragon Palace before, but we were blocked by this gate. Who would have thought that the gate would open by itself today? This is a great opportunity. I want to go in and have a look. I want to go in too. In the past, a large number of treasures flew out from inside. This Dragon Palace is a treasure house. If I can go in and get the treasures inside, it will be wonderful. Let me show you the big head array first. Let's see what is inside. All the experts were alarmed. All along, the Dragon Palace had attracted everyone's attention. After all, many treasures had been released from the Dragon Palace in the past. This made the 10 great evildoers very curious about the Dragon Palace. They had tried to enter the Dragon Palace before, but all of them ended in failure. Now that the gate of the Dragon Palace had opened on its own, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't go in, it would be unforgivable. As for the demonic beasts that were still fighting outside, the 10 evildoers completely ignored them. As long as there were not too many 9th heavenly layer earth source demonic beasts, they would not pose any true threat to the land of exiles. Evil Hui was the first to jump out. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the gate of the Dragon Palace. However, just as Evil Hui was about to step into the Dragon Palace, there was a sudden change. An illusory golden light shield appeared outside the door. An incomparably powerful force rushed out from the light shield. Unable to dodge in time, Evil Hui was hit head-on. He let out a miserable cry and was sent flying back. Wow, Evil Hui vomited a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened on the spot. The others who were ready to give it a try couldn't help but stop their footsteps. Each of them couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It seemed that it was still not easy to enter the Dragon Palace. Even if the gate of the Dragon Palace was open, they wouldn't be able to step in. Damn it, this Dragon Palace is full of strange things. We can't enter at all. Evil Hui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and swallowed a pill. His injuries were relieved to a certain extent. Some people just panic, only to find that they have achieved nothing in the end. Someone sneered. Who are you talking about? Evil Hui was immediately annoyed. What? Do you want to fight? I'm talking about you. That person showed no fear. His aura fluctuated, as if he was about to fight. Evil Hui gnashed his teeth in anger, but he had no choice but to suppress his anger. He was not in a good state to fight. If this was any other time, he would have already attacked with his temper, but now that he had suffered the backlash of the Dragon Palace, he was no longer a match for the person. Regarding this, Evil Hui was well aware of his own limitations. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from the Dragon Palace, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A golden light rippled out from the Dragon Palace, and a golden battle spear dashed out. The battle spear was dazzling with golden light. It was a zhonglong, and the aura it emitted was terrifying. The battle spear was carved with extraordinary dragon patterns. When all the dragon patterns gathered together, it formed the shadow of a real dragon. Dragon Bone Battle Spear. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes fell on the battle spear. The source dragon in his body could not help but become restless. Xianxia had a noble dragon bloodline, so he could see the material of the battle spear at a glance. It was actually made of dragon bones. I'm afraid the level of this battle spear is not low. It's much more powerful than the battle sword you obtained from Empress Lin's tomb. If I'm not mistaken, this battle spear is probably made of the dragon bones of an almighty cosmic dragon. However, there are layers of restrictions placed on the battle spear, completely sealing the power of the battle spear. Even so, the aura this battle spear emits has reached the peak of the 4th grade, right? It's almost as powerful as a Starlord warrior. Awesome. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the tyrannical power of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. What a powerful dragon palace. I wonder what kind of existence it is to have such a powerful warrior inside. This Dragon Bone Battle Spear would cause an unprecedented uproar in the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, let alone the land of exiles. Countless Starlords would come out to snatch it. Xianxia sighed. He was getting more and more interested in the mysterious Dragon Palace. There must be a shocking secret in the 9-layered Dragon Palace. However, regardless of what was inside the Dragon Palace, Xianxia was determined to get his hands on the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. He must not let it fall into the hands of the 10 villains. The Dragon Bone Battle Spear was priceless. If he obtained it, his battle strength would increase. Only his true dragon bloodline could bring out the true power of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. On the shore, almost all the 9th Heaven Earth Source Realm experts were attracted by the sudden appearance of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. Even Zhao Ba flew over immediately. Many brothers said that Xianxia's ending wasn't perfect, but that wasn't the case. Many things were hidden and explained, and some were left unexplained because they wanted to leave room for imagination. For example, the heroines weren't written in the end, but Xianxia's children had already explained the problem. They were the children of those heroines. Nothing in the world was perfect, so wasn't it better to leave some room for imagination? The story took place in the ancient times of the immortal world. De Huang was still the same De Huang, but De Huang had a more resounding name, a name that could make the immortal world tremble with a stomp of his feet, Lan Yang. At that time, the immortal world was still part of a whole. There weren't 9 immortal domains yet. The ethereal immortal domain in Xianxia's era didn't exist here. This was the ancient immortal world, a brand new world. There wouldn't be Xianxia, Lan Shisan, Han Yan, Tyrant, Yan Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing. There wouldn't be many people here. But there would be those legendary figures, led by Demon Sovereign Long Yang, Great Sovereign Zhong Xian, Immortal Execution King, Empress Xiao Yao, Void Sovereign, Golden Sovereign, and the first Saintess of the demonic Immortal Island. These legendary figures in Xianxia's era would become the most dazzling stars here, just like Tyrant and Xianxia. This was their path of growth, a chapter of another century. Without them, there wouldn't be the immortal world. Past life, present life, and next life, life and death interchange, and souls never rest, the De Huang in your eyes, the De Huang that you admire, the dog that accompanied the Dragonmark brothers all the way, the demon sovereign Long Yang's life in the previous life, how famous was he? Come on. A new chapter had begun. At the peak of Dragonbone Mountain, in the depths of the endless sky, the void was shattered, and variegated spatial cracks were everywhere. The sky within a radius of 10,000 miles was covered by waves of terrifying energy. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if the end of the world had arrived. Even a golden immortal would be utterly unable to endure such shattered space, and his body would be torn apart. At that moment, there were over a dozen people standing in the center of the sky. Roar, the roar of a dragon reverberated through the air. More than a dozen great emperors hovered in the air. Behind them, the silhouettes of dragons could be seen dancing in the air. This was someone from the dragon clan. Dragons were an extremely prideful race. In ancient times, their status was incomparably honorable. More than a dozen dragon race great emperors surrounded a woman in white, waiting for her to come out. As for the woman, she had a marvelous figure. Her golden hair fell to her waist, and she had a beautiful face. Although her face was a bit pale because of her injuries, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Wah wah, a burst of sobs came from the woman's bosom. The woman looked at the infant in her arms. Her eyes, which had been filled with hatred and unwillingness, gradually softened. "Madam, just surrender. Don't struggle pointlessly," the leader said. Hearing this, the woman's aura fluctuated violently. Coldness filled the air as she glared at the leader. "Long Zhen, you still recognize me as your wife. Let me ask you, how did the clan leader treat you?" The woman said, her tone filled with disappointment. "The clan leader treats me like his own brother." Long Zhen murmured, his expression was filled with unwillingness. "But madam, the situation is different now. The clan leader has unfortunately fallen, and I am deeply saddened. Now that clan leader Long Yuntian has succeeded, why must you be so stubborn? When you return to the clan, I believe the clan leader will treat you well." Haha, hearing this, the woman burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Long Yuntian has coveted the position of the dragon clan leader for a long time, and took advantage of my husband's tribulation to assassinate me. Now that my husband has fallen, Long Yuntian has gotten what he wanted. Are you really going to be so ruthless that you won't even spare my infant?" Tears rolled down the woman's cheeks as she looked at the people who used to be her husband's subordinates. But now, many of them had become her executioners. How tragic. "Cut the crap. I'll give you one more chance. Are you going back or not?" Beside Long Zhen, a person named Ling Ling spoke with an oppressive aura. "Humph." The woman snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, a beam of godly light shot out and attacked once more. "Seems like you're dead set on courting death. Long Zhen, are you still not going to act?" that person said. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a purple dragon. His body was so long that it traversed through the void. "Madam, please don't blame me." Long Zhen gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with pity. Evidently, it wasn't his intention to attack the madam. He was indebted to the clan leader. But now that his family was being held hostage by Long Yuntian, he had no way out. Boom, more than 10 azure dragons appeared. Every single one of them was a martial emperor of the dragon race. Their auras were torrential, and the sky had turned into a hell of death. In the face of death, the woman's expression did not change. She ignored these enemies and looked at the infant in her arms. The infant was only a few months old, and there was a slight bump on his forehead. After crying earlier on, he was now extremely quiet. The woman kissed the infant's cheek, and 2 drops of tears fell on the infant's face. "Remember, your name is Long Yang. You're the son of Long Yinhuang. You're the young master of the dragon race. I'll seal the information of your birth in your body. After a few years, when you've grown up, you'll definitely kill your way back to the dragon race and repay the debt of blood with blood." The woman's tone was gentle. Then, she placed her finger on the center of Long Yang's brows, and a halo appeared in his body. After doing this, the woman's eyes started to become unprecedentedly sharp. Roar, the woman raised her head and roared. The phantom of a golden war horse appeared behind her, looking extremely majestic. "Forbidden, rebirth," the woman chanted softly. She waved her hand and produced runes. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the runes. Chi-la, then, the woman sliced open a pitch-black hole in the void. The infant flew out from the woman's arms and entered the hole in the void. "Stop him. Don't let that bile spawn escape. Someone shouted. More than 10 frenzied dragons whizzed over. Let's perish together. The woman used the forbidden technique. Boundless death light began to appear, covering everything. Ah, it's the rebirth art. Miserable screams sounded. Not long after, the void became clear again. The 2 divine dragons dragged their battered bodies and left slowly. The others were all turned into dust. Boundless ocean, demonic immortal island, the island was shrouded in clouds and mist. The immortal chi was dense, and the trees were lush. The buildings were magnificent, and the demonic beasts danced in the air. Everything was in order. At noon, in front of a magnificent palace in the center of the island, countless maids were kneeling on the ground. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. A burly man was pacing back and forth anxiously. The man looked to be in his early 40s. His face was resolute and there was an invisible domineering aura between his brows. He wore a gorgeous golden robe and looked incomparably noble. Croak, croak, croak. The sound of a child's croaking completely ignited the entire island. The island was in an uproar. The place was filled with people's voices and was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was extremely festive. That's great. My sweetheart, you're finally born. The man was overjoyed and did not hide the excitement on his face. Tears shone in his eyes as he crossed his arms, waiting impatiently for the naughty woman to open the door. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as though a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Everyone was terrified. The man raised his head abruptly. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth spread out in all directions. An invisible net wrapped around the palace instantly. In the next second, the man appeared in the sky above the palace. A golden pillar of light collided with the island. A huge mountain was shattered by the golden pillar of light. The pillar of light continued to charge towards the palaces one by one. Before the people in the palaces could react, they were destroyed by the golden pillar of light. The golden pillar of light did not show any signs of stopping. It continued to charge towards the palace where the man was. The man narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. A terrifying purple aura materialized instantly. The void was torn apart by the purple aura. The terrifying aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. The golden pillar of light did not show any signs of weakening just because the man was about to attack. It directly collided with the palace where the man was. The man's expression turned serious as he reached out his hand to grab the golden pillar. The man was like a god of war. His hand directly blocked the impact of the golden pillar. Under the impact of the golden pillar, he did not move at all and was as steady as Mount Tai. After a few breaths, the half-meter-long golden pillar stopped moving. Just as the man was about to smash the golden pillar with his palm, a baby's cry suddenly came from within the golden pillar. The man's heart instantly softened, and he hugged the golden pillar tightly. Then, the golden pillar slowly melted in the man's arms and a baby appeared in the man's arms. The man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had thought that someone had ambushed him. He did not expect it to be a newborn baby. As a father for the first time, the man's heart was completely melted by the baby's cry. Creak, the door of the palace was opened. Naughty woman hurried forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Island Master. Congratulations on the birth of a daughter. Both mother and child are safe. The surrounding people looked at Naughty Woman strangely. Naughty Woman suddenly realized that something was wrong. She stopped smiling and saw the person in the Island Master's arms. A baby? Naughty Woman's mind went blank and she was dumbfounded. Did I carry the child out just now? No, the daughter is still in the room. Island Master, what's going on with this baby? Take good care of him for me. After saying that, the man handed the baby in his arms to Naughty Woman and strode into the room, leaving Naughty Woman dumbfounded. On the bed, the woman's face was sallow and covered in sweat. She looked extremely haggard. Obviously, the labor just now had taken a lot out of her and she was about to collapse. Even so, it could not hide the woman's peerless beauty. The man hurried forward and held the woman's hand. He said excitedly, "Madam, you've worked hard." "It's not hard at all. It's worth it no matter how hard it is to look after our precious daughter." Although the woman was very fragile, her face was filled with a blissful smile. Perhaps the happiest moment in her life was this moment. The birth of the child, the mother and daughter were safe and sound, and her husband was by her side. It was a happy family of 3, the maidservant beside her hurriedly carried the child into the man's arms. The man looked at the newborn daughter with a blissful expression. "Husband, let's give our daughter a name," the woman said. "I've always dreamed of having a daughter, and now it's finally come true. Let's call our daughter Mingji. She'll be as beautiful as Madam." The man looked at Mingji in his arms and said with a kind expression. The beautiful woman in my dreams. That's a good name, Mingji," the woman said with satisfaction. At this time, when Naughty Woman appeared next to the woman again with a baby in her arms, the woman's smile froze. She asked with a puzzled expression, "This child is?" Seeing that the situation was not good, the man hurriedly explained everything that had happened just now to dispel the woman's doubts. The woman took the child from Naughty Woman's arms. When she was changing the baby's clothes, a golden brocade pouch fell. The woman picked up the brocade pouch doubtfully and saw a talisman and a handkerchief in it. The handkerchief was embroidered with a pair of lifelike dragon and phoenix, and the word Dragon Yang was written on the bottom right corner. The woman and the man looked at each other in shock. Then, the woman put away the brocade pouch and finally made a decision. She said, "Since the heavens have given us a son, maybe it's the will of heaven. Let's raise him together with our daughter." I'll listen to Madam." Blue clouds filled the sky. The young man sat on a boulder with his legs crossed. Looking at the endless blue sea, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes about the future. After living a carefree life for 14 years, Long Yang had almost forgotten that he was a child without a father or mother. Until a few days ago, when he saw the cold and resentful eyes of the experts on the demonic immortal island, he realized that he was still an outsider, the one who was least welcomed. Even if his adoptive parents treated him the same as before, even if his sister Meng Ji still treated him like an older brother. "Is that him?" A clear voice came from behind. Long Yang turned his head and frowned. He saw a man and a woman walking towards the beach. The 2 women were hot from head to toe, and there were even some scales on their necks. They looked extremely charming as they walked. The man looked like a gentleman, with triangular eyes, a green robe, and a blue tattoo on his right arm. Demonic Snake Island, Green Spirit Snake Clan. "Young master, don't you know at a glance? There is only one yellow dog on the entire demonic immortal island." The woman chuckled, her tone full of contempt. The endless sea was vast, and almost all of it was ruled by the demonic immortals. The bloodline was one of the most important things for the demonic immortals. It was the biggest joke in the world that a yellow dog had sneaked into the demonic immortal island. "You 2 from the Snake Clan, I don't seem to have any grievances with you, right?" Long Yang stood up, his face quite unfriendly. It was fine to be looked down upon on the island, but since when could these tribes from other islands bully the people of the demonic immortal island at will? "The decree of the immortal king orders you to go back to the demonic Snake Island with us. I heard that you have a unique skill of closing your eyes to detect treasures. You are really an immortal among dogs. But even if you are an immortal dog, you are just a dog of the endless sea, a wild dog that even guards think is stupid." The young man in the cyan robe said without showing any mercy. For him, Long Yang was just a wild dog of unknown origin. He had come to the demonic immortal island on the same day as the Sanctus and had enjoyed the privilege of 14 years. It was time to see the hierarchy of the demonic immortal island. Wild dog. Long Yang's eyes were fixed, and a monstrous rage surged from his chest. He could endure the disdain of the demonic immortal island's experts and the contempt and disdain of his peers. But his main body had become an unbearable pain for him. Demon immortals, demon immortals. All living things in the world could cultivate as demons and become immortals. Why did his main body have to suffer the disdain of the world, and even a demon immortal could mock him? He breathed in and out. Immortal spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. Immortal chi lingered. Long Yang, who had turned around, was as steady as a rock under his punch. The corner of the green-robed youth's mouth twitched. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot towards Long Yang. Late human immortal. Although Qing Maoan's realm was the lowest among the younger generation of the demon immortal clan, he was still a direct descendant of the clan. The speed and attack power of the condensed beam were extremely terrifying. Against an opponent of the same level, it might be difficult for him to win, but against a mere early-stage human immortal Long Yang, he was confident. The smile at the corner of his mouth indicated Xianxia Wen's confidence. When he saw the beam of light, his expression showed that the outcome was already decided. Without turning his body, Long Yang charged forward. Puchi! Fresh blood flowed down, but it was covered up by a flash of light. It had a yellow mane that was not smooth, a pitch-black nose, and some yellow teeth. Long Yang, who was in midair, had already transformed into a yellow dog. His ferocious eyes carried a hint of blood, indicating that his anger had reached its limit. The yellow dog, which had a bit of light, stopped on Xianxia Wen's shoulder. Without hesitation, it opened its huge mouth. Then, he bit down hard on his neck. Didn't you say that I'm a wild dog? Then today, I'll turn into my main body and bite you. Hatred never lasts overnight. This was the first life principle that his little sister, Mingji, had taught him. That bite, without any light, instantly caused a late-stage human immortal demon immortal cultivator to bleed. Ah. Ah. Stop. Bastard, stop. The intense pain caused Xianxia Wen to speak incoherently. However, in the blink of an eye, a burst of light flashed. The elegant Xianxia Wen had turned into a green snake, and his jade-green eyes flashed with extreme fear. On the other hand, the yellow dog was still biting down on the green snake. No matter how hard the green snake struggled, it did not loosen its grip. And the place where it was biting was exactly the green snake's weak spot. Although the yellow dog's hind leg was bleeding, it was still not enough. Demon Refining Banner, Demon Refining Banner. Red Pill Block, use the Demon Refining Banner. The struggling green snake spoke in human language. Both of them had returned to their main bodies, so some immortal spells could not be used. This situation was equivalent to having his life in the enemy's mouth. If he did not act, it was not impossible for him to die here. The young lady in red at the side was stunned. She had thought that capturing a yellow dog that even the demonic immortal island did not like would be a piece of cake. However, she did not expect that there would be an accident. Long Yang did not hesitate to use self-mutilation to transform into his main body to capture the young master. If this matter were to spread, the Green Spirit Snake clan would lose all its face. Without hesitation, he quickly waved his hand and formed a seal. In an instant, the immortal chi around him gathered towards his palm. At this moment, her whole body exuded a holy light, and her eyes changed from anxiety to full devotion. A red banner the size of a palm was sacrificed. The strange and unknown pattern looked like the totem of a jade dragon. At the moment when he threw it out, the scarlet light suddenly formed a huge demonic dragon. Hell! The demonic dragon spiraled forward, stirring up a storm and slapping on the yellow dog's body. Hell! The yellow dog's whole body seemed to be hit by a hammer. Its whole body flew backward, but the teeth in its mouth showed no signs of loosening. At the same time, it bit off a piece of the green snake's flesh and some scales. The green snake screamed in pain and blood gushed out. But at this time, the totem did not stop. The illusory state and the seal in the air completely spread to the body of Long Yang on the beach. It shrank, rolled up, shrank, and disappeared into the red banner. The action was so smooth that Long Yang, who was already injured, had no room to resist. Then, the Demon Refining Banner floated in the air. Gradually, it fell into the palm of the young lady in red. At this point, the young lady in red let out a sigh of relief. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on her forehead. It was obvious that summoning the Demon Refining Banner had taken a lot out of her. Bah! This beast is too ferocious. Once I find the inheritance and finish using it, I will definitely send him to the 18 levels of purgatory. I will make him beg for death. Xianxia, who had finally transformed into his human form, said hatefully. His neck was red and his face was pale. Young master, let's go. If the Holy Maiden finds out, we will all be in serious trouble. The blue sea was calm and tranquil. The lone boat streaked across the sky like a ray of light. On the boat, the youth's anger had not subsided. His neck was still bright red, and the hatred on his face was intense. We're almost there. Has everything been arranged? Thinking about it, he realized that he had been careless today. But humiliation was humiliation. He was just a member of the Green Spirit Snake clan, and he couldn't even deal with a yellow dog. He was ashamed. Everything is ready. The boat will stop at the Forest of Confusion. That is the only place that is not valued by the clan and has a high chance of having a place of inheritance. Also, everyone on the boat is absolutely safe. No one will say a word. The graceful crimson snake walked over step by step. It stopped behind Qing Maoan and stuck out its forked tongue, hooking Qing Maoan's chin. Qing Maoan pulled the crimson snake into his arms. What a vixen. Let the people below prepare. Once I stop, I'll release that bastard. I'll let him know that if he doesn't cooperate with me, he'll have a hard time. As he spoke, his hands began to move dishonestly. Woo! Clouds, rain, and wind passed. A huge and boundless island appeared before their eyes. The boat landed slowly. Countless clansmen wearing the Green Spirit Snake clan's uniform disembarked and prepared. The two of them got off the boat and looked at the boundless forest of confusion. This was the place they had chosen to get rich. The entire Snake Demon Island would be rich and powerful for a long time because of Long Yang. Ruins and inheritances would appear continuously. But to Qing Maoan, this was not the most important thing. His own pockets were full. That was the most important thing. Therefore, he didn't return to the clan first. He wanted to fill his pockets first. This was what he had planned before he carried out the plan. And now, this was what he needed to do, even if he might be exposed and be punished. The crimson snake was already prepared. Once it landed, it raised its hand and formed a seal. The crimson devil refining banner gradually appeared. A ray of light flashed, and Long Yang, who was covered in wounds, landed on the ground. He turned his head and looked at the huge group. The two people in the middle were staring at him with malicious intent. In his heart, he analyzed the current situation. There was an 80% chance that he had taken a fancy to his treasure hunting talent and wanted to use him as a treasure hunting dog. If he could tolerate it, what could he do? The strong self-esteem that he was born with would not allow him to do this. Therefore, his eyes were filled with hatred. You've been on the demonic immortal island for such a long time. I don't think I need to repeat the basic rules, right? You'd better cooperate, and you're not allowed to say a word. Otherwise, this young master will have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. His vicious smile was like the cruelty of hell. Qing Maoan had already torn off his mask of elegance. All he wanted was the boundless wealth. Begging for death? Can't you die? With just you bunch of worms? He looked at the other party in disdain. Even though he couldn't break free from the demon refining banner, he couldn't do so. However, Long Yang still somewhat looked down on this kind of arrogant young master who came from a well-off family since young. They had never experienced many setbacks. Most things were taken for granted. Did he really think that others wouldn't be able to discover his little schemes? It was already so troublesome to control himself, and he still wanted to soar to the sky? Who gave him such confidence? You. I'm going to skin you alive right now. He raised his hand and a huge whip appeared in his hand. Qing Maoan, who was enraged, had lost his rationality. Ever since he was young, no one had ever called him Long Worm. Even a normal snake would not be able to tolerate such a humiliating term, let alone a young master of the Green Spirit Snake clan. Pada! The ruthless whip landed on Long Yang's body. A wave of pain woke Long Yang up completely. Chance. He could feel the immortal qi in his dantian gathering involuntarily at that moment. Subconsciously, he started to move it. Abruptly, his entire body began to regain its freedom for a short period of time. Run. Everything was going according to plan. Long Yang was secretly happy and anxious. He flipped to the side and turned around, returning to his original form in an instant. At this moment, the slightly ugly yellow dog burst forth with unprecedented speed. It was like a yellow light flashed. In the next second, it started to whip wildly. Not good. This guy purposely let you whip him to stimulate his potential. If we really let him escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. Subconsciously, the calm Qi shouted. He didn't care about the idiot young master behind him and turned back to his original form to chase. What are you waiting for? Split up and chase. Don't let him get away. Qing Maoan shouted angrily after regaining his senses. First, he didn't look for the reason himself. Instead, he scolded his subordinates. One by one, the Snake Clan warriors started to run. Long Yang's eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he had temporarily escaped, the possibility of him escaping from the encirclement was extremely small. I must escape. I can't be a treasure-hunting dog, even if I die. The determination and anxiety in his eyes gradually turned into madness. In the next moment, his eyes gradually began to turn white, and his vision gradually began to blur. At this moment, he thought of Meng Ji, who was cold to others, but always had a sweet smile in front of him. At this moment, he thought of his kind adoptive mother who doted on him. At this moment, he thought of his strict adoptive father who cared for him from time to time. At this moment, he thought of the colorful koi in the pond. At this moment, he thought of the dark ancient tree in the backyard. At this moment, he thought of the moment. He vaguely saw a beautiful young woman waving at him in front. He couldn't see the young woman's face, but he thought it was peerless beauty. He couldn't see her expression, but he thought it was a kind and slow smile. Mother? Subconsciously, Long Yang spat out these two words. Suddenly, some golden threads appeared on his forehead out of thin air. Bit by bit, it spread out and formed an ancient talisman in its entirety. Long Yang, who was running wildly, felt a force begin to spread through his veins. An unknown golden thread, with unparalleled power, began to fill every corner of his body. At this moment, I seemed to be incomparably powerful. This was the first thought that flashed in Long Yang's mind. It was also the only thought. Is it an illusion? At this moment, Long Yang felt that he was extremely powerful. It was as if the power had always existed in his body and had never changed. From the moment he revealed his true form, he knew that his bloodline was not high. It was even possible that he was just a wild dog born in the celestial world. But at this moment, for the first time, he began to doubt his judgment. How could a wild dog have such power hidden in his body? In the celestial world, bloodline indicated the limit of one's cultivation. Those who could break this rule were all powerful people. If the level of the bloodline was not high, the body could not contain power. Then, one's limit would be lower than others. Naturally, one had to work harder. He had already accepted this result, but what was going on in front of him now? What was the power contained in his body? Long Yang was not sure how terrifying the bloodline power that was obviously suppressed in his body would be once it was released. However, he was sure that it would not be any weaker than the so-called celestial clan. So I actually have such terrifying power? Now, is the seal loosening? After thinking hard, he still could not give himself an answer. But now, this was not the most important thing. Escaping from the encirclement and even escaping from this snake demon island was what he needed to do. Who didn't know that in this endless sea realm, his so-called young master identity was just a joke? If he knew that he had no talent, it would have been fine. But if the group of people on demonic Immortal Island knew that his sealed bloodline power, they would not allow him to live. Maybe this is the reason why I was sealed? Stopping, Long Yang could clearly feel that the seal was loosening. The golden energy spread to every corner of his tendons and meridians. Of course, this was not all of it. In fact, it was only a little overflowing. But at this moment, he was confident that he could break out of the encirclement, whether it was by relying on his own instincts or the fundamental flow of energy. Run. Do you really think you can escape by yourself? However, after a short pause, several figures immediately rushed over. The leader was naturally the young master, Qing Maoan. He was really angry today. If not for the fact that Long Yang was still of great use to him, he would have killed this person and destroyed his soul. But even so, he had to vent his anger. As soon as he raised his hand, he began to accumulate spiritual energy. The snake soldiers around him did the same. Previously, their young master had suffered quite a bit in his hands. Without the demon refining banner, they did not dare to be careless. If they really let him take advantage of any loopholes, the snake soldiers would probably not be able to escape. Roar. Long Yang growled in a low voice, not bothering to waste any time. With a flip of his body, he turned around and dashed toward the place where the snake soldiers were gathered. The golden light in his body did not appear at this moment, but the strange mark on his forehead did not disappear. In an instant, almost all the snake soldiers felt a little uncomfortable, but no one knew what was going on. Biting. The yellow dog's teeth were imbued with immortal chi, displaying their extreme sharpness. The yellow dog didn't look big, but its aggressive nature was fully displayed at this moment. Some of the snake soldiers did not even have the chance to return to their original bodies. Their necks were bitten off, and drops of fresh blood gushed out without warning. Long Yang was as fast as lightning. Even though his body looked extremely down and out, with a few patches of dog fur missing, he was still the leader of this battle. Or rather, in this battle, Long Yang had taken the lead. His overall condition was completely different from the previous battle. Qing Maoan was stunned. Was this still the yellow dog that had tricked him previously? How did it become so terrifying in the blink of an eye? These snake soldiers were all his trusted subordinates and elites that he had brought from the island. If he had attacked previously, he would have been able to take down this yellow dog in an instant. He would not even have had a chance to resist. Some of them were not weaker than him. But what was going on now? He could feel the immortal chi that permeated the surroundings, the strange rune on his forehead, and the situation where both his strength and speed were greatly increased. What was going on? If she was really that fierce, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. Red snake, red snake. Demon refining batter, demon refining batter. This B** starred has become stronger. In his eyes, as long as he could catch Long Yang now, even if he had to use the demon refining banner again to completely suppress him, it would be worth it. A red light suddenly appeared behind him. Obviously, Red Snake had heard his young master's words, and immediately took out the demon refining batter. Pfft! She spat out a mouthful of blood. To her, using such a treasure twice in a row in such a short period of time was already very difficult. But the current situation forced her to do so. The reason was simple. If she really let Long Yang escape, perhaps the young master would be fine, but they would definitely be doomed. Scram! He turned and shouted. Long Yang's eyes were already filled with anger. Previously, it was because of this thing that he had been able to escape from demonic Immortal Island. Now, he wanted to use this thing to restrain him again? Dream on. He charged straight up in midair. Waves of immortal chi began to sweep through the surrounding forest. In the next moment, the weeds and the slightly smaller ones were broken by the waves. In a battle between immortals, even if they were human immortals, their levels were terrifying. Boom! The invisible barrier collided with Long Yang's head. Only to feel that the surrounding impact was serious, the bull-sized trees also began to collapse side by side. A burst of spread caused countless snake soldiers to be directly swept away. The invisible barrier began to crack, and then it shattered like glass. Gotcha! Red Snake, who could no longer hold on, spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire face became extremely pale in the next moment. He did not fly out, but an even more horrifying scene caused his eyes to be filled with disbelief. He only saw that the demon refining batter, which had always been successful, under the impact of the wind, the inexplicable runes began to collapse. Subconsciously, at that moment, she felt the turbulence of her soul, so much so that 3 of her souls were almost out of her body, and 3 of her 7 spirits were broken. Is there no way out? Even in her dreams, she had never thought that she would die in the hands of the yellow dog that she had previously looked down on. But reality gave her a fierce slap in the face. Even if it was only 3 spirits, it was enough to take her life. Ironhead art. She subconsciously ridiculed, but at this moment, Long Yang himself did not stop at all. His scarlet eyes stared straight at young Master Qing Maoan. That posture. At that moment, all the snake soldiers felt as if they had fallen into despair. They didn't know what was going on. Why would a yellow dog that was running away display such terrifying power at a critical moment? What kind of power could directly shatter the demon refining flag? If such a treasure was useless, what kind of result would there be in this kind of war? It indicated that once the situation of being crushed completely took root in everyone's hearts, the panic would immediately erupt. And in this kind of panic, Was it the best choice to flee in all directions? Long Yang used his actions to tell everyone that it was not the case. Many snake soldiers abandoned their weapons and began to run, but none of them were really useful. They suddenly saw a fierce dog pouncing on them, and the next moment, their vital parts were bitten, and they began to lose consciousness along with the blood. Some of them didn't even see how they were hit, and they lost their lives in an instant. At this moment, Long Yang himself was getting more and more excited as he killed. When the power began to spread throughout his body, he already had an accurate position of his own body. What kind of intense secret was there behind a bloodline power that could be sealed and had not been able to completely break through the seal until now? How many people were there to guard it? Perhaps these things could not be clearly understood by just thinking about it, but in essence, one had to pay attention to it. At the very least, he couldn't expose his bloodline relationship for a period of time. He was very clear that once some things were completely exposed, the consequences would definitely be disastrous for him, who had not yet fully grown. Since that was the case, he had to keep this secret. What was the best way to keep this secret now? Of course, it was to not leave anyone alive. He had to kill all the snake soldiers in front of him, including the green snake. Even if it was extremely difficult to do this, since he had thought of it, he had to try. Another collision. In that instant, a snake soldier felt as if all the bones in his body had been completely shattered. His entire body was sent flying. It fell on the ancient tree, and the ancient tree broke. The strong shock wave made many of the snake soldiers in the surroundings dazzled. This kind of terrifying power was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Just what kind of breed was this guy? They had never heard of Yellow Dog having a noble bloodline, but the scene that was unfolding right before their eyes left them in disbelief. He subconsciously wanted to run away, but he didn't have the chance. The despair in his eyes was even more intense than before. Not long after, the forest of confusion was littered with countless corpses. Most of them were snake soldiers in their original forms. Occasionally, there were snake soldiers in human form. They died in different ways, but the fear in their eyes was rarely gone. Only Long Yang and Qingmo were left in the forest. At this moment, Qingmo no longer had the arrogance and anger from before. His entire face was filled with an indescribable space. His attitude was truly because the scene from before had completely shocked him. From the beginning to the end, Long Yang had maintained an extremely high standard as he slaughtered his way through. Even he didn't know why it was like this. When he was first released, even though the Yellow Dog had some strength, he felt that it was still within a controllable range. He dared not say that it would be easy to kill him, but at least he would be able to do it with some effort. But what was going on with this instantaneous eruption? Could it be that there was some unknown secret hidden in his body? In the blink of an eye, the scales of victory were tilted towards the other party. He didn't give himself any chance at all. This caused Qingmo, who had always had a smooth-sailing mind, to be completely stunned. Subconsciously, he wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. It's hard to imagine that the previous me would actually be caught by someone like you. Long Yang, who was extremely regretful, was reflecting on himself. No matter what, he was a demon immortal who had seen the world. It was impossible for him to be taken advantage of by such a person. But he didn't expect that things would develop to such an extent. Now, he couldn't even return home. If he wanted to see Meng Ji again, it would be even more difficult. And the main culprit of all this was this green snake in front of him. Not to mention the fact that he wanted to silence him, even if he didn't have such thoughts. Long Yang didn't intend to let him go. You. What is your original form? At this moment, Qingmo didn't think that Long Yang's original form was a yellow dog. What a joke, this yellow dog was the lowest level in the entire celestial realm. Even if it became a demon immortal, it would only be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Since when could it display such combat power at such a crucial moment, combined with his natural talent in treasure hunting? Even if Qingmo was stupid, he could tell that he was hiding his original form. Not just his original form, his cultivation talent, and even his identity were probably hidden. This time, he had poked a huge hornet's nest. Is this important? Long Yang took a step forward. At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on his originally serious face. Yes, in this kind of situation, was it really important to investigate this? You can't let me die without knowing why, right? Smiling bitterly, Qing Mo seemed to have foreseen his ending. That expression, that attitude, it was as if he had given up all hope. Actually, I don't know either. Long Yang, who had turned into human form, had a long knife in his hand. To him, it was time to end this. If he really knew about his own situation, it wouldn't hurt to tell him before he died. Unfortunately, he didn't know it himself. Since you did this, you naturally have to be prepared to pay the price. You and I don't know each other, let's end this feud. With that, some celestial chi appeared on the long knife in Long Yang's hand. In the next second, his entire body started to flash. The long knife turned into a rainbow light and headed straight for Qingma. No matter when or where, in the celestial realm, killing and being killed was unavoidable. In this world where strength was everything, if you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Sometimes, it might be difficult for you to integrate into such an atmosphere, but if you wanted to survive or create your own path, you had to adapt and integrate. Father, save me. Suddenly, Qingma, who seemed to be waiting for death, shouted. The wind and clouds surged and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. In the next second, the fog rose up. It turned into a huge python and condensed in the forest of confusion. Who dares to hurt my child? The giant python condensed from the mist looked the same as the original body, but anyone with a little knowledge of the celestial realm would know that this was just a clone. This was just an external incarnation. Every immortal could form an external incarnation after reaching the celestial immortal level. Of course, they only had less than a tenth of the original body's power, but they were sky immortals, existences that could crush all low-level celestials. Long Yang saw the giant python clearly, and in that instant, he understood. Once an avatar appeared, it would be a huge test for him. Not to mention, he didn't know what his talent and bloodline were. Even if he knew, it was ridiculous for a human immortal to fight an avatar of a sky immortal. Gritting his teeth, Long Yang looked at the scene in front of him. From the previous conversation, he knew that this was Qing Maoen's old man. You want to kill his son, so the old man's avatar appears. That's reasonable. However, he didn't expect that Qing Maoen's despair, which was on the verge of giving up, was just an act. That moment, he was caught off guard. Under the extreme impact of the immortal power, he subconsciously didn't resist. As a result, the blood in his body started to boil. He forcefully suppressed it, so that he didn't make a fool of himself at this critical moment. So what if you have an avatar? I'm going to go all out today. Because of his unknown bloodline, Long Yang was now very arrogant. He had an endless amount of energy, and if he didn't vent it all at this moment, it would be the darkest thing for him. The rune on his forehead glowed even brighter. Long Yang understood. With his current methods, if he wanted to please such an avatar, he had no choice but to use his strongest power. Even if the result that awaited him was still failure, he would try his best and leave no regrets. In an instant, the humanoid figure turned back into the yellow dog again, and the golden light on its forehead spread out again in an instant. The loosened seal didn't fully unfold under his full power, but the power that he seized formed a powerful vortex. It completely filled his body, making him feel exceptionally powerful. The extreme collision didn't stop at this moment. In the next second, the immortal power intertwined and filled the air with absolute power. In that second, the huge power spread out, and the surrounding weeds seemed to form waves. Clang! The avatar condensed from the mist didn't even have a chance to unleash its fury before it began to dissipate. This? Even Long Yang himself felt extremely complicated at this moment. Previously, he had already made up his mind to fight with his life on the line. But why the hell was the power he displayed at that moment so terrifying that even the avatar of a celestial immortal was no match for him? The name Iron Head technique was really appropriate. This situation really made people speechless. You. Me. Qing Wen, who was speechless, did not know how to express his emotions. In that second, he summoned his father's avatar. He had thought that this matter would be resolved, even if he would be punished by the old man when he returned. However, as long as he settled this matter and brought Long Yang back in one piece, his merits would outweigh his faults. What he did not expect was that even after summoning his father's avatar, he still did not succeed. That head-on collision had once again completely extinguished the hope that he had ignited. How could he fight like this? What kind of pervert did he provoke? Don't kill me. You don't care what you want? I can promise you anything. Subconsciously, he finally started to beg for mercy. But Long Yang did not give him even the slightest bit of chance. He, who had transformed into a human, slashed down with his sword. Qing Wen's head was chopped off just like that. His face was still filled with extreme fear. Facing such a crafty immortal who would definitely not keep his promise, the only way to make him shut up was to take his life and completely obliterate him from the celestial realm. He raised his arm and looked at the forest that was still covered in thick fog. The previously bustling place had suddenly become gloomy and silent. He dragged his body that was in immense pain and walked step by step into the depths of the forest. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this way of living was very tiring. It was so tiring that even though he was 100 times more energetic, he still could not help but have the urge to sleep and never wake up. Perhaps, this is human nature, this is the most helpless part of living in the celestial realm, he muttered to himself as he walked forward step by step. He had a very strong premonition in his heart, as if there was a real secret waiting for him to uncover in front of him. That kind of feeling that he did not want to touch always permeated Long Yang's heart. But reason told him that there were some things that he could not completely ignore if he was unwilling to do them. He drank some water and leaned against the ancient tree to rest for a moment. The flying thick fog still had not dissipated. The dew fell on Long Yang's body. The strange silence made him feel a little restless. The slightly rustling movement made Long Yang a little alert. He knew that there was definitely danger waiting for him in the depths of the forest, and there would definitely be a great opportunity. But he did not expect that just after he stopped for a while, this danger would follow him. It really did not let him rest for even a moment. The thick fog gradually dispersed in the next second. Figures that had not condensed into a physical form floated side by side. This is? He stood up. Cold sweat broke out on Long Yang's back. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, coupled with their almost empty eyes, he began to make some judgments in his heart. These were immortal souls. Immortal souls that had died on the battlefield and still left behind an obsession. No wonder Qing Maoan knew that there must be a secret or inheritance here. This forest of confusion might have been an ancient battlefield in the past. He had just chased away a hungry wolf, and now a fierce tiger had come. These immortal souls now only had half of their fighting instincts. But compared to the incarnation, not only did they have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but even their attack power was not much lower than the incarnations. What kind of great god did I offend? There is no one else who can have such luck. Long Yang, who was waiting solemnly, actually knew that these immortal souls might be a good opportunity to test his current fighting strength, but at the same time, it was also a talisman that would lead to his death. If he was not careful, he would almost certainly die here. At this moment, survival seemed to be an extravagant hope. There were so many immortal souls, there was no hurry to test them. But the situation didn't give him the slightest chance to relax. Like bad luck, they lined up one after another to rush over. Now, as he looked at the floating immortal souls, the bitterness and the desire to give up had completely occupied his heart. Damn it, I don't believe that such a big immortal world can't accommodate me. He clenched his teeth and persevered. A trace of madness flashed in Long Yang's eyes. He, who had been trying his best to stay calm, went straight for the immortal soul at the front. It was the same speed, the same method, and even the power was almost the same as last time. But this time, the heavens didn't give him the so-called blessing. The iron-head art, which could shatter an external incarnation, only passed through the immortal soul. Then, the immortal soul condensed again, as if it didn't care about such an attack at all. I'm in big trouble now. An all-out attack didn't even achieve the most basic effect. This made Long Yang feel as if he had punched cotton. There was no fierce collision, nor were there any traces left behind by a powerful battle. With the appearance of the immortal soul, the whole forest seemed to become extremely quiet. No matter what method you used, there didn't seem to be too many traces left behind. What kind of attack should I use to have an effect? Long Yang's mind raced. Unfortunately, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any other methods. After all, he had been at the bottom of the immortal world for too long, so he didn't even have many of the most basic immortal techniques for combat. In such a harsh environment, it would be heaven-defying if he could immediately think of attacking in half a day. He couldn't even find the right method even if he tried his best. In the blink of an eye, the immortal soul floating in the air didn't give him a chance to think. As if it had a mind of its own, it began to drift and fly, leaving traces of spiritual light in the air. In the next second, it went straight for Long Yang. Boom! Long Yang felt a wave of dizziness in his head, as if something unknown had penetrated his head. It formed a storm that went straight for his sea of consciousness. Coming back to his senses, Long Yang tried his best to resist. He subconsciously took a few steps back and shook his head. The dizziness gradually disappeared. Fortunately, he chose to resist at the first moment. Otherwise, he would have become an idiot from the impact on his sea of consciousness. I won't die. I won't die even if I have to face an immortal soul, he roared in his heart. Subconsciously, Long Yang began to transform into a humanoid barrier. Even Long Yang himself did not remember if he had learned this hand seal before, but it had always been in the depths of his mind, and he had never forgotten it. Now that he had displayed it, he wanted to give it a try. An inexplicable golden light began to revolve around his hand. In the next second, an extremely intense beam of light began to appear in his hand. Such a light beam was different from any immortal spiritual energy. It was as if it had long been hidden in the depths of Long Yang's soul. When it was taken out, it shook heaven and earth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Screams rang out incessantly. Every time an immortal soul came into contact with the light beam, it would start to burn without warning. Since they were spirits to begin with, the only thing they could burn in that instant was their souls. This kind of attack could cut the weeds at the roots and cut off their foundation. Even if these immortal souls did not have any spiritual intelligence, their hollow eyes still emitted a trace of fear. Who the hell am I? Long Yang himself was also shocked. The various methods and the seal on his body had already made him know that he was not an ordinary demon. However, that matter was still an unsolved mystery, so he naturally could not find out in a short period of time. But this instant of unsealing, even if the seal was only slightly opened, strictly speaking, it was only a little loosened. His identity was a little too exaggerated, wasn't it? From the previous fragmented memories, the methods, and the current hand seal attack, it made Long Yang a little curious about his identity. However, this curiosity only lasted for a fleeting moment. This was not a good time to explore secrets. Since this kind of hand seal in the depths of his memory was useful, in order to survive, the top priority was to solve the problem in front of him. He felt that he could not get through this kind of trouble before he used such a beam of light. Not good. F***ck. Why are there so many? Long Yang, who saw a glimmer of hope, began to kill at his own speed. But when he really saw the back, he did not know how many swear words came out of his mouth. What he encountered was definitely not a small gathering point of immortal souls. A gathering point of immortal souls would at most have a few dozen immortal souls, and that would already be amazing. With his current beam of light, it would be a little troublesome to solve such a place, but he was also very confident. But what was going on with the hundreds of immortal souls behind him, and looking at the current situation, how was this a gathering point of immortal souls? It was completely a fairy-burying woods that would absolutely make the faces of powerful figures change. Okay, this kind of place was often accompanied by great opportunities, but such a great opportunity was really something that he, a mere human immortal, could really get through. Let's not talk about whether Long Yang was confident or not. Even if he was confident, it was an unnecessary confidence. The fairy-burying woods could even devour sky immortals and experts above them. As a mere human immortal, and a mid-stage human immortal at that, the possibility of him making it through was practically zero. Die, 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 die. Die for lousy. He kept making hand seals, and beams of light began to condense and attack. The immortal souls in midair seemed to have never felt that such energy was a fatal threat to them. Although there was some fear in their eyes, their spiritual bodies did not retreat at all. Before long, the sky was filled with immortal souls. It was as if the repeated attacks had completely provoked all the immortal souls here. Seeing the number of souls increase, Long Yang became more and more panicked. Perhaps death was not something unacceptable to an immortal like him, but such a death was something that he absolutely could not accept. Ah! Finally, when the immortal souls arrived in front of Long Yang one by one, countless of them began to grab him and gnaw at him. The pain that came from the depths of his soul spread throughout Long Yang's entire body. A cry of agony. The sound spread throughout the forest of chaos. Every corner of his body was being bitten, and even his soul was being torn apart. Long Yang felt an indescribable torment. Compared to the physical pain, this kind of pain was on a completely different level. Since he was a child, he had been ridiculed by all the experts of the demonic immortal island. It could be said that he had suffered all kinds of grievances. However, he had endured all that humiliation. He had always thought that all the pain was just a form of training for him. But was that really the case? This time, he began to doubt his tolerance for danger and pain. It was not that his willpower was not strong enough, but this kind of feeling was really unbearable for any conscious immortal. Ah! Ah! He wanted to roar, but found that his throat did not make the slightest sound. His eyes began to protrude little by little, and the tiny blood vessels spread to his eyeballs in an instant. Blue veins began to bulge all over his body. In addition to the great pain of his soul being torn apart, he also had to endure the pain of his flesh being bitten. The white immortal souls did not stop there. It was as if the person in front of them was the food they had always dreamed of. They were too hungry. For many years, they had maintained this feeling of hunger in the state of immortal souls. Whenever a living creature appeared, as long as they had a little bit of spiritual intelligence, they would not come one after another. Get out, get out. All of you, get out of here. Long Yang, who was desperately struggling, did not even know whether he was the one making the sound. His eyes were crimson, and the golden mark on his forehead started to dim at this moment. Suddenly. At that moment. In the blink of an eye, a ray of golden light erupted from the dim golden pattern. Ripples began to spread out in an instant. It passed in a flash. The overall situation did not seem to have changed because of such a golden light. Whether it was the number of immortal souls or the surrounding situation, there was no so-called change at all. At this moment, Long Yang did not even have the slightest bit of hope. He clearly knew how powerful his current strength and the so-called bloodline could be. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was still impossible for him to play any role in the face of this immortal soul that was like a swarm of locusts. Am I really going to die here? Indeed, Long Yang's heart was unwilling. He believed that any immortal, even an ordinary human, would feel indignant when faced with such a situation and unable to do anything. But the truth is so clear in front of you, even if you are extremely unwilling, what can you do? Woo woo woo. Lin Feng moved slightly. The immortal soul that was not howling seemed to be in a daze at this moment. Then, in the still quiet forest of confusion, their eyes flashed with extreme fear. It was as if it was a natural reverence for a superior. The fear caused the immortal souls to be unable to care about anything else in just a moment, and they all began to flee in all directions. Long Yang had never seen or experienced such horrified eyes before. Self-doubt. Alright, he didn't even have the interest in self-doubt anymore. Looking at the situation that left him speechless, in addition to the various doubts he had, he seemed to have some judgment in his heart. However, he could not be sure if this judgment was correct or not. He stood up and saw that his surroundings were still like a pool of stagnant water. Long Yang sighed inwardly. The most important thing in cultivation was to be able to endure loneliness. How many times did he spend his time alone? Even if there were endless disputes, and he was constantly in danger. But most of the time, all immortals spent their time in boring and bitter cultivation. Fighting against the heavens was not endlessly joyful. Only by calming down could one erupt with power that ordinary people could not reach. In this aspect, it was truly unrelated to family and bloodline. All immortals had the same starting point. As long as I am in the immortal burial forest, there must be a great opportunity. I wonder what kind of opportunity will befall me this time. Long Yang muttered to himself as he walked deeper into the dense forest. He was not a person without desires. In fact, he was sometimes more realistic than ordinary immortals. Ever since he was young, apart from a few people who were genuinely nice to him, he was essentially an orphan without a father or mother. Many worldly gazes and resentment fell on him. His personality began to become a bit selfish, or rather, egoist. This was very normal. As he walked step by step, the situation of the immortal burial forest began to appear. Skeletons began to appear. Most of them were snake bones. Some were big, some were small. The bones were surrounded by some seemingly insignificant celestial spiritual energy. These were the bones of immortals. Not only did they not decay for tens of thousands of years, but they also contained astonishing power. It was not an illusion that they could still emit celestial spiritual energy after so many years. However, the celestial spiritual energy here was also insignificant. Long Yang was too lazy to absorb it. This showed how useless these immortal bones were. With such a huge area, it seems like every step I take is a pile of bones. I wonder how tragic the battle back then was. Although Long Yang's life was lonely and bitter, he was still able to live a miserable life. Although Long Yang's life was lonely, his knowledge was very limited. The Demon Immortal Island was the center of the Endless Sea region. Most of the cultivation knowledge and the situation of the celestial realm could be found there. He knew very well what was going on in the immortal burial forest. It was a ruin left behind by the celestial race. Generally speaking, a battlefield that could guarantee that the immortal soul wouldn't completely dissipate would definitely contain a great fortune. However, this place seemed to have been searched for a long time. After searching for a long time, Long Yang still didn't find anything too valuable. Could it be that my treasure hunting talent is trash? He tried hard to sniff, but he still didn't smell any treasure. After almost half a day, Long Yang had some thoughts of giving up in his heart. The reason was very simple. This place was really very clean. He couldn't even find a grade 1 immortal artifact. Most of the things he found were only the remains of immortal artifacts. Under such circumstances, it would be futile to search for him. Since that was the case, the most important thing was to get out of the Demon Immortal Island. One had to know that on the demonic Immortal Island, many disciples from the various clans and experts looked down on him. But at least he was safe. At least with his adoptive father around, not many people would dare to hurt him in public. For a moment, Long Yang had the urge to return to normal. Yes. Suddenly. I'm rich, I'm rich. Long Yang was extremely excited. You say that immortal cultivators are above the mortal world and that you don't care about material things. That's just an excuse you find for yourself because you're poor. You look at the huge spirit crystal in front of you and feel it carefully. There's a hidden formation inside and there's probably a lot of treasures and valuables inside. How can you not care when all these things are right in front of you? Long Yang didn't know what other people were thinking, but it was impossible for him to not care. Even in the immortal world, spiritual crystals were rarely seen. Most of them were used to set up arrays. As long as you can find the spirit crystal, generally speaking, as long as you take it out, the so-called formation will collapse on itself and reveal the original appearance of the immortal burial forest. When Long Yang's trembling hands touched the spirit crystal, a chill began to spread. In the next second, the entire space around them changed. It was as if countless mirrors had been shattered. Then, another world appeared in front of him. The trees were still the same, even the flowers, grass, and stones were no different from the previous world. The only difference between this space and the previous one was that the overall spiritual power was much denser and the number of white bones on the ground had also increased. The entire ground was covered with piles of white bones. They were of different shapes and intertwined with each other. They were starting to become indistinguishable from each other. Sparkling immortal stones and glowing immortal artifacts. Perhaps the density wasn't very high, but overall, it could be said that this place was completely developed. I'm afraid that even if I robbed an ordinary immortal sect, there wouldn't be so many of them, right? Even Long Yang, who often saw Meng-Ji take out countless good things to share with him, started to feel that this place was really a land of treasures. Most of them were low-grade immortal stones, the most common currency in the immortal world. Occasionally, there would be some mid-grade immortal stones, but the number was terrifying. They were scattered on the ground one by one. Even if he picked them up, it would take a long time. Not to mention the immortal artifacts that were worth at least tens or even hundreds of low-grade immortal stones. The quantity was indeed less than the immortal stones, but these were the most practical things for him right now, okay? He quickly searched the group and finally found a storage ring on the finger of a skeleton. He immediately used his spiritual sense to erase the last trace of the storage ring. Just like that, he started to collect all kinds of useful wealth in the celestial burial forest like an old farmer. He had collected at least a few thousand low-grade spirit stones and at least 100 immortal weapons. Only then did the satisfied Long Yang pause for a moment. There's actually a grade 2 immortal artifact? Casually grabbing a broken sword, Long Yang began to carefully examine it. Originally, he thought that after collecting so many immortal artifacts, he had gradually lost interest in planting defective ones. However, when he was resting, he casually examined it and discovered that the broken sword was not a defective product. Rather, it was a genuine grade 2 immortal artifact. In fact, it was an undamaged grade 2 immortal artifact. This thing was comparable to hundreds of grade 1 immortal weapons. But why is this a broken sword? Could it be that there's a story behind this? As he began to examine it, the overall feeling that the broken sword gave off was simple and unadorned. In fact, in recent years, there were very few demon immortals who used such a style of flying sword. However, this very rich feeling of vicissitudes and simplicity won Long Yang's heart. What a joke, before this, he did not even have a grade 1 immortal artifact. The only treasure he had was the wooden hairpin that Meng Ji gave him. Moreover, until now, he still did not know what this wooden hairpin was used for and what grade of immortal artifact it belonged to. But now, suddenly, a broken grade 2 immortal artifact appeared, and the evaporation and outline of the immortal artifact itself did not seem to be the slightest bit depleted. With such an intense surprise and wealth, it was already not bad that he did not immediately lose his composure and drool. Good fella, if I had this broken sword before, would I need to use my ancestral Iron Head technique to deal with the avatar? With one slash, I can guarantee that the heavenly immortal avatar will collapse. This immortal, is always greedy. At this point, Long Yang had already begun to imagine himself holding this flying sword in his hand and killing everything in his way. Especially when it was in the form of a broken sword, it was really good at acting. Keep it, keep it. I'm afraid that I will have to rely on this flying sword for a very long time in the future. With a thought, he put the flying sword into his storage bag. Inside were some of his commonly used items, and even a change of clothes. Now, it seemed that he still had to distinguish between them and the storage ring. It's about time to go out. With this broken sword, taking out Demon Snake Island might increase my chances of success. Standing up, he patted the dust off his body. Without stopping, he prepared to walk out. Swoosh swoosh, in the blink of an eye, a crimson light, accompanied by an extremely fast speed, entered Long Yang's forehead at this moment. This was clearly some kind of treasure that he had not discovered, and it was unwilling to accept it as its owner. Young Master's talent and bloodline have already reached such a heaven-defying level? After feeling it for a while, he finally understood. That light was indeed a treasure, but it did not automatically recognize him as its owner. Instead, it was the golden mark on his forehead that had not completely disappeared. That thing had just entered the golden mark in an instant. Immediately, as the golden mark began to disappear, no matter how Long Yang tried to drive it out to investigate its traces, it did not appear at all. What the hell is this thing? Is it hiding in Young Master's body to kill Young Master at a critical moment? He began to carefully mobilize it, and even began to try to unlock the loosened seals, but he was unable to do so. Finally, he stopped again. Long Yang, who had been busy for a long time, gave up and used his divine sense to explore. Unfortunately, the exploration was not very smooth. That thing was hidden in Long Yang's brain along with his own golden mark, and there was some fog around it, so he could not see what it was. Vaguely, he saw that it was a picture, like a picture scroll. And in this picture, there were many different shapes of long swords. However, even though Long Yang had seen some of these things, it was only a very small part, and he did not know what was inside most of them. Alright. It's already like this. There's no point in thinking about it. Fortunately, this guy was not a stubborn person, and once something appeared, he must investigate it. Ugh. Crows flew over the head of Long Yang, whose eyes had turned completely white. The whites of his eyes filled up, and he subconsciously wanted to walk forward, but at the same time, he felt a sense of speechlessness. Yes, he was in Peru. After walking for half a day, he was still in the endless forest of confusion. He couldn't remember how many times he had changed directions, but he just couldn't get out of the forest. Damn it, I can't be this unlucky, can I? Everything is over, and I'm still lost. Aren't they taking the main character too seriously? Walking for half a day had consumed most of Long Yang's experience. He was thirsty and hungry, and he wanted to chew the chameleon grass next to the tree as a snack. These days, all sorts of strange things could happen. If there were no accidents, he would probably spend the night in this forest. He had a body full of wealth, but he couldn't enjoy it. How could anyone else understand such pain? For God's sake. I can't eat that chameleon grass even if I'm hungry. I'd better cultivate. He took out an immortal stone from his ring and sat down, ready to absorb it. This thing could relieve his hunger, and it could be used to eat. Of course, the most important thing was the absorption of immortal qi. Only a rich man like him would be able to do something as simple as using it to satisfy his hunger. He took a deep breath and began to mobilize his immortal qi. Anyway, he was already in this state. If he didn't take good care of himself, he wouldn't be able to keep up if his identity was exposed. He would definitely be caught and torn apart. Huh? In the next second, Long Yang's eyes widened. The air around him suddenly became quiet. He gritted his teeth, trying to restrain his indescribable anger. He took out the immortal stone, and the immortal stone in his hand disappeared into thin air. Not a trace was left, not even a trace of immortal qi was left. F***ck, F***ck, what kind of expert is this? Long Yang, who was gritting his teeth, said fiercely. His stance was simply terrifying. However, after waiting for several dozen breaths, not a single living being came forward to respond. The surroundings were so quiet that not a single trace of life could be seen. Damn it, I don't believe I can't deal with you. He rolled his eyes. Long Yang laughed sinisterly. In the next second, a low-grade immortal stone appeared in his hand. It was as if he didn't remember what had happened earlier, and it was as if nothing had happened at all. Sure enough, the moment he took it out, the celestial stone in his hand disappeared into thin air once again. This time, he saw it clearly. It really did disappear into thin air. There was no sign of it happening, nor was there the slightest aura of life. Bah! You can play this way? Unconvinced, Long Yang took out another piece. He had a lot of money anyway. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find any loopholes. The next second, the same situation, the same stone thief, did not give Long Yang any time to react. Again. Vanish. Again. Vanish. The immortal and the air seemed to be playing some kind of game, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves. He took out a piece and it disappeared, but there was no sign of him. Suddenly. Occasionally, Long Yang, who seemed to be in a fit of pique, curled his lips. Suddenly, the spirit stone disappeared from his hand once again. In the next second, his entire body began to emit a trace of yellow light. That posture, he began to chase after it like lightning. Before there was any effect, his body moved, as if he had grabbed something. Invisibility. Damn, I was actually fooled by such a technique. Have a taste of my iron hammer, he shouted. Long Yang, who was furious, instantly soared up. Using the power of his sprint, he used his body as the handle of the hammer. His head as a hammer. He used all his strength to throw it towards the transparent place in the air. Bam! Aya! Screams rang out one after another. Long Yang, who was somewhat dizzy, only felt that he had hammered a heavy object, and then he felt a headache and dizziness. Using himself as a hammer really didn't feel good. He had to invent some new ways to use it next time. He looked to the side. With a plop, a small hole appeared out of thin air. Then, a somewhat skinny human figure began to gradually appear. Skinny, that human figure looked like a half-grown child, at most 12 or 13 years old. At this moment, there was a big bump on his head. It was dark and blue, like a unicorn, but this horn was a bit crooked. It was above his right eye. Where the hell did you come from? Not to mention that you have so many immortal stones on you, even your head is made of iron? Covering his forehead with one hand, the youth said unhappily. Obviously, he was the one who started the theft first, but in his mouth, it became Long Yang's fault. Calm down, let's not lower ourselves to the level of an idiot. Long Yang hinted to himself countless times. His originally speechless mood finally eased a little. If it was according to his previous temper, he would have already beaten this guy to the point that his mother wouldn't recognize him. But seeing that this thief was actually somewhat stupid and cute, with the mentality of caring for a mentally handicapped child, Long Yang planned to give him a good beating. You? Step by step, Long Yang walked forward with an innocent face. F***ck. Damn it, you dared to steal my immortal stones. Are you tired of living? If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I won't be surnamed Xiang. Bang bang. The old fist that was the size of a casserole began to serve. Long Yang didn't care whether the other party was a child or not. To deal with such a mentally handicapped person, there was nothing more satisfying than beating him to death. The fist that was mixed with some spiritual energy, in addition to the restraints that he had already prepared beforehand. At this moment, the so-called youth was like a sandbag, being punched and kicked by Long Yang. This guy didn't seem to be satisfied, and occasionally used the iron head technique. Stop. King stop for lousy. Do you know who lousy is? Woo woo woo. I don't want to play anymore. Can't you listen to me? Big brother. Ancestor. Dear father. In the end, the youth couldn't even speak properly. Only after venting his anger did Long Yang stop a little. He looked at the youth in front of him with an arrogant face. Speak. Do you still dare to steal? From the looks of it, if the youth didn't answer well, he was afraid that he would inevitably suffer physical pain. You. Don't you look around before hitting? At this moment, the youth seemed to have calmed down. He said in a very cold tone. Long Yang was stunned, and looked around. He only saw dozens of immortals in uniform, looking at him with serious expressions. Since when did so many immortals appear? Wrong answer. Bang. In the next second, the youth finally understood what it meant to be unreasonable. This. Is he a psychopath? All the immortals were speechless. There was actually someone who dared to beat young Master Mo on Snake Demon Island's Northwest Prefecture. Was he tired of living, or did he not want to live at all? This foppish young master was extremely famous on Snake Demon Island, okay? Not only had he been beaten into a pig's head, both sides hadn't even used immortal arts or innate talents. Why aren't you begging for mercy? You're asking me if I know who you are? Tell me, how can I not continue with such an annoying reason? Long Yang looked at the youth in front of him speechlessly. He hadn't expected to meet such a retard. If it was said that using the invisibility spell to steal money before was considered doing something, then in Long Yang's eyes, this guy was a complete idiot. A retard with a big temper. You. Forget it. I admit defeat. The youth wanted to attack again, but he changed his mind. Under the premise that this guy didn't even use his own strength, he was able to beat him until he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If it was really a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for him. Admitting defeat might not be a bad choice. One had to know that the more talented one was, the more important one's reputation was. But this was in front of so many of his subordinates. If he ordered them to gang up on him after being beaten up, he would lose all face. As for this guy in front of him, he didn't seem to match the rumors. No wonder he could make such a large group disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. If he didn't have some skill, he would have been a corpse by now. Now, can you tell me who you are? Seeing that the other party was so quick to admit defeat, Yizichin couldn't help but laugh. On the contrary, Long Yang became a little more cautious. In this day and age, there weren't many people who were so straightforward and upright. Although the things that this guy did were completely not related to being straightforward and upright, it was still hard to find such a person. However, Long Yang admired the fact that he had to admit that he had lost. He was much better than those sanctimonious immortals who still cared about face. Who else could it be? On Snake Demon Island, as long as you meet a creature now, it's definitely going to kill you. Look, look, look. 11 peak human immortals, 3 early Earth immortals, and me, a late human immortal. The lineup is powerful and luxurious, right? Speaking up to this point, the young man became proud again. Needless to say, the formation of such a team to chase after a mere intermediate human immortal stage cultivator was enough to shock countless people. Good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. It's only been a day since this matter happened, and everyone on the Snake Demon Island knows about it? The speechless Long Yang felt sad in his heart. Initially, he thought that he had some hope of breaking out of the encirclement. But now, it seemed like the possibility was close to zero. How should he think of a way to escape? This kid doesn't seem to be very capable, but his status isn't low. Isn't this a typical hostage? Not making use of such a huge hostage and thinking about how to break out of the encirclement with your own strength, aren't you stupid? Aren't you stunned? He. Kid. You really dare to say all kinds of truths. Come here, let Big Brother take a good look at you. I was very careful with my punches just now. You didn't break it, did you? One Year walked forward with a sinister smile. At this moment, Long Yang's appearance seemed to have undergone a certain change. The way he was ready to attack, the way he could explode with terrifying speed in an instant. No matter which it was, apart from being as shameless as before, there was an absolute change. Not good. Almost all of the immortals nearby sensed the same thing. Subconsciously, they began to gather immortal chi to prevent any accidents from happening. However, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't guarantee that they would succeed. You. Do you have any shame? The young man subconsciously took a step back. The bruised and swollen youth was almost speechless. He clearly didn't give the order to attack immediately, but this kid seemed to be interesting. He believed that he must have sensed this. He didn't give up without a fight, nor was he grateful at all. At this moment, after punching him, he was still thinking about how to capture a late-stage human immortal like him, as if he was going to use him as a hostage. How shameless must he be to do such a shameless thing? Wait. Maybe we can work together. In any case, it won't be like the Green Spirit Snake Clan. The young man closed his eyes. Although he was defeated by Long Yang's shamelessness, he still spoke his mind. If it wasn't for this idea, why would he tease Long Yang at the beginning, and even now, he didn't give the order to attack, he had an Earth Immortal behind him. Once they attacked, this guy wouldn't be able to resist at all. Why didn't you do this earlier? You just had to pretend in front of me. You're a born masochist. Long Yang, who finally stopped moving, fell on his butt. What kind of joke was this? From the expressions and attitudes of the surrounding immortals and the young master in front of him, he had already seen some clues. This group of immortals was completely different from the immortals of the Green Spirit Snake Clan, and they were on a completely different extreme from Qing Maoan. If they had hidden themselves and prepared to attack from the beginning, it would have been almost impossible for him to escape even though he had a lot of trump cards. In such a situation, they still had the time to tease him. It would be strange if they didn't want anything. It was because of this mentality that he dared to act so recklessly before. If this group of immortals had appeared ferocious and full of murderous intent, he would have fled a long time ago. But now, he had the initiative in his hands. Even so, he didn't have much of a choice. If I guessed correctly, you should be a member of the Snake Clan that doesn't get along with the Green Spirit Snake Clan, right? Since you didn't control me immediately, I must have something that you want. Tell me, is there really a possibility of working together? Long Yang casually moved his butt, pulled out a green foxtail grass from under his feet, and put it in his mouth. Let's get to know each other officially. My name is Mo Fan, a member of the Purple Cloud Python Clan. As for why I didn't control you immediately, of course, it's because I want to work with you. Mo Fan stood up. His small body exuded a maturity and calmness that didn't match his age. At this moment, he was no longer in a state of insanity. Actually, the matter was very simple. As a relatively large tribe among the demonic immortal tribes, the snake tribe had its own internal divisions. There was a certain division within the snake clan. Among them, the two main camps were the snake clan and the python clan. Among them, the snake tribe was thin and small, but extremely venomous. Generally speaking, they specialized in nimble methods. This group of fellows were all sinister and ruthless. On the opposite side of them was the python tribe, which yearned for justice. The python tribe was tall, and their bloodline ability and strength were not to be underestimated. They belonged to the strength-type demon tribe. In essence, their bloodline power could be ignited under many circumstances. It could be said that such a tribe was definitely considered large among the snake tribe. However, they lacked the vicious nature of the snake tribe. Therefore, although the two tribes were members of the snake tribe, they were like fire and water. The decisions that one made would definitely be opposed by the other, and the orders that one gave would definitely not be obeyed. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the members of the python tribe obeyed the orders given by the members of the snake tribe to take Long Yang's life. Even Long Yang had a glimmer of hope in his heart, which was to find the python tribe. At least there was a way for him to protect himself. However, at that time, he felt that the possibility was not high. After all, Qingmo would not be so foolish. Who would have thought that this so-called disorientated forest was actually one of the territories of the python clan? That Qingmo was truly a retard. Even until his death, he did not know what kind of trouble he had caused for his snake tribe. Now that this group of people from the python clan had appeared, although Long Yang couldn't completely trust them, at least on the surface, everyone was on good terms with each other. In this case, compared to dealing with the endless pursuit, it was already much better for Long Yang. In this day and age, it wasn't so easy to bluff one's way through. Even though he had some confidence in his own strength and methods, such confidence was still extremely fragile when facing an entire race. He felt extremely helpless. Following this group of people was the only solution that Long Yang could think of so far. Actually, he really did not expect this group of fellows to really protect him. At this critical moment, the python tribe would completely fall out with the snake tribe for him. However, all in all, this was much better than falling into the hands of the snake tribe, especially the green spirit snake clan. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. That was his personality. Sometimes, he would not bother about the small details and live a little longer. It all depended on the situation at the time. Now, the Snake Clan and the Python Clan were the rulers of Demon Snake Island. If Long Yang could rely on either side, he would definitely not use his identity as the godson of the Demon Immortal Clan Saint Ruler as an excuse. In this day and age, who didn't have some background? Firstly, you had no blood relationship with that kind of existence, and secondly, there was no inheritance relationship. It was the most unreliable method. Therefore, no matter how good his adoptive father had been to him since he was young, in the eyes of outsiders, it was nothing much. No one really took this situation seriously. Sigh. Have you gotten used to your new identity? You're a member of my Python clan now. Even if you're just an unofficial member, it still took me quite a bit of effort to replace you. Are you not going to say a word of thanks? Rolling his eyes, Mo finally understood what kind of people were doing these days. Ever since he had come into contact with this Long Yang, he had been an unruly and despicable person. From the beginning to the end, he did not care about face or bottom line when it came to him. It seemed like it was because of his personality that Mo had developed an interest in him. Or perhaps it could be said that they were birds of a feather. The more it was like this, the more he wanted to get Long Yang's attention, or rather, he wanted to make his presence known in front of him. Unfortunately, at this moment, Long Yang had no intention of paying attention to this Purple Cloud Python clan's eldest young master. What a joke. I haven't even figured out my own matters yet. If I hit this young master again, it would be considered as me sowing enmity with the Purple Cloud Python clan. Looking at Mo's despicable look, Long Yang indeed had a hard time holding it in. He really deserved a beating. In front of us is Purple Cloud City. This is considered one of the biggest cities in my Snake Demon Island. How is it? Isn't it grand? Do you have an urge to worship it? I am the young city lord of this city. Before this, if you had known that you were hitting the young city lord, would you have dared to hit me so hard? Alright, this fellow was not only despicable, he was also a chatterbox. Along the way, Emowen had been listening to his nagging. Good. Big. Big. City. Emowen said these 4 words out of boredom. Now, Long Yang's mood had completely calmed down. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He still had countless secrets waiting for him to uncover. The so-called yellow dog's true form and all the tricks it had up its sleeves were nothing more than an additional memory to his experience. For so many years, he had lived under the ridicule of many people. To him, wasn't this also a form of cultivation? And his character was because he often interacted with Meng Ji, to the point that they were inseparable. Meng Ji's character was cold, and as her elder brother, he often had to make some playful moves to tease her. Over time, this fellow gradually became more or less unscrupulous. Such a character was usually rarely seen on demonic Immortal Island. However, now that he was out of demonic Immortal Island, he could fly as high as a bird in the sky. What else did he have to worry about? He didn't care about the immortals behind him, who were staring at each other, and swaggered into the city. These days, the more lively a place was, the more disputes there were. Most of the immortals condensed their abilities in these disputes. Under such circumstances, the more people there were, the more effective it would be for him to practice. Long Yang didn't know when, but a thought appeared in his mind, a thought that he should never think about. But now, his mysterious bloodline, his identity, and the seal that even he himself could not understand seemed to have given him such a slim chance of hope. If he didn't cultivate well and do something, wouldn't he be letting down God's favor? Bang! Suddenly, Long Yang, who was still thinking about something, felt an obstacle and directly bumped into something. He subconsciously wanted to find something to support his balance. This. He looked down. A girl about 16 or 17 years old had become a cushion for him the moment he fell. And his hands were really holding on to something indescribable. Squeak squeak. Ugh. So this is the feeling. Long Yang subconsciously scratched it and began to carefully calculate in his mind. Ah. Mo Qingqing was very happy today. Not only could he embarrass the Green Snake clan, but he could also look for trouble. This was definitely something that a young person like Mo Qingqing could boast about. She was humming a tune and preparing to welcome her brother. She did not expect to bump into such a fierce person at the city gate. Bumping into her before could be considered an accident. After all, Mo Qingqing did not wear her eyes when she walked. But why did she grab that part, She even pinched it casually. What was going on, damn hooligan? Since when did someone dare to attack her and take advantage of her without hesitation appear in Purple Cloud City? Looking at the person's face, there was nothing special about him. He was just an ordinary person who could not be found in a crowd. Wait, what was with this expression? Was that expression of enjoyment on his face for real, showing it directly in front of so many people? Did he still want to be so arrogant? Sister, Emowen was petrified. Could it be that this stinky dog called Long Yang had a blood feud with the Mo clan? How could he run into such a coincidental thing? He had just been punched by him. Now, he had not provoked him enough, but this guy had provoked his sister. How reckless must one be to do such a despicable and lowly thing? All the immortals on the street were stunned. The young mistress of Purple Cloud City. She was the one who bullied others since she was young. She was a goddess who was pampered by the city lord. She had been defiled by a common face just like that? Brat. You are dead meat. Next, it was time to mess up the entire Purple Cloud City. Don't run. You have the guts to do it, but don't admit it. If I don't bring you back today, my surname is not Mo. Long Yang, who was running at full speed, turned around and said. Young mistress, your brother said the same thing. Ask him what his surname is now. People should not be so talkative, especially when they were being chased. In the next second, almost all the troops of the crusade joined in the process of chasing Long Yang. They looked as if they could not wait to tear this guy to pieces on the spot. Stop, stop, stop. Suddenly, Long Yang, who was still running, stopped. He turned around and waved his hand. Creak. Almost no one reacted to Long Yang's move at this time. He subconsciously stopped in his tracks. damn it, this time he was in big trouble. Plop. Plopping sounds rose and fell, and the immortals fell to the ground one by one like a swarm of bees. He looked like he was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. Hey, do you know why we're chasing him? I don't know. I saw someone chasing after him, so I followed. I heard that this is our young Mrs. husband. It's the couple's business. What does it have to do with us? Did I kiss up to the horse's leg? The whispered discussions caused Mo Qingqing, who was at the forefront and was not affected, to feel frustrated. What was going on? Without saying a word, the people of her own city had married her off? Furthermore, she was married to such a pervert. Shut up. You belong to me. Scram. The enraged Mo Qingqing had long lost her ladylike image. Her posture was like that of a lion roaring from the east of the river. Let's go, let's go. It's the couple's business. Why are we blindly interfering? Many immortals lost interest. Although they were also curious about what was so good about this guy that he could make the young miss fall in love with him. However, the young miss was in a rage now, so it was better not to ask. You are dead, she said word by word. Mo Qingqing was so angry that her hair almost stood on end. As the young miss of Purple Cloud City, she had never suffered such a big grievance since she was a child. But today, she suffered all the grievances that she had not suffered for more than a decade. Not only did she lose her innocence, but she was also taken advantage of by someone else. It was obvious that the news would spread throughout the entire Purple Cloud City by tomorrow. What kind of sin did I commit? Why did I have to have such an unlucky year to meet this guy? If I don't kill you today, I'll be letting down my reputation, she said, almost gnashing her teeth. Mo Qingqing's eyes immediately turned red, and the celestial spiritual energy that Long Yang could feel burst out from her body. At this time, he did not use any bloodline talent power, nor did he take out any so-called magic treasures. She walked in front of Long Yang with all her strength, intending to defeat Long Yang with her bare fists. Go to hell. She swung her fist. This seemingly weak fist was filled with explosive power, causing Long Yang to be shocked. The disciple of a big family was indeed a disciple of a big family. Even if she did not use any special ability or Dharma treasure, just the power of her fist gave him a feeling of invincibility. Yes, it was the feeling of invincibility. At this moment, Long Yang felt threatened. Hide, it seemed like there was nowhere to hide. Then accept the challenge? Well, it would be strange if he didn't die if he accepted the challenge. In the next second, Long Yang did not hesitate at all. He could not just stand here and be beaten, right? He was not a masochist. Ironhead art. Yes, he had used his strongest power right from the start. It was unnecessary to do so when facing an ordinary immortal, but when facing such an opponent, who might even be an earthly immortal, it was necessary. Plop, the expected dizziness did not appear. The situation of being suppressed or directly captured did not happen. At the critical moment, the eldest miss saw that her fist was about to hit Long Yang, and she began to move a little. After all, no matter what, in the eldest miss' heart, it was necessary to vent her anger. But if she really wanted to take someone's life, it would not be a direct attack on the head. But the next scene really shocked Mo Fan and the others who had just rushed over. They saw that Long Yang's iron head art once again hit a place that should not have been hit because of the opponent's fist. Well, it was the place where he pinched twice before. This is really a perverted thief who doesn't even care about his life. Most people were full of emotions at this moment. A graceful lady was a gentleman's desire, but to be able to disregard face and life like this, not to mention in this Snake Demon Island, even in the immortal world, there were not many people who could do such a thing. This boring misunderstanding. He started to wake up in a daze. Long Yang found himself in a huge palace. All around him were very old furniture and the decorations in the house were more inclined to the style of the continent of the immortal realm. Where am I? Long Yang subconsciously wanted to get up to find out the truth. However, he found that his whole body was filled with an intense pain. At this moment, he started to feel a little unbearable. If not for his strong willpower, he was afraid that such an intense pain would cause him to faint again. Is it him? Yes, yes, yes. Father, you didn't see the situation at that time. This brother is really not just an ordinary kind of mighty. He is not even afraid of death and wants to take advantage of others. I feel that he must be true love for his sister. Not really. These two people have never known each other before. Could it be that it is love at first sight? I think you should take the trouble to grant them their wish. This kind of ill-fated couple, if you don't grant them their wish, who knows what they will do? A familiar voice sounded in Long Yang's ear. Yes, it was Mo Wen's voice. Only this fellow's long-winded words could cause a ripple in Long Yang's originally calm heart. Shut up. Mo Wen, if you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will tear you apart today. This is the voice of the demoness, a quick-witted Long Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Until he fainted, he could still clearly remember the punches and kicks of that girl as if she was treating a female T-Rex. It was really painful. Ching ching. It's not that I want to scold you, but you are a girl. Can you not call me your mother so easily? It's not without reason that you can't get married. Back then, your mother and at this moment, Long Yang finally understood why Mo Wen was so talkative. This feeling was hereditary. You guys. Can you tell me? How exactly are you going to deal with me? He asked weakly as the three of them walked in. For some reason, Long Yang, who was always fearless, did not have any confidence at this moment. What kind of joke was this? After all, he was the one who took advantage of them first. If they really wanted to keep him here, it seemed that with his current abilities and means, it would be useless to resist, right? Poor me, little Meng Ji. If she knew that I got married on this little demon Snake Island, would she be disheartened, shave her head, and become a nun? This is the little yellow dog that you said would rather die to protect love? Why do I feel a little scared? Emerson felt like he had been cheated. If I had known that my son wasn't reliable, I wouldn't have believed his words. Right. I'm that little yellow dog. My bloodline isn't pure, and I have no potential at all. Even my so-called treasure-hunting talent was forced on me by someone else to cause me trouble. You're right. How would I dare to have the wishful thinking of climbing up the social ladder of your family's young miss? It's not a match at all. Please be merciful and let me go. Long Yang quickly got up and admitted defeat without any shame. What kind of joke was this? If he really married this lion from Hedong, what good days would he have in the future? Just because she was unhappy, she would beat her husband up to vent her anger. Long Yang, Mo Qingqing screamed in a tearing manner. Mo Qingqing didn't know why, but when she saw this shameless face, she got angry. Moreover, this guy was avoiding her like a snake or a scorpion. I think your muscles and bones aren't loose enough. Do you want to faint again? Mo Qingqing clenched her fist. This Mo Qingqing couldn't care less about her image of a virtuous lady in front of her father and brother. She looked as if this place would become a battlefield in the next second. All right. Lass, move to the side. Don't scare our guests. Finally, Mo Sun, who didn't seem to be in tune, stopped her. If they continued to cause a ruckus, the entire city lord's mansion might be destroyed by them. Moreover, with your late human immortal strength, you might not be a match for this little brother in front of you. There was one sentence that made Mo Qingqing completely unconvinced. However, when she thought about it again, that was indeed the case. Perhaps, if she unleashed her full potential and raised her cultivation to the earth immortal realm, she could still attack Long Yang like before. But in her normal state, she wouldn't be able to touch him at all. Her brother was a living example. Even now, his face was still swollen and bruised. As for where this yellow dog got its strength and talent from, Mo Qingqing was very curious, but she didn't ask. Little brother, don't be afraid. We, the purple cloud pythons, have always been the most reasonable. Didn't you notice that after we found you, we didn't hand you over to the higher-ups of Monster Snake Island? You should know that you're now a famous person on Monster Snake Island. Emerson came in front of Long Yang. This time, he was very amiable. Apart from being a little long-winded, Long Yang felt that there was nothing wrong with this person. Senior, if you have anything to say, or if you have any requests or cooperation with me, just say it. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you didn't hand me over, this is what I should do for you. Naturally, I won't be careless. After taking a deep breath, he was finally able to talk about things calmly. They still hadn't gotten to the main topic. Needless to say, even Long Yang himself was a little anxious. After all, this was related to his future. To put it bluntly, she was a big shot of the demon Snake Island. If she really wanted to take his life, he would not even have the ability to resist. My good-for-nothing son has done well in the past. You can live on Monster Snake Island for a period of time as a foreign delegate of our Purple Cloud Python clan and help us find some treasures. Of course, if you respond, we will also give you a certain reward. As for when you can regain your freedom, that will depend on your own ability. Everything will be based on your status as a foreign delegate. As a foreign delegate of the younger generation, if you can stand out on Monster Snake Island and represent Monster Snake Island to fight against other islands, you will be completely free and can go anywhere you want. It was a very simple condition, and his attitude wasn't too bad. Now, Long Yang had no reason to refuse at all. Yes. As for the matter between you and my daughter. What I mean is, don't be so hasty to make a decision. Look around first. As for when you will get married, you can decide for yourselves. As old people, we won't interfere. What? Long Yang was petrified. What was going on? Why did the topic suddenly change to me and that Tyrannosaurus? Marriage, the terrifying monster Snake Island and the terrifying group of purple cloud pythons. Wait. Senior. Me. Your daughter and me. It's true, before Long Yang could finish his words, he heard a loud shout. How dare you, Long Yang? Do you really think the Purple Cloud Python clan is a pushover? Are you going to go back on your word now? Do you believe that I won't tie you up and send you to the bridal chamber right now? After a few days, Long Yang finally settled down in the city. His identity to the public was that of a foreign clan guest of the Snake Demon Island, Yang. As for which clan he belonged to, well, with his original body, he did not have much of a choice. He was a golden light mastiff. As for whether or not people would really believe him, no one knew. Actually, whether it was the higher-ups or the immortals with some background, which one of them did not know his true identity and the nature of this matter, even if it was the Green Snake clan that corresponded with him, it would be impossible for them to say that they did not know at all. Everyone just pretended not to know on the surface, because now that Long Yang was also in existence that was protected by someone, they would definitely make a move in secret. Anyway, as long as everyone appeared to be harmonious on the surface, there would definitely be no one who would expose Long Yang's true identity. After all, a yellow dog that was not even from the Demon Dog clan had almost caused the Green Snake clan to suffer a great loss at his hands. This was not something to be proud of in the first place. As for the attitude of the Purple Cloud Python clan towards him, now Long Yang could see it. The real young master, Mo Wen, had a good relationship with him, and it felt like they were birds of a feather. As for Mo Qingqing, well, ever since that incident, she had always treated him with disdain. That fellow wished that every time she saw him, her eyes would stare at him as if she could eat him up. His chastity had been ruined enough. Not only that, he even refused Long Yang. Woman, I can refuse you because I don't like you, but if you don't like me, then you can just wait to die. This was simply an irreconcilable hatred. On this day, as usual, Long Yang ended his practice at the appointed time. All these years, in terms of his practice, he had always been very disciplined. Every day, he would meditate and practice for a few hours. After that, he would train his body and then continue to practice immortal techniques. And now, he had another remarkable power, the Iron Head technique that even he felt was somewhat unpresentable. It had to be said that his head was really made of iron. Even until now, the dog's head had never been injured by anyone. It felt as if it was made of some kind of metal from outer space. As for cultivation, alright, up till now, there wasn't any limit for him to break through. Intermediate worldly immortal stage. Every time he cultivated to a crucial point, the immortal energy would disappear like a clay ox entering the ocean, returning to his dantian without a trace. Could it be that everything before was just an illusion? If I really have such a bloodline, wouldn't it be accompanied by a powerful talent? But now, there's no sign of a powerful talent. What's going on? There was more or less some hesitation in his heart. However, up until now, he had not shown any signs of finding the truth. Sigh. Come out after you're done cultivating. I have something to talk to you about. Just as Long Yang stood up, he heard a slightly anxious voice coming from outside the door. Why is this woman looking for me? Shouldn't you be chasing me the moment you see me? Subconsciously, Long Yang shrunk his neck. To be honest, he was really a little terrified when facing this woman. Ever since he was young, he had never seen such a valiant woman like Mo Qingqing. She was a valiant woman who even dared to point at her own father and scold him in the face. It was also at that time that Long Yang finally understood why Mo Sun was in such a hurry to marry her off. With this kind of personality, this kind of valiant behavior, it would probably not be easy for her to find a husband, right? It wasn't easy for him to find one. It would be weird if he gave up on her. If Mo Qingqing hadn't scolded Mo Sun that day, that lousy matter might really have been settled just like that. Even though the people involved refused to comply. What matter? Let me make things clear first. On that matter, you and I are on the same side. Long Yang, who had stood up and walked out of the door, took the initiative to explain. It would have been better if he hadn't explained. The moment he did, Mo Qingqing, who was still feeling a little guilty, almost exploded. However, she didn't fly into a rage immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath and said, "Didn't my father say that you are really more capable than me? So, I found a few of the younger generation in the clan to spar with you." Sparring and discussing can also be considered as helping each other. After all, actual combat is the most meaningful for cultivation. With that, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. She could, of course, beat this shameless man up with her status as the young mistress. However, she wouldn't have another chance after that. No matter what, he was still her father's guest. However, it was completely different to find an excuse to spar. Although most of the younger generation in the clan were still wary of her, it wasn't like there weren't any hardcore people. It was impossible to say that she didn't have a flock of followers. When the news spread a few days ago, Mo Qingqing's followers all clamored to teach him a lesson. Now that she had the opportunity to teach this damned pervert a lesson, Mo Qingqing didn't even hesitate. She immediately fanned the flames and built the arena. She was busier than anyone else. I'd just arrived at the Purple Cloud Python clan. Isn't this a little inappropriate? How could Long Yang not know what this shrew was planning? He shook his head like a rattle drum. What a joke. Even if I'm a little naughty, I'm not stupid enough to want to go on stage and torture myself. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's decided then. Are there any geniuses of the serpent race among them? Xianxia asked with a smile. Long Yang's thoughts of escaping were destroyed by the demoness words. A threat. This was a blatant threat. If he really didn't agree, he would probably have to face the Snake Tribe's prodigies next time. Those people couldn't wait to kill him. If this woman spread the word, he might not be able to keep his life, but he would definitely suffer a lot more than this so-called sparring match. Eh? A few days ago, they were still shouting about killing each other. Now they're out together. That's right. Big sis, you're developing really fast. Just in time, a cheap voice came from the moment the two of them arrived at the arena. His tone was full of mockery. Bang, Mo Qingqing went up and gave him a kick. How she beat her own brother depended on her mood. I'm really a dog. Why do I have a brother like you? Mo Qingqing was so angry that she wanted to strangle him to death. You should beat your brother as soon as possible. What? Big sister, oh heavens, oh earth, people's hearts are not what they used to be. What kind of world is this? When did this happen? I haven't seen you go to his room these few days. Bang. Originally, he was itching to give it a try. He even wanted to tell Long Yang in front of everyone that he wasn't worthy of their big missy. Only young elites like them were worthy of those immortals. At this moment, all of them were completely petrified. What? Big Missy said it herself. What did that mean? Sob sob sob, we won't have that chance in the future, what's the point of fighting now? Even if I beat him up, Big Missy's innocence will never come back. Return my pure and unblemished Big Missy, after beating up her little brother, Mo Qingqing stomped her foot. In an instant, all the so-called young prodigies around them fell silent. Looking at Big Missy's expression, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go up. Anyway, Big Missy's reputation had been completely ruined in the past few days by her own little brother. It didn't matter if it was ruined one more time. Hey! Kid, I heard that you're really strong. You just arrived at the Violet Cloud Python clan and you already obtained the status of a foreign delegate. It won't be easy to stabilize this status. Come up and spar with me. Let me see if you have the strength to be a foreign delegate. Of course, these words were completely different from what they were saying in their hearts. Right now, they were obviously unhappy that this kid had ruined Big Missy's reputation. In fact, they might even get together with Big Missy. However, they couldn't say that in the arena. They could just find an excuse or no excuse. They just didn't like him. What could they do about it? In any case, they just had to keep quiet about Big Missy. Didn't they see that Big Missy was already on the verge of anger? Long Yang really didn't want to go up. What kind of joke was this? Those who could stand on the arena now were all so-called young prodigies. Such an immortal was really not someone he could deal with easily. However, after taking another look at that demoness, Long Yang finally compromised. Being abused was much better than having his life in danger. For the sake of survival, for the sake of freedom, he had to work hard. Step by step, he walked up the arena. Thinking about the tragic fate that might befall him, Long Yang laughed bitterly. It seemed that he would never be able to receive fair treatment in this life of his. This was the first girl he had come into contact with after coming to another place. What the hell was she? The woman at the foot of the mountain was a tiger. Our little cutie Meng Ji was right. When he looked back at Mo Qingqing's ghost-like face, Long Yang felt a chill run down his spine. When the arrogant immortal saw Long Yang step forward, his sinister smile became even more intense. No matter what, even if it was just beating up Long Yang to vent his anger, it would still be an incomparably carefree thing for him, alright? Not to mention showing his face in front of the eldest Mississippi Zhou-san, a member of the Communication Python clan, late immortal realm. Please give me your guidance. Even if he wanted to KO Long Yang directly, he still had to abide by the rules. He cupped his fists towards him. In the past few days, he had been thinking about how to make this brat suffer without going overboard. Yang. Golden Light Mastiff Clan. Suddenly, Long Yang's eyes flashed with golden light. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already dashed away. He was as fast as a bolt of lightning, heading straight for his opponent. Almost no one present could react in time. Zhou-san was also among them. In an instant, he felt a strong wind blow past him. Then, a fist wrapped in strong immortal chi headed straight for his chest. I can't dodge it. F***ck, I was careless. These were the only words that Zhou-san could think of before he was sent flying. Plop. Long Yang didn't hold back at all in this attack. In fact, he used all the power he could muster in that instant. Zhou-san was sent flying like a cannonball. When he came into contact with the wooden pillar at the edge of the arena, the pillar broke. In an instant, a deep crack was left on the marble floor of the arena. Only then did Zhou-san react, and he was unable to restrain his anger. But when he stood up again and tore this shameless guy to shreds, he felt a wave of pain in his chest. He didn't say a word, just tilted his head, and fainted. Yes, an instant kill. It wasn't an instant kill without any surprises. From the beginning to the end, Zhou-san didn't even touch the corner of Long Yang's clothes. One punch, just one punch, and he finished off an opponent who was, in everyone's opinion, a strong opponent. F***ck. Countless people wanted to curse out loud in their hearts. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone as shameless as Long Yang. Didn't they agree to have a spar? He didn't play by the rules at all. Even though Long Yang's punch was considered stunning, subconsciously, the first reaction that almost all the immortals could think of was that this guy was really shameless. Even Mo Wen, who had always been on good terms with Long Yang, twitched his mouth. He could see that there was a reason why he was beaten up by this guy before. If you could completely put down your pride and not care about your image and other people's evaluation, you could also beat someone up before they could react. However, this kind of magical technique was not something that could be practiced by ordinary people. No, definitely not. How can there be such a spar in the world? Yang, don't you have any shame? Fighting like this, it's an unfair victory. Many of the experts below the stage were in an uproar at this moment. It was a sneak attack, and it was a sneak attack that no one could react to. Could this person be so shameless to such an extent? I won. Didn't you? Long Yang Lingling said, as if he was talking about something unimportant, but this sentence still made everyone around quiet down. That's right, no matter what kind of shameless method he used, he won. This was a spar without fighting. If you were shameless enough to win like this, and you didn't care about other people's evaluation, you could do the same. So, at this moment, even if most of the experts were extremely angry, they couldn't say a word of rebuttal. He won, so he won. Regardless of whether the method was honorable or not, it was still a win. I'll fight you, a young man in his 20s finally couldn't stand it anymore. He suppressed his anger, and once he came up, he mobilized his spiritual power. In an instant, a few immortal swords began to hang upside down around his body. Sword immortal, even though Long Yang had already mentally prepared himself that there would be a lot of experts here, and he didn't even know if he would be able to make it through, he didn't even know. However, when an existence like a sword immortal appeared, his heart still trembled for no reason. This was the most outstanding battle prowess a human immortal could have. Generally speaking, immortals like sword immortals would rarely appear among demon immortals, but every time they did, they were either rich or noble, and had an extremely powerful background and strength. Just wait to be beaten, you shameless bastard. Let's see what tricks you can play now. Many people began to clamor wildly at this moment. They finally understood that Long Yang was an extremely shameless guy. When it came to a real battle, he would use all kinds of dirty tricks. Once he found an opening, this guy would not care about his face or his own image at all. He would do whatever he could to win. In the eyes of many people, such an opponent was the most difficult to deal with, because he did not even care about his face. Anyone who had a bottom line would probably collapse. But now that a sword immortal had appeared, was there any suspense left in this battle? No matter how shameless one was, under absolute strength and means, the result would be determined. Such momentum, such an expert, could it be that Long Yang could still play tricks? I didn't expect the second one to be so tricky. It seems that there is no way out of playing tricks. You forced me. Suddenly, Long Yang's momentum also rose. Indeed, this time he gave people the feeling that he was finally not playing tricks. With that posture and state, no matter what step he went, he would explode with all his strength. This? Could it be that he was hiding his strength before? Such momentum. What's going on? Subconsciously, many people shrank back. In their hearts, they began to secretly rejoice that they did not directly jump up to be tortured. This guy was shameless, but he really had something in his stomach. An expert could be seen the moment he made a move. If he was not strong enough, how could he stand in this arena? Many immortals were still thinking of taking advantage of the situation. After all, as long as they could defeat Long Yang, they would be able to show their faces in front of the Missy. Although it was useless, it was also a good opportunity to show off. However, from the looks of it, Yang's aura was simply not something they could compare to. If they went up to the arena, would they really be able to win? Would they really be able to take advantage of it? Many of the immortals had already lost their confidence as they stared at the arena silently. Whether it was the clamor or the disdain, it was as if they had completely disappeared. It's naturally the best if you can bring out your true abilities. Let me see how powerful you, the junior that the city lord thinks highly of, are, Xianxia said as he swung his sword horizontally. The light around him started to become increasingly intense. Today, he wanted to make a name for himself through this battle. Especially in such a fair competition of strength, it was definitely the best opportunity for him to display his skills. I'm going. Shwa. The Dharma seal condensed. The flying swords on his back floated in the air, trembling and emitting an intimidating light. In the next second, the flying swords started shooting towards Long Yang like a stream of light. In that instant, Long Yang felt a chill run down his spine. This sort of speed, this sort of complete control over the flying swords, and a few of them appearing at the same time. This was something that no ordinary immortal could ever imagine, but it just had to happen in front of him, and the target was him. Damn it. Damn it, if I don't show my might, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Long Yang gritted his teeth and began to resist. A golden light started to emit from his body, and the moment the flying swords arrived in front of him, Long Yang's figure started to change. Long Yang's figure began to change, and in the next second, the clothes that he was wearing turned into a set of mighty and majestic armor. Yes, it was a suit of armor. It didn't look very impressive, but the moment the armor appeared, the defensive golden light on his body became even more intense. It was as if he had transformed into a more powerful Xianxia in an instant. Immortal artifact? Defense-type immortal artifact? Subconsciously, many immortals began to exclaim. It wasn't that they hadn't seen immortal artifacts before, especially since these immortals all came from very good backgrounds. Naturally, they were no strangers to immortal artifacts. However, even in their eyes, defensive immortal artifacts were extremely rare, so much so that it was difficult for even them to come into contact with them. Wasn't this just a guest chamberlain with a very simple background? How could he be so awesome as to use a defensive immortal artifact right from the start? Dang, dang, dang. The moment that person and Long Yang collided, the ground of the arena began to tremble slightly. That extreme situation, coupled with everyone's overwhelming flying swords, caused many immortals to be speechless. Since when did the so-called battle start to show off one's wealth? That flying sword was just something controlled by a sword immortal, it wasn't even at the level of an immortal artifact. Even if he had an immortal artifact, he definitely wouldn't use it. But what was going on with Long Yang? He immediately brought out a defensive immortal artifact and shrunk his body like a turtle shell. Even the amount of immortal spiritual energy he mobilized was very small. Even if he wanted to be shameless, he shouldn't be doing this, right? Didn't you say that you would use your strength to fight him? Didn't you say that you would use your trump card, F***CK? This is your trump card. It's amazing to have a defensive immortal artifact, isn't it? Are you fighting? Or showing off? The immortals who had been silent for a long time finally understood this point, and almost all of them wanted to curse out loud. This guy, not only was he acting cheap in battle, he wasn't even serious in a battle like this. Who the hell would use a defensive immortal artifact in a fight without giving any face? And he didn't even make a move. Don't you have any shame? However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The sword immortal gritted his teeth in anger, and finally, he unhappily took out his immortal artifact immortal sword to break this guy's turtle shell. Long Yang flipped the back of his hand, and a ghostly steel wire appeared in his hand. Before anyone could react, the steel wire went straight for the sword immortal like a spirit snake. It was so fast that it could even twist to the extreme. In the next second, the sword immortal was completely tied up. Immortal artifact, this was another F***King immortal artifact. The immortals who were still watching finally realized what Mo Qingqing had said before. Generally speaking, it was the rule of all the younger generation in the immortal world that people of the same generation were not allowed to use immortal artifacts when sparring. This was because it would not show the difference in strength at all. However, Long Yang shamelessly used it, and he used more than one at a time. He used 2 immortal artifacts before his opponent could even react. Under such circumstances, even if you were really very powerful, it was absolutely inevitable that you would be tricked. After all, in this day and age, if you didn't expect your opponent to use a celestial artifact and he really used it, it would become a battle that was close to unequal. This was the main reason why many experts below the stage began to curse together. In the first battle, this brat had taken them by surprise and used the most unexpected and shameless sneak attack to win the battle. In the second battle, he announced before the start that he was going to use his real strength, causing everyone to stop for a while. Even the sword immortal began to wait solemnly. You broke the rules again and directly used an immortal artifact. How could an immortal be so shameless? How could such a person be favored by the higher-ups? Was there any justice in this world? Get off the stage, get off. You are not worthy of sparring with us. Get lost. Purple Cloud City does not welcome you. After the sword immortal fell, countless curses began to emerge one after another. But even so, there were very few people who actually went forward to challenge him. What a joke. No matter how strong this guy was, with 2 immortal artifacts, he was not someone that ordinary young geniuses could contend against. Unless one had a tyrannical background and an immortal artifact to protect themselves, only then would they barely dare to go forward to fight. Moreover, it was not easy to say who would win or lose. What was the so-called rule of not using immortal tools in a spar? Now it seemed that in Long Yang's eyes, it was worthless fart. If you expect him to abide by the rules, you might as well hope the heavens open their eyes and strike this shameless man to death. This is really an unexpected ending. The corner of Mo Qingqing's mouth twitched. Now she could clearly see how shameless this guy was. After trapping the opponent with a Kuan clue, he went forward to beat him up. Even an ordinary demon would find it difficult to do such a thing, right? However, this guy did it without any psychological pressure, as if this kind of unfair victory was what he was most passionate about. Brother Mo Fan. I'll have to trouble you to go up and teach this kid a lesson no matter what. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger. Mo Qingqing, whose anger had risen to the extreme, lowered her head and said. From the looks of it, Long Yang would not let this matter rest. She even began to give orders to her cousin without hesitation. In the Purple Cloud Python clan, his father's bloodline was the main branch. Everyone else was just a branch. This Mo Fan could be considered the most talented youth in the entire Purple Cloud Python clan. At the mere age of 23, not only did he possess an early earthly immortal realm cultivation, he even possessed an endless amount of abilities and treasures. Perhaps she and her brother wouldn't be any weaker than Mo Fan at the age of 23, but Mo Fan would be considered the strongest existence in the entire Purple Cloud Python clan. This brat has been an eyesore for a long time. Leave him to me. The noble youth of the Purple Cloud Python clan took a step forward and walked up to the arena. From the beginning to the end, this guy had an expressionless face, as if nothing in this world could arouse his interest. But even so, Long Yang, who was originally sloppy and wanted to say a few arrogant words, suddenly became rather quiet. Long Yang's brow slightly furrowed, but from the beginning to the end, there was no change in his expression. Since this person dared to come, it meant that he must have the strength that he was proud of. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to use the immortal tool to bluff his way through. Swoosh swoosh. A long sword and a hammer appeared in Mo Fan's hands out of thin air. The ripples from them gave off a very strong feeling. These were also immortal tools. This Mo Fan actually had 2 immortal tools on him. This was going to be fun. I can see that you are still not familiar with the usage of immortal artifacts. As for me, I have been cultivating these 2 immortal artifacts since I was young. In terms of proficiency and understanding of immortal artifacts, you are inferior compared to me. So, no matter how many immortal tools you have, they are all useless against me. Fight me with your own strength. As he spoke, Mo Fan's face was still expressionless, as if he already had the situation under control. As expected, the previously unruly Long Yang began to turn silent. He knew that everything Mo Fan said was the truth. If they really fought, he would use immortal tools, and his opponent would also use immortal tools. Even if he had hundreds of immortal tools in his hands, he would not be a match for Mo Fan, who was extremely familiar with immortal tools and could control them with ease. This way, he would be forced to fight with his own strength. Moreover, Mo Fan, who had firmly grasped the initiative from the beginning, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Don't try to play any tricks. In essence, tricks are the hardest to use in a spar or a battle. Seeing Mo Fan put away the immortal tools in his hand, he knew that what he did was effective. In the next second, without waiting for Mo Fan to answer, he closed his eyes. Do you look down on me that much? Long Yang smiled bitterly. At this moment, he did not say anything else. In the next second, a golden light flashed, and he rushed towards his opponent like a meteor. His tyrannical ability and speed were so fast that no one could see him clearly. The whole arena began to erupt with the impact that Long Yang had displayed. Unbeatable, although it wasn't as easy as it seemed, at the very least, many immortals felt the same way at this moment. Ironhead art. When Long Yang appeared in front of Mo Fan, traces of marks appeared on this guy's head. It was still the same strange yellow talisman, and it was at an extremely ingenious angle. At this moment, his cultivation of the mid-stage human immortal stage was completely unleashed. Boom! Waves of air fluctuations began to spread out in all directions. Those lines were like ripples of water that had an impact force. The immortals at the front subconsciously began to stop in place to avoid being knocked down by this impact. Stunned. Disbelief. Countless emotions erupted at this moment. Was this the true form of Yang? So it turns out that this shameless person isn't an idiot. Standing below the stage, Mo Qingqing muttered to herself. No matter how one looked at it, the current Long Yang was very different from his previous unscrupulous state. Many immortals seemed to have an illusion at this moment. It turned out that this so-called guest chamberlain wasn't completely useless. Even though he was a bit shameless, he had real ability. Just one move was enough to give people such an impression. It had to be said that this was something Long Yang could be proud of. Of course, Long Yang didn't have time to show off at this moment. The Mo fan in front of him was very strong, so strong that even if he used his full strength, he might not be Mo fan's opponent. If he didn't want to be looked down upon, if he didn't want to be beaten up, he had to display his absolute strength in battle. This was very necessary. At this time, thinking about other things was no longer mainstream. In his eyes, after this battle, he believed that no one would think about defeating him. This was what he really needed to do. Interesting. Mo fan could clearly feel a powerful force coming at him. In an instant, he could even feel the pain in his chest. If it was an ordinary person, they would have made all the preparations at this moment, and it wasn't impossible for them to fly into a rage. After all, if they really wanted to pursue the matter, Long Yang's attack this time was still considered a sneak attack. However, Mo fan didn't care about it at this moment. In his eyes, as long as it was a battle, all these methods could be considered normal. After all, whether it was a spar or a battle to the death, the real goal of this kind of thing was to win. In order to win, using any means was not against the principles. Although this Long Yang in front of him was indeed a bit shameless. Infinite Universe. With a push of his hand, a majestic energy surged into Mo fan's hand at this moment. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be surrounded by a whirlpool that began to spin bit by bit. As a result, Long Yang's tyrannical power began to dissipate bit by bit in an instant. In such a situation, his whole body felt like it was hitting cotton. Naturally, Long Yang was somewhat unwilling to accept it. After all, no matter what, this was one of his trump cards. In such a situation, if he couldn't even gain the slightest advantage, the final result of this spar could be imagined. "Break for me!" he shouted in his heart. At that moment, the immortal qi gathered in Long Yang's dantian and the golden strength qi in his bloodline began to converge together in an instant. This was just a little bit of golden qi that leaked out from the loosening of the seal. However, it was Long Yang's last trump card in his body. If he was still unable to take on Mo fan with the combination and all his strength, there was no point for him to continue fighting. It was only natural that he would end up being tortured. Some golden threads began to appear on his arms, and in the next second, Long Yang's strength began to rise rapidly. The sticky whirlpool seemed to show signs of collapsing at this moment. As a matter of fact, even though Mo fan had displayed outstanding strength at the start of the battle, he was still from the younger generation, after all. It went without saying how strong he was. However, he had used most of his strength to finish the battle as soon as possible. He originally thought that with his own strength and the boundless heaven and earth divine ability, it would not be a fantasy to directly defeat Long Yang, and that it would be as easy as taking something from his pocket. However, he didn't expect that he had underestimated the strength of the person in front of him. The impact of the instantaneous increase in strength, even if it was him, was beginning to show signs of being unstoppable. Indeed, such an impact, when caught off guard, was difficult to give a very strong signal in a short period of time. And now, Long Yang's own operation and the increase in his combat strength had displayed absolute power. Whoosh! Mo fan's entire body began to retreat. His chest felt as if it was blocked, and the huge pressure caused a trace of redness to appear in his eyes. His originally somewhat arrogant expression began to turn serious at this moment. His intense fighting spirit soared. In this second, he no longer thought of holding back. Go to hell. With a wave of his hand, a strong storm formed a handprint in that instant. With a loud bang, it began to expand, and in an instant, it completely enlarged to the size of Long Yang's entire body. Attack, bombardment, hit in an instant. The whole process could be said to be done in one go. Long Yang wanted to start resisting at that moment, and even mobilized the immortal energy to escape. However, it was still too late. Boom! At that moment, his mind began to blank, and intense pain spread from every corner of his body. Dust flew everywhere. Behind him, the wall had already caved in with a huge handprint. As for himself, he subconsciously rolled his eyes, as if he had fainted. My strength is still too weak. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. No matter what he had awakened or what was seeping out of the seal. For the current him, it was really not enough. It was completely meaningless, and he couldn't be considered a genius of his generation. The fate of being bullied still couldn't be changed. Defying the heavens and changing fate, this sounds very easy, but how difficult is it? However, I'm definitely not in this. In this second, his muddle-headed state became clear. Long Yang, whose body had begun to bleed, did not immediately return to his body. On the contrary, when he raised his head, the veins on his head began to bulge. He wanted strength, he wanted tyrannical strength. No matter what the situation, no matter who he was facing, if they wanted to bully him, they would have to pay the price. All the violent golden threads had completely spread to Long Yang's forehead. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that there was a bulge on his forehead. It seemed to be a bone, but also something else. But no matter what it wasn't important at this moment. What was important was that Long Yang, who was standing here, had completely changed his temperament and condition. There was no longer any trace of the shameless look from before. Under the golden light, he looked like a god descending. Middle stage human immortal. Middle stage peak. Late stage peak. Late stage peak. The terrifying immortal energy seemed to be verifying the golden energy in his meridians. In just a few blinks of an eye, it suddenly increased. Long Yang, who was originally only a middle-stage human immortal, was forcibly raised to the peak late-stage human immortal. Heaven and earth. With a flip of his hand, a huge palm once again formed in the sky. This time, it just happened to appear in the sky above Long Yang. It was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, descending without any warning. Boom! At the same time that the handprint descended, Long Yang punched the sky. The small fist swung at the huge handprint. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, only Long Yang's body did not move at all. The handprint that was supposed to fall to the ground stopped on top of Long Yang's fist, unable to move even an inch. Creak. Cracks began to spread around Long Yang's fist, and cracks began to appear on the huge handprint at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. In the next second, the handprint collapsed in front of everyone. The power and terror of this immortal energy mixed with the golden energy was something that even Long Yang himself did not expect. Poochie. A strong backlash finally began to spread to Imofan's body. He clutched his chest. His face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with absolute disbelief. Until now, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of person could feel such a great threat during a battle with him and make a breakthrough in the midst of battle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. After enduring such pressure, he didn't faint, he didn't lose his ability to fight, but in that instant, it was as if he had become a completely different person. This time, he had lost. From being crushed by himself to being killed by the other party, even though he still had the strength to fight, he didn't have the face to continue fighting. Is this the guest elder that uncle is so fond of? He really has a way, although it's a bit shameless. It's over just like that? Long Yang looked at his bleeding fist and subconsciously wanted to rush forward. However, he still stopped his body. His previous plan wasn't like this. Even if his strength wasn't good enough, when the other party came into contact with him, he still had a way to regain some face, or rather, to trick the other party. Who would have thought that he would successfully break through in the midst of battle? This was an extravagant hope that even he didn't dare to think about before. Now, it had become a counterattack, and seeing that this guy was not seriously injured and still had the strength to fight, the idea of taking advantage of his illness to kill him was instantly erased from Lan Yang's heart. Are you kidding me? Although I'm not an arrow at the end of its flight, I'm almost there. I'll thank the heavens if I can successfully act like an idiot. He had just broken through this limit in the midst of battle. If he still recklessly tried to cause any trouble, he would probably end up embarrassing himself. Not bad, not bad. With your strength, you can indeed fight me to your heart's content. Moreover, it's not that you can't beat me, it's just that it's relatively small. But this is just a spar. There's no need for that. Let's stop now and make peace. He wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve. A signature smile appeared on Lan Yang's face. He didn't have an arrogant expression, but at this time, his expression and tone caused everyone in the area to have an illusion. It was as if this kid had the upper hand in the battle just now, and was in a state where he was crushing his opponent. Do you even have a little bit of face? If it wasn't for your good luck and your sudden increase in strength when you broke through in the midst of battle, catching young Master Mo Fan off guard, I'm afraid you would have already been beaten to the ground by now, right? Look at your shameless and victorious attitude. Just who did you have blood with? Mo Fan, who wasn't good with words, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too infuriating. He couldn't give this guy even the slightest bit of recognition or a good face. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of him and announce it to the whole world. Goodbye. He really couldn't lose face. If he were to spit out a mouthful of blood at this time, who knew how this guy would ridicule him? With a turn of his body, Mo Fan walked out of the area. In any case, he had already lost a lot of face today. If he continued to stay here, it wouldn't be beneficial for Mo Fan at all. The surroundings of the challenge ring sank into an extreme silence. Almost everyone started to look at Lan Yang, who was covered in blood from head to toe. Everyone knew that his injuries weren't actually that serious. It just looked a little scary. However, in the truest sense, if they wanted to teach him a lesson at this time, most likely no one would step forward, right? Who else? Subconsciously, a thunderous voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone who was still in a daze looked towards the direction of the voice. They only saw that Lan Yang, at this time, had a finger pointing to the sky and struck a very eye-catching pose. He was looking up at the clouds and calling out to the great god. F***ck. Why didn't you send down a bolt of lightning to strike this retard to death? In the hearts of countless people, such a thought began to emerge. Moen held his forehead with one hand. Now, he was really regretting not handing this kid over to the Snake Clan. If he continued to interact with this guy in the future, would he be like him, turning into a Chunibyo youth who could change the world in a second? Or even that kind of extremely shameless Chunibyo youth? Do I, Moen, still want my reputation? Stay away from him. You must stay away from him. If I get infected, I won't be able to get married for the rest of my life. Mo Qingqing also rolled her eyes and swore to herself in her heart. Young swordsman Yang, you should go back and rest early. You are covered in blood. Even if you want to spar again, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Image is important, an immortal said tearlessly. He finally understood that this guy had no bottom line most of the time. However, strictly speaking, he was also a retard who had no bottom line. If he continued to cause trouble like this, the younger generation of Purple Cloud City would lose all face. Call me honorable guest. Do you still have some eyesight? I am so eye-catching. Don't tell me that I don't deserve such a title. He turned his head with a fierce expression. At this moment, he looked like he was about to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Honorable guest. Countless people looked at this clown speechlessly and said in unison. That's more like it. Flicking his sleeves, Lan Yang struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he disappeared around the challenge ring. Phew. F***ck, that scared me to death. Luckily, that group of guys didn't challenge me. Otherwise, this old life of mine might really be lost here today. Ouch, 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 ouch. Once he reached a place where there was no one around, this guy started to twist violently. His injury was indeed not serious, but it was extremely painful. If he continued, he was afraid that he would lose his image in the challenge ring. Inside the room, Long Yang was wholeheartedly playing with his new mystic ability. It was a golden thread that looked like silk. It was very smooth and delicate, and he could change it into any state of mind. Each strand was as thin as a strand of hair, but it shone with a faint golden light. To be honest, even now, he still didn't understand how he managed to completely create this thing. He was only trying to combine his golden chi with the immortal chi and release it. He didn't expect that this thing would flow through his tendons and arms without the slightest discomfort. Moreover, under such control, he could change his form at will. This could be said to be a huge increase in his combat strength. Is a mystic ability that I created not a mystic ability? I really didn't expect that my luck would turn for the better in such a bad situation. In his heart, he more or less began to feel proud. The demonic immortal island seemed to be the most unsuitable place for him. For more than a decade, he had been ridiculed there, but his strength, talent, and bloodline hadn't shown any signs of improvement. As soon as he arrived at Demonic Snake Island, he discovered the seal in his body, which proved that his bloodline was not simple. Although there were still countless mysteries waiting for him to unravel, no matter what, a complete increase in strength was something that had never happened before on Demonic Immortal Island. It's still not enough. I'm afraid that I can only protect myself in front of the younger generation. If I want to soar to the sky or even stay alive, this little bit of strength is still too far away. Many times, he actually had the urge to leave the Purple Cloud Python clan. After all, no matter how courteous they were to him, it was only because they fancied something of his. Rather than saying that they were cooperating, it was better to say that they controlled him in disguise. However, they did it much better than the Snake Clan. Long Yang naturally yearned for freedom and hated being restricted. However, there were some things that he really couldn't decide. For example, if he really left the Purple Cloud Python clan, would there still be a chance for him to survive on Demonic Snake Island? Therefore, he urgently wanted to improve his strength, even if this idea was a bit of a fantasy in the eyes of others. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. It's better to give this mystique a name. No matter what, it's another divine ability that I created on my own, apart from the Iron Head technique that doesn't require any technique at all. What should I call it? Right, let's call it the Golden Cloud Exploring Hand. With this divine ability, I don't believe that Mo Qingqing will be able to bully me. He was very satisfied with the name he came up with. Long Yang turned around and lay down on the bed in the room. He was so tired and bored. Should he go out and find some fun? The other side. City Lord Emosun's study. His son and daughter were sitting next to him helplessly. Seeing Emosun flipping through the unknown book over and over again, Emosun was so curious that he wanted to stick his head out to take a look. Pa! Caught off guard, Emosun slapped him on the head and he retracted his head dispiritedly. Mo Qingqing was denouncing the evil deeds of a certain guest elder. In the past few days, she had witnessed the extent of that shameless person's shamelessness. Not only did he want to eat and drink as a guest in public, but he also shamelessly came to their family's banquets to join in the fun and even claimed that he wanted to get closer to them. It was obvious that he had nothing better to do. Look at the delicacies of their family's banquets, and he just smelled the aroma. Father! If we let that brat continue messing around, our city lord's manor might be torn down by him one day. Can you do something about it? Mo Qingqing angrily looked at her father, who was so focused. She couldn't understand why her father was so lenient with this B***tch. Are you done talking? Little Wen, what do you think? Emosun didn't even lift his eyelids as he asked faintly. I feel that the brat is rather genuine. At least, if it were me, I would be willing to make friends with such a brat. As long as I can control myself and not be led astray by him, it's fine. Emosun scratched his head awkwardly. After a while, Emosun finally recovered from his shock. His father was not just an ordinary kind of nature-defying person. How could he have read such a book in front of his children? It was something he had escaped from. Looking at the pages of the book, not only were there no words, but there were also pictures of various poses. This was good stuff. Why hadn't he found it before? You guys. You have all underestimated that brat, Emo-san said as he closed the book and glared at his son. Huh? Emo-wan couldn't care less about the seemingly incredible secret that he had discovered earlier. He looked at his father in a daze, truly unable to understand what his father meant. Not simple, not simple. Perhaps, this time, that group of arrogant fellows from the Snake clan might really suffer a setback due to this brat's tricks. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting brat. Emo-san had the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. He was completely unaware of the fact that his son had discovered that he had been secretly reading some book. Father. What do you mean by that? Could it be that there is something special about that brat? Other than the treasure-seeking talent that has always been passed down and cannot be proven, I really haven't discovered any strong points about him, Xianxia asked, her face full of doubt. She had hidden this doubt in her heart for a long time. It wasn't that she was not knowledgeable enough, but that brat's behavior was really too different from that of an average young person. If one were to say that he was low-key, when he could be in the limelight, he would be more active than anyone else. If one were to say that he was high-profile? However, he did not care about his image at all. In front of everyone, he was unscrupulous and shameless. If one were to insist that such a person had any strong points, sorry, Xianxia really hadn't discovered them. I just received news that there is an abnormal fluctuation of immortal soul chi in the area of the Wind God Crossing. The two of you, take him and form a small team to investigate. In the end, whether this treasure-seeking talent is real or not, this time should be able to prove it. Emo-san threw the message letter to his son and daughter. Emo-san didn't explain why he said that about Long Yang. He waved his hand and let them leave. Most of the time, there were many things that he couldn't explain to the young people immediately. Some things still needed to be discovered by them themselves and come into contact with them in order to fully understand. As their father, it was impossible for him to teach them word for word. As a deserted place, the Wind God Crossing rarely attracted the attention of Snake Island's immortals. It had been an inland crossing that led to the endless sea a few thousand years ago. Back then, many immortals who didn't have flying boats had set off from there to other islands in the endless sea. But now, because the number of crossings near the sea had increased, these inland crossings had gradually been abandoned. The Wind God Crossing was one of them, and it was now extremely desolate. Because of this, a place that was essentially uninhabited suddenly had countless immortals appear. At that instant, Feng Shendu felt like he was out of place. The more intense that feeling became, the more unbelievable the things that were displayed at such a time. By the time Long Yang's team arrived, the real Wind God Crossing was already surrounded by tents and palaces. Countless immortals of the younger generation came here in search of treasures. Although there was only an ordinary leakage of immortal chi, there was a high chance that there were treasures and inheritances here. After all, this had once been a prosperous place, hadn't it? As for whether there were treasures or not, no one dared to guarantee it. But as long as there was a sliver of a possibility, it was only logical that everyone would come. After all, the current world of immortals had vast and abundant resources, but those resources were still in the hands of a very small number of immortals. The immortals and immortal clans living in the lower levels didn't even dare to waste a low-grade immortal stone. Therefore, a place like this where legacies could be found naturally became a place that countless immortals flocked to. There really are a lot of people here. I didn't think that a tiny Snake Island would have such a large number of young elite immortals, Long Yang mused to himself. Inheritances weren't something every immortal had the right to enter. Most of those who came here were young immortals. There were very few older immortals who were over 100 years old. They didn't care to fight for such a small possibility. Among the younger generation, however, those who came here were the elites of Snake Island. In the truest sense, they were elites with tyrannical battle prowess. Ordinary immortals and young immortals weren't something they could be sure of, even if they wanted to. Was it really that easy to pass the inheritance? In fact, once legacies were discovered, it was normal for more than half of these young and elite immortals to die. If you don't have that kind of strength, coming here is equivalent to courting death. Compared to death, those so-called treasures and riches are likely not that important. Of course. There are more than 100 million immortals on Snake Island, and more than 5 million in the younger generation. There are at least a few 100,000 young immortals who can be called elites. Only a small portion of the people who came to the wind god crossing this time around, less than 100,000. Speaking of the younger generation of Demon Snake Island, Emochingching was very proud. With such quantity and quality, even in the Endless Sea realm, they could be considered above average. One should know that the status and strength of the snake tribe in the Endless Sea region were not considered high. In fact, they were not considered to be part of the snake tribe. Speaking of the younger generation, Emochingching could already imagine the rise of the snake clan in the coming years. Naturally, this was something she was proud of. Long Yang really wanted to attack her, but he didn't say anything at this time. What kind of joke was this? This was a female T-Rex. Once she lost her temper, she wouldn't care where they were. If there was internal strife at this time, they might as well just kill themselves. Purple Cloud Python Clan? Just as the few of them were still talking about the wind god crossing, a voice came from behind them. Emochingching, Emo Wen, Emo Fan, I didn't expect you to take this so seriously this time. The three of you actually came together. Everyone turned around and saw a youth in navy blue attire walking towards them step by step. This youth seemed to be very proud of being a member of the Snake Demon clan. The scales below his neck had not transformed. Such a method and such an attitude towards oneself were rarely seen, apart from people who were very arrogant towards their own kind. Looking at the dense navy blue scales below his neck, Long Yang's mind flashed with a hint of nervousness. For some reason, his sudden appearance caused Long Yang, who always liked to show off, to not say a word at this moment. Song Tianyang? I didn't expect to see you here. It seems that this time, your Jade Water Snake clan is very confident in the wind god crossing. Once she saw the man, Emochingching subconsciously shrunk her head. Luckily, Emo Wen didn't back down at this time. He stood up straight and smiled at her. I heard that you came into contact with that person previously. I wonder if you will have the chance to see him this time. Hee, you guys are really bold. You even dare to meddle in the affairs of the Green Snake clan. That smile was incomparably sinister in Long Yang's eyes. He didn't say anything, but his whole body was very uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about our affairs. You better prepare for this operation properly. Who will emerge victorious has yet to be decided. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Although Mo Wen was usually very unreliable, at critical moments, he was still very responsible. After saying this, he led the few of them out of the guy's sight. Zhang Tianyang looked at the disappearing small team, and a sinister look appeared on his face. Long Yang? Isn't it that yellow dog? A second great immortal weapon. Uncle Qing is bleeding a lot this time. I want to see if you three siblings can protect him. That sinister look became more and more intense. This youth called Zhang Tianyang suddenly had a hint of killing intent. Who is that person? You seem to be very afraid of him? Long Yang asked impatiently as soon as they parted. He could see that the youth called Zhang Tianyang had been staring at him from the corner of his eyes. That feeling of discomfort had appeared at that moment. Subconsciously, Long Yang was shocked. He was sure that this person was not simple. However, he really wanted to know the inside story. He is one of the heirs of the Jade Water Snake clan. He has always coveted the sister of the dead Qing Maoan. Not only is he at the beginning stage of the Earth Immortal realm, his combat ability is also 3 times higher than my cousin. But don't worry. Since we brought you here, protecting you is also part of our responsibility. Mo Wen's eyes were a little serious, but in the blink of an eye, he became joking again. Oh? So he is that Qing Maoan's future brother-in-law? Interesting. With a mysterious smile, Long Yang put on an unfathomable posture. Get lost. It's here. Among the endless sea of people, Long Yang could feel an extreme aura beginning to spread out. He was originally carefree, but at this moment, he began to behave extremely solemnly. After investigating for a while, he told the 3 siblings that the inheritance here was most likely very ancient, and there was a lot of treasure aura inside. This was confirmed after his treasure hunting innate skill had probed for a long time. Not to mention, in the state of having a very sensitive dog nose, this was also a very special skill for Long Yang. Before he had awakened this treasure hunting innate skill, it could be said that he was the most unknown type of immortal in the entire Demon Immortal Island. He did not have any outstanding talents, nor did he have a high-class bloodline. Even if he worked hard to cultivate, he would still be at the bottom of the immortals. Perhaps, at that time, there would be a lot of mockery directed at him. After all, he was the godson of the sacred king. However, it was just mockery. In fact, no one would even attack him because they were completely disdainful. However, ever since he had this kind of talent, he had become a target that many people wanted to rope in or destroy. It was not because that kind of talent was too heaven-defying, but because he more or less had some ability that matched his status. Long Yang was not sure how many people he could threaten with that. However, all along, this fellow had also regarded this kind of talent as a burden. An ordinary man is not guilty, but it is a crime to have a treasure. However, after coming to Demon Snake Island, he did not continue to be so stubborn. This was because he was very clear that even if he was stubborn about this kind of thing, it would be useless. He might as well make use of this point to get some benefits for himself, or in other words, to be used by himself. Are you sure that this is not a simple inheritance, or that there is nothing in it at all? At this time, when saying this, Mo1 was rarely serious. The only advantage of bringing Long Yang here was that he could know these things in advance. After entering, he could also know the location of the so-called treasure and inheritance in advance. If not for this, the Purple Cloud Python clan would not have valued Long Yang so much. However, looking at it now, there were many things that he had to face. In the end, whether he could really be completely clear step by step, and whether he really had such an ability, all these were still up for discussion. No matter what, in his heart, he was actually willing, or should it be said that he believed in Long Yang. However, this matter was of great importance. Regardless of what the possibility was, it was not rare. Thus, it was unavoidable to be cautious. I can only guarantee that there are treasures inside, and the danger is also very intense. As for what kind of inheritance it is, what kind of treasure it is, and how powerful it is, I do not dare to guarantee any of that. I might know a rough location, but if you were to ask me for the specific location, I do not know. It was rare that Long Yang didn't make a fool of himself. At this moment, he knew very well what they would face once they entered. He was becoming less and less concerned about danger, but was this what he wanted to see? Well, even if he himself had such thoughts, he shouldn't show it at this time. After Long Yang's words fell, the whistling storm started to sweep up bit by bit. Such a storm couldn't hurt anyone, not even immortals. Most people didn't pay much attention to this place. After all, even if there was some so-called unforeseen event here, they wouldn't be able to sense such a small change. Long Yang and the others, on the other hand, started to act as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the appearance of this storm was the appearance of the inheritance. As a result, many people who were paying attention to them and knew the inside story also started to prepare in their hearts. No matter what, it was always better to be prepared. The increasingly intense storm in the center of the Wind God Crossing began to form what seemed like an array formation of immortal spiritual energy. In the next second, everyone's attention was on this barrier. Perhaps there would have been people who didn't care before, or even thought of looking at it. But now, not a single one of those people would show such a reaction. Go in. Just as the barrier was completely formed and looked unstable, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Long Yang shouted in a low voice. In an instant, this small team of 7 or 8 people started to fly in without hesitation. Whether it was Mo Wen, Mo Fan, or Mo Qingqing, they all knew very well that since they had chosen to believe in Long Yang, they had to trust him to the end. Even if they still had doubts in their hearts, and even felt that it was a little dangerous, they didn't hesitate when Long Yang said it directly. When the many experts saw a few flashes of light heading straight for the array formation, they were subconsciously stunned. What's going on? Is there really someone who doesn't want to live? It was almost a subconscious thought, but when they came to their senses and looked again, some of the experts from the other clans also discovered it without hesitation, and they immediately felt that they had missed a good opportunity. They subconsciously got up, and countless immortals transformed into countless streams of light, flying towards the array formation. In an instant, an extremely spectacular scene began to appear on the Wind God Crossing. It was as if meteors were lining up to die, streaking across the sky. Once they came into contact with the array formation barrier, they disappeared without a trace. The feeling of passing through water ripples appeared on Long Yang and the others' bodies. Subconsciously, Long Yang only felt his vision blur, and then the situation of another world appeared in front of him. Here, there was no extreme darkness at the bottom of the water, no antique scenery, and even a shipwreck-like wonder of the world. Instead, it seemed like an oasis in another world. There was a sky, a ground, vegetation, and even a dense immortal chi. But the only thing, there was no sign of life, not even the slightest sign of life. However, once he entered, Long Yang frowned. Perhaps he had already pictured the interior of the world in his heart, but the scene in front of him now was completely different from the world he had pictured in his heart. It was like a paradise on earth. Would there really be a legacy in this place? Even if Long Yang had a certain level of confidence in his judgment, premonition, and treasure-hunting talent, at this moment, he couldn't help but have some doubts. That kind of doubt was instinctive. What a beautiful independent space. A young man from the Purple Cloud Python clan subconsciously began to lament, if I could have such a space and build a mansion in it, then that would be the real life of a deity. This is not a good place. If I were you, I would rather build a mansion in the deep mountains and wilderness than in such a barren place. Long Yang smiled. His despicable look made people want to slap him. Barren mountains and wilderness? At this time, even Mo was curious. Look at this lush green grass. Who knows how many senior souls are buried underneath? These are not illusions. However, the things hidden underneath are definitely terrifying. After he finished speaking, he said, all of you, look at this lush green grass right now. Long Yang soared up and put his hands behind his back. He landed on the green grass like an otherworldly expert. Feeling it carefully, it is really like that. Is it the tearing of the souls? Why do I feel that apart from these, there is a hint of killing intent? Mo Wen, who had also descended, frowned. He could not believe the beautiful scenery in front of him. What a joke, beautiful scenery could only be enjoyed if one was alive. Looking at it now, he was afraid that the horror contained in it was something that he had never encountered before. There are tearing souls, but this killing intent is not emitted by them. Come out. With my strong sense of perception, even the slightest sound can't escape. Assassination, you are really an amateur. With a fierce wave of his hand, Long Yang's hand emitted the chi of celestial chi. Boom. The chi of celestial chi exploded on the grass. There was no sign of life at all. However, about 100 feet away, a figure appeared. This person was dressed in a black robe, and even his face was covered. However, those pitch-black eyes gave off a dangerous feeling to the majority of the existences present. Long Yang raised his hand, but did not put it down. A drop of cold sweat fell from his temple. He failed to pretend again. Which direction should it be? Why was there such a big deviation? Mo Qingqing and the others were nervous at first, but they could not help but prepare for battle. However, when they saw the scene, they subconsciously froze, and the 3 black lines on their heads fell again. Why couldn't this guy change his habit of always pretending and getting slapped in the face most of the time? You obviously don't have that ability, but you always act like you're number one in the world. There really isn't such a pretentious person like you. Isn't this indirectly lowering the level of their team? Mistake, this is definitely a mistake. Hey. You. Can you hide it again? I promise I can find it this time. Scratching his head, Long Yang smiled and subconsciously wanted to prove himself. Mo Wen immediately turned his head away, pondering how he could get rid of this retard without anyone noticing. It was embarrassing. A good tense situation was instantly destroyed by this brat. It had to be said that a retard who could do this was really AF** king genius. At this moment, the man in black began to doubt his life. This is my goal? Are you sure that this retard is as stupid as the intelligence reports say? He killed that idiot. Why did it feel like this guy was even more retarded than him? Fine, I'm going to kill anyway. I don't care if you are really retarded or pretending to be retarded. Subconsciously, the man in black unleashed a burst of extreme speed. Assassins, most of the time, caught people off guard. Even if they exposed themselves and used their strongest speed during the assassination, ending the battle in an instant was also the most basic quality of an assassin. An assassin who has already shown himself is no longer a threat to me. With a turn of his hand, Long Yang's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, before this, he was just acting with the attitude of if there were dates available. Who knew where the owner of this killing intent was hiding? If an assassin's perfect disguise could be so easily discovered by an immortal who was not even an earth immortal, then that would be the biggest joke in the world. He directly attacked with his aura to suppress it, and then blew it up. If the assassin's brain had short-circuited, it was very likely that he would have shown himself subconsciously. Even Long Yang himself did not expect that things would actually go so smoothly. However, if one were to talk about mental retardation, then this assassin was the one who was downright retarded. Go. The lightning-fast assassin was clearly in front of him, but he only saw Long Yang's body shining. In the next moment, a yellow dog appeared, and with its sharp teeth, it was directly behind him. This bite was heart-wrenching. Without hesitation, he revealed his true body and bit down without hesitation. In addition, his true body was already faster than his transformed body. Under this unexpected situation, Long Yang's entire movement did not even have a trace of delay. Blood began to flow from his waist under the teeth that were accompanied by celestial spiritual power. Long Yang did not let go. Instead, he began to inject more celestial spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the assassin's waist began to swell, showing signs that it could explode at any time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The assassin began to swing his blade. Bursts of saber radiance interweaved in every corner of this place like a powerful chi. They formed a huge grid, heading straight for the weak yellow dog. Iron head art. An explosive sound began to be heard. Long Yang's ears were already dripping with blood. But looking at the assassin in black, he was looking at him in disbelief. There was a huge pit in his chest. His ribs were broken, and even his internal organs were pierced. There was a huge pit in his chest. His ribs were broken, and some of his internal organs had been pierced. The wound on his back exploded at the same time. Subconsciously, he fell down. His entire body could no longer support his own weight. During this series of actions, Long Yang had only suffered some minor injuries from beginning to end after transforming into his true form. Under the dense blade light, he did not even hesitate to choose the method that would cause the least damage to him. The execution of the Iron Head art had caused the assassin in black to lose more than half of his combat power. Even an immortal soldier that had been on the battlefield for a long time would find it difficult to make such a choice during a battle, right? You. At this time, the assassin in black finally reacted. Whether it was the exposure of his ambush or the subsequent battle, everything seemed to be under the control of the yellow dog. Did he see through all of his actions? How was this possible? What kind of immortal could have such insight and judgment? Using a state that was almost like a clown, he ruthlessly tricked himself, using the smallest amount of damage in exchange for the greatest loss of his combat power. The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat dripped down his back. The world fell into silence once again. After the transformation, Long Yang covered his forehead. He casually pulled off his sleeve and wrapped it around his forehead. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned from the field. If you don't say that, I'll admit that you're a little biased. Mo Qingqing, who had cursed Long Yang countless times in her heart, thought to herself. However, the operation just now had really stunned her. Only now did she know that there was such a way of fighting in this world. Not only did he deceive her, but he also succeeded. Instinctively, Mo Qingqing ignored Long Yang's sudden burst of judgment at the most critical moment. It was typical of him not to hesitate. Immortals, or creatures with high spiritual intelligence, had a very strong instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. When the other party began to burst out with fighting power and wanted to kill you, you would subconsciously make a reaction to avoid it. This was an instinct and also a physiological reaction. There was no way to avoid it, but it was this instinct that could sometimes take your life in a battle. Why? Because when you clearly couldn't avoid that kind of damage, you would also have this instinct in an instant. Once you really followed that instinct, it was very likely that you would pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. At the moment when Xiaoshang dodged, he was hit with a fatal blow. But Long Yang, without any fancy movements, dodged almost mechanically. In an instant, he knew that he would be hit, so he began to use that instinct to collide with the saber light without hesitation, hoping to receive the least amount of damage. This kind of tenacity was sometimes even more terrifying than fighting wisdom. Trap, this must be a trap. Subconsciously, the assassin weighed in his heart. Long Yang, who was right in front of him, was obviously defenseless. It was as if at this moment, as long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to seriously injure him. However, combined with the previous performance, the assassin was sure that this must be a trap. A guy who was so smart in fighting, and even had so many tricks up his sleeves, would be waiting for him to attack at this time. In his mind, he even had the image of being trapped the moment he attacked. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. At this time, the man in black didn't even dare to move, for fear that if he reacted, he would not only completely lose the target in front of him, but also lose his life. Logically speaking, assassins like them would never be afraid of death when carrying out a mission. However, this didn't mean that they were willing to die at any time. After all, even if it was death, it also depended on whether it was meaningful or not. But now, failure and death were meaningless in the eyes of the assassin. Not only did he fail to complete the task assigned to him by his superiors, he didn't even manage to gather any intelligence. This kind of complete failure was something he would never allow. Eh? Are you not going to make a move? I thought you would fight to the death. With a flip of his hand, an immortal binding lock appeared in Long Yang's hand. This thing was the lowest grade of celestial artifact, but no matter what, it was more than enough to stop this killer from breaking free. Under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, they watched as Long Yang controlled the immortal binding lock and swaggered around to tie up the other party. Mo Wen, who had been dumbfounded by Long Yang's godly maneuvers, felt like crying now. Is this even possible? You clearly still have the strength to fight. At the very least, you still have the possibility of fighting with your life on the line. You're giving up just like that? You're a killer, not a weakling. At this moment, he really wanted to hell to the heavens. What kind of idiot had he encountered? How could Long Yang do such a thing? He didn't play by the rules at all. For God's sake. Who asked you to assassinate me? Who asked you to act smart? Damn it, I'm standing in front of you, but you don't even have a hint of defense. How much do you look down on me? You actually gave up on the chance to strike the last blow. Today, I'll let you know what it means to have a flower so red. For God's sake. How dare you look down on me? At this moment, the world seemed to stop spinning. At this moment, everyone seemed to see crows cawing in the sky. At this moment, no one could bear to see Long Yang torture the killer. Crystal tears fell from the corner of the killer's eyes. Under the intense pain, he actually started wailing loudly. Sob, sob, sob. I shouldn't have come. I'm the biggest fool in the world. In my whole life, the mistakes I've done are not as many as today. His words were slurred. Long Yang, this bastard, had tormented a killer who was unafraid of death to tears. Devil, this guy was even scarier than a devil. After a while, Long Yang finally stopped punching and kicking. He was panting heavily, but his expression still showed that he had not had enough. He turned around and looked at his teammates. Subconsciously, even Mo Qingqing's shout made Mo Wen take a step back and shrink his neck. Now, they finally understood what their father had said before. How was this a retard? Have you ever seen a retard who could play with a killer who was unafraid of death like he was playing with a little kid? Have you ever seen a retard who could take the initiative in a battle of life and death from start to finish? If he was a retard, then there would be no one in the world with a normal IQ. Subconsciously, Mo Qingqing began to recall the details of everything Long Yang had done before. It would have been better if she didn't think about it. Once she thought about it, her whole body broke out in a cold sweat. Never, ever have any conflict with this person in the future. Never ever try to cheat this person. This was Mo Qingqing's advice to herself. It was also the most profound sentence that she felt she should hide in her heart and never forget. No matter what, he is a member of your snake clan. I don't want his life. As for how to deal with him, you guys decide. Done, let's continue the treasure hunt. Long Yang finally stopped pretending as he shook his sore hand from beating the man. Immediately, a cold light flashed in Mo Fan's eyes. He was ready to take the life of the killer. Huh? Suicide? Just as he arrived in front of the man, he realized that the man in black had long lost his breath. After checking, he found that the man had crushed the wax seal in his teeth. Only then did he stand up. This is a mental breakdown. He doesn't even care about the mission anymore, Mo Fan muttered. He didn't know why, but the current Mo Fan gradually began to admire Long Yang, this seemingly reckless guy. At first glance, this person looked reckless, but after some contact, he felt that he was a retard and *tch. Only now did he really start to take Long Yang seriously. Why did he realize that the more time he spent with him, the more he couldn't see through this guy? How strange. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you don't want the inheritance? A voice came from afar. For a normal person, once something was engraved in one's heart, it would be impossible to erase it from one's mind. Even if one consciously tried to do so, one would painfully realize that it was impossible. However, in this world, there would always be a group of people who only had the memories of the goldfish, such as Mon. After a very short period of shock, this guy completely ignored the scary guy and would poke him whenever he had nothing to do. His masochistic skill points were simply full. Mo Fan and Mo Qingqing, who were watching from behind, felt their hearts skip a beat. They were afraid that Long Yang would suddenly attack and directly finish them off. Alright, did Long Yang need a reason to trick people? He didn't, right? Once they understood this point, Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan finally stopped being conflicted. Indeed, if you really treated him with this attitude, would he not trick you? How was that possible? This was a guy who would not feel comfortable if he did not seek death. He could find 10,000 reasons to abuse others and himself without a reason. After fooling around along the way, they finally arrived at the place where Long Yang had sensed that there was a high possibility of an inheritance. This place was beside a very inconspicuous pool in the oasis. On the whole, it looked no different from the scenery from before. In such a huge space, there were tens of thousands of elites, but they had not met many. What did this mean? It meant that almost all the teams here had been scattered. Hence, the possibility of an opponent appearing in such an inconspicuous place was very, very small. As a result, the hearts of the few people at this moment were slightly calmer. One had to know that in the outside world, everyone was from the Snake Demon clan. Everyone was good to each other. However, in this kind of inheritance space, whether it was still the same was uncertain. Putting aside the fact that one might know a person's face but not his heart, the Snake Demon clan was also divided into factions, and within them, there was mutual hatred. Here, without the supervision from the outside, the so-called killing each other could be said to be repeated despite repeated prohibitions. They were basically not restricted by the clan at all. Under such circumstances, even if one did not have the intention to kill, one had to have the intention to guard against others. Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen felt that they would try their best to avoid meeting opponents if they could. This was the greatest fortune that Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen felt. In this case, Long Yang had indeed found a good place for them. Sacrificial altar. It's made of stones. It looks like it's been here for a long time, right? It's at least 1,000 years old. Squatting down, they began to study the formation formed by the stones. Mo Wen's first reaction was the altar, because there seemed to be items used to worship the deities. Generally speaking, most of these places were filled with opportunities. Therefore, when he saw this situation, his heart was filled with joy. Didn't they come to this godforsaken place for these fortunes and inheritances? As long as they could discover it, it would be considered as their victory in the truest sense of the word. One had to know that 99% of the young elites who had entered this time around would definitely return empty-handed. To be precise, it's a divine altar. In the immortal world, divine beings are existences that only exist in fantasy. However, you cannot deny the possibility of their existence. There's a deity's altar here. Could it be some great fortune? Mo Fan was slightly older than the others, so he was a lot more knowledgeable. He thought of this possibility in an instant. When he said it, the corners of his mouth were trembling. He was so excited that it was a world of difference from his previous calm demeanor. Divine beings? I remember that only the ancient age 10,000 years ago would people worship them, right? Until now, the number of people worshipping the deities in the immortal world has been reduced to a pitiful state. The timing doesn't match, right? Mo Qingqing also began to speak at this moment. She did not have a deep understanding of this kind of altar. But if she really had to say it, this itself was somewhat informative. In the ancient age 10,000 years ago, the immortal world was not yet called the immortal world. People worshipped the deities and even worshipped them on a large scale. No one knew what happened 10,000 years ago, but after that, the entire region was collectively known as the current immortal world. Back then, the highest ruler of the immortal world had issued a strict order that no deities were worshipped. Since then, the entire continent had almost never worshipped the deities. Could it be that this space was an inheritance from 10,000 years ago? It's just that it's still not stopped despite being banned. That almighty being has passed away for many years. Although his authority is still there, this kind of worship can never be completely banned. It's just that it has shifted from the light to the dark. In my opinion, regardless of whether the worship of the deities is really effective, there is nothing wrong with worshipping the ghosts and deities. At least, in many documents and the discussion of the older generation, I have heard that worshipping the ghosts and deities can bring about substantial benefits. From this point, it seems that the deities most likely really exist. Even if they do not exist, there must be an inexorable will. When talking about this topic, Mo Fan appeared to be somewhat sincere. He was not the kind of person who knew about the past, but this did not stop him from exploring the unknown and worshipping it. On the other hand, Mo Wen and Mo Qingqing did not appear too sincere at this moment. Perhaps they still had such thoughts in their hearts, but at least they would not show it on the surface. Nonsense. Ghosts and deities. It's just nonsense. What do you mean by the will of the heavens? What do you mean by there is an absolute ruler in the world? Even if the legendary ghosts and deities really exist, they are just a group of beings whose cultivation is stronger than ours. In essence, they are still living bodies. Instead of worshipping and revering those fellows, you might as well work hard to be those fellows. What kind of nonsense can be related to the ghosts and deities? This is the greatest sorrow of the immortals. Bang! With a kick, Long Yang sent the petrified superb item of the sacrificial altar flying without hesitation. He did not believe in the so-called deities. Even if there were, how many sacrificial altars in the world could they all receive the protection of this deity? What a joke. No matter who it was, immortals or demons, in this world, the only one that could be trusted was oneself. Clang! Along with Long Yang's kick, a gust of black gas came out from behind the sacrificial offering. F***ck. The three of them looked at Long Yang fiercely. Their meaning was very clear. See? You are seeking death again. This time everyone is going to die with you. It's the legacy, he shouted loudly. Long Yang made the three of them return to their senses. A trace of ecstasy began to jump into their hearts. For most immortals, finding the so-called land of inheritance was one thing, but whether or not they could open it was another matter. They would never believe that an altar, especially an altar of the so-called ancient gods, did not contain any treasures or inheritances. Moreover, this was in another independent space. In this case, their best choice was to mark this place. They were not in a hurry to explore and search for treasures. They would wait until a certain time to ensure that nothing would go wrong before opening it. Who would have thought that Long Yang would unwittingly activate the inheritance just like that? No matter what this black air current was, it was enough for them to face it seriously. After all, there would be a large number of fortunes and inheritances in this space. This was something that they were already aware of. Generally speaking, the more powerful the inheritance and fortune, the more dangerous it would be. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that they were so nervous. F***ck. There's actually such pressure. It seems like we've run into a ghost. He immediately took out the weapons hidden in his ring. Mo Fan was speechless. In this day and age, those who did not have a certain understanding of their own strength could not survive. He clearly knew that with the strength of his team, they might not be able to complete the test of such a huge aura. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives here. That would not be fun. Everyone, get ready. One look and you can tell that this is not something good. Be careful, don't fail miserably. Mo Qingqing still had a confident look on her face. Well, in her eyes, there was no such thing as failure. Wasn't it the same when she tortured Long Yang? Even if she failed in the end, it would not be a big blow to her. This girl seemed to be born with an emotional filter. She never knew what fear was, and she never knew where she would go if she failed. Mo Fan was speechless as he looked at this pair of siblings. From a battle point of view, these two siblings were really two extremes. Mo Wen was extraordinarily cautious, but lacked the ability to explore. As for Mo Qingqing, she was a typical naive warrior. Mo Fan did not have the time to stop her before he could figure out the situation. Mo Qingqing rushed out like an old bull. She looked like she did not care about the consequences and would fight first. How did your sister manage to survive until now? Long Yang was speechless. I swear, I really don't understand his operation. Mo Wen shook his head. Even though he had been following behind his sister for so many years, he still couldn't imagine how heaven-defying one's luck could be. It was because of this that he was able to survive to this day after going into battle so recklessly. This was a combination that did not conform to the norm. Just like what Mo Fan had seen before, the black qi was incredibly strong, and any immortals who came into contact with it would at least be injured. After being struck by Mo Qingqing, it actually dissipated just like that. Yes, you're right. It was forcibly broken up by her. Of course, this was not the end of the danger. In fact, it would be even more terrifying in the future. However, it was just a simple charge. There was nothing fancy about it. In fact, no one knew how she had done it. With such luck, how the hell did he end up encountering Long Yang? Mo Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer and couldn't help but complain. Long Yang was furious. Damn it. What do you mean? You're clearly saying that I'm that firewood girl's nightmare. However, looking at the three of them, it was obvious that no one would stand on his side. Long Yang was speechless and didn't say anything else. The matter at hand was the most important. The so-called power had already appeared. They couldn't really rely on Mo Qingqing's luck to crush it, right? Mo Fan and Mo Wen wouldn't do such a thing. Even the unreliable Long Yang wouldn't make such a decision. Dazzling immortal qi was emitted from Mo Fan and Mo Wen's bodies. A strong storm subconsciously began to emerge. In the next second, the black stream of air converged again, forming a violent and seemingly enormous shadow. The black stream of air, which was as enormous as a long whip, descended with a diameter of about. It was as if this black qi could sweep everything away as soon as it landed on the ground. Even Long Yang's expression turned a little serious when he saw this. That kind of performance, this kind of seemingly invincible situation, no matter what kind of situation it was enough to attract the attention of the entire team. Just as Long Yang was about to make a move and the four of them joined forces to resist the black qi, Mo Wen and Mo Fan didn't give him such a chance. Mo Wen and Mo Fan didn't give him such a chance. One on the left and one on the right, they directly interrupted Long Yang's attack. At this moment, they were displaying a strong battle intent and formation. It was something that Long Yang couldn't interfere with. Yes, this wasn't to say that Long Yang's strength was insufficient. It was just that they were practicing the same martial arts method and had the same battle formation. Under such a formation, if Long Yang really joined in, not only would he not increase his strength, it was very likely that he would break the formation and cause it to be unable to display its intended effect. If it was someone with a fiery temper, they would probably start cursing and swearing. However, to Long Yang, it was a happy and relaxed thing. You guys have your own abilities, so you don't need me to interfere. This is still better. Who would be so bored as to seek abuse? Even if right now, who was the one torturing who? He still didn't know. However, he wasn't very interested in this kind of so-called battle. If he was really an extremely hot-blooded guy, then he definitely wouldn't have done it in the previous few challenges. No matter what, sparring and challenging each other was a good opportunity for him to improve himself. However, in his eyes, the so-called things here were all cheap and cheap. Anyway, even if he didn't have a lot of actual combat experience in the end, as long as he won, who cared whether he had actual combat experience or not? A wretched battle style and a shameless personality were what Long Yang felt the most carefree about. Because of this, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and directly watched the show. He didn't care whether these three people could really withstand it or not. Anyway, as long as they didn't ask for help, he wouldn't care about this matter. He didn't have that much spare time to care about such things. If he had that time, it would be better to just cut his nails obediently than to fight. That thing required a lot of energy, okay? Actually, to Long Yang, once there was danger, the first thing that came to his mind was definitely not loyalty. This was inevitable. After all, he might have owed the people of the Mo clan some favors, but this favor was definitely not enough for him to sacrifice his life to save them. Sometimes, people could not help but be realistic. Even if this happened to Long Yang, it was still normal. In other words, if this was really his brother, how could he escape if he really encountered danger? To put it bluntly, their relationship had not reached that stage yet. If they really encountered danger, even if Long Yang ran away, the three siblings would feel that it was normal. After all, Long Yang had already brought them here, which was equivalent to completing the mission. What else did they want him to do? However, the three of them, at least until now, were still full of confidence. Moreover, the triangular formation was not at all messed up. The one at the front was Mo Qingqing, who had a petite figure. She looked so serious, and the two tall youths standing behind her did not seem out of place at all. I always felt that other than her fiery temper, this girl would not have much of a style. Why does it feel different now? Long Yang, who was sitting and watching the show, expressed that he could not understand this configuration. Shouldn't it be Mo Fan, who had the strongest cultivation and ability, charging in front, with Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen covering the back? Why did it seem like this was not the case at all? Moreover, this kind of situation, even Long Yang himself was also dumbfounded. You guys guard the surroundings, then support the flanks. I will go and meet this guy. The god of luck was indeed the god of luck. At this time, Mo Qingqing did not have the slightest bit of her petite appearance from before. Her whole body was emitting a battle-hungry aura, so much so that even Long Yang, who was sitting upright, was momentarily stunned. Is this guy from a Sichuan opera? She changed her face just like that. If she had appeared like this when she first saw him, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have dared to take advantage of her. Yes, regarding that misunderstanding, I really did not do it on purpose. The good feeling was also not on purpose. Immediately after, a jade-green light began to emit from her hand. In the next second, a battle knife appeared in Mo Qingqing's hand. What? For God's sake. I definitely can't provoke this firewood girl in the future. Long Yang's eyes were as wide as saucers, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Even though he hadn't made a move yet and still looked like he was watching a good show, this situation was more or less an act. No matter how one looked at it, this saber weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. The huge blade was almost as tall as Mo Qingqing. A firewood girl like her had actually pulled out such a long machete. That kind of incongruous feeling, that kind of visual impact that would make even you feel afraid. If Long Yang wasn't experienced and knowledgeable, he might have fainted from the shock. One had to know that there was a deep enmity between him and firewood. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, he had taken advantage of her. This was undeniable. If she also used such a long machete to chop at him. Damn it, I better not think about it. Slitting my throat seems like a good choice. Let's see how many times you can condense again. With a dash, the super long opening bloomed with a ray of light. Even though Mo Qingqing was a member of the Python clan, whether it was her movement speed, ability, or even the flexibility of her body, she was not inferior to the Snake clan. That extreme waist twisting, coupled with this chop, caused the ground to tremble. The trembling ground began to sway. Long Yang could clearly feel the power that was close to the limit. Even at this time, the real breeze was also filling Long Yang's heart. This sudden appearance could shake the mountains. It was hard to imagine that it burst out from the hands of a little girl. It was still the firewood girl from before. Damn it. I have to be more careful in the future. If I really offend her, with such a long machete, the consequences will be unthinkable. Seeing Mo Qingqing in such a state, Long Yang expressed that he couldn't afford to offend her. Yes, his strength was indeed very fierce. However, facing such a strong existence, no matter what, he would still be at a disadvantage. In addition, Mo Wen and Mo Fan were supporting the formation and began to transfer their spiritual power to Mo Qingqing. Alright, at this time Mo Qingqing was definitely not someone he could deal with. This was not a joke, but a fact. At this time, the formation of the three of them could not be said to be seamless, but it could be said to be perfect. Mo Qingqing, who was at the front, was like a violent meat grinder. The moment the black shadows condensed, they were directly cut into pieces by the long machete in her hand. After that, she continued to wave and mince them. The combat power of her methods made many people shudder in fear. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and Mo Wen, who were at the back, were supporting from the flank. Even their hands were constantly moving, and their overall performance was very serious and intense. They tried their best not to release the slightest bit of black qi. In such a situation, coupled with the fact that their strength had skyrocketed, they might not even be able to fight against a late earthly immortal expert with such a formation. So it turns out that the Purple Cloud Python clan possesses such a powerful formation. I wonder if it would work in other clans as well. Long Yang, who was secretly speechless, sat there and took out the beef jerky that he had brought with him before. He began to eat it shamelessly. He just treated it as watching a show, even though strictly speaking, this show could kill people. That guy is so infuriating. Even the gentle Mo Fan almost lost his calm expression when he saw this scene. This was simply way too unexpected. Even if you are just watching a show, you should at least show some professionalism, okay? We are fighting for our lives at the front, but you are just watching from the back and eating beef jerky. If it was not for the fact that he still had some confidence in the strength of the three of them, especially in stratagems, he would probably have vomited blood immediately. If he lost his composure, he would be killed in an instant. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, he should never go on an adventure with this guy in the same team. There was not a single piece of flesh on his body that was pleasing to the eye. Even though Long Yang's face was not that of an average person, it still had some traces of handsomeness in it. Hurry up. You have already crushed them like this, do you have any professional ethics? Kill them and get it over with. Why are you so slow? Long Yang, who had stood up, lost interest in watching the show. Before the three of them could speak, he started cursing. The three of them, who couldn't wait to attack, were still speechless. The black shadow that had just been dispersed began to condense again. The situation seemed as if it would never stop. As a result, Mo Qingqing began to doubt herself when she saw the scene. Since when did his attack power become so weak? Once again, she swept her saber horizontally. Wherever the long saber pointed, she even began to stimulate her own potential. Purple Dragon Light. The fierce shout caused Long Yang, who was watching the battle at the side, to quiver. Indeed, even if he was watching the battle, he couldn't completely look like he was watching a good show. Such an explosive shout coming from the mouth of a little firewood girl was simply unimaginable. However, the blinding purple light that followed still gave Long Yang a sense of clarity like a shot in the arm. Yes, this was not a little girl who looked like on the surface. Not to mention that kind of method and such strong brute force, even her own strength was now beyond Long Yang's imagination. Such an existence, such a method that even he himself felt was somewhat inconceivable. No matter when or what kind of situation he appeared in, he was afraid that it would not even cause a disturbance. This was also impossible. Moreover, the current Long Yang, even his own strength could be said to be not weak. Under such a situation, naturally he could clearly see the opponent's method and path. The purple light was like a giant python, soaring and attacking. The entire surroundings were shrouded in such a dazzling light and celestial qi. In an instant, the black qi that had already been successfully condensed began to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the black qi that had been successfully condensed began to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just the appearance of the saber light, which had transformed into the purple cloud, already possessed such a strong power. In the next second, when Long Yang looked at Mo Qingqing, he only saw that her originally not very tall body had been completely exhausted, and there was not a trace of blood on her entire face. This was a remarkable ability that could only be displayed at her limit. Even Mo Fan and Mo Wen, who were previously in charge of mobilizing the celestial qi, also looked exhausted at this time. It could be seen that this kind of saber light consumed their energy intensely and unbelievably. At this time, Long Yang finally stood up. To be honest, he wanted to leave. After all, if he couldn't get rid of this thing, he might really die here if he didn't escape. Even the formation formed by the three of them was no match for the Black Shadow. If they wanted to succeed in the battle, it would be impossible for them to win just by relying on themselves. However, he didn't even need to think to know that he couldn't escape. If they really died here, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to escape. The only thing he could do was to fight. At the very least, he could not leave until they had completely recovered. He had to buy time for them. The golden light began to shine, and he immediately mobilized all his spiritual power from the red bracelet in his dantian. Perhaps Long Yang didn't know how to use such a powerful technique, but it didn't mean that he didn't stand a chance against this Black Shadow. That kind of golden radiance really made him seem like a so-called peerless expert. However, no matter how strong this layer of faint golden light was, he was only at the peak of the later stage of the human immortal realm. It was impossible for him to really enter a higher realm and have a stronger combat power. However, at this time, he had the courage to stand up and even prepare for battle. This in itself was already a rare choice. I don't believe that this black illusory figure can be reformed indefinitely. A shadow gradually appeared on his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. This was a technique he learned from the Iron Head technique. Although it wasn't as strong as the impact of the Iron Head technique, it completely gathered all the strength in his body and the golden energy in his left hand. This attack power was still not to be underestimated. What a joke! If he didn't do this, would he use his head to fight with others in the future? Although it was indeed fine under the premise that he returned to his original body. However, if it was still like this after transforming into a human, this battle would seem a little too ridiculous. Although this guy was really shameless during the battle, it didn't match his glorious and tall image. This guy. They didn't know why this guy came up to take advantage of the situation. This was clearly the most common battle tactic. Even for Mo Wen, if it were him, he would also know that this was the most normal choice. But why did it seem like he was taking advantage of the situation when it came to him? It really wasn't that they didn't respect this guy. It was really that this guy's face was so despicable that it made the three of them speechless. They really wanted to rush up and give him a punch. No matter what, he should at least beat that face up to vent his anger, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Maniacal laughter rose and fell. The three of them, who were originally extremely depressed, saw that the black shadow that had been completely swallowed showed no signs of condensing again. That kind of pride and that kind of carefree feeling was even more than when the three of them had worked together to defeat this black shadow. It was really hard to imagine whether Long Yang, who had the idea of taking advantage of the situation, would be depressed when he saw this scene. He couldn't die, but if he went crazy, this was the result that these guys would be happy to see. As expected, Long Yang's figure froze. Looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, his entire expression began to freeze. I have already prepared the final blow, and you didn't even appear. Can't you give me some face, now that I can't advance or retreat, don't you? This shadow, look at me, doesn't look awkward? Alright, now this shadow had completely disappeared. Even if it was awkward, this was something that Long Yang couldn't feel at all. At a time like this, even he had fallen into a short period of depression. Winning without doing anything seems to be not bad. I say, if there is such a situation in the future, you should still fight like before. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you shouldn't count on me. After all, such flashy things should always be done at the most dangerous time. Long Yang's depression only lasted for a moment. Then, he said something. Following that, the three of them who were laughing wildly stopped, their faces instantly darkening with question marks. This can be reversed? The three of them already had a very direct experience of Long Yang's shamelessness, but they never thought that they would still underestimate the extent of this brat's shamelessness. However, even so, their relieved expressions couldn't be faked. After all, as long as they could solve the problem, it didn't matter whether Long Yang made a move or not. When they could solve the problem, they would naturally solve it themselves. And these three fellows had never hidden the power of their stratagem. It's finally over. If it had continued like this, who knows how many times we would have died in here. Mo1 let out a huge sigh of relief. Among the three of them, his cultivation and ability were the weakest. Many times, even when they were in stratagems, he was the one with the most difficulty. If he had persisted, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to hold on before his sister and cousin could react. If that was the case, wouldn't he be laughed at by Long Yang? He didn't know why. At this moment, Mo1 probably didn't care about other people's mockery, but he was afraid that Long Yang would show off in front of him. It was because of this that he encouraged and supported him. Fortunately, all of this was no longer a problem. Standing up, Mo Qingqing's face showed some excitement. She glanced at Long Yang, who had just finished fooling around, and rolled her eyes. That meant, see, if you have the ability, you can act cheap in the future. See how I deal with you. Good fellow, just like that, I have become their public enemy? Long Yang expressed his confusion. Although he wasn't loved by everyone, he was still a very handsome man. His original body was a little lacking, but in the end, he should have a large group of people chasing after him. Why did it become like this in front of the siblings? This isn't my way of opening. I am the one who wants to destroy the heavens. Sorry. Let me interrupt. Although we have gotten rid of the black chi flow just now, I still feel that the danger in here has not completely disappeared. Before Mo Qingqing could be complacent, she heard Mo Fan say this in a very serious tone. Even though it seemed like they had completely succeeded and even solved that seemingly impossible problem, they still couldn't help but feel that they had succeeded. But was it really completely safe? Or perhaps, with things having developed to this extent, were you really confident that you had complete control over the entire situation? If there was, one wouldn't be surprised at all. But if there wasn't, even the slightest hint of a premonition would cause one to be cautious and nervous. Mo Fan was the oldest among them, and the one with the most experience. If it was someone else who said this, they might not think much of it, but since it was Mo Fan who said it, the outcome would be completely different. As expected, both Mo Qingqing and Mo1 frowned subconsciously when they heard this. They didn't make any movements, but from their expressions, it was obvious that they wouldn't have noticed it if they hadn't been reminded before, but now that they were reminded, they all had the same feeling. After a long time, Mo Qingqing finally said, "Aren't you being too paranoid?" It wasn't that she didn't believe her cousin's words, but she still couldn't find any clues after careful investigation. In such a situation, it would be unrealistic to say that he didn't have any doubts in his heart. However, there were still some doubts. B*TCH. You say it. Mo Qingqing turned her head and shifted her gaze to Long Yang. Don't think that he was a B*TCH, but his perceptual ability was better than anyone else's. Whether it was his perception of the so-called inheritance or his perception of danger, it was the same. Generally speaking, things that they couldn't perceive could be produced by Long Yang without any problems. This was also the reason why they had brought Long Yang here. Of course, now, whether or not this brat's judgment was correct every time, these people didn't have absolute confidence in their hearts. However, in the end, his ability in this area was much higher than theirs. There was no doubt about this. There might not be any danger, but this place is definitely not simple. It's better for us to be careful. Long Yang didn't show off at this moment. Instead, he furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. Goodness, it was fine if he didn't say it, but the moment he said it, the three of them immediately started to feel nervous. For them, whether it was dangerous or not, they had already mentally prepared themselves before coming here. However, if they really encountered something that they couldn't handle, how would they deal with it? Right now, they were all still of the younger generation. If any accidents were to occur, it wouldn't be a big deal if they were to perish. However, if they were to implicate their own race or cause some huge trouble, this meant that he wouldn't even have the most basic of chances anymore. He turned and walked forward. Long Yang wasn't modest at this moment. Anyway, he wasn't a modest person. He was somewhat puzzled as he probed the stone that had been opened by him before. Some doubts appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. What came into view was a very strange-looking rune that looked like an eye. There were no ancient text annotations on it, but at a glance, it gave him a completely different feeling. It was as if this eye-like rune had instantly begun to absorb everything around it like a black hole. That kind of dizziness, that kind of devouring power that made him feel a little unbelievable. What was this thing? Could it be that everything that happened before was caused by this strange eye? Or could it be that the black shadow that they had experienced and slashed before was simply an illusion that had no origin, at a glance? Long Yang even had a feeling that he had been here for many years. That kind of illusion, that kind of situation that even he couldn't explain. No matter what kind of inheritance it appeared in, to Long Yang, it was something that was worth showing off. However, this time, he was only eager to know the truth. As for everything else, it seemed to have become unimportant the moment he saw the eye. This moment was so strange that even Long Yang, who had an extremely strong perception, didn't know how to describe it at this moment. He shrugged his nose. He started to try to smell it, but still couldn't find anything. Looking at his expression, could there really be some information that we haven't discovered? Is it really a legacy? Or is it dangerous? Mo Qingqing finally began to doubt her own judgment. It was because Long Yang's gaze was really scary at this time. It was hard to imagine that a guy who had always been very carefree would show such an expression. What kind of major event had he encountered, if Mo Qingqing hadn't thought that she understood Long Yang and knew that this guy was a little pretentious sometimes, her worry and discomfort would have been even more intense. After all, this guy's acting, or rather, his ability to tease people was too common. However, now it seemed that his acting skills had already reached such a level, well, she wasn't sure what was going on. After all, there were many things here that she might not be able to discover even if it was handed over to her. If it was really dangerous, how could she treat it as a very simple matter and skim over it? I'll go and ask. Mo Wen stepped forward. After all, his relationship with Long Yang was considered the best. At this time, he would naturally be the one to stand up for Long Yang. However, just when he saw the runes, his entire expression was exactly the same as Long Yang's. His eyes gradually began to lose focus, and his entire expression even began to become a little sluggish at that moment. Such a method, such an indulgence that even he himself found unbelievable, caused Mo Wen's entire person to sink into that state. So much so that even when Long Yang himself began to wake up and wanted to tell them, it was already too late. What exactly is it? The most anxious person was actually Mo Qingqing. No matter what, such a situation was something that she had never experienced before. And under such a situation, it was also very difficult to determine what kind of impact that kind of thing would have on you. If their small team suddenly lost Long Yang and Mo Wen, what would happen next? Or rather, how would she make a decision? These were all facts that even she did not dare to think about. Now, all of this made her extremely anxious. If Long Yang had not turned back now, she was afraid that she would have already started to rush forward. You two, don't come over first. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a legacy. Moreover, it's an exclusive legacy of your snake race. It is not an easy task for the inheritance to succeed. However, Mo Wen should have the potential to do so. He fell into that illusion the moment he came into contact with it. After you're ready, you can also give it a try. If you can successfully enter that kind of illusion, you might be able to obtain some inheritance, but if you fail, you must not be obsessed. Long Yang changed his usual style. At this time, his serious expression was enough to explain everything. He had tried, but he couldn't enter it. Even the Irun itself had excluded him. Forcibly barging in was not an option. However, when he saw that Mo Wen could enter with just a glance, Long Yang immediately dismissed the idea. Everyone had their own good fortune, and they weren't irreconcilable enemies. Long Yang couldn't do something like snatching good fortune from his teammates. In the eyes of others, he was an extremely shameless existence. Inheritance? How did you find out? Is it very difficult? At this moment, Mo Fan also started to become extremely serious. No matter what, this was a good thing for them. There was no doubt about that. However, sometimes, good things could also turn into bad things. Especially in a situation like this, if he wasn't careful and lost a brother, it would be a blow that he couldn't bear. Even though these people had mentally prepared themselves for danger before they came, they still hadn't mentally prepared themselves to face death. A person who was alive and kicking in front of you just moments ago had become a corpse with no consciousness, and even his soul had been shattered. Perhaps it would be difficult for any young person to remain emotionless. From the looks of it now, Long Yang was completely different from them. Normally, this fellow was always extremely shameless and had a cheerful look on his face. Every step he took was calculated. His level of shamelessness and his shameless methods would probably annoy any normal person. However, from the looks of it now, this might be what Long Yang was showing on the surface. Looking at his expression and the so-called emotions he was showing, Yi Zichen could not help but wonder. In the next second, Mo Fan suddenly realized that this guy's character wasn't what he showed on the surface. A very uncomfortable cold-blooded feeling emerged from Mo Fan's body for some reason. Just a thought made him break out in a cold sweat. What was going on? Could it be that Long Yang was actually a cold-blooded person in his bones, an existence that didn't even put his life in his eyes? If that was really the case, then what had this guy experienced before? It was only at this time that Mo Fan truly began to think about Long Yang. He began to show a strong curiosity toward him. After all, not everyone in this world could be so cold-blooded. This wasn't as simple as being cold-blooded to the people around him. He could even see that Long Yang was cold-blooded to himself. Such a person, once he was in a real battle, even in a battle of life and death, would become extremely calm. Once an unexpected situation occurred, he could deal with it immediately. He could even use some ridiculous methods to achieve his own goals. Could it be that under such circumstances, there would still be people who would laugh at him? Alright, a superficial existence would definitely be like that. However, he didn't care. It was as if, to him, survival was the most important thing. For this point of judgment, he could even abandon everything else. What an enigmatic idiot, Mo Fan murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, he made a decision. He didn't go forward to touch the so-called inheritance. Instead, he sat beside Mo Wen and began to protect him. The inheritance was indeed tempting. Even Mo Wen at this moment coveted it. However, compared to the inheritance, their safety, or the safety of his cousin, was the most important. Looking at the attitudes of the two of them, Long Yang felt a slight warmth in his heart. Perhaps this was the relationship between brothers and sisters. He was very glad that he had met members of the Purple Cloud Python clan, because at least they were not existences that could give up everything for benefits. On this point, no matter what they did, no matter how much they argued with each other, Long Yang could see it clearly. Unfortunately, he did not have a group of such brothers and sisters. He only had Meng Ji, a Meng Ji that he could give up everything to protect. I wonder how that little girl is doing now. Finally, a trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes. To be honest, he would only feel that kind of tenderness when he really thought about it. The real world was always full of powerful schemes. Most of the time, he also did not dare to trust others in the truest sense of the word. People who could give their true feelings, at least for a certain period of time, could be trusted. Unknowingly, although Long Yang had not been assimilated by the three siblings, the distrust in his heart had lessened by a lot. Forget it. This is my mission anyway. It's better to complete it. Long Yang cracked a smile. Actually, at this moment, he did not know what kind of mentality he was in. Logically speaking, there were some things in his heart that he still had doubts about. At least, he did not completely trust their kindness. However, in this Demon Snake Island, how many of them were truly worthy of his trust? Relatively speaking, the Purple Cloud Python was still much better. On this point, he naturally did not mind cooperating with them, or rather, he was willing to be used by them. Many people are right. I am a cheap person. Sometimes, even I can't change this cheap person's temper. Squatting down, he also prepared to meditate and protect Mo Wen. However, at this moment, Mo Qingqing, who had just sat down cross-legged, shouted. Mo Fan opened his eyes. A wave of killing intent began to fill their eyes. At the same time, Long Yang was the first to stand. His body emitted some golden light, ready for battle. In the distance, a group of people who were not dressed luxuriously, and were even a little simple, walked over step by step. These fellows were also of the younger generation, but all of them were very pretentious, showing off a tyrannical appearance. At the forefront was a young man who looked to be in his 20s and had a very long scar on his face. At first glance, the young man gave off a feeling that his entire body was valiant, as if he was going to kill with a single move. However, just by looking at him, Long Yang's heart was filled with extreme discomfort. Who is this guy? Why am I able to sense killing intent from his eyes? And he didn't even try to hide his hostility towards me? Thinking of this, Long Yang was more or less dumbfounded. Logically speaking, he had a lot of enemies on this demon snake island. It would not be strange for him to meet someone who wanted to get rid of him. But, he had only just entered, and there was already someone who came forth. Furthermore, the person was so hostile towards him. This was not normal at all. Unless someone wanted to target him or even kill him, such a situation would definitely not occur. Could it be that the Qin clan wants to take my life? And you've already made substantial plans and actions? Long Yang's brain immediately started working again. That was the only possibility that he could think of. He had killed a young master of the Wen clan and so many Earth Immortal soldiers. No one would believe that they would not seek revenge. However, he now had the support of the Mo clan and the Purple Cloud Python clan. Would they dare to kill him openly? Logically speaking, Long Yang felt that the possibility of this was not high. He could already tell from the behavior of the Snake Demon clan. However, the current situation was completely different. These few people might not have shown any relationship with the Wen clan, but their overall killing intent was extremely obvious. Moreover, it was directed at him. Could it be because of the inheritance? Alright, after thinking for a long time, Long Yang still could not figure it out. Even Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy as they watched the group of people walk forward one step at a time. They were all members of the Snake Demon clan. In the outside world, no matter what happened, at least on the surface, everyone was still united and friendly. However, in a world that could not be detected by the outside world, how many conflicts between the Snake clan would break out? How many killings would be committed by their own clansmen? They knew this very well, and they also knew that no one could guarantee that they would not be killed by their own clansmen after entering this place. This dog is quite capable. It's only been less than a day, and he even found the inheritance. Now, I don't even want to kill you anymore. As he walked forward, the man played with the dagger in his hand. Behind him, many members of the Snake clan looked at them with a faint smile. Indeed, such a person, no matter where he went, would be highly sought after. At the very least, he would be of great value. Logically speaking, even if they killed Mo Qingqing and the others, they would still spare Long Yang's life in order to find more valuable inheritances and treasures. However, they had received a completely different order. Kill him, and completely destroy his soul. Even if they did not fully understand this order, it was a death order that could not be refuted or discounted. The Green Snake Clan? You think too highly of me, don't you? With such a small squad, they can even easily kill an expert above the earthly immortal intermediate stage, but they actually came here to take the life of a weak brat like me. Long Yang smiled. He wasn't trying to be calm. Since he was already here, he would take things as they came. Even if danger came, he would not allow himself to make a wrong judgment in a moment of panic. The only member of the Snake Demon clan who had an irreconcilable hatred with him was the Green Snake clan. Under such circumstances, the intention of this group of people was very obvious. You have good eyesight. However, you still have to die. He laughed grimly as he moved his fingers. In the next second, the leader of the group charged forward like a rocket. Stop him! Mo Qingqing shouted. At this time, she temporarily put aside her prejudice against Long Yang. With a flash of light, a huge long saber appeared in front of him. When the grudges between the teams were put on the table, it was actually not difficult to think about it. However, even if you had such an idea in your heart, there were not many opportunities to put it into practice. But now, it was different. Everything was justifiable. The inheritance was right in front of them. Even if they wiped out the entire team and obtained the inheritance, it would be considered as a matter of course. After all, even if many things could not be put on the table, it was still better to have a possibility than nothing. Seeing those people rushing forward, Long Yang knew that this time it was going to be a tough battle. Regardless of whether this team was really strong or not, it was impossible for them to slack off like before. Moreover, Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen had already started to attack. They did not even block his position in the team. Was Long Yang unhappy? In fact, it was not the case. He had a somewhat lazy personality. He wished that everything could be solved without him doing anything. However, according to the current situation, without his participation, the possibility of winning was very small. So, even if he still had the urge to slack off, he still had to do what he had to do. In the face of a disaster, it was indeed right to go their separate ways. However, it also depended on the situation. Sometimes, even if you wanted to run, you might not really be able to. Moreover, he also saw the indifference in the eyes of the leader towards him. Obviously, even if this person did not completely come for him, he at least had a certain level of understanding of him. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be brave people who would be able to get rid of him in passing. Hence, he would definitely not let him go. So, if he still did not attack, the result would be obvious. Strong celestial qi completely erupted from Long Yang's elixir field at such a time. Up until now, Long Yang had not planned to fight with his life on the line. However, he was focused on fighting and chasing away this group of people in front of him, or even killing them. This was what Long Yang felt that he had to do now. At the same time, seeing that Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan had already started to attack, he naturally could not lose his composure no matter what. The extreme collision, coupled with the iron head technique that had already been fully prepared, caused the moment both sides intersected, the whole body began to tremble. It was truly a terrifying attack that caused people to have a lingering fear in their hearts. Even the leader was stunned. They had a lot of information on Long Yang, and they also knew that he had a lot of attacks and methods. However, even though he was already mentally prepared, when he truly endured the Dragon Sun Metal Head technique, he still began to retreat hurriedly. The shock on his face was not concealed at all. Didn't they say that this fellow's methods were indeed very strong and he had to be careful, but his cultivation wasn't that high and he could even crush him, logically speaking, as long as he had the upper hand in terms of cultivation base, the battle itself would definitely be a one-sided one. Whether it was in terms of confidence or foundation, he was much stronger than this yellow dog. Under such circumstances, he had a clear instruction to kill him. The so-called bounty, in his eyes, was as simple as reaching out and grabbing it. Because of this, when Long Yang displayed his formidable combat power, he was subconsciously surprised and even felt that the information he received was wrong. There were some things that, even if he was mentally prepared for, he could only wait for everything to be displayed in the real sense before he would be shocked. Hee hee. Long Yang laughed. His opponent clearly hadn't displayed his combat power yet, but to him, all of this wasn't too bad. As long as he fully exerted his strength and maintained this advantage, everything would go according to his rhythm. In that case, would it really matter whether his opponent displayed his strongest combat power or not? The display of strength at this moment could solve many problems in a real sense, but had Long Yang's current strength really been stimulated to the limit, it wasn't difficult for him to think, but the smile on his face made the other party feel that he was looking down on him. At such a time, the leader naturally wasn't in a good mood. His anger, coupled with his previous shock, made the leader almost speechless. Anger rushed to his head. Regardless of whether there was any danger around him, his body flashed and he began to attack. Under that light, a sharp, cold light flashed. The appearance of the longsword was overwhelming. No matter what the circumstances were, it was enough to make people pay attention to it. Once the suppression of absolute strength was formed, no matter how one's rhythm was, it would be very difficult for one to display their abilities and methods under such conditions. Once the truth really happened, what kind of judgment and choice would one make? Long Yang might have already had a so-called plan in mind, but when he saw the longsword and countless immortal lights surging around him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, his strength was far inferior to that group of so-called geniuses. If he made a certain choice at such a time, if he made the wrong choice, the final outcome would very likely be death. He wasn't afraid of death, but even if it wasn't a pity for a yellow dog to die in such a place, it still wasn't worth it. He couldn't display such an attitude in a complete sense, but he was still able to think about his own speed and strength even though he wasn't confident in himself. Let's see if your sword is faster or my sword is sharper. He didn't use his own cultivation base to resist, because he knew very well that it wouldn't have any effect. He opened his hand and a wide sword body began to appear. It looked like a dilapidated sword, and even the blade had some rust on it. However, the moment it appeared, it gave off a cold feeling, as if it had drunk a lot of blood. The remnant soul seemed to be venting its unwillingness to die. The strong smell of blood was completely revealed at that moment, so much so that even Long Yang's eyes gradually began to turn red. Was this an immortal artifact that could affect one's mind? Or was there some unknown secret? The moment it was released, Long Yang guessed in his heart. If it was any other time, he would have immediately sat down cross-legged to investigate. However, at this moment, he didn't have the slightest chance. He opened his mouth and began to sprint. In the next second, he felt an extremely strong speed, which was even faster than before. Slash. He spat out this word subconsciously. At this moment, once the vicious methods and the so-called situation completely appeared in front of him, it was hard to say whether he would still have some calculations in his heart. Long Yang knew very well that he might not be able to do those things in a real battle of strength. However, once he started to satisfy many of his own conditions, many things in his nature would also change. He might have some idea of how powerful the broken sword was, but it was impossible for him to completely understand it. Streams of light began to appear in front of him, and a wave of celestial spiritual force began to appear on his body. After a confrontation, he suddenly felt a burst of clarity in his mind. Above the ancient altar, the sand in the main hall began to swirl. The diameter solidified, and the power began to interweave together. The light began to spread uncontrollably. At such a time, whether a certain method would really bring you a pleasant surprise or not, the many layers of its own nature and the principles that you needed to understand would also completely collapse along with it. The next second, Long Yang's eyes began to blur. It was not because he was not strong enough, but because he had underestimated the power of the broken sword in his hand. In that instant, an almost unimaginable light began to shine. Waves of energy undulated, and even Long Yang himself began to feel astonished. This kind of more or less panic emerged in the next second. There were already several wounds on his body. So strong. Long Yang had to admit that this group of people he had met this time were stronger than any group of people he had met before. They were almost on a different level. If it wasn't for the broken sword, he might not even have the chance to fight them. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the human immortal stage, he still had a strong feeling that it could completely suppress him with such a horrifying technique and pressure. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the human immortal stage, he still had a strong feeling. In this kind of situation, did he really have the confidence to protect some things? Would his life really end here? At this moment, he didn't even have much confidence. Some things, you can't just sit back and relax just because you have them. Sensing this scene, he began to pant heavily, and the storm around him gradually began to disappear without a trace. Looking at the team leader's body and expression, it seemed to be similar to Long Yang's expression. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if he didn't expect Long Yang to be able to survive such an attack. However, this was not the most impossible thing to him. He subconsciously looked at his chest. There weren't many scars, but there was a severe wound in his lower abdomen. At this moment, blood was seeping out of it so much that one couldn't even look at it directly. The bleeding did not stop, and there was no sign of it spurting out. It did not seem to be very serious, but the internal organs and even the intestines had been greatly damaged. He could not stop the bleeding. Subconsciously, the captain's heart was filled with an indescribable fear. He could clearly feel the ceiling of Long Yang's strength. At this point, even if Long Yang had a very powerful immortal weapon in his hand, it was almost impossible for him to injure him, especially with such a near-fatal injury. However, the truth just happened to appear at this moment. At this moment, even he himself felt that it was unbelievable. An incredible wound appeared on his abdomen. It was such a serious injury that even if he wanted to continue fighting, his fighting strength would drop to a terrifying extent. What the hell is going on? He was a little puzzled. He really didn't stop at all. At the moment he was injured, he didn't even feel that he was injured. At this time, why did such a definition and result appear? If it was anyone else, it would probably be very difficult for them to give a very accurate answer at this moment, right? Mo Qingqing, who was smiling faintly, showed such a strong signal at this moment. Because of this, Long Yang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, could finally be at ease. He had already signaled with his eyes before. It was very obvious that if he faced the opponent head-on, even with the help of the broken sword in his hand, the possibility of what would happen next was not very high. However, at that moment, he had no choice. It was already very difficult to fight head-on. If he wanted to fight back, would it be possible? Perhaps in other situations, he would really put on a brave front, but in a battle, with his character, he would definitely not make any wrong judgments. Taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and it was Mo Qingqing who had the strongest attack power. Alright, if that was really the case, it was indeed despicable. However, in a battle of life and death, what was despicable? What was it really important to Long Yang? It was not important at all. Even though he was the captain of the small team, he still couldn't figure out the situation in the face of such a situation. Didn't the purple cloud python race always claim to be open and aboveboard? Even in battle, sneak attacks were rare. Why was it completely different when it came to him? Not only would they launch a sneak attack, but they would also launch a sneak attack at the most unlikely moment. Even he had never thought that such a joint operation would appear, right? The truth was always more complicated than one thought. Looking at Long Yang's slightly injured smile, coupled with this kind of expression, for some reason, Long Yang, who would normally be extremely angry in such a situation, actually didn't feel angry at this moment. It was as if everything had become very normal at this moment. Yes, this was a guy who was full of tricks in battle. This was already reflected in the intelligence reports. In such a situation, you weren't even the slightest bit careful before, and you even looked down on him. Can you really blame others for your current predicament? He was the one who had lost his mind first. In such a situation, even if he were to lose his life now, he would have to accept it. Only in this way could his current expression be considered a normal state. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. You guys actually joined forces under such circumstances. You didn't even give me the slightest chance to resist. The captain's tone suddenly became stern and cold. The blood on his lower abdomen actually started to coagulate. He stood up, and an orange aura started to spread. He walked forward step by step, and the members of the small team behind him started to tremble. Finally showing your true abilities? Awesome. See, I told you there would be an effect, right? Long Yang flattered himself with a flattering face. No matter how one looked at it, Long Yang's side was actually at a disadvantage. After all, be it in terms of overall numbers or strength, the other party was much stronger than them, especially the squad leader. Although he didn't look very strong, it was hard to tell whether his actual strength was that strong. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to tell. Under such circumstances, even if one had extremely strong combat power, one would still have to be careful, let alone under the premise that one's own strength was insufficient. However, Long Yang was not born with the kind of strength that defied the natural order. It was normal for him to play some tricks during a battle. At this stage, it was normal for him to say some fallacies. It could even be said that it was an inevitable situation in a battle. However, even Long Yang himself didn't expect that Mo Qingqing, the fierce girl who had always believed in being open and aboveboard, would actually choose to cooperate with him at that crucial moment without hesitation. Even after they succeeded, her expression didn't change at all. It was as if she didn't hate this kind of fighting style at all, causing Long Yang to be in a trance for a moment. Be careful, I can feel that this guy's strength should be very strong. Even if you and I join forces and catch him off guard, we might not be able to defeat him successfully, Mo Qingqing said softly. At this moment, she and Mo Fan were already waiting solemnly. Unfortunately, Mo Wen was still receiving the inheritance, so it was impossible for him to stand up and form a stratagem with them. Otherwise, even if he couldn't completely crush them, he could at least be on par with them. Unfortunately, this kind of stratagem couldn't be counted on now, so much so that Long Yang even had the thought of risking his life. However, with this thought in mind, he was still trying his best to think of ways to take advantage of the loopholes. What kind of wicked ideas are you thinking now? I'll tell you the truth. In my current state, even if you come up with endless wicked ideas, it will be completely useless. In the face of absolute power, all schemes will be useless. The black-cloaked man at this moment, with his condition, indeed had the capital to look down on all the heroes. Gritting her teeth, Mo Qingqing wanted to go forward again, but at this moment, she was stopped by Long Yang. At this moment, Long Yang was still very calm on the surface, and even had a smile on his face. However, his thoughts were starting to become serious. He took a step forward and began to inject the so-called immortal qi into the broken sword. At the same time, the golden qi also began to spread into his tendons and meridians. At this moment, Long Yang was very clear that once the opponent started to attack, or even prepared to fight to determine the outcome, he might not even have the most basic leeway to resist. In a situation like this, your desire to win must be completely aroused from the bottom of your heart. Under his frivolous appearance, what kind of obsession was hidden in Long Yang's heart? Perhaps it was only at this moment that he could fully express himself. Break! Another all-out attack. At this moment, even Long Yang's own defense began to completely disappear. He gathered all the power in his body and turned it into a sword light. At this moment, it was like a huge dragon that started to sweep through the surroundings. At this moment, even Long Yang himself didn't know what kind of shocking combat power he would explode with. However, he knew that if he didn't fight with his life on the line, he wouldn't even have a chance. At the very least, he had to be able to hold on during this period of time. This was the minimum requirement he had for himself. Even if he knew that this so-called minimum requirement was extremely difficult to achieve, he still couldn't deny it. But the truth was right in front of him, and he couldn't deny it, or rather, he couldn't think about anything else. The so-called battle, the war, it was the most basic thing for him to do, and it was also what he had to do the most. Once these things started to become out of his control, many of the meanings of the battle itself and the results that he saw might be rewritten. The dragon soars to the 9 heavens. At this moment, Long Yang's combat power far exceeded his own, but not many people were completely shocked. He only looked at him contemptuously, and the expression of the black-clothed man didn't change at all. In the next moment, the attitude and everything that he showed that in front of him, even if Long Yang tried his best, it would be impossible for him to completely gain the upper hand. At that moment, the orange airflow on his body turned into a giant python. He just flicked his finger at Long Yang's sword light. The sword light that was clearly like a golden dragon began to crack and collapse the moment it touched the giant python. It didn't give him any chance to react at all. What kind of strength was this? How could such strength appear here? Only when one's true strength was displayed, that extreme madness, coupled with the disparity in combat strength, would be fully reflected. Long Yang was very clear that his strength was insufficient, otherwise he wouldn't have been so pretentious before, and even tried his best to play dirty in the battle. If he really had absolute strength, to the extent that he could crush all the members of the younger generation, then why did he have to do all that? Who didn't want to fight fair and square, and use the simplest and most effective way to do things? Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of strength, so he had always tried his best to hide, use schemes, or even play dirty in the battle. However, it was different now. He could clearly feel that the other party's strength was crushing him. In such a situation, acting cheap and saying that he was going to cause some trouble was really not very useful. I finally know who you are. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. He had thought that this person would appear, and even from the beginning, he already had such a guess. But in the end, Long Yang still didn't dare to believe it. Even at this moment, even if he had to admit it, this kind of ending was probably what he didn't want to see the most, but he still had to be mentally prepared. Such silence, or rather, unwillingness, perhaps only at a critical moment like this could he completely fill his heart and try his best to find a way to break it. Song Tianyang was about to vomit blood. No matter what, he was the true pride of the entire Snake clan. He would be respected wherever he went. It could be said that such a glorious existence, no matter where he was, would not change his desire to perform. But this time, he masked his face and even did those things that he thought were shameful. In such a situation, he was actually holding his breath. If he continued to act like that, it would be fine if he achieved his goal, but if he failed, it might even lead to a mental breakdown. But the fact was that he did not want to do as he wished. It was not easy for him to make all the preparations, thinking that he could obtain the so-called inheritance here and kill the members who opposed his master. However, he did not expect that whether it was Long Yang or the 2 guys from the Mo clan, they all showed strength that was completely different from what was reported in the intelligence. All of them had displayed strength that was completely different from what was reported in the intelligence reports. In fact, with such strength, even he had no choice but to unlock the shackles that he had always been unwilling to unlock. Well, the orange power was a kind of shackle on his body. Once it was unlocked, it would cause a certain degree of harm to his strength. It could even be said that after the end, his own combat power would be greatly reduced. In such a situation, naturally, for Zhang Tianyang, he would not unlock the shackles if he could. However, the bad guy did not play any tricks this time. Although it was a sneak attack, on the whole, he was using his own strength and the immortal weapon to fight. This made it almost impossible for Zhang Tianyang to seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. That kind of grievance and Long Yang's methods that did not follow the intelligence report really caught him off guard. Because of this, the crazy Zhang Tianyang completely calmed down because he knew very well in his heart that if he lost his mind at that time, he was afraid that he would have lost. The super experts on the heaven list of the entire Snake Demon clan actually lost in such a situation. This was a fact that no one dared to believe, but it really happened in front of him. What would happen? Would he really lose his way in the true sense? What was going on in the current situation? He could obviously crush them, but the three guys in front of him were as slippery as loaches. Even if you really had that kind of thought, what kind of substantive action would you take to make that choice? Zhang Tianyang's mentality returned to its previous state when he saw the opponent's golden sword light being defeated in an instant. Yes, for them, he was an existence that could be crushed. Once he found the right opportunity, he could take advantage of the situation to completely kill them. If that was the case, then why did he have that faint premonition that he might fail, now that things had gotten to this point, let alone the fact that he had the strength to do it? At the very least, this kind of suppression would continue. However, the more time passed, the more uneasy he felt. It was as if everything had come to this point, and he was starting to lose control of his own strength. Under such circumstances, could it be that there would be more obvious changes waiting for him? On the other side, Long Yang was fighting with him with a serious expression. Even if there were countless injuries on his body, he did not stop at all. Zhang Tianyang really began to calculate in his heart. What kind of power and reliance could make him not give up until now? Zhang Tianyang, it should be him. However, this kind of strength is terrifying, but it is not to the point where I will definitely die. The severe pain in his body constantly reminded Long Yang that this battle was a real battle of life and death for him. All means, playing dirty, or taking advantage of loopholes, were of little use at this time. So in such a situation, what kind of result would there be? In fact, Long Yang himself had already figured out his own meaning. Under the premise that he did not have that kind of strength and ability, being an assistant or buying time was the most sensible thing he needed to do. Now that things had developed to this point, even though face and whatnot were important, their lives were more important. Even if Long Yang's own emotions were confused most of the time. Condense. Zhang Tianyang also lost his patience, and the magical seal on his hand descended. Extreme celestial chi gathered in his hand from all around. At that moment, the giant python once again emerged on his arm, and it looked like a small snake. However, the overall feeling of ferocity and destructive power was much greater than before. At that moment, Long Yang felt that it was different, but at this moment, he could not make the slightest choice, and could only watch helplessly as the long worm came. He closed his eyes and felt his own state. He did not have much confidence, but at this moment, he still had a clearer choice. The celestial chi on the broken sword had completely erupted, and the golden chi all over his body was frantically circulating at this moment. No matter whether he succeeded or not, no matter what the outcome was. Now that things had developed to this stage, they had to fight head-on. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted forward. Whether it was Mo Qingqing or Mo Wen, who was behind him, seeing this posture, they were stunned at first. Obviously, they really did not expect that Long Yang, who had always been so despicable during the battle, would actually rush forward at this critical moment. One had to know that they had never expected that Long Yang would really stay and fight with them when the disaster was imminent. Such a situation, the level that he had shown now, had completely exceeded the results that they had previously imagined. This Long Yang, not only did he directly start to attack, but he even rushed to the front. Could it be that this guy had taken the wrong medicine? At this moment, if Long Yang could clearly hear what they were thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. I am also protecting myself, okay? Don't tell me you guys didn't notice that this guy is coming for me? At this point, if I escape, it is very likely that I will bring this team with me. At that time I will not even have a helper. Wouldn't that be even worse? Not to mention calculating, at least in Long Yang's heart, at this time, it was the best choice to erupt with the strongest combat power and cooperate with Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would probably die without even knowing how. That would be a true tragedy. He gritted his teeth and persevered. There was not a single piece of uninjured flesh on his body. In such a situation, what kind of combat power would he display? Was his ability really enough? In fact, it was enough to squeeze a person's limits. But at this time, if he really wanted to resist or turn defeat into victory, the possibility of success was extremely low. Once he was beaten up, many things would change in essence, especially his own strength. Whether he could make further progress or not would almost become a matter of suspense. Even if he still had some skills, it was impossible for him to make any significant improvements at this point in time, even if he still had some skills. This was the thing that Long Yang didn't want to face the most right now. But sometimes, could some so-called abilities really not change anything? It was indeed extremely difficult to do it well. Hold on, I must hold on. I don't believe that I can really die here this time. He was not strong enough. With Long Yang's attitude and methods, it would be difficult for him to give a perfect answer. Feeling the incomparable pain from the injuries on his body, coupled with his current level, he was in great pain. His heart was very unbearable. It had been a long time since he had received such an intense attack. Even when he was facing the forest and being chased by countless immortals, he had never felt such despair. The guy in front of him might not be too terrifying in essence, but when he fully erupted, he felt like he was no match for him at all. Under such a feeling, even if he wanted to continue resisting, there was still the thought of giving up in his subconscious. Moreover, that thought was very strong, so strong that even if he really wanted to save himself, there was no good way at this moment. At such a level, even if one was unwilling to face it, under the endless despair, one would still subconsciously do what one had to face and what one had to resist. This was a battle of life and death. I want to see how long you can hold on, kid. The giant python had completely wrapped around Long Yang's body. At this moment, the almost extreme power gave Song Tianyang a strong sense of confidence. Indeed, the truth was right in front of him. With that kind of extreme performance, the measures that he had to take were already completely clear. Was it really that difficult to change the so-called results of the battle? Long Yang might have had a certain amount of confidence before, but now that he was in a daze, he really didn't have that kind of confidence anymore. The feeling of being on the verge of passing out, coupled with the fact that his current condition had yet to improve, the feeling of despair still lingered in his heart no matter what happened. Is this level really something that I can't reach? Looking at Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen, they both had anxious looks on their faces. In addition, this feeling had completely manifested itself now. Long Yang knew very well that if he really went all out, he would most likely die in the end. He didn't know when he had started to not care about his own life. Of course, now that he was thinking about the source of all these problems, whether it would really develop according to what he thought, he himself wasn't sure. Some meanings and some facts, once they were completely clear to you, the inherent means and the helplessness that you saw would become even more cruel. No, I can't go on like this. Even if I really fail, I must bite off a piece of this fellow's flesh. Long Yang clenched his teeth. He was no longer as smug as he was before. In his heart, he had already determined that the results of such a battle might not be very satisfactory to him. However, once the truth really started to change, the firm confidence that you needed would definitely have a very difficult manifestation. Such a disposition, such a feeling of helplessness, if it really appeared, your own sense of powerlessness would also become more and more intense. Sometimes, even if you really had a firm will, the many levels of your body and the feelings that you gave out would have a direction that was difficult to explain. Break. The brandishing of the broken sword had already displayed its true extreme power at this moment. That terrifying sword light was so dazzling that it was even more intense than any of Long Yang's previous battles. Even now, he couldn't guarantee that all of this would be clearly displayed in front of him. However, once the facts were completely defined by him, whether he would still have that kind of thoughts at this time, no one dared to guarantee this in their hearts. Go all out, this was the final thought that Long Yang had at this moment. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. Many times, once this kind of desperate stance was displayed, the so-called result would definitely be endless. Could that kind of attack really have any effect at this moment? He saw a flash of light, and it disappeared in an instant. When he looked at Song Tianyang again, there was finally an additional bloodstain on his arm. At this time, that kind of extreme attack could actually have a certain effect. Long Yang began to be stunned. He was fighting with his life on the line, and at least intended to stall for time. He was not prepared for this last attack to really directly hurt the other party. However, things still went against his wishes at this time. The attack hit, and the other party subconsciously did not even resist. There was actually an additional bloody wound on his lower arm, so deep that the bone could be seen. Although this sort of injury wasn't much for an immortal, and he could recover with just a slight pause, it was still a great humiliation to the other party. His face suddenly changed from the previous seriousness to extreme anger. Song Tianyang roared, "I will tear you into pieces." In the next second, the terrifying power was even more intense than before. As soon as he looked up, the atmosphere became even more terrifying than before. Haha. Ha 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 ha. I have succeeded. I have successfully been reborn. Long Yang, you son of a bitch, let's see if you still dare to show off in front of me this time. Today, I will let you lie down in front of me and sing that you have conquered me. Suddenly, a voice came out. But it suddenly disrupted the overall rhythm of the battle. Long Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After persisting for so long, all you get in exchange is to sing that you have conquered me? End of chapter 41:17. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.